Winds began moving at a rapid speed and took the form of a dragon. Sasaori wondered, the wind dragon jutsu? So this chakra can be used to create wind jutsus other than blades of wind jutsu. Still, this wind dragon. As I thought. As Sasaori observed the wind dragon, he realized that it wasn't a normal wind dragon. Instead, it contained several dozen blades of wind inside it. In a sense, it was a deadly combination of two wind jutsus. The wind dragon suddenly dived towards Sasaori. Sasaori immediately took a defensive posture and extended Hiraku's tail forward while thinking, those wind blades might work against normal puppets. However, it is useless against Hiraku's defenses. Sasaori was confident in his defense. The wind dragon hit him and all the wind blades were stopped. They weren't even able to scratch the shield on Hiraku's back. The remaining parts had some scratches, but they weren't fatal for the puppet. However, something happened that made Sasaori feel a sense of dread. He immediately flickered away along with the Hiraku puppet. He looked at the wind dragon, who had stopped attacking, with horror as he thought, it can cut chakra threads even when I am controlling the puppet while hiding inside it. If those wind blades accidentally enter my body. Sasaori's entire body was a puppet. If the wind blades destroyed the chakra threads that were controlled by his core, then he could fall within the blink of an eye. Of course, Sasaori doubted that the wind blades would be able to reach his core, which was indeed the case as Fujin couldn't create vacuum blades with his wind domain yet, but he didn't dare to test it for no good reason. Seeing that Sasaori had moved away, the wind dragon stopped and extended its elongated neck in the sky. Unlike the normal wind dragon, which Fujin couldn't control much, he had complete control over the wind dragon in his wind domain. So it could do much more than just tackle or shoot a wind explosion sphere. It opened its mouth and exhaled a wind breath while moving its head slightly so that the wind breath would be able to affect a large area. Needless to say, the wind breath also consisted of several small wind blades. While the wind dragon was keeping Sasaori busy, Fujin created several clones. A few of them flickered into the mansion and sealed the dead bodies of Yamakawa Hiramu and the hidden Sand Village ninjas. A few others flickered around in the town to the ninjas whom Fujin had detected. They killed the ones who were from the Yamakawa family with blades of wind jutsu if they were alone. For the ones that weren't alone, they transformed into a random person wearing the hidden Sand Village outfit and headband and killed them in broad daylight, causing even more chaos in the town. The remaining clones hid their identities and flickered next to Sasaori's puppets that were lying around. One of the shadow clones observed the seals on the puppets properly and analyzed, I see. The puppets don't just have seals to strengthen their combat capabilities but also have several seals to help Sasaori detect things happening around them. No wonder he can control them so well despite being such a long distance away. He is probably aware that we are inspecting his puppets right now. And, this seal should allow him to detect the location of his puppets. However, this seal has quite a low range. Suppressing these seals and sealing the puppet up shouldn't be an issue. If I escape with these puppets, he shouldn't be able to track them unless I am missing something. Oh well, I was always curious about using puppets. I can't refuse such a generous gift, hee hee. The other clones also noticed the same thing on the remaining puppets. Everyone immediately began working on suppressing the problematic seal so that they could store the puppets in storage scrolls. Sasaori noticed the incoming wind breath, grabbed a scroll and opened it. A puff of smoke appeared. A moment later, several iron particles rushed towards the wind breath and formed an iron wall. Fujin looked in the direction of Sasaori and thought, so he decided to use the third Kazekage puppet? Annoying, but my wind domain can't be stopped so easily. Fujin emitted more chakra into the air. The wind dragon disappeared as the attack took the majority of the wind chakra in that area. The iron wall was able to withstand the assault and no wind blades reached Sasaori. However, Sasaori was still perplexed. Instead of a new dragon forming, the wind domain continuously extended in his direction. Sasaori retreated while analyzing, if I enter that area, then he can form wind blades at will. I will lose control over the puppet once again. I need to attack the one who is controlling this wind. Sasaori got out of the path of the wind domain that was extending like a branch and began moving towards the town at a fast speed. Fujin's wind domain didn't have any chance of catching up with him. Fujin sensed his movements and a smile appeared on his face as he thought, in Akatsuki, Sasaori is one of the most dangerous members. If I ignore the ones with Dojutsu, I'd say that Sasaori is the most dangerous one even though Kisame and maybe Kakazu are stronger. Unfortunately for him, my wind domain is the perfect counter for a puppet master. It makes him one of the easiest Akatsuki members to deal with for me. Immediately, another branch extended out of the wind domain. However, it wasn't moving towards Sasaori but instead was quite far from him. While the first branch that had extended began cutting off Sasaori's retreat. Instead of confronting Sasaori directly, Fujin attempted to trap him inside the wind domain. Understanding his intentions, Saisari immediately retreated once again. Fujin chuckled as he muttered to himself, "What a shame. I thought that he wanted to gift me the third Kazekage puppet as well." Chapter 531, Second Strongest Puppet Collection. Saisari, who had just entered the town, retreated once again and avoided getting trapped within the wind domain. He looked at the wind domain extending slowly towards him and muttered, "What a difficult opponent. How do I retrieve my puppets?" Suddenly, Saisari became stunned. He sensed that his puppets were getting sealed. Within a few seconds, he became unable to sense any of his puppets that were trapped in the wind domain. Saisari cursed, "Which bastard wants to steal my puppets? What the hell has been happening in this town?" Saisari was thoroughly confused. Everything was going well until the mysterious chakra appeared. After that, nothing made sense. He still hadn't seen who his opponent was and didn't know what his goal was. The only thing that he knew was that he was completely enraged. Fujin saw a massive amount of iron floating in the air outside the town. He stored the scroll that his clone had just handed him while wondering, "Does he want to destroy the town to force me out? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I already have what I want." Fujin had already gathered the dead bodies that Hiruzen had asked for and had also accepted Saisari's generous gift. He looked at the 4 shadow clones next to him and nodded. At the very next moment, wind appeared around them and all 5 of them disappeared from the city. Saisari immediately noticed the sudden movement and noted, 5 ninjas ran away using wind instantaneous body jutsu. All are extremely good at it. I won't be able to chase them. However, the chakra is present in the town. Saisari felt in doubt once again. He analyzed, there are several possibilities. The ones who were controlling this chakra got afraid and ran away as they wouldn't be able to stop my attack. They left the chakra here as they can't take it back. Another possibility is that the one controlling this chakra is still here and only his teammates ran away. Or perhaps the ones who escaped were just clones and the real one is still hiding here and wants to bait me. The opponent is so tricky that I can't even say which case it is. Even if I decide to chase, I can only chase after one and catching him will be difficult. And, if the puppets are still here or with one of the other 4, I'll lose my puppets." At the next moment, a rain of small iron balls showered towards the town. They pierced through every house in the path before reaching the mansion and wrecked it as well. The mansion collapsed within seconds. Everything within the wind domain was crushed. Fortunately, the people had escaped into underground bunkers. Hence no one died other than a few who had heart attacks due to the sound of destruction above the ground and the tremors they felt. Saisari wasn't interested in killing common people. His attention was entirely focused on the wind domain. Despite the destruction, the chakra was still present there. However, it no longer extended towards Saisari and just stayed in that location flying along the direction of the wind. The only strange thing was that despite all the winds, it still primarily stayed in the area around the mansion. Saisari noticed it and analyzed, something feels awfully fishy. It is almost like someone wants me to enter there. Saisari immediately controlled some of his other puppets and sent them into the wind domain. For the first time since the appearance of the wind domain, his chakra threads weren't severed. Yet, Saisari didn't lower his guard and only scouted the place with puppets that he could afford to lose. Unsurprisingly, he didn't find any of his puppets. Saisari kept looking for around half an hour but his puppets didn't find anything. Since the chakra still existed, he didn't dare to enter inside. He turned around and stared at one of the white Zetsu's clones who was keeping an eye. The white Zetsu immediately appeared next to Saisari who instructed, "You can absorb chakra, right? Clear out that wind chakra at the center of the town. I want to study it." White Zetsu nodded and got to work. A few meters under the place where the mansion stood until some time ago, Fujin's shadow clone let out a sigh and muttered, "The experienced ninjas are too difficult to defeat." If it was Hidan or Deodara, neither would have been this careful. However, Saisari didn't even attempt to get close. Fujin's shadow clone had his space-time sensing technique activated at all times. He could sense Saisari and Zetsu's movements without alerting either of them. White Zetsu, who was absorbing some of the chakra from the wind domain into his body, was suddenly cut up into pieces as dozens of wind blades suddenly appeared around him. Saisari looked at the white Zetsu's clone being dissected and thought grimly, as I expected. It was a trap to lure me inside. However, before he could do anything, Saisari was shocked once again. It was because wind blades kept forming around Zetsu and kept cutting it up despite it already having been killed. It was as if the attacker wanted to separate every cell from its body. Unknown to Saisari, that was exactly the case. While Fujin had sensed an existence and speculated that it was Zetsu, he didn't know whether it was the real Zetsu or just a clone. On the off chance that it was the real one, Fujin wanted to take the opportunity to kill Black Zetsu. Of course, he didn't think that normal wind blades would be enough to kill it. However, There was no reason to not try. As it is, there was nothing else he could do with that chakra. Sasaori just watched as all the chakra in that area was used up to brutally slice up Zetsu's clone. Within a few minutes, the entire chakra was consumed, leaving Sasaori confused once again. He wondered, why would anyone use up all the chakra to kill a mere clone? With the chakra gone, Sasaori finally entered the central area of the town. He tried investigating but didn't find anyone. Fujin's clone had already dispersed himself. Sasaori couldn't help but wonder, who was controlling the chakra? Did the ones who ran away leave a mechanism for it to activate once when a living being entered it? Or is this some sort of weapon instead of a jutsu? Sasaori didn't consider the prospect of a clone controlling it, as it didn't make much sense for a clone to use up all chakra on just one intruder even after it was dead. He became a bit perplexed as he muttered, "What of my puppets? I can't locate any of them." Sasaori's puppets weren't ordinary puppets. They were human puppets, and he had worked a lot on each of his puppets. Losing more than a quarter of them in one go was a substantial blow to him, even though it wouldn't affect his fighting prowess much. He thought, one of those 5 would have left with it. Finding them will be difficult normally, as I don't have any information on them. Fortunately, the only information I have is a very unique one. I just have to find the appearance of this technique in other places and I will find clues to them. Once I find them, they will be good additions to my puppet collection. As for the one who had stolen Sasaori's prized puppets in broad daylight, he was already a long distance away from the Yamakawa town. Fujin finally stopped moving as he received the memories of his shadow clone. He thought, as expected, Sasaori didn't chase after me. Well, even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with me. Now, what do I do about this? Fujin was looking at the scroll which held 64 human puppets. In less than an hour, Fujin had gone from having 0 puppets to having the second strongest collection of puppets in the entire ninja world. Chapter 532, Seeking the Serpent's Aid. Fujin looked at the scroll and analyzed, while I am quite fascinated with puppet mastery, trying to become a puppet master doesn't have much benefits for me. Though it is quite good, it is unlikely for me to raise my puppeteer skills to the level of my wind jutsus. It also falls quite short of Flying Thunder God and 8 Inner Gates. The only good thing is that learning it will be extremely easy for me. I can easily improve my control over chakra threads by spamming the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and I am already a grandmaster in Fu-in Jutsu. More importantly, I have Sasaori's puppets to study. I can easily learn the mechanisms of his puppets and raise my puppeteer skills to a very high level. Within a few months, I can raise it to a level that would be below only Sasaori and Chio's level. The only thing I lack is medical and poison knowledge. However, I am planning to study that as well. So I have everything I need to learn puppeteering. Fujin was in a strange situation. He didn't see much benefits to learning puppeteering. However, it was just too easy for him to master it with his current skills. Fujin shook his head and decided, I will decide what to do after I improve my medical skills and learn more about poison. I have finally completed my training on Wind Domain and have mastered Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Once I open the 5th gate, I'll ease up on training 8 Inner Gates as well. That will finally ease up my schedule. If I begin focusing on puppeteering as well, then I'll be locked in another brutal training regimen for a few months. Fujin's time had been extremely tight for the last few years. He didn't want to go into such a tight schedule once again unless it was extremely critical for him. Fujin analyzed. That said, there are some issues. For starters, the seals on these puppets. Even though I am a grandmaster in Fu-in Jutsu, I can't look down on others. I can't even begin to imagine the seals needed to convert a dead human into a puppet and retain that human's skills in KK Genkai. Even if I don't learn puppeteering, I should spend the next few days learning the seals Sasaori used. Of course, the bigger issue is if there are any seals in these puppets that allow Sasaori to detect the location of his puppets over a long distance. Though I suppressed the seals, I can't be too sure as there are too many freaks in Akatsuki. Who knows what else they know? In addition, Sasaori made no effort to chase me at all. It's too big of a risk to leave these puppets in the Phantom Haven base. Fujin had the idea of giving these puppets to the Phantom Haven Society. If someone there had an interest in puppets and focused on it with dedication, the Fujin could raise an elite jounin in a very short time. However, if Sasaori had any way of detecting the puppets and showed up there when Fujin wasn't present, the Phantom Haven Society would be history in no time. Fujin didn't want to take such a risk. He decided, I guess there is no choice but to take them to Hidden Leaf Village. I'll give Hiruzen a few puppets and keep the rest to myself. Considering the level of these puppets, this might be a good opportunity to ask Hiruzen for another forbidden jutsu. While I would like Hado Tensei, I doubt he will give it to me considering that he refused to share a scroll of forbidden seals with me. However, getting that forbidden jutsu might be doable. Oh well, I'll do that. The only thing is that I will need to study the seals before handing the puppets to Hiruzen. That'll mean that I can't do the second mission that Hiruzen assigned me. Fujin thought for a few seconds before deciding, oh well, that mission isn't compulsory. Hiruzen can just deploy some more Anbu squads and dig to the bottom of those incidents. Having made his decision, Fujin created several shadow clones. He created an underground base using the Earth-style camp jutsu while his shadow clones inscribed several seals in the surrounding few kilometers to alert Fujin in case anyone came close to that spot. In the base, Fujin created several shadow clones who immediately began studying Sasauri's human puppets. Fujin's concerns, though valid, were still unwarranted. Sasauri had no way of tracking his puppets so far away from him. While Jashin might have seals that could do so, Hidan had no knowledge of it. And, Sasauri won't let anyone else tag his puppets unless he had no choice. As a result, though Fujin was careful, he wasn't in any danger at all. While Fujin was studying his puppets, Sasauri returned to the Land of Rain and informed Konan and Pain about what he had encountered. Both Konan and Nagato were surprised to learn of such a technique. Konan thought for a bit and asked, did your opponent use the wind vacuum technique? Sasauri answered, no. If he did, I'd have connected the dots. Do you suspect that it is the spectral swordsman? Konan replied, the way you described those 5 escaped is very similar to how Kakazu described him escaping. Those 5 could have been his clones. Other than that, there is no other clue. However, he is still a suspect as he could have created that technique and used it for the first time. Anyway, I will ask Zetsu to keep an eye out for a ninja who can use such a technique. Sasauri nodded. He was about to leave when Nagato said, you have been without a partner for a long time. Hunting Orochimaru alone is risky. We have found a new partner for you. Go along with Itachi and Kisame to the Land of Stone. 5 days later, Fujin stored the puppets back in the scrolls and exited the underground base as he thought, I guess I was worried for nothing. I didn't find any seals that could allow him to track me over long distances. That said, it'll be better to not take this scroll to the Phantom Haven base. Anyway. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. In order to create human puppets, Sasauri had created several new seals that were probably unknown to anyone else. Thankfully, those seals weren't as advanced as the ones Jashin priests used and Fujin could study and learn those seals with some effort. In addition, Sasauri's utilization of the seals that Fujin knew was quite unique as well. It allowed Fujin to explore a completely different direction. While Fujin wasn't interested in walking down that path, it was still very helpful and gave Fujin several new ideas. Fujin decided, after I visit the Phantom Haven base, I need to find a few test subjects to test out the 8 trigrams divination seal. Also, it is time to create Fuinjutsu battlefields. I have been pushing it back for too long. Fujin began moving towards the location of the Phantom Haven base but suddenly stopped after a few minutes. He thought, ugh, I nearly forgot. I have to bring some money along. I would have stolen from the Yamakawa family, but Sasauri showed up. Fujin immediately changed his direction towards Hidden Valley's village. Within a span of a few months, Hidden Valley's village were in panic for the second time. A few months ago, Fujin and Shigeki had infiltrated the ninja village and killed the Major family. The village had raised their defenses and made them several times more potent while the remaining powerful families were on alert. Their situation was just like the situation in Hidden Leaf village after Fujin destroyed the root headquarters. Just when things had started to calm down, they received news of the destruction of the Yamakawa town. Even though there weren't many civilian deaths, the Yamakawa family was wiped out. Apart from a few kids who weren't in the mansion, there were no survivors. The few ninjas who were present in the town informed them that they had seen puppets attack the mansion and surround the town. A couple of them also reported that Hidden Sand Village ninjas killed the Yamakawa ninjas and that the wounds on the Yamakawa family members were made by wind. In a panic, Hidden Valley's village sent several ninjas to the Yamakawa town and requested quick assistance from Hidden Leaf village. When Hiruzen received the emergency request, he thought, looks like Fujin did a great job. They are convinced that Hidden Sand Village attacked them. But, how did he attack them with puppets? Did he practice puppeteering in secret? And, why did he kill the kids in the mansion? Hiruzen wasn't sure. Regardless, he quickly dispatched Guy and a couple dozen other ninjas to Yamakawa town to assist Hidden Valley's village ninjas. Unknown to Hidden Valley's village, they had requested assistance from the very person who ordered the destruction of the Yamakawa family. And, the very person who carried out the destruction was leisurely strolling in their streets while muttering, now then, which are the 3 most corrupt nobles here? Chapter 533, A Sick Pervert. Despite raising their defense by several levels, Hidden Valley's village would have never imagined that the culprit behind the previous massacre would still be able to infiltrate the village without alerting anyone. All the time, effort and money they spent improving the seals on their village wall was nothing impressive in Fujin's eyes. He only had to spend a couple of minutes more to be able to enter the village. If the leaders of Hidden Valley's village knew that the culprit they were looking for in the Yamakawa town was roaming freely in their streets, who knew how much panic would spread among them? It had been quite some time since Fujin was active in the Anbu. He needed a few minutes before he recalled the names of the most corrupt and scummiest nobles in Hidden Valley's village. In less than half an hour, Fujin entered their huge mansions and looted their treasuries without alerting anyone. While the nobles were worried about what happened in the Yamakawa town spilling over to Hidden Valley's village, they were oblivious to the fact that their treasuries had already been looted. Fujin began moving in the direction of the Phantom Haven base while thinking, a little over 64 million ryo. Not a bad haul from just 3 nobles in a poor village like this one. If I had taken the jewelry and other ornaments, it could have been much higher. However, selling them could leave a trail. Not to mention, 64 million is plenty. I'll just loot more if more is needed. If there is one thing that no world lacks, it is corrupt scum sitting in the positions of authority. It's almost like an infinite source of money. Fujin chuckled while thinking how those 3 nobles would react when they discovered that their treasuries no longer had any ryo. Fujin continued moving while noting down the other corrupt nobles whom he had encountered during his time in the Anbu. Other than the Land of Rain, where Nagata ruled, Fujin planned to loot nobles from every other country, including the Land of Fire's fire capital if needed. Unless they made their Kage protect the scums among nobles or hired Akatsuki for that job, Fujin didn't see any way they could stop or trace him. This was the basic advantage that the strong enjoyed in such a world. It was also why Fujin never concerned himself much with money apart from the initial few years when he needed it for weapons and other basic necessities. As Fujin reached closer to the Phantom Haven base, he took a slight detour and created a shadow clone with nearly 30% of his chakra and left the scroll containing puppets with him before continuing towards the Phantom Haven base. Within a few hours, Fujin reached the valley. As he passed by the first mini-base, Fujin was surprised. His eyes glowed as he observed, interesting. 8 people with Chunin level chakra, 1 with Jounin level and 26 with very low chakra in addition to the 3 whom I recognize. It looks like this organization has been growing well. However, it can also be because they use their contacts to recruit more. Regardless, this is good. Fujin was pleased. While it may seem like he put a lot of effort into the organization, in reality, he had put very little. Almost all the effort he put in was to create the philosophy of the organization. So, seeing the organization flourish without bothering him much was a good surprise. Fujin moved past the mini-base, reached the main base and entered it. The original members of the Phantom Haven Society were surprised to notice that the barrier was deactivated by itself. They immediately became very alert and relaxed only after seeing that it was Shiden. Shigeki, in particular, breathed a sigh of relief as he thought, thankfully he returned quickly this time. I was worried he wouldn't show up for another couple of years. Fujin looked around the base. He could see that it looked much better now. In his absence, the infrastructure of the base had improved a lot. It was still very basic without any extravagant decorations, but it definitely was a major improvement. Shigeki immediately went forward to welcome Fujin and said, "It's good to see you again, Shiden." Fujin nodded and said, "It looks like you guys have been doing well." Shigeki understood what he implied and asked, "Did you see the ones we recruited?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yes." "Tell me about them." Shigeki informed Fujin about them. As Fujin had speculated, they were other ninjas from Hidden Valley's village who had to face injustice and were close to some of the members of the Phantom Haven Society. Shigeki took advantage of the situation and recruited them. Shigeki added, "However, after recruiting them, we don't have any leads on recruiting any more experienced ninjas. It'll be difficult to expand further in the future." Fujin nodded. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to expand endlessly. Luckily, that wasn't his goal. He asked, "What about the kids?" Shigeki answered, "While we were recruiting, we came across a small village that had been attacked by some rogue ninjas. Hidden Valley's village didn't send any aid to them as they didn't have enough money to request a mission. We helped them to relocate to a nearby village and recruited 26 orphan kids." Fujin said, "That's good. I know that we won't be able to recruit many experienced ninjas. However, we will train the kids with dedication. 10 years from now, we will have numerous capable ninjas to help us achieve our goals." Shigeki and others who had arrived by then nodded. Having been in the Phantom Haven Society for the past few months, they understood that as long as they didn't face any external enemy, the Phantom Haven Society would soon grow very strong. Of course, once they grew to that size, they would inevitably gain the attention of some ninja villages. That's when they would be put to the test. Fujin said, "You guys have done good work with the base. Have you been facing any difficulties?" Hayata replied, "We have been running low on funds. Shigeki left the finances to me. I had been planning some more upgrades to the base, but we would have run out of money. In addition, we also have to take care of the kids." Fujin asked, "How much will you be needing?" Hayato answered, we need another 20 million ryo to complete the upgrades in the base. Once they are complete, the base won't have much expense. However, we had to spend nearly a couple of million ryo while resettling the villagers. It will be better if we can have another 25 million ryo. I will keep 5 million for any emergencies and the remaining will be used to resettle any villagers we rescue. Fujin nodded and tossed Shigeki a couple of scrolls while saying, these scrolls contain 50 million ryo. Use it as you see fit. If you face a shortage while I am not present, you can take down any bandit groups and take their money. However, take care to not expose your movements to Hidden Valley's village or any bounty hunters. The former Hidden Valley's village ninjas were surprised to see Fujin take out 50 million ryo so easily. Hayato thought, it looks like he was planning to hand us this amount anyways. What does he do to be able to give us such a large budget? Unlike a ninja village, we don't have any businesses nor do we accept any missions or collect taxes. Though the money is good, being entirely dependent on the funds he gathers isn't a good thing. At some point, we will need to find our own streams of income. Otherwise, the Phantom Haven Society will have a very big weakness. What Hayato and others didn't know was that Fujin had directly stolen the money from 3 of Hidden Valley's village's nobles. In fact, he had 14 million ryo more. However, Fujin decided against handing the entire 64 million ryo as the Phantom Haven Society needed to stick to a budget. If he kept giving an unlimited amount, then it would be inevitable for there to be a lot of splurging and no amount of money would be sufficient. Shigeki said, thank you. We are facing another problem. As he spoke, Shigeki's face displayed worry. He continued, a formidable ninja arrived in the Land of Rivers around a month ago. His acts have been too evil. Wherever he goes, he captures people and buries them alive. Hidden Valley's village decided to ignore all his actions as they didn't have anyone strong enough to deal with him. I wanted to attack him with our forces, but it would be a close fight and even if we won, many of us would have died. Remembering your words, I decided against it and waited for you. Fujin was surprised. He wondered, burying people alive? Which sick pervert is that? He asked, who is it? Chapter 534, Replacing Hidden Valley's Village? Shigeki answered, Riga, one of the former members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Fujin was surprised. He wondered, what is he doing all the way here? If it's him, then could he also be the one behind those 2 missing Chunin squads that Hiruzen spoke about? Looks like I'll complete my second mission after all. Shigeki continued, Riga wields the Thunder Sword's Kiba and is the boss of the Kurisuke family. From what we found out, he has several capable ninjas under him. So we won't be able to defeat him by outnumbering him. Fujin nodded and said, you made a good decision by deciding to not attack him. The members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist are generally much stronger than an average elite jounin. Tell me his location. I will look into him. No one else from Phantom Haven Society is allowed to attack him. Shigeki nodded and informed Fujin about Riga's location. Since the Kurisuke family was mining gold, finding Riga was quite easy. After noting down the information, Fujin said, alright. Let me meet the new members. I will apply the Phantom Seal on them so that they can enter this base as well. Others can wait here for us to return. Fujin and Shigeki left. En route, Fujin asked, how is your training progressing? Fujin was quite impressed with Shigeki the last time he sparred with him. As a result, he had given him some jutsus and a few tips. Shigeki answered, it's going great thanks to you. I can now flicker without making hand seals though the distance is still quite short. I also learnt the pressure damage on the blades of wind jutsus. I am currently working on learning how to use the blades of wind jutsu without making hand seals. It will allow me to attack an enemy suddenly. Fujin nodded and said, good work. Continue training your body flicker and blades of wind jutsu. Also, take a look at this book. It might help you become much stronger. He handed Shigeki a book. Shigeki accepted and opened it. His eyes widened as Fujin said, one of my colleagues had wind and water affinity as well. He spent several decades trying to fuse the 2 elements in order to create the ice-style KK Genkai. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. This book has all the information about what he did. You could use it to try and fuse the elements yourself. Perhaps, you might be lucky. However, do it only after you can't improve your water and wind style anymore. After all, there is no guarantee that you'll be able to succeed in doing this. Fujin had created a few copies of the book he had received from Kanda Kunio in the Land of Frost. Since he didn't have a good water affinity, the book hadn't been very useful for him. However, it was still a very valuable book. In the eyes of Shigeki, it was a treasure. Shigeki immediately thanked Fujin and promised him to do his best to learn it. After receiving so much help from Fujin, he didn't expect to receive something so valuable. The two reached the mini base and Fujin applied the seal on everyone after a slight talk and explaining the Phantom Will to everyone. He paid special attention to ensuring that he made a lasting impression on the kids. They transferred everyone to the main base. Fujin stayed for around half a day in the main base, ensuring that everything was functioning well. He inspected the newly constructed buildings and facilities and also checked out the library, which had quite a few scrolls added, as the members had added some jutsus that they knew but weren't in the library. He also inquired about what they had come up with to collect information and gave some tips to improve and expand it rapidly. It was the aspect that he was the most interested in. The Phantom Haven Society already had created a small spy network. However, it was very rudimentary and only existed in some rural parts of the Land of Rivers. Even then, this small spy network had already shown results. Shigeki and the others had obtained Riga's information thanks to this rudimentary spy network. Even though the news made Phantom Haven members feel a headache, it was very beneficial information for Fujin. After ensuring that everything was in order, Fujin left. He met up with his clone and took back the scroll before moving towards where Riga was. En route, his appearance and physique changed. He changed his mask to a demon mask and changed his cloak as well. A smile appeared behind his mask as he thought, Riga. Who'd have thought that he would come up here? I'm already receiving the benefits of having created the Phantom Haven Society. I wanted some solid swords for this identity. To think that I would receive two that would perfectly suit me. First the Blade of the Thunder Spirit and now the Kiba Blades. This identity is extremely lucky. Fujin began thinking about the Kiba Blades. The Kiba Blades are nearly the perfect blades for a lightning user. In fact, it might be even better than the Blade of the Thunder Spirit. The Kiba Blades are said to be able to control and manipulate natural lightning to an extent. They might be the perfect tools to create hidden mist Villigan. Just like the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, they also have an amplification aspect and hence require very little chakra. That said, I guess it will be inferior to the Blade of the Thunder Spirit in this regard. I guess using both swords together, the Blade of the Thunder Spirit for mid-range and the Kiba Blades for close combat and long distance, would be optimal. Oh well, let me get those blades first. Killing Riga with my full strength wouldn't be an issue. In fact, it might be a bit too easy. Other than Kisame, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are my match. However, he will be a good opponent to test out my progress in lightning. Since Sakura will be using those blades, it's best to take them using this identity. That only leaves one issue. I don't remember properly, but I recall reading about Riga having a kid with KK Genkai just like how Zabuza had Haku. That said, I have no idea what that KK Genkai actually is. Regardless, he could be worth recruiting to the Phantom Haven Society. But if I do that, the kid will be aware that Shiden and Ikuru are one and the same. Fujin thought for a few minutes before deciding, oh well, Shiden can't defeat someone like Riga. I'll just need to apply several seals on the kid if I decide to recruit him. That way, he won't be able to tell anyone. Fujin suddenly heard a scream. Fujin looked in the direction of the scream and his eyes glowed. He noticed several minute chakra signatures, meaning that they weren't ninjas. Fujin wondered, 44 chakra signatures. Is that a small village? Fujin flickered in that direction to check out what had happened. When he arrived, he was surprised. He muttered, such a large bandit camp. I didn't pay any attention to it as I thought that it was a village. Fujin had sensed the camp from a long distance away. However, considering the number of people, he expected it to be a village and didn't pay any attention. It was only due to the scream that he paid attention to it. Fujin couldn't help but think, Riga and such huge bandit camps. Though my purpose for creating the Phantom Haven Society was extremely selfish, seeing the state of the Land of Rivers, it might be a very good thing for the people if Phantom Haven Society replaces Hidden Valley's village. Despite the existence of a rogue elite Jounin, they didn't issue a mission to Hidden Lee village to eliminate him. And they are allowing such large bandit camps to thrive in their country. Even their leadership is extremely corrupt. In fact, it is probably the second most corrupt after Hidden Grass village. Fujin shook his head in disappointment. He muttered, the next time I visit Hidden Valley's village, I'll plunder it entirely. Immediately, the Blade of the Thunder Spirit appeared in his hand. Several lightning bolts moved towards the bandit camp. Before anyone understood what was happening, every bandit was knocked out due to being zapped by lightning. The 12 captive girls, who were being tortured, were shocked to see the sudden change. It caused them to be even more afraid and become silent as something had knocked out the strong bandits that had been harassing their village for months. Suddenly, a sound filled the air, get dressed and leave. The girls didn't need to be told a second time. Everyone immediately got dressed and rushed out of the camp. They hurried towards their village. Fujin sent a shadow clone to take care of the few people he detected along the path the girls took in case they were bandits as well. He looked at the bandits who were unconscious and muttered, looks like I have more than enough test subjects. Chapter 535, Fiery Hell. Fujin approached a bandit. The 8 trigrams divination seal appeared on his right palm as he placed the palm on the bandit's abdomen. Immediately, a seal formed on his abdomen. The bandit, who was still unconscious, winced but didn't wake up. Fujin observed the seal and analyzed, "That looks about right. Now, let me see how it works." Fujin placed his palm on the seal and inserted some chakra in it. In an instant, the scenery around him changed. Fujin looked around. He was standing in what seemed to be an abandoned cave. The entrance of the cave was locked behind a large gate. Fujin observed. As I guessed. The 8 trigrams divination seal allows us to access a spiritual space within ourselves. A spiritual space that can be used to seal up massive tailed beasts. The 4-symbol seal can also create such a spiritual space, but it isn't flexible. Only the person and the sealed being can access it, and it doesn't create such a space when there is nothing sealed inside. Anyway, it looks like its appearance differs from person to person. This guy's spiritual space looks like a cave. I wonder what it will look like for others. Fujin immediately began testing it out on the other bandits. As he expected, everyone had a different type of spiritual space. Some had plain grasslands, some had buildings, some had mountains, a couple had sea, and so on. Satisfied with his experiments, Fujin thought with a smile, I haven't made any mistake while creating it. The 8 trigrams divination seal is perfect. Now, I can finally move on to the next step and the difficult part. That is, to improve this seal further. To create a seal that no one has done before. If I can make it as I envisioned, then I could increase my power exponentially. At the very least, I'll be a step ahead of every rank S ninja. Only the likes of Hashirama and Madara will be stronger than me. Unfortunately, this will be very difficult and could be risky. Not to mention, I have to ensure absolute secrecy. And, I need something weaker to test the more advanced seal on. Fortunately, I will have a perfect opportunity not too long from now. I just have to prepare the seal by then. Fujin's smile faded away as he began planning for the future. His eyes landed on the bandits. His hands moved like a blur, weaving a set of hand seals. Chakra began emitting from his body. Instead of turning into the wind, it turned the surroundings extremely hot. In the blink of an eye, the entire camp caught fire. The houses in the camp, the unconscious bandits, and any other object in the camp began burning. The pain caused every bandit to wake up. Their noses were immediately bombarded with the smell of burning flesh. In a fraction of a second, their brains registered the pain they were feeling. Terrified screams full of pain and fear could be heard for hundreds of meters around the camp. Unfortunately or fortunately, there was no one around to hear it. The only one who could hear was standing in the middle of the fire, completely unaffected by the heat and the screams. Some bandits managed to get up to their feet and wanted to run away. To their horror, their feet sunk into the ground. They looked down, and to their dismay, the ground itself was melting. Within a couple of minutes, every bandit met a painful and traumatizing death. The fire had thoroughly destroyed their bodies. Their skins and even their bones had melted. In fact, all signs of the camp had been destroyed. The only thing that was left was the burnt ground. The jutsu Fujin had used was fire-style, fiery hell jutsu. During the First Great Ninja War, a dozen ninjas who were under Hiruzen's command were captured by Hidden Mist Village ninjas and tortured brutally. By the time Hiruzen reached to rescue them, all he found were their tortured and mutilated dead bodies. It was then that Hiruzen had created this jutsu to take revenge for his fallen comrades. When Fujin asked for Hiruzen's help to learn earth and fire jutsus, this was one of the jutsus that he taught to Fujin. As usual, Fujin used an earth jutsu to bury the burned soil deep underground and make the ground look as good as new. If someone who didn't know about the existence of the bandit camp arrived there, they wouldn't even suspect that there used to be a bandit camp there. Let alone think that the remains of 32 bandits were buried there. With the 8 trigrams divination seal tested, Fujin decided, I should rest for the night. Though I am stronger, it'll be best to fight Riga when I am properly rested. After all, that guy is someone who survived or managed to escape from Might Dewey. While Fujin was dealing with the bandit camp, his clone ensured that the girls reached their village and killed a couple of bandits that they encountered. There were a couple of other bandits as well who weren't in the camp. However, Fujin didn't care about them. The bandits weren't ninjas. There was no reason why a few adults from the village couldn't deal with a couple of ordinary bandits. And, that was if those two still dared to continue their activities after seeing that their entire camp was missing. The next morning, Fujin continued his journey. In a couple of hours, he arrived at the village where the Kurisuke family had established their base in. As soon as he reached close to the village, he began hearing loud bells, surprising Fujin, who wondered, what's happening in the village? He flickered and appeared atop one of the cliffs surrounding the village. His eyes glowed as he observed the situation. Some distance away from the village, over a dozen people wearing cloaks were walking towards the graveyard. 4 of them were carrying a coffin. Why? Why did he have to die so young? Walking behind the ones carrying the coffin, one guy was mourning sorrowfully. Despite his words, there didn't seem to be any sorrow in his voice or his facial expressions. He continued mourning, I remember when we met. You were so enthusiastic when I drove away the greedy officials. I remember how happy you were when I threw you into the mines to work for me. I still recall how happy you were to see all your fellow villagers working without any breaks with you. Why did God take away such a kind soul? The group finally reached the graveyard and placed the coffin in a hole. Sounds of struggling and muffled screams could be heard from the coffin. However, none of the cloaked people seemed to care. They began pouring soil into the grave. While Raga was mourning, he suddenly heard a worried voice, Raga. I can feel that someone is staring at us. I can't sense where he is at, but I have a feeling that he is very strong. Raga was surprised. He softly muttered, someone even you can't sense, Ranma-uru. Fujin, who was watching the procession from the top of a cliff, thought, looks like the intel was accurate. The person in the coffin is very much alive. Still, they are burying him. Oh well, it's a good thing that they are already in a graveyard. Will save me some time. Fujin continued watching. He obviously wouldn't go out of his way to save someone and get a weakness while fighting one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. However, he didn't intend to kill the person either, as it was just a civilian. He just waited for them to finish burying him because, ironically, that would soon be the safest position in the graveyard. Raga's followers continued pouring the soil until the ground was leveled. Raga was about to say his final condolences when a ragged voice was heard, a live burial. Hee, now that's something I haven't seen in a long while. The sudden words surprised everyone, including Raga and Ranma-uru, who didn't detect anyone. They immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw Fujin standing there wearing a demon mask and a long black cloak. Most of them immediately drew their weapons. One of Raga's subordinates shouted aggressively, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Just a traveler. I came looking for a village to eat some food. Your little show just attracted me here, hee hee." Raga's subordinates immediately became angry as they understood that they were being mocked. One of them said, "You want to eat food? Sure, we will arrange it for you. It shall be your last meal before your funeral." As he spoke, some of the subordinates began walking towards Fujin. Fujin broke out into laughter and replied, "Ha ha ha, that sounds fun. You guys seem to be the kind of guys who can arrange for my favorite meal as well." Raga's subordinates were surprised by such an answer. The only ones who weren't surprised were Raga and Ranma-uru, who felt that something was odd about the cloaked stranger. Even so, one of his subordinates laughed and asked, "Arrange your favorite meal?" "Ha ha ha. Sure we will. What is your favorite meal?" His laughter and the mocking grins of others froze as an arm poked through his chest, holding his heart in his palm. A whisper was heard through the graveyard. Human hearts. Chapter 536, Clash of Lightning. Fujin pulled his hand back while holding the heart in his palm. The action of someone so casually ripping the heart out of one of their comrades when they outnumbered him stunned everyone. The body of the heartless guy fell to the ground. The sound finally snapped everyone back to reality as they grabbed their weapons and shouted, "You're dead." Except for Raga, everyone rushed towards Fujin. Raga carefully observed as he wanted his subordinates to test out Fujin. Ranma-uru, who was hiding in Raga's cloak, focused in the direction of Fujin's voice. His eyes had been glowing red the entire time, however, he still couldn't see anything. He whispered in a worried tone, "Raga, I can't sense him. I am getting a feeling that something or someone is helping him hide from my ability." Raga was surprised. This was the first time Ranma-uru's ability had failed. It was even more surprising as for the first time he could see the person who Ranma-uru couldn't sense. While Ranma-uru's KK Genkai was quite strong, it wasn't a surprise that he wasn't able to detect Fujin. The reason was very simple. Fujin's cloak was so densely covered in seals, that there were at least 1,000 seals on that cloak, most of which were for stealth and anti-detection. A little kid like Ranma-uru didn't stand a chance against such a cloak despite his KK Genkai. Fujin looked at Raga and his subordinates and thought, He wants them to test me? Why even bother? He should have guessed by now that I'm not weak." Fujin just sidestepped Raga's subordinate who swung a sword vertically at him. At that very moment, a chakra-enhanced punch landed on his abdomen. The punch obliterated his abdomen. His innards were blown at the Raga and his subordinates, who were immediately covered in blood. Before they could register what was happening, another 4 people were blown apart in the same manner by Fujin. Seeing their comrades getting blown up in such a manner finally made them understand the difference in their strength. One of them shouted, "Everyone, gather here." In an instant, all of Raga's subordinates retreated to the guy who shouted. In a second, they piled up on top of each other, surprising Fujin, who thought, "What are they up to?" Still, it's a surprise that they aren't terrified yet and are still looking aggressively at me. Whenever Fujin fought against ninjas of minor villages, they always lost their confidence after a few of their comrades died and they understood the difference in the power between Fujin. They generally lost their will to fight and would escape in different directions to survive. To his surprise, these ninjas weren't afraid to that degree. He looked at Riga and wondered, is it because they are backed by a former swordsman of the mist? The guy, who had shouted earlier, shouted again, ninja art, black tornado. Riga's subordinates, who had piled on top of each other, spread their arms apart. Retractable blades appeared in their arms and they began spinning at a very fast speed. Their spinning made them look like a black tornado which quickly moved towards Fujin. Fujin was surprised by the jutsu and moved back for the first time and wondered, it looks like a copy of the Inyuzuka technique. The question is, how sharp are those blades? Fujin received the answer very quickly as he saw the tornado cutting a boulder in half. His eyes glowed as he observed. Not bad at all. Chakra is flowing through each of those swords. However, their control isn't very good. It looks like Riga has been training them to an extent at least. Oh well, whatever. This is enough entertainment. Senbons appeared in Fujin's hands. Fujin charged them with lightning and threw them in one smooth action. Despite the ninjas spinning at a high speed and being covered by the tornado and the spinning swords, all 8 senbons pierced through 8 heads in the blink of an eye. Less than a second later, the ones who were still alive had their heads pierced as well. The tornado stopped and their dead bodies flew in every direction due to the momentum of their bodies. Riga's expression became very serious. He analyzed, lightning style and such speed. His strength is very high as well. Is he from Hidden Cloud's village? 2 short blades appeared in Riga's hands. Fujin's eyes immediately fell on them. He chuckled and said, to just watch your subordinates getting slaughtered. It seems like you really do love funerals. Should I wait for you to complete their funerals or are you impatient enough for your own? Riga asked with a grim expression, who are you? You couldn't have just arrived here by chance. What do you want? Fujin replied nonchalantly, I am a guru. I am looking for some capable subordinates and I heard that a strong ninja was staying here. To be honest, I am disappointed so far. But I suppose I can give you some opportunities to prove yourself. So, are you willing to follow me? Fujin's words immediately enraged Riga. While Fujin had displayed some strength, it was far from the level of making someone like Riga feel threatened. His words were just an insult. He raised his swords and shouted, do you think that just killing those fodder would frighten me, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Lightning burial, banquet of lightning. Riga unleashed the lightning flowing through the kiba blades towards Fujin. It cut through the atmosphere and moved towards Fujin. Fujin looked at the attack and thought, oh well, it was worth a try. Now, which KK Genkai does the kid on his back exactly have? Is it controlling dust? The lightning pierced through Fujin's body in the blink of an eye. However, no blood was spilled. Instead, Fujin's image disappeared and Riga immediately retreated to dodge the incoming senbons. He dodged 5 and the last one barely managed to create a cut on his left cheek. He cursed, these senbons are too fast. I have to be careful that they don't hit Ranma-uru. From the corner of his eye, Riga noticed Fujin moving rapidly towards him. He pointed one of his blades towards Fujin. Lightning style, lightning ball jutsu. He fired a lightning ball at Fujin. At the same time, the blade of the thunder spirit appeared in Fujin's hand but stayed hidden under his sleeves. Fujin pointed it at the incoming lightning ball. Lightning style, spinning lightning shot. Fujin fired lightning that compressed into a cone shape and moved forward while spinning like a drill. It pierced through Riga's lightning ball and reached him in an instant. Riga fired another lightning ball which redirected the spinning lightning shot away from him. Taking advantage of the time Riga needed to redirect and dodge the attack, Fujin slammed his hands on the ground. Lightning style, 4 pillar bind. 4 giant rocks were summoned, surrounding Riga from all sides. Seeing the pillars, Riga immediately cursed, shit. Hang on Ranma-uru. He immediately unleashed a large amount of lightning from his kiba blades. At the same time, the 4 pillars shot lightning bolts at Riga. The lightning Riga unleashed stayed around him and he began spinning at a fast speed. Ninja art, Thunder Dragon Tornado. Riga's spinning caused a whirling vortex of wind and electricity to form around him. The 4 lightning bolts hit the vortex and were stopped by it. Fujin was surprised by the development. He analyzed, a wind and lightning combination jutsu. Not bad at all. Perhaps I could recreate it. Though I won't be able to use it as Fujin. Fujin immediately shot a few lightning-charged senbon at Riga, but they were deflected due to the lightning spinning in the vortex. The vortex soon took the form of a dragon. However, Riga didn't use it to attack. Instead, he stayed within the dragon and poured his chakra into the kiba blades. Lightning style, fangs of lightning. Riga launched a lightning bolt into the sky. It hit the clouds and disappeared. Fujin looked into the sky as his eyes glowed. Soon, surprise appeared on his face. The surprise soon turned into a grin as he muttered to himself, "It looks like the information was accurate. Hee, now I want these swords even more." As Fujin was staring into the sky, a natural lightning bolt fell towards Fujin. Chapter 537. A scare. Fujin looked into the sky and saw a lightning bolt falling towards him. Even though Riga controlled the lightning bolt with the Kiba blades, it didn't include any of his chakra. The lightning bolt was completely natural and hence far more feral. However, Fujin didn't move and instead raised his left arm. A loud sound like the chirping of birds was heard as Fujin intercepted the lightning bolt with Chidori. Riga watched with widened eyes as he saw Fujin cutting the lightning strike. He immediately launched the Dragon Thunder Tornado towards Fujin. Behind his mask, a wide grin appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, "I always wanted to try this. Hee, the lightning cutter indeed. Now, what else can those swords do?" Fujin saw the Dragon Thunder Tornado coming towards him. At the same time, his glowing eyes noticed some red dust within the tornado. Fujin's left palm clenched into a fist as he punched the ground in front of him with a lot of strength. The chakra-enhanced punch completely wrecked the ground, creating a giant crater. At the same time, several rocks were launched out of the ground and hit the Dragon Thunder Tornado, disrupting it completely and stopping it from approaching Fujin any longer. The red dust was also sent in the opposite direction. The impact was so strong that the force of the punch caused even the ground under Riga's feet to collapse. He immediately flickered away while thinking, "Who is this guy? He uses lightning-charged weapons like Hidden Cloud's village ninjas, can cut lightning like the copy ninja and has the same monstrous strength as Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin. Did he come all the way here to just insult me and mess up with my plans?" Riga didn't get any time to think about the answers to his questions as more lightning-charged senbons were launched at him. He dodged a few and blocked the rest with his sword. "Behind us." Riga's eyes widened as he heard Ranma-Uru's voice and sensed a massive chakra. He turned around and saw a massive lightning wave coming towards him. Fujin had used the amplification of the Blade of the Thunder Spirit to amplify a supercharged false darkness jutsu to a ridiculous level. Riga instinctively used Fang of Lightning jutsu and flickered away. A lightning bolt fell from the clouds on Fujin. However, Fujin just sidestepped the lightning strike and controlled the false darkness jutsu to chase after Riga. Riga continued running away while launching more lightning fangs on Fujin, who continued sidestepping the lightning strikes and focused on hunting Riga. Riga immediately realized, "I can't continue this. I can only dodge a few more times before being hit, but he looks like he can dodge me all day. Not to mention, I'll run out of chakra very quickly at this rate." Riga used the Fang of Lightning once again. This time, Fujin was surprised. Instead of being aimed at him, the lightning was aimed at Riga himself. Riga raised his swords and let the lightning strike hit himself. A fraction of a second later, the amplified false darkness jutsu hit Riga, creating an explosion. However, there was no joy on Fujin's face. Instead, he was confused. Fujin could sense that neither Riga nor Ranma-Uru were injured. He wondered, what the hell happened? Did he somehow use that lightning strike to neutralize my attack? But how? That lightning strike fell a few moments before my jutsu landed. As the dust and smoke due to the explosion cleared, Fujin's eyes widened. Fujin, who had been completely assured of his victory and quite relaxed in the fight, suddenly raised his guard to the maximum. In a flash, one of the seals on his bracer lit up and 4 dozen kunai appeared. Each of them was launched into the surroundings and dug into the ground. While the kunai looked normal, it had one speciality that others couldn't notice. Each of the kunai had a special mark, the Flying Thunder God mark. And the reason why Fujin resorted to it was due to what he was seeing. In front of him were Riga and Ranma-Uru covered in lightning armor. It looked very similar to the Raikage's lightning chakra mode. Fujin cursed, "What the fuck? Since when did Riga learn the lightning chakra mode? What the hell is he doing in this remote place if he is this strong? Shit, this fight will be a lot more difficult. I can't hold back. I might need to use everything at my disposal." Fujin knew fully well how ridiculously strong Raikage's lightning chakra mode was. It provided the ninja with ridiculous speed and defenses along with a strong attacking power. As fast as he was Fujin wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could keep up with that without resorting to Flying Thunder God. He didn't think that his lightning jutsus would be able to pierce through those defenses either. He saw no choice but to stop hiding his wind jutsus. Fujin had only one jutsu that could guarantee a kill against the Cloak of Lightning. That was the Rasen Shuriken. However, his clones needed a long time to create it, which would allow Riga to dispel his clones long before they created the jutsu. Hence, he could only hope that the vacuum jutsus would work. Riga immediately noticed the change in Fujin's attitude and wondered, why did he become so alert all of a sudden? He softly asked, "Ranma-Uru, can you see him now?" Ranma-Uru replied, "I still can't see him. I can only sense him when he builds up a high amount of chakra. Also, I can hear his movements now." I will be able to spot him in the mist. Riga replied, good. I'll test his close combat first. With the kiba blades in his hand, Riga moved towards Fujin at a rapid speed. However, confusion appeared in Fujin's eyes once again as he wondered, why hasn't his speed increased? Or is he just pretending to be slow so that he can catch me off guard? Whatever the case, I need to be ready to teleport at any point. Fujin didn't lower his guard and waited for Riga to attack. Riga reached Fujin and attacked him with his swords. Knowing that the blade of the Thunder Spirit won't be able to block the kiba blades, Fujin retreated a few steps and launched more lightning-charged senbons at an extremely close range. To Fujin's surprise, Riga actually blocked the senbons with his blades instead of trusting his armor. He muttered, strange. Very strange. Is this not lightning chakra mode? Or is he pretending? Riga continued moving towards Fujin. Fujin moved towards him as well and launched more senbons simultaneously, forcing Riga to block again. While he blocked, Fujin landed a kick on Riga's right side. Needless to say, Fujin had concentrated as much chakra as he could in a short time. Riga's thunder armor was hit. The force of the kick was so high that it broke through every layer of the thunder armor and landed on the right side of Riga's abdomen. He and Ranmaru were launched horizontally like a cannonball and crashed into the mountain. Fujin didn't chase after them and just analyzed, weak. That was too weak. That defense probably isn't even 1% of Raikage's defense. The only good thing was that the armor absorbed the impact of my kick and spread it throughout the armor. Otherwise, that kick might have been just enough to cripple him despite having the armor. Fujin sighed internally, what a bummer. This guy scared me for no reason. I even brought out the flying thunder god kunais. What Riga had used was just a jutsu he created with the help of the kiba blades. The jutsu was called lightning style, lightning strike armor. Its main use was enhanced defenses. It didn't provide any increase in speed nor did it have any offensive capabilities other than zapping anyone who touched it. So even though it looked like the lightning chakra mode, it was nowhere near its level. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. Riga used the defense provided by the armor without compromising on speed to engage opponents in close combat. Since his armor could resist ordinary attacks, it allowed Riga to focus completely on his offense, providing him with a huge advantage. Other than ninjas at or close to rank S power level, everyone would struggle against this combination. Riga coughed blood as he gathered himself. Ranmaru was hurt as well due to the crash. Fortunately, Riga had used his own body as the shield to prevent him from getting harmed a lot, something that Fujin found very peculiar. Ranmaru endured the pain to not distract Riga. He asked, Riga, are you alright? Ryaga coughed a couple of times more and said, some of my ribs are damaged, but I should still be able to fight. Track and inform me about his movements. Hidden Mist Jutsu Chapter 538, Uncharacteristic Obsession. The graveyard and the area around it were soon covered in mist. Fujin didn't bother stopping it as the jutsu was pretty much useless against him. Yet, he was surprised as he wondered, is Riga confident in being able to detect me in such dense mist? Does that kid have more capabilities other than controlling that red dust? I still don't understand what that red dust can do. I thought that it might be something similar to Gaara, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Also, why does Riga care so much for him? It is so uncharacteristic for him to be so concerned. I initially assumed that it might be a relationship similar to Zabuza and Hiku, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Though there is a chance that he might just be acting. Oh well, I'll find out all the answers soon. A thick mist cover engulfed the entire area. Fujin changed his location and activated his chakra field and space-time sensing technique. What he sensed surprised him once again. With his chakra field, Fujin sensed 16 chakra signatures gathered in groups of 2 or 3. However, with his space-time sensing technique, he detected just one disturbance. And, his chakra field couldn't detect any chakra signature at that place. It was the first time Fujin had gotten two completely opposite results from his two sensing techniques. 6 shadow clones appeared around Fujin. They flickered to investigate those 16 chakra signatures. Meanwhile, Riga asked, where is he, Ranmaru? Ranmaru nervously replied, I can feel that he is sensing us, but he hasn't been able to find us. However, I can't detect him anymore. I can't hear any sound from him. Ranmaru was confused. He didn't understand what was happening with his opponent. It was the first time he had experienced something like this. On the other hand, Riga was easily able to understand due to his vast experience. He figured out, Ranmaru was able to hear him earlier because he didn't bother reducing the noise of his movements while fighting against me. However, in the mist, he is paying special attention to ensure that his movements are as quiet as possible. It's the good old hunting in the mist then. That said, I need to be careful. Something about him feels off. It's as if he is hiding something. I also don't understand why he threw the kunai around when I used lightning strike armor. Riga changed his position as well. Though Ranmaru wasn't much help, He had decades of experience in fighting in the mist. It far exceeded Fujin's total experience. If not for the space-time sensing technique, Fujin would have been at a disadvantage in the mist as long as he didn't use Winjutsus. Fujin's clones reached the chakra signatures Fujin had sensed. As expected, there wasn't anyone there. Instead, red dust was present there. His clones analyzed. I see, the red dust can cloud my judgment of chakra. It can create fake chakra signatures and can probably hide the real chakra signatures as well. No wonder my chakra field didn't sense their real bodies. Still, this ability means that they think that I can't sense them, hee. Fujin's clones dispelled themselves and sent the memories back to him. A smile appeared on his face as he muttered, you didn't think that you'd become the prey in this hunting ground you created, did you, Riga? Fujin stealthily moved towards Riga. Since he still hadn't been attacked in the mist, Fujin was sure that Riga couldn't sense him. Even so, Fujin knew that he couldn't overdo it. If he built up his chakra, Riga would feel it easily. Even without it, an experienced ninja like Riga would have a very high sense of danger. So, Fujin knew that he would have only one chance of ambushing. If he failed, then Riga would disperse the mist, understanding his disadvantageous position. Riga was moving stealthily in the mist to find signs of Fujin. Unknown to him, Fujin appeared just a few meters behind him. Fujin pointed the blade of the Thunder Spirit at him. In an instant, a lightning blade appeared and extended straight ahead for 10 meters. Riga was completely unaware of the danger. Even so, he moved his body to his left instinctively. The lightning blade pierced through the right side of his abdomen, electrocuting him and burning the organs that it passed through. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It came from Ranmaru, whose right leg had been pierced by the lightning blade. Riga could endure the pain, but Ranmaru couldn't. Riga became worried for Ranmaru but understood that he couldn't afford to get distracted. He gritted his teeth and launched a lightning ball behind him in less than a fraction of a second after he was hit. Despite his quick action, it was too slow for Fujin, who anticipated and dodged the attack while getting closer to Riga at the same time. The lightning blade transformed into a lightning whip as he swung it again at Riga. Riga raised his swords to defend the attack. The lightning whip hit the Kiba blades. The lightning whip was blocked, but to Riga's surprise, it somehow forced the Kiba blades to stay in the same spot, making it difficult for him to withdraw the blades. While he would need less than a second to free his swords, Fujin didn't give him the time. He appeared in front of him and kicked his chest. The chakra concentrated kick brutally damaged his chest, destroying several ribs and damaging his lungs and even his heart. He spat blood as he flew backwards, leaving his blades with the lightning whip. Ranmaru, who was in a bag on his back, was also sent flying away from him as well. Fujin created 2 shadow clones. One flickered to Ranmaru while the other followed Riga. Meanwhile, Fujin observed the swords for a second before storing them in a storage scroll. His main objective for fighting Riga had been achieved. His Ikaru identity now had 3 excellent swords. The collection of his swords was actually better than what Fujin used normally. One of Fujin's clones flickered next to Ranmaru's bag, caught it and flickered a few hundred meters. Fujin still wasn't sure what his Kekkei Genkai was. Knowing the deadly techniques that existed in the Naruto world, he wasn't interested in becoming arrogant and taking any needless risk. His other clone flickered next to Riga and slammed his palm on his abdomen. It caused Riga even more pain. More importantly, the self-cursing seal was applied on his abdomen, restricting his movements and access to his chakra. However, instead of being concerned about his situation, Riga's mind was focused on Ranmaru, who was launched away from him. Despite being restricted by the curse seal and in great pain, he still managed to open his mouth and frantically asked, Ranmaru? Where is Ranmaru? This development surprised Fujin once again. He thought, his personality doesn't entirely match with Hidden Leaf Village's intel. To think that someone as sick and bloodthirsty as him would be more concerned about a kid's life other than his own. Not to mention, that kid isn't his either. Riga increasingly became more frantic. Had he not been critically injured, he might have broken the curse seal with just his will. Suddenly, he heard Fujin's voice, Riga Kurasuki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known for your brutality and bloodthirsty nature. To think that you would be so attached to a child. I have to admit, that isn't something I expected. Fujin's eyes glowed while he talked. He was inspecting Riga, wondering whether he was under any influence. However, he didn't find anything strange. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that something was wrong with Riga. His obsession with the kid seemed very unnatural. He couldn't help but think, don't tell me Orochimaru's fetishes have been spreading throughout Hidden Mist Village. That would be a rather disturbing sight. Riga couldn't care less about Fujin's confusion and kept shouting, what did you do with Ranmaru? Bastard! Who even are you? Why did you come here to separate me and Ranmaru? Unnatural. This is too unnatural. Fujin thought. He said, tell me who that kid is, what his abilities are and why you are so concerned about him. If you can convince me, I'll let you meet him. Riga immediately said, he is my family. He is the only one who completes me. Bring him too. Riga's words were stuck in his mouth as his throat was slashed. Fujin muttered, since you thought about the answers, I can just find the truth myself. Fujin placed his palm on Riga's head and inserted yin chakra into his brain. In a remote village in the land of river, which was only known for its proximity to a gold mine, Riga Kurasuke, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, met his end. It was the second one who had fallen by Fujin's blade. Chapter 539, an overpowered KK Genkai. Seeing Riga's state of mind, Fujin understood that he wouldn't be able to get clear answers for him. Even if he did, he couldn't be sure whether the answers were truthful, lies or Riga's delusions. The reason why he asked those questions was to make Riga subconsciously think about them, making Fujin's job of reading his memories easier. While Fujin was dealing with Riga, Fujin's clone set the bag on the ground. His eyes glowed as he observed, the bag is full of red dust, making it difficult for me to sense. Oh well, let me see what ability this kid has and how he made someone as heartless as Riga be so concerned about him. The clone pointed a finger at Ranma-uru. A small lightning bolt shot from the tip of his finger and pierced into the bag, zapping Ranma-uru. He yelped and immediately lost consciousness. The red dust disappeared as soon as he lost consciousness. Fujin's clone opened the bag and placed the young boy on the ground. He placed his palm on Ranma-uru's forehead and inserted yin chakra into his brain to read his mind as well. While Fujin was reading Riga's memories, his shadow clone flickered away and reached the graveyard where someone had been buried alive not too long ago. Since not much time had passed, that man was still alive. Fujin's clone created a small tiny hole from the ground to the coffin. He created a hole in the coffin to ensure that air would keep flowing into the coffin. He then stayed in the area to ensure that no one came to disturb Fujin or his clone. Since Riga had been thinking about Ranma-uru during the time of his death, Fujin managed to read all of Riga's memories related to Ranma-uru and some other matters in around 10 minutes. The more he read, the more confused he became. At the same time, a sense of alertness appeared in his eyes. Fujin analyzed, this is weird. Too weird. Someone as heartless as Riga felt pity for the kid while he was slaughtering an entire village. Even though Ranma-uru spoke some words to display sympathy, how can one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist be manipulated this easily? Even Naruto's talk no jutsu might not have such an effect. What's even weirder is that Riga's obsession with Ranma-uru just kept increasing over time. And it isn't like Zabuza whose affection for Hiko grew naturally over time. It's some weird sort of obsession that made Riga care far more for the kid than even himself. He truly believed that he would be incomplete without Ranma-uru. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, it's almost like he was under some ganjutsu or perhaps on some drugs. Was it this kid or was it someone else? Obito's image appeared in Fujin's mind, but he couldn't think of any reason for Obito to do something like that. Fujin sealed Riga's body while thinking, I'll read the rest of Riga's memories later. I will be able to learn a lot of Hidden Mist Village's secrets from him. It might be helpful at some point in the future. Those 2 missing Chunin squads from Hidden Leaf Village were also buried by him. I will need to capture some of his subordinates who were present then so that I'll have an excuse to give to Hiruzen on how I found them. I'll keep Riga's dead body with me instead of cremating and burying the remains like I usually do. Since no one knows that it was me who killed Riga, it will be safe to use him for Edo Tensei after I learn that jutsu. Though he won't have the swords, he is still stronger than an average elite jounin. Fujin flickered next to the clone who was standing in the graveyard and said, watch over the other clone from a distance. Check if there are any issues. Inform me once he is done. The clone nodded and flickered away. Unlike Fujin who only read a part of Riga's memories, his clone was reading all the memories of Ranma-uru. So, he needed far longer. Fujin stayed in the graveyard while planning what to do next. While Fujin was waiting for his clone to be done, the villagers who were working in the mine and a few of Riga's subordinates who were overlooking the mine looked towards the graveyard from a long distance away with some fear. Not too long ago, lightning had been raining down non-stop around the graveyard. Loud explosions were also heard continuously. They understood that an intense fight was taking place there. However, even after the fight stopped, no one appeared. After waiting for 15 minutes, a couple of Kurasuke family members went to check the situation. However, they didn't return to inform the rest of the situation. No one dared to walk towards the graveyard again. Around an hour later, Fujin's clone was finally done. He dispelled himself and Fujin received the memories. His mind immediately got to work. The first question that arose in his mind was, which KK Genkai is this? Fujin was both surprised and impressed by Ranma-uru's KK Genkai. He thought, it is remarkable. If Denzo or Hiruzen knew about this boy, both would have gone to any extent to get him under their command, make him loyal to them and perhaps start a new clan in Hidden Leaf Village. The basic ability of his jujutsu is to see past obstacles and see for long distances, just like the Byakugan. In some aspects, it is actually superior to the Byakugan. The perception and the analytical powers this jujutsu grants are excellent at comprehending hidden detail. It was this aspect that caught Riga off guard, as Ranmaru could analyze him perfectly and was an important reason for Riga to take Ranmaru with him instead of killing him. Just this ability would have been very good, but his Kekkei Genkai has more features. He can create and control small amounts of red dust. This red dust can be used for masking his and even Riga's chakra signatures. That was what allowed them to hide from my chakra field. In addition, the red dust can also be used to fabricate perfect chakra signatures to confuse sensors and Byakugan users. In addition, his eyes can also accurately tell whether someone is alive or dead by checking what he thinks is life force. What's even more absurd is that he can transfer his own life force to others and revive them from a near-death situation. That's the same as the freaking Kinjutsu Chio developed after decades of research. Seriously, what the fuck is up with this absurd Kekkei Genkai? I had initially thought that it might be Ketsuri Ugan of the Chinoi clan that the Uchiha clan exiled. But it is quite different and probably much more useful. Fujin could easily see the advantage of being able to transfer life force to heal anyone. If Ranmaru was trained to become an elite jounin, then he could assist a rank S ninja and essentially give them a second chance in battle. In a major war, this ability was too precious and incredibly dangerous for any enemy force. And that was just with one Ranmaru. What if there were a dozen like him? And that was just the basic application. Since it could transfer life force, the first question that popped into Fujin's brain was whether this ability could be used to increase lifespan. Fujin thought for a while before concluding, probably not. However, even if there is a small chance, there is no reason to not test it. If I need life force in the future for some reason, then it'll be good to have a way to get it. Even without it, just having someone who can save me from the brink of death is a good thing. Once my flying thunder god range can cover thousands of kilometers, I could just teleport next to him and get him to heal me in a few seconds. Guess I will recruit him after all. That said, I still need to be careful. There are a few things that still don't make sense. For starters, Riga's obsession with Ranmaru. From Ranmaru's memories, he didn't do anything to make Riga more obsessed with him. Instead, Riga's obsession just increased slowly over time. It became so big that it was the main reason for him to leave Hidden Mist Village and become a rogue ninja. He came all the way here to create a new faction where the two of them would be in charge of everything. So either Riga developed some mental problems or Ranmaru used some ability subconsciously to influence Riga and make him more obsessed. Considering Ranmaru's past, I'd say that it is the latter. Chapter 540, Creating a Kekkei Genkai? Fujin continued analyzing. Before he met Riga, Ranmaru was a crippled orphan who couldn't walk. While it is understandable for everyone to feel pity for him, the amount of help he got from the villagers increased significantly once he awakened the red dust ability. Until he exposed his abilities and scared everyone away, the village was obsessed with ensuring his well-being. The only difference is that they weren't as obsessed as Riga, but that could be because none of them spent as much time with him as Riga. If it is a part of his Kekkei Genkai, then that would mean that he has some means of mentally influencing those who come in contact with him. I have a feeling that this is the feature of that red dust due to that incident, though I could be wrong. Regardless, I will have to be mindful of my feelings when interacting with him. If it feels like I am getting influenced, then I'll be better off killing him on the spot. If I leave him in the Phantom Haven with this broken ability, I'll lose control of the organization very easily. It's not something I want to see. Another thing that doesn't make any sense is this Kekkei Genkai itself. There is no record of such a Kekkei Genkai in Hidden Leaf Village's library. It could mean one of three things. The first possibility is that the previous users of this Kekkei Genkai died centuries ago and this Kekkei Genkai has been lying dormant since then. The second is that all the users of this Kekkei Genkai hide it, sort of like the Jashin priests who stay hidden from public view. And, the last possibility is that this Kekkei Genkai has been created by that kid. If he managed to create this Kekkei Genkai without any bloodline, then... Fujin's breathing became slightly rougher as he realized the implications of it. Fujin had long wanted to create a Kekkei Genkai. Even though he had been busy and couldn't invest much time to actually try it, Fujin did think of it quite frequently and did some small experiments. Unfortunately, he never had any luck. As a result, Fujin understood very well how difficult it was to create Kekkei Genkai when you didn't have the bloodline. And that was when Fujin tried to recreate an already existing Kekkei Genkai with elements that he had practiced for years. If he were to try creating a Kekkei Genkai that didn't exist in that world, the difficulty level might increase by several hundred times. Fujin analyzed, if that is the case, then this kid is an unprecedented talent. In the current generation, only Naruto and Sasuke would be more talented. He might give me clues on how to actually create a Kekkei Genkai. Looking at his past, he obviously couldn't create the KK Genkai on purpose. If he did create it, then it was created subconsciously. And the KK Genkai that was created perfectly suits his needs. And somehow, the KK Genkai kept evolving to suit any more of his desires. The first aspect of the KK Genkai that manifested was the red dust. It actually manifested one day when he had been starving for several days and would have likely died if no one fed him. However, once the red dust manifested, everyone in the village slowly began caring for him. Due to being born as a cripple, he couldn't go outside to see the outside world. He yearned to see the outside world. And, the second ability that he developed allows him to see through obstacles and for long distances like the Byakugan. Finally, he discovered his ability to supply life force when Riga was critically injured one day, and he saved his life by transferring his life force and healing Riga. This makes me wonder whether this KK Genkai still has any scope to improve. If so, then how far can it go? Fujin was tempted to see that. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay with Ranmaru for a long time to test it out. Taking him back to Hidden Lee Village was out of the question, as Hiruzen would take him. Keeping him in Phantom Haven was risky as well due to his ability. That more or less eliminated the two identities that Fujin could use. As for his third identity, that was the identity that killed Riga. There was no way in hell Ranmaru would follow Akuro. Fujin thought for some time before coming up with a plan. He muttered, "I guess that's the only choice." Fujin flickered and appeared next to the unconscious Ranmaru. His last clone had been keeping an eye on Ranmaru the whole time. Several seals appeared on Fujin's palm, which were quickly placed on Ranmaru. For the next half an hour, Fujin carefully placed seals on Ranmaru's body. Once he was done, he checked the seals a couple of times before nodding. He extended 2 fingers and tapped on Ranmaru's forehead. In an instant, all the seals on his body began glowing and connected with each other, forming one large pattern. Soon after, every seal on his body disappeared. Just an empty circle was left on his forehead with 3 lines extending on both sides of the circle. Fujin thought, perfect. I'll call this seal the KK Genkai seal. A shame that this seal has to be tailored to an individual, which requires a lot of time to observe them properly. Hence, I can't make the seal imprint. Otherwise, this would be a rather useful seal to deal with those pesky Mangekyo and Rinnegan users. Regardless, from today onwards, he won't be able to use his KK Genkai abilities unless I lift this seal. This should stop whatever it is that makes people obsessed with him. If it doesn't, then killing him would be the only option. That said, even though he can't remove the seal, another Grandmaster can do so easily. I'll have to add my imprint on the seal to prevent others from doing so. However, that requires his permission. A sparkle appeared on Fujin's finger and a small electric shock hit Ranmaru. It wasn't painful, it just forced him awake. As soon as his eyes opened, he saw the person who they were fighting against. Ranmaru quickly looked around but couldn't see Riga. Fearing the worst, he asked, "Where is Riga?" Fujin replied in a single word, "Dead." Ranmaru's eyes widened for a moment before going back to normal. Fujin's clone had knocked Ranmaru out a few seconds before Fujin had killed Riga. So Ranmaru didn't sense his death. Ranmaru looked at Fujin and said, "I was born as a cripple. Until I met Riga, my life had no meaning. When we met, I became his eyes and ears while he became my hands and feet. Together, we explored the world. Riga and I were finding the meaning of our lives by living for each other. We were convinced that we found the answer. That's why, if Riga is gone, I have no reason to live. Without him, I have no purpose in this world. No cause to exist. There is no need for me to be here any longer. You can kill me and set me free." Ranmaru's choice of words surprised Fujin. He thought, interesting. Even though he is accepting his fate, his choice of words will inevitably invoke a sense of sympathy within most people. Combined with that red dust ability, no wonder Riga spared him. I wonder how it would have impacted me had I not sealed his abilities. Seeing that Fujin wasn't doing anything, Ranmaru said, "Go on, why do you hesitate?" Fujin chuckled and replied in his heavy voice, "Hee hee, you're an interesting kid. I never expected that a child would accept his death so calmly. Perhaps if Riga was as calm as you, he might have still been alive." Fujin extended his fingers towards Ranmaru's forehead and said, "Since you are so calm, I'll grant you a painless death." Ranmaru closed his eyes as Fujin's fingers touched his forehead. However, he didn't feel anything else. It was as if it was an ordinary tap. Fujin just took the opportunity of Ranmaru's willingness to accept death to apply his imprint on the KK Genkai seal, ensuring that no one could remove his seal any longer. He chuckled internally while thinking, well, look at that. He is actually willing to die. There was no resistance at all. No wonder his words feel so genuine. TSK, to do so without a scheming mind. He will have a talent comparable to Naruto in talk no jutsu. I wonder how strong he will become with proper guidance. Ranmaru opened his eyes and asked, "Why did you stop?" Chapter 541, Controlling Lightning. Ranmaru asked, "Why did you stop?" Fujin pulled his hand back and said, "Your words intrigued me. You said that you had found the meaning of your life. What did you find?" Ranmaru replied, "It's as I said. I completed Riga and Riga completed me. That was the meaning of our lives. We are two people who have different bodies but the same mind. He he he. Ha 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 ha." Fujin broke out in a burst of loud laughter. Ranmaru didn't understand the meaning of the laughter but didn't say anything. After half a minute, Fujin finally controlled himself and said, "That's the most delusional thing I have heard in my life." He looked into Ranmaru's eyes and continued, "I don't know what the two of you have been doing before you reached this village, but here, all you did was enslave the villagers and force them to work for you. In addition, you buried several defenseless villagers alive. Villagers who were no different from cripples in Riga's eyes. Is the meaning you found in your life?" "Ha ha ha, that's the most bizarre thing I have heard." Ranmaru replied, "We came here to free people from the tyrannical taxes that were imposed on them." Fujin laughed again and said, "Oh really? Of all the places, you came to rescue the village that has a gold mine? Do you think that making them work like a slave and burying them alive is helping them? Ha ha ha. You are one sadistic bastard." Fujin's words surprised Ranmaru. It was important to remember that Ranmaru was just a child. He stayed in his house all the time since he couldn't walk outside. And once Riga took him away, he always stayed with Riga. As a result, his sense of morality wasn't normal in any sense. Hearing Fujin's words, Ranmaru began introspecting. Fujin touched Ranmaru's forehead once again with two fingers and said, "I have changed my mind. I won't kill you. However, I will make you experience how life is for a person without any abilities. From this day onwards, you won't be able to use your dujutsu. Only when you have helped 100 times the people you and Riga harmed, you will be able to use your abilities again. Hee hee, enjoy your new life. Perhaps you might find the real meaning of your life." As those words fell on Ranmaru's ears, he fell unconscious. However, even when he was unconscious, he kept hearing those words. It was as if those words were imprinted on his brain. Fujin picked Ranmaru up and flickered back to the graveyard. He placed his unconscious body there and disappeared once again. Seconds later, the soil covering one of the graves suddenly shifted apart. The coffin lid cracked and crumbled and the restraints tying the person inside the coffin were cut apart by the wind. The man opened his eyes. His fists and legs were bleeding as he had tried for over an hour to break out of the coffin. He had given up, but as soon as he saw the light, he pulled at his restraints with as much force as he could. To his surprise, he managed to break free. He quickly crawled out of the coffin and took heavy breaths. He looked around fearfully to see if Riga and his men were still around. To his relief, he didn't see anyone. And, to his horror, he noticed a lot of blood. He got up and nervously checked the bodies that were lying around in the graveyard. His eyes widened as he realized that they were the dead bodies of the Kurisuke family members. He was stunned for a moment. Soon, he began crying. However, those were tears of joy. He looked at the skies and muttered, "God finally took justice for us." He was about to run to his village when he suddenly noticed a small kid. He looked at Ranmaru and wondered, who is this kid? And how did he come here? Whatever, since God showed me mercy, I should look after this child. He picked up Ranmaru and began moving towards the village. Unknown to him, a pair of eyes were watching him. Fujin had left a shadow clone to keep an eye on Ranmaru. The clone thought, good, exactly as I wanted. If he didn't do that, I would have had to put him under a Ganjutsu. Meanwhile, the people in the mines were still quite confused. The Kurisuke family members made the people get back to mining as Riga wouldn't like it if they stopped. Work was happening as usual in the gold mine when suddenly a few heads flew in the air. All the Kurisuke family members were killed. Well, all but 2 members. Those 2 were inside a cave in the mine. They were about to come out when they saw their comrades who were standing at the entrance of the cave suddenly collapse. In fear, both hid inside the cave. They only dared to come out after several hours. After seeing the headless bodies of all their comrades in the gold mine, both ran away without any hesitation. Unknown to them, they were followed by another shadow clone of Fujin. In the village, the man who was buried alive returned and informed everyone about what he saw at the graveyard. Around the same time, the workers in the mine also returned and informed the village about how everyone from the Kurisuke family was dead or missing. The village immediately broke into celebration. Since Ranmaru was found at the place where the dead bodies of the Kurisuke family members were found, he was considered a lucky charm. The villagers took care of him. They were surprised to find that he was a cripple after he woke up. However, they still arranged for his food and had their best doctor take a look at him. As for the one who had created this entire situation, He was standing atop one of the cliffs a few dozen kilometers away from the village. Fujin was still in his Akuro disguise. He was holding the Kiba blades. He ate a special soldier pill while thinking, time to test these blades. Then I'll go and pick up Ranmaru. Fujin raised the Kiba blades and crossed them above his head. He remembered the process from Riga's memories and controlled his lightning chakra in the same manner. Immediately, a lightning ball began forming between his two swords. He shot the lightning ball into the valley and analyzed. Not bad. This sword is relatively easy to use. However, it could be more because I am already used to using the blade of the Thunder Spirit. Regardless, it shouldn't take much time to learn all of Riga's jutsus. Mastering them might need some time though. These blades also have an amplification factor like the blade of the Thunder Spirit. However, it is only around 3 to 4 times. A shame that I can't stack up the buffs of these two swords and the blade of the Thunder Spirit. If I could, then blowing up the entire route headquarters wouldn't have been an issue. Unfortunately, I need to control my chakra properly while using the amplification feature of either of the blades. Once the amplification occurs, I can't control that chakra like the chakra in my body. I can only use it to create a jutsu and fire it. If I transfer it to another blade, then even though the amplification might occur, I won't be able to use it to create a jutsu. That said, I wonder if there are any tools in this world that allow a direct amplification of chakra while still allowing me to control it freely. If so, then I might be able to use that to stack up amplifications. Unfortunately, considering that there isn't any record of it, it probably doesn't exist. Anyway, another restriction of the Kiba blades is that these blades aren't as versatile as the blade of the Thunder Spirit when it comes to channeling jutsus. Riga spent a long time trying to figure out the optimal jutsus for the blade. I won't be able to use this blade for other jutsus. Fortunately, I don't have a need to do so. I just need one jutsu. Fujin pointed both his Kiba blades towards the sky and flowed his lightning chakra into the blade. He fired a lightning bolt from the blades into the clouds. He closed his eyes and felt his chakra that dispersed into the cloud. Normally, he wouldn't be able to control the chakra. However, with the Kiba blades, he could sense the changes that chakra caused in the sky very clearly and control it to an extent. Fujin looked at the skies and thought, incredible. It's as if the main purpose of this sword is to control lightning. The lightning chakra I fired is stimulating the formation of lightning in the cloud. Though it takes some seconds, I'll be able to control when and where the lightning falls. As soon as he felt that it was ready, Fujin pointed his Kiba blades towards one of the other cliffs. A lightning bolt fell towards the cliff from the sky. However, it missed the mark and struck on its slopes. Fujin muttered, I will need to work on perfecting my aim. Chapter 542, A Little Play, 1, Daimyo-sama. The environment finally seems to have calmed down. It might be safe to continue our journey. A man rushed into a tent and announced loudly. Inside the room was the daimyo of the Land of Frost. The daimyo's ears perked up on hearing that. He cursed, it's about time. Did anyone find out what it was? The man shook his head and said, I am sorry, daimyo-sama. The samurais couldn't get close to it as it was very dangerous for them as well. A couple of them almost died. They decided against investigating again. The daimyo thought for a bit before saying, let it be. Since it has passed, we don't need to worry. We will send some experts here later to investigate this area. The daimyo of the Land of Frost was visiting several other daimyos on a schedule for some political talks. He was en route to meet another daimyo when suddenly lightning began falling non-stop from the sky some distance ahead on their path, forcing them to camp there. Though the lightning would stop occasionally, it would begin again when they started moving. They dispatched the samurais to check what was happening, but some lightning strikes fell very close to the samurais, scaring them away. Since it was mountainous terrain, they only had one path to move through. As a result, his group was stuck there for 2 whole days. Needless to say, all the lightning that fell in their path was from Fujin, who was training. Though he had no idea who it was, he didn't want to be disturbed while he was training. As a result, the entire mountain path stayed closed for 2 days. After training for 2 days, Fujin was finally satisfied and moved from the area. As he moved back to the village near the gold mine, his appearance changed again. His height returned to normal and his appearance changed into that of an old man. He changed his outfit as well. If someone saw him now, they would think that he is a wise and holy old man. As he moved, he analyzed, I can now control the lightning very well with the Kiba blades. I'm still not as good as Riga, but it's only a matter of time before I surpass what he could do with these blades. For Riga, the Kiba blades were the core of his strength. However, even for my Akuro identity, it is just one of my many trump cards. There are just 3 abilities of these swords that I need and will focus on. The first is using them as normal swords for close combat. With my chakra flow, I don't need to work on this aspect even a bit. The second is controlling the lightning. Even though the Kiba blades aren't very versatile for using other jutsus, they are amazing at manipulating natural lightning. With their help, I can create a jutsu equivalent to or stronger than Sasuke's hidden mist Villigan. Considering the amplification feature of these blades, I will need only a fraction of the chakra that he needed to use hidden mist Villigan. Once I create this jutsu, it will undoubtedly become Ikuro's most destructive jutsu. The third application of these blades that I found very interesting was the lightning strike armor. Hidden Leaf Village already tried replicating some aspects of the lightning chakra mode by developing burst, lightning transformation and electric skin jutsu. Along with this armor, I might have some headway in copying the lightning chakra mode. If I somehow master it, then this identity will have peak rank S battle strength without having to use the flying thunder god jutsu. That said, replicating the lightning chakra mode is easier said than done. Maybe I should infiltrate Hidden Cloud's village someday to steal information on how to master the lightning chakra mode. Lost in his thoughts, Fujin reached close to the village. He dispelled his shadow clone that was keeping an eye on Ranmaru and immediately stopped moving at such a high speed. Instead, he walked the normal path at a slow speed while processing the clone's memories. Soon, his figure became visible from the village. A couple of villagers noticed him. His appearance immediately caught their attention. A few approached him and began a conversation. Fujin immediately spun a story about how he was a traveling sage who focused only on healing people. He asked them to bring people who were injured to him to heal. The villagers were surprised and relieved to hear that. Due to being forced to work in the mines and being beaten up whenever their bodies couldn't keep up, several villagers were injured. Though they were treated by the doctor in the village, the injuries weren't healed yet. Hence, they were happy to see a medical ninja appear in their village and offer to heal them for free. While some villagers were on guard due to having been tricked by Argonaut long ago, most didn't find it strange for several reasons. While uncommon, there were several ninjas who traveled in this manner and offered their help to common people without asking anything from them. The stories of such philanthropic acts were well known among common people. In some rare instances, when the morale of the entire country is low due to some incidents, the hidden villages do philanthropic work as well, though it was very rare in peacetime. Of course, even though such philanthropic ninjas existed in the world, they were extremely rare. Unlike Fujin's previous world, this world was extremely dangerous. Not everyone could move around freely like Jiraiya or Tsunade. A rogue ninja would eventually be hunted down. And if that philanthropic ninja was still a part of a hidden village, then he or she would never be permitted to do such work for a long time. That is why, the common people would always be extremely happy and welcoming when someone appeared to do such philanthropic work. Of course, there was another reason why they trusted Fujin so easily. It was because he cast a Ganjutsu to lower their alertness and make them more trusting in nature. Some injured people approached Fujin. He healed their injuries using the mystical palm jutsu one by one. Seeing that there was nothing fishy, the remaining injured villagers approached him as well. A few diseased people also approached, but Fujin said that he unfortunately couldn't help them. When everyone was healed, an old man asked, "Can you heal someone who is paralyzed?" Fujin pretended to think for a few seconds and replied, "It depends on the type of paralysis, so I can't say for sure. Lead me to the patient and I'll take a look." The old man nodded. He and some other villagers led him to the house in which Ranmaru was kept. Ranmaru, who was lying in bed, saw Fujin appear. As soon as Fujin saw him, a frown appeared on his face which was noticed by Ranmaru and some other villagers. One guy asked, "Is there an issue?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No. I will take a look." He approached Ranmaru and pretended to inspect his legs while thinking, "I have already inspected his paralysis. Though I don't have much medical knowledge of how to treat paralysis, Yoshi and Isamu forcefully taught me some basics when I was learning the mystical palm jutsu. Ranmaru's paralysis is very easy to heal. All that is needed is to insert chakra into his body and have it flow through his chakra network in his legs to solve his paralysis. Any medical ninja can do it." Had I not read their memories, I would have wondered why Arga didn't ask a medical ninja to look at Ranmaru. However, the answer to that question becomes very easy to figure considering that they considered each other to be an extension of themselves. How would Arga be Ranmaru's hands and feet if Ranmaru can walk by himself? Fujin smiled and asked, "What is your name, young one?" Ranmaru was surprised by the kind smile. In the past couple of days, he had seen too many kind smiles. He had thought that it was just the villagers who were happy to see Arga gone. Seeing their relief, he understood that the words of Arga's killer were true. He and Arga had committed several sins which weighed heavily on him and made him depressed. Ranmaru replied, "I am Ranmaru." Fujin said, "Ranmaru, such a good name. From today onwards, you will be able to walk like anyone else." Fujin's words shocked Ranmaru. Before he could process his thoughts, Fujin pointed his palm towards his legs and a green glow appeared. He said, "It will sting a bit, but don't worry, it won't hurt. Clench your fists and grit your teeth." Fujin inserted his chakra into Ranmaaru's legs. Ranmaaru immediately clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The villagers watched with slight nervousness on seeing his expressions. Chapter 543, A Little Play, 2. Though Fujin said that it wouldn't hurt much, Ranmaaru felt as if several dozen needles were being inserted into his legs every second. If it was any normal boy instead of him, he would have long started crying loudly. After a few minutes, Ranmaaru grew used to the pain. More importantly, he began feeling sensations in his legs. For the first time in his life, he was able to move them slightly. Don't try to move your legs right now. Don't worry, you can walk and run as much as you want very soon. Fujin instructed on seeing Ranmaaru trying to move his legs. Ranmaaru immediately stopped. After another 10 minutes, Fujin finally stopped. He pulled his hand back and said with a smile on his face, "You can try to move now." Ranmaaru nodded and tried to move his legs. To his surprise, he was able to move his legs. However, he was still quite slow. Fujin said, "It will feel weird at the start. However, you will soon get used to it." Ranmaaru tried to get up. A couple of villagers assisted him and helped him get off the bed. With their help, Ranmaaru took the first steps of his life. When he did, his feelings immediately became very complicated. He thought, "I always believed that Riga was my hands and feet. However, Riga is dead and I can walk by myself now. Does this mean that the meaning we discovered was fake?" The villagers were unaware of his internal struggle and became happy for him. Many began to congratulate him. A few thanked Fujin as well. Fujin waited for a few minutes for the commotion to settle down before saying, "Everyone, I need to talk with Ranmaaru about his condition. Could you give us a few minutes alone?" The villagers nodded and left. Within a minute, only Ranmaaru and Fujin were left in the room. Ranmaaru thanked Fujin for healing him. Fujin smiled and said, "For someone who walked for the first time in his life, you sure don't seem happy. Mind telling me what it is that is weighing on your mind?" Since his abilities were sealed, Ranmaaru couldn't detect that Fujin was using a Genjutsu on him to make him trust Fujin more easily. In addition, he had just healed Ranmaaru's legs. As a result, Ranmaaru felt that Fujin could be trusted. However, even then, he shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Fujin was surprised. He wondered, even in this situation he isn't willing to open up? Looks like staying with Riga made his mentality quite strong. "Oh well." Fujin said, "Nothing? I wouldn't call such a complicated seal on your body nothing, kiddo. When I first saw you, that seal shocked me. I never thought that someone would put such a complicated seal on a little child. So, can you tell me what it is? Perhaps I might be able to help you." Ranmaaru was surprised. Ever since Fujin woke him up after killing Riga, he hadn't been able to use his abilities. As a result, everyone thought that he was an ordinary kid. He didn't imagine that he'd meet a Fuinjutsu expert just a few days after the seal was applied to him. His expression became dejected as he admitted, "I unknowingly did some horrible things. Things I thought were good for the people but were actually harmful. As a result, someone sealed my abilities and said that my abilities will stay sealed until I do good work." Fujin acted like he was surprised and said, "That's a surprise. I thought someone had some ill intentions towards you. I don't know what you did, but it's good to see that you have identified your mistakes. Do you want me to break this seal?" Ranmaaru was surprised by the offer. He thought for a couple of minutes before shaking his head. He answered, "No. I can't do anything for the people who suffered due to me. However, I want to do good for the people in the future. I am afraid that my abilities might put me on the wrong path again." A wide smile appeared on Fujin's face as he said, "Good attitude. You might just be suitable to be a part of my organization. Let me check your seal first." Ranmaaru wondered, "His organization?" Fujin placed his palm on Ranmaaru's forehead and inserted some chakra into it. For the next couple of minutes, he pretended to check the seal. With every passing second, his smile reduced and a frown appeared on his face. He muttered, "This seal is a very high-level one. The one who put it on you is probably among the best Fuinjutsu grandmasters in the world. Unless he lifts the seal himself, it looks like doing good will be the only way to get rid of it." He looked at Ranmaaru and asked, "How are you planning to do good work?" Ranmaaru thought for a bit before answering, "I don't know." Fujin nodded and said, "As I thought. Would you like to come with me? The organization I created helps civilians who are being attacked by rogue ninjas and bandits. It will give you an opportunity to help the weak. The main reason why I came here is because I heard that this village was being tormented by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and his goons. However, it looks like someone already killed them." Ranmaaru was surprised to hear that his benefactor was here to deal with Riga and the Kurisuke family as well. He thought, It seems like we were extremely tyrannical for so many people wanting to deal with us. Should I tell him that I was working with Riga? Fujin continued, if you come with me, you'll be trained properly for a few years. Once you become strong enough, you'll be able to help out people with your own strength. Instead of giving his answer, Ranmaru said, I don't want to hide things from you. Until a few days ago, I was working with Riga. Surprise appeared on Fujin's face again. He said, I see. Can you tell me what circumstances made you work with him and what happened to him? Ranmaru explained to Fujin about his background, his KK Genkai, how he met Riga and how Riga and the Kurisuki family were killed a couple of days ago. Fujin heard him patiently. When Ranmaru was done, Fujin sighed and muttered, such a complicated life at such a young age. In any case, there is no reason to not give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. My offer still stands. Ranmaru immediately replied, I would be honored to be a part of your organization. Fujin smiled and said, good. Fujin explained to him the details of the organization and applied the phantom seal on Ranmaru's back. He informed the villagers that he would be taking Ranmaru as a disciple and taking him on his journey. The villagers were surprised, but seeing that Ranmaru had agreed, no one stopped him. They bid their farewells to Ranmaru. Fujin carried Ranmaru to the Phantom Haven base. En route, he wore a mask and instructed, Ranmaru, don't tell anyone that you saw my face. Also, don't tell anyone about your past with Riga or your sealed abilities. Ranmaru nodded. Fujin reached the Phantom Haven base, handed Ranmaru to Shigeki and said, he'll be joining here as a student. Riga and his subordinates were dealt with by someone. He won't be harming anyone else. Shigeki was surprised to hear that someone as strong as Riga was dealt with by someone else so soon after he informed Fujin about him. He nodded and arranged for Ranmaru to be placed with other students. Following Fujin's advice, Ranmaru tried making friends with the kids. Fujin and Shigeki observed them from some distance away. Shigeki asked, is there anything special about him, Shiden? The reason why Shigeki asked the question was because this was the first time Fujin recruited someone other than him. Fujin answered, the circumstances he grew up in were very bad. Though life in our base isn't exactly normal, it'll still be a great improvement for him. Anyway, he is quite talented. I anticipate that he'll manage to become an elite jounin in a couple of decades. Shigeki was surprised to hear Fujin's evaluation. He remembered how strict Fujin had been while categorizing the ranks. What Shiden didn't know was that Fujin believed that Ranmaru should be able to become a rank S ninja if he didn't slack off. Though it was unlikely for him to reach that level before the Fourth Great Ninja War, he might reach it a few years after the war. Even though Fujin didn't have any concrete plans for the organization after the Fourth Great Ninja War, there was no reason to not recruit a possible rank S ninja who could heal him within moments, especially considering how little time he personally invested in Ranmaru. Seeing Shigeki's expression, Fujin instructed, don't treat him differently from other kids for that reason though. Other kids won't like it if someone gets special treatment. Just train him like anyone else. Shigeki nodded. Fujin gave some more instructions and took his leave. On leaving the Phantom Haven base, he muttered, time to complete the mission that Hiruzen assigned me. Chapter 544, Magnet-style. Fujin and his clone created shadow clones and dispelled them to trade information. On understanding the location of his clone, Fujin quickly made his way across the land of rivers and located the two subordinates of Riga whom he had left alive. The two had set up a tent in a forest and were hiding there. What they had seen in the gold mine had horrified both of them, and they had traveled several hundred kilometers away from the gold mine. They relaxed only after surviving for a couple of days as no one chased after them, or so they thought. It hadn't been even a day since they had put their guard down slightly when suddenly a strong wind began blowing through the area. To their horror, the winds casually tore through their tent. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of small cuts appeared on their bodies. The wind was so potent that several nerves and tendons in their bodies were cut, forcing them to their knees. They were unable to move their limbs when Fujin's figure appeared in front of them. The two looked at the Hidden Leaf Village headband he was wearing and immediately became worried as they remembered their past actions. As if reading their minds, Fujin asked, you two used to work for Riga, right? Both immediately shouted, no. We never worked for Riga. Immediately, more cuts appeared on their bodies. The new cuts were much deeper than the previous cuts, causing them even more pain. Their screams scared away some wild animals around that area. Fujin said, I can sense whether you are telling the truth or not. If you lie again, I will kill you. Now, tell me whether Riga attacked two squads from Hidden Leaf Village. One of the two instinctively answered, we don't know. We never saw him attack any Hidden Leaf Village ninja. The guy kneeling next to him watched with horror in his eyes as his friend was beheaded. Fujin turned his gaze towards him and asked, do you want to die as well? The guy immediately said everything that had happened between Riga and Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Fujin asked, do you remember where their bodies were buried? Not wanting to end up like his friend, He nodded and told Fujin the location. Fujin stored the dead body in a scroll before he grabbed the alive guy's neck from behind and dragged him for hundreds of kilometers across the land of rivers until he reached the spot the guy said. He dug out the dead bodies and stored them in a scroll. The last Kurisuke family member asked, "I have led you to their bodies. Can you let me go now?" "Sure," Fujin replied before letting him go from this world. He stored his dead body in a scroll as well while thinking, Hiruzen will definitely inquire how Riga died. For him to die right after the mission was assigned to me is suspicious. Not to mention, considering that Riga could control the lightning, Hiruzen might suspect him to be behind the destruction of Root headquarters. These two will form the perfect alibi for the details I plan on feeding to Hiruzen. He can read their memories and verify a part of my details. That will be enough to stop him from looking any further. That said, it might have been fun to see him trying to find who killed Riga, hee. Though going by what happened when I attacked Root, he might assign this mission to me as well. With the mission complete, Fujin began moving back to Hidden Leaf Village. Having eaten the soldier pill, Fujin didn't need to rest. He traveled non-stop and reached Hidden Leaf Village by the next evening. Hiruzen was just about to wrap up his work when Fujin appeared in his office. He was slightly surprised to see Fujin arrive so soon. He thought, the ninjas I dispatched to the Land of Rivers didn't see any signs of him. Did he find out why those two squads went missing so quickly? Hiruzen didn't have much hope of finding those two squads. He had just given the mission to Fujin because Fujin wanted to spend some time away from the village. He said with a smile, "Fujin, it's good to see you again so soon. How did the missions go?" "I received some interesting reports from the Land of Rivers." Hiruzen still remembered that puppets had destroyed the Yamakawa town. He was curious to know how Fujin got his hands on so many puppets and how he became so masterful at controlling them. Fujin chuckled and said, "The missions were indeed interesting. I came across a couple of ninjas that I didn't expect to find in the Land of Rivers. That said, the information might be sensitive." Hiruzen got the clue and glanced at his Anbu guards. Within seconds, they left the room and activated all the seals. Hiruzen asked, "So, who did you run into?" Fujin didn't answer his question and instead placed a couple of storage scrolls on Hiruzen's desk and said in a serious tone, "This one has the dead bodies of the 8 Chunins who went missing." Hiruzen sighed on hearing that. While he had expected them to be dead, getting the confirmation didn't make it pleasant. Losing 8 ninjas in peacetime wasn't something he wanted to see. He asked, "Who was it?" Fujin answered, "A former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Riga Kurisuke. He had established a stronghold in a village that had a gold mine and had more or less enslaved the villagers there. I suspected that he was the one behind the missing Chunins when I heard that he was in the Land of Rivers. However, when I went to find him, I learnt that he had been defeated by someone and his subordinates were slaughtered 3 days before I reached the village." Hiruzen was surprised. He muttered, "To be able to defeat one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and slaughter all his subordinates. Who was it?" Fujin shrugged and said, "No idea. I placed a villager under Ganjutsu and learned that a huge fight took place in the graveyard where Riga and his followers were burying a living man. Since the villagers were far away, they didn't see who it was. They only saw lightning striking the area repeatedly. Sometime after the fight stopped, Riga's subordinates, who were overlooking the operations in the mine, were beheaded in a flash. Whoever that person was, we can say that he is incredibly fast at the very least." The villagers recovered the dead bodies of all but 2 of Riga's subordinates. Riga's body was missing as well. So I am not sure whether he is dead or whether he escaped. Considering how little information we have, it could have been Riga himself who went crazy and killed his subordinates. It's difficult to say for sure. Anyway, I hunted down the 2 subordinates whose bodies weren't found and interrogated them. Riga killed those 2 squads and buried them some distance away from the village. This scroll has the bodies of those 2 subordinates. Perhaps we can learn more by reading their memories." Hiruzen thought for a bit before saying, "Did you get the dead bodies of his subordinates who were in the graveyard? Perhaps we could know what happened from their memories." Fujin shook his head and said, "That path is closed as well. It had already been 3 days since they were killed. Their memories would have started dissipating. Besides, from what I found out, they had a hole in their heads. So chances of being able to read their memories are more or less 0. Hiruzen sighed and muttered, "They were very thorough. Nothing we can do, unfortunately. Anyway, what happened in Yamakawa town? When did you become a puppeteer?" Fujin raised his left eyebrow and asked, "When did I have time to become a puppeteer? I wasn't the one who attacked with puppets. The Yamakawa family was attacked by Sasauri of the Red Sand when I was in the town. So even if we hadn't undertaken this mission, the Yamakawa family would have been history." Hiruzen was surprised. He wondered, what was Sasauri doing there? Fujin continued, "I am not sure why Sasauri attacked them. My only guess is that someone gave that mission to Akatsuki. Most of the people in the mansion were killed by Sasaori. I only killed their family head and the hidden Sand Village ninjas hiding under his mansion. Fujin placed some more scrolls on Hiruzen's desk while saying, "These scrolls have their dead bodies." Hiruzen looked at his desk. Even though they were stored inside scrolls, there were as many as 33 dead bodies on his desk. While Hiruzen didn't find it odd, if a common person were to know of it, he would wonder if it was the Hokage's office or a morgue. Hiruzen asked, "Did you fight Sasaori?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah. I wanted to test a new jutsu against a rank S opponent." A frown appeared on his face as he said, "There is something strange about him. One of his puppets could control iron." Hiruzen's eyes immediately widened. Chapter 545, A Fair Trade. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Immediately the image of the third Kazekage appeared in his mind. Unlike most of the people, Hiruzen was well aware of Sasaori's human puppets and that they could retain some of the abilities that they had when they were alive. However, if Sasaori had made the third Kazekage, who had been missing since before the Third Great Ninja War began, his puppet, then it would send shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen asked, "Did you see what the puppet looked like?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No, I was fighting from a distance and couldn't see him. I retreated right when a large amount of iron was floating outside Yamakawa town. So I can't say whether he has made the third Kazekage his puppet or if it is some other ninja who had awakened the magnet style. Irrespective, Sasaori's threat is much higher than what we believe. If he can retain KK Genkai in the puppets, then there is a chance that he could have several such puppets. He'll be difficult to deal with." Hiruzen agreed. Sasaori's threat had to be reevaluated. Just the magnet style was extremely troublesome to deal with. He asked, "The reports stated that over 100 puppets attacked the town at the same time. Is that true?" Fujin answered, "Yes. He could control over 100 puppets at the same time while he was standing outside the town. And from what I saw, his control over all his puppets was extremely good. Even elite Chunins might not be able to take on a single puppet considering the various traps and poisons involved. However, Jounins should be able to destroy his normal human puppets as long as Sasaori isn't nearby." Hiruzen nodded and asked, "So, how did your fight go? And what happened in the town?" Fujin explained the events since he reached the town until Sasaori's attack. He continued, "I took advantage of the distraction caused by Sasaori's attack to sneak attack and kill the Yamakawa family head and hidden Sand Village ninjas. I am not sure, but it is possible that one of the hidden Sand Village ninjas was a grandmaster in Fu-in Jutsu. If you find some new seals from his memories, please let me know." Hiruzen was shocked to realize that a Fu-in Jutsu grandmaster of hidden Sand Village could have been killed. Every country treasured their Fu-in Jutsu grandmasters. It was extremely difficult to kill them as they would rarely leave the village, and even when they did, they would move in secrecy and be with at least one elite Jounin. The death of one Fu-in Jutsu grandmaster, one elite Jounin and 20 Jounins and Chunins would be another huge blow to hidden Sand Village. Fujin continued, "As for Sasaori, I fought him using the new technique I created. I'm sure you might have seen it a few times. I call it the wind domain." Hiruzen felt slightly awkward about being called out on his spying. Even though everyone was aware that he would do it, no one ever mentioned it on his face. Luckily, he was shameless enough to not let it affect him. His expression didn't change and he just nodded. Fujin cursed internally at his shamelessness before continuing, "My wind domain can sever his chakra threads. So Sasaori lost control of all of his puppets within my wind domain. I stole 64 of his human puppets before escaping." Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock once again as Fujin claimed with a mischievous smile, "Even though I am not a puppet master, I believe that I have the second strongest collection of puppets. If I train for a bit, I will become one of the top 5 puppeteers in a few months." Hiruzen thought in disbelief, that jutsu where he played around by emitting wind chakra is this strong? It can sever chakra threads? And he used it to steal Sasaori's puppets? The puppet masters treat their puppets as their children. And he stole as many as 64 of them and managed to escape from Sasaori? Hiruzen was stunned. This was probably the first time something like this had happened ever since puppet masters came into existence. While there were some incidents of 1 or 2 puppets being stolen, they would generally be when the puppet master abandoned them to run away. What Fujin did was unprecedented. As if he just recalled something, Fujin added, "Alright, I almost forgot. Sasaori never saw my face. He doesn't know that it was me who stole his puppets. So please keep this news a secret as well. I don't want that freak chasing me around." Hiruzen's disbelief increased further as he exclaimed internally, "And Sasaori didn't even see who stole his puppets." Hiruzen was completely speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He quickly gathered his thoughts and praised, "Great work, Fujin. I didn't expect something like this to happen when I assigned you this mission. What are you planning to do with the puppets? Since Hiruzen couldn't find any words to describe Fujin's feats, he decided to stop thinking about it and directly focused on the puppets. He thought, there are a few ninjas in this village who like puppetry. Unfortunately, our knowledge in this aspect is very lacking as compared to Hidden Sand Village. However, with 64 ready-made puppets of high quality, I can raise a few Jounin-level puppet masters. Not to mention, we can also research these puppets to improve our knowledge. Fujin thought for a bit before saying, I am not sure. I did check a few puppets and I am not a fan of human puppets. Even by our standards, this technique is incredibly cruel. However, if the situation is dire, then there is no harm in using dead enemies for this technique. Regardless, it'll be a waste to ditch these 64 puppets for that reason. I'm planning to train a bit and become a puppet master myself. It'll add another aspect to my abilities. Hiruzen was surprised. The way Fujin had said it earlier, he thought that Fujin was joking. He didn't expect him to be serious. Hiruzen said, while mastering chakra threads wouldn't be a challenge for you, being a puppet master involves a lot of other things. For starters, you need to be able to make puppets with a lot of traps in them. In addition, you need to be an expert at poison to make those traps deadly. You will also need high medical knowledge to make any modifications to those 64 puppets considering that they were created from dead humans. Fujin nodded and said, yes. I am not too worried about creating traps as I should be able to handle them. As for medical and poison knowledge, I was planning to take on Yoshi-sensei's offer to improve those aspects in any case. So I should be fine. To Hiruzen's dismay, Fujin had already thought of everything needed to become a puppet master. He sighed and said, Fujin, you have already reached rank S. While it's fine to diversify your abilities, becoming a full-fledged puppet master won't do you any good. I'll recommend keeping a few of them and giving me the rest. There are a few ninjas in our village who are extremely interested in puppetry but unfortunately fall short due to not having access to good information on it. I can create a few Jounins and hopefully 1 or 2 elite Jounins with those puppets. This way, our village will benefit more. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and thought, wow. Good speech. His words are true but that requires me to give things without getting anything in return. While it's true that Hiruzen helped me in the past, he didn't spend money on anything other than my swords. In fact, he probably earned more than that by betting on me in the Chunin exams. I would have still given them if I needed a lot from Hiruzen in the future. Unfortunately, there is not much he can give me anymore. He won't give me the Edo Tensei right now. If he dies against Orochimaru, then obviously I can't take anything from him. If he survives, then the fame I gain during that war will be sufficient to ask for what I want from him irrespective of our relationship. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, well? Fujin sighed and said, I was planning to use the 64 puppets as a trump card. If I fell in a situation where my squad had to retreat, I could have my shadow clones use the puppets to hold back enemies while we retreated to safety. I might not be able to do the same with a few puppets. That said, I understand your view. Getting more Jounins and perhaps elite Jounins will be beneficial for the village. How about this? I'll keep just 10 puppets with me and give you the rest. However, I want a forbidden technique to have another trump card. Hiruzen was surprised. He thought, I should have known. I guess he is still upset that I didn't give him the scroll of sealing. He asked, which jutsu do you want? Fujin said, Spirit Transformation Technique. Chapter 546, Hiruzen's Suspicion and Soul. Hiruzen was surprised. He wondered, the Spirit Transformation Technique? The one Dan created? Why is Fujin interested in it? Hiruzen fell into deep thought. The technique was extremely complicated. More importantly, it was extremely powerful and dangerous, both to the enemies and to the user. Hiruzen analyzed why Fujin would need such a technique, but couldn't come up with any answer. In the end, he speculated, does he plan on taking over someone's body temporarily? Or does he just want another trump card as he said? Hiruzen couldn't be sure. He said, learning too many complicated techniques at the same time isn't good, Fujin. You are learning the 8 inner gates technique. In addition, I also gave you the scroll on Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What is your progress with them? Fujin sighed and said, I haven't been able to make any progress with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I managed to create the seal with ease but I am stuck on stage 2 of the training. I am progressing well in the 8 inner gates, but that technique is just dependent on how much my body progresses. So it won't interfere with other training. Hiruzen sighed internally, a shame. It would have been very helpful for the village if he could master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. We would have reached close to our strength during the Third Great Ninja War in terms of rank S ninjas. That said, if he hasn't learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, then there is no need to not give him the Spirit Transformation Jutsu. If he manages to master it, Then Hidden Leaf Village will have another strong means of attack during the next Great War. Even if he doesn't learn it, the training will improve his control over the Yin Chakra, which will allow him to strengthen his Genjutsu, which lacks in comparison to his other skills. Besides, Saisari's puppets could be very important for the village. Even though it won't have a huge impact today, it could result in a wave of enthusiastic youngsters choosing to become puppet masters at some point in the future. Once that happens, the village can create a new special unit. That said, I don't necessarily need to make Fujin hand over those puppets. Even if I let him keep them all, he will eventually pass them to someone. Perhaps his students or children or someone who catches his eye. However, it will stay only among that small group of people. It is better if those puppets and their knowledge are directly under the village's control. He replied, "All right. I'll prepare the scroll for you." Fujin commented in his mind, "Of course you will. It doesn't cost you anything. Why did you take so much time to think like I was asking you to donate a kidney?" Fujin said, "That's great. I'll decide which puppets to keep in the meantime." Hiruzen replied, "Sure. Is there anything else that happened during your mission?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "Not really. At least nothing that caught my eye." Hiruzen replied, "All right. Considering the nature of this mission, you don't need to file any report. We will make Hidden Sand Village take the blame for attacking Yamakawa Town. Don't tell anyone about the fact that you were in the Land of Rivers during this time." Fujin nodded and took his leave. After he left, Hiruzen's expression became serious. He analyzed, there are a lot of things that don't add up. Saisari attacking the town at the same time can be considered as a coincidence, but for so many coincidences to happen when Fujin was in that country. Hiruzen recalled the incidents that happened in the Land of Rivers when Fujin was present there. He thought, first Saisari and Fujin attacked Yamakawa Town at the same time. A few days later, someone plundered 3 nobles in Hidden Valley's village without alerting anyone. A day later, someone attacked and destroyed Rika's organization. To be able to steal so efficiently, the thief must have a very high capability. More importantly, he would need to be close to a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. And, to be able to uproot Rika's organization, the attacker needs to be a rank S ninja or have multiple elite jounins. Is it just a coincidence? Not to mention, I almost forgot about Rika. His swords can amplify lightning jutsus as well, though not to the extent of Sensei's sword. He could be a possible culprit behind the attack on the route. However, this lead is pretty much useless now. He is either dead or missing and even Fujin couldn't track him. Even if I send a squad specialized in tracking, it'll be too late to find him irrespective of whether he's dead or alive. Though Hiruzen had sent Fujin to destroy the possible base Hidden Sand Village had created, he was left with even newer problems that were extremely difficult to answer. Hiruzen thought for a long time before letting out a sigh. He concluded, there is no point in suspecting Fujin for no reason. He should have a lot of money from his missions. I don't see any reason why he would need to steal a large amount of money. Similarly, I don't see any reason why he would lie if he was the one who dealt with Rika. The only thing that comes to mind is Kiba blades, but Fujin doesn't specialize in lightning. So the blades are more or less useless for him. Considering his greedy nature, he could have used those blades to get more forbidden jutsus from me. The only thing I need to do now is keep an eye out for information related to the Kiba blades and Blade of the Thunder Spirit. If either of them appears, it might give me some clues regarding who the attacker that night was. Hiruzen immediately got into action and took steps to inform all of Hidden Leaf Village's spies as well as Jiraiya, asking them to give special attention to the news related to those 2 blades and inform him right away. Fujin returned straight to his home after meeting Hiruzen. He was unaware that he had raised so many doubts in Hiruzen's mind. Even if he was aware, there wasn't much he could do. The good thing was that he hadn't left any clues behind. So even if Hiruzen decided to investigate the events seriously, there wasn't anything for him to find. As he entered his house, Fujin thought, the spirit transformation technique. Obirama had created a genjutsu that was very similar to this while Dan improved upon it to create this jutsu by making it more usable and versatile by adding several more abilities. To be honest, this jutsu won't be able to increase my power by much unless shadow clones can use it as well. That said, I don't think clones will be able to use this jutsu. Regardless, increasing my combat strength isn't the reason why I asked for this jutsu. This jutsu will be an excellent method to finally learn about souls. It is something I always found fascinating, even in my previous life. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything to study souls in my previous world apart from religious texts and some speculations. However, in this world, there are several techniques that utilize the soul. The Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch jutsu can transfer consciousness. Orochimaru can divide his souls and seal them into other people, making him the most difficult ninja to kill. In addition, he can also transfer his soul permanently into a vessel's body. The Reaper Death Seal sacrifices the user's soul and seals his enemy's soul. And, the Edo Tensei directly summons souls from the afterlife and has them occupy a body. The Spirit Transformation Jutsu will give me a deeper understanding of these soul-based techniques. It might also be possible to create my own soul-based techniques. If I can add the ability to affect souls to my wind domain, then I can't even guess to which level that technique would reach. And that's just the start. If I can learn more about my soul, I might be able to glean some insights into how I was able to transmigrate across worlds, or perhaps dimensions. Is my soul somehow different from an ordinary soul, or does every soul transmigrate in such a manner? Studying souls might also be a way to understand whether immortality can be achieved. Orochimaru's research has already had some success. His curse seals give him a way to revive even if his main body is killed. And, if his main body can't sustain itself, he can switch bodies. However, both his methods definitely have flaws. And the flaws are quite terrifying. For someone so strong and experienced, he is extremely vulnerable to Genjutsu. There is no way Hiruzen would fall prey to Itachi's Genjutsu that easily. Even Jiraiya was very confident in being able to avoid his Genjutsu. And, in the Fourth Great Ninja War, despite fighting against Madara for so long, there was only one instance of a Kage falling into Genjutsu. And even then, easily understood that he had been caught in a Genjutsu. I believe that the act of dividing his soul through curse seals should have made Orochimaru more susceptible to Genjutsu. Similarly, though he can switch bodies, it is highly unlikely for a new body to be as strong as his real body. If that is true, then the Orochimaru that will fight against Hiruzen is undoubtedly not at his peak. Chapter 547, Boredom. Fujin continued analyzing. That said, even though there are issues, there is no question that both those techniques are invaluable. It's just that Orochimaru became too obsessed with them. If he had waited until he grew old to change his body, then the issue of his new body not being as strong as his real body would have been a moot point. Similarly, if, instead of creating and applying his curse seal on dozens of ninjas, he had applied curse seals on only a couple of people, then his soul wouldn't have been divided so many times and perhaps he might not have been as susceptible to Genjutsu as he currently is. Unless the very act of dividing the soul causes him to be more susceptible to Genjutsu. I will need some more information on these two techniques to be able to properly analyze their flaws. Unfortunately, reading Orochimaru's memories is impossible at this point. Even with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I can't be sure that I'll be able to capture or kill his main body. Unlike others, whom I can track down with the Flying Thunder God mark, Orochimaru might be able to get rid of that mark by shedding his skin. Fortunately, there is someone else who might have a lot of information on these two techniques. That said, I need to improve my knowledge about souls first. Without a firm base, it won't help me even if I have information. The Spirit Transformation Jutsu should be more than enough to help me with that. Fujin stretched his body. The effect of the soldier pill was about to run out and he could feel some tiredness. He let out a yawn and thought, oh well, no point in getting too worked up for this. Once the range of my Flying Thunder God Jutsu increases, I'll be the toughest ninja to kill after Obito and Orochimaru. And, I'm only 16 years old. I have no need to go Orochimaru's way. At least not for another half a century. The best case scenario would be if I could increase the lifespan of this body itself and make it infinitely more, like the Otsutsuki clan. Though it's difficult to say how that can be done. I wonder if Hagoromo's body would have been immortal if he hadn't released the 10 tails and divided it into 9 parts. Or did he divide it because his body was growing old and he understood that his body wouldn't live for long? Sigh, so many questions and so few answers. I wonder how many mysteries I'll be able to solve. Filled with such thoughts, Fujin fell asleep. The next day, he got up quite late despite sleeping early. Due to the backlash of the soldier pill, he wouldn't be training that day. He freshened up and wondered what he should be doing for the day. He stood lazily on his balcony and looked at the construction work that was happening around his house. He thought, most of the work is already done. Hiruzen will start moving those kids here soon. Sigh, even more work. I'm kind of bored. Now that I think about it, I haven't done anything fun lately. It has just been training and work. Though I occasionally mess with Hiruzen and Shikaku, I haven't had too many opportunities to mess much with them. Now, what should I do for some entertainment today? Fujin thought for a while. Several ideas appeared in his mind but none seemed fun enough. He let out a sigh and thought, there's not much I can do. Though I can think of some pranks using wind, it'll be more of an annoyance rather than fun pranks for anyone I target. Not to mention, considering my strength, pranking civilians, or even ninjas, might not be that fun. I could prank Naruto as his reactions are fun to see, but the poor guy might get scarred for life if I overdo it. I guess I shouldn't have destroyed Root. If they still existed outside that little headquarters, I could have targeted them and enjoyed the drama and chaos that would follow. If it wouldn't have impacted the future, I could have considered starting a couple of wars to give Hiruzen and Shikaku a headache. Those two lucked out due to how considerate I am. Oh well. Fujin let out another sigh and muttered to himself, once the effects of Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village's attack are dealt with, I'll leave the village temporarily and tour the world with Kaido. Even though I was excited to be reborn in this world, the fear of the dangers here has kept me tense all the time. However, there isn't much that I need to fear with my current strength. An adventure should help me relax my nerves. It might also give me new ideas on how I can keep becoming stronger and might help me uncover more secrets in this world. Perhaps I could force some of those beasts in the sea to become my summons. That way, I will have summons for both Shiden and Ikaru identities. Since he couldn't think of anything fun to do, Fujin decided to give his body some well-deserved rest. Unknown to Fujin, while he couldn't think of anything entertaining to do, some entertainment visited his home. Half an hour later, the bell rang. Fujin looked towards the direction of his door and thought, as expected. If this was my previous world, I would have wondered whether he set up a camera somewhere to see whether I was home or not. Doesn't he have his squad to have fun now? Kakashi is too lax. Despite his thoughts, Fujin wasn't displeased to see Naruto. He opened the door while thinking, oh well, even though I wasn't planning on using him for pranks, I can't say no since he is already here. Hee hee. Fujin opened the door and an excited Naruto exclaimed, Fujin, you are back. Fujin chuckled and said, yeah, I returned last night. Come on in. Naruto immediately entered. He began talking about his new squad and updated Fujin on the new events happening in his life. At one point, he exclaimed, man, I thought I would do something cool after becoming a ninja. But Grandpa Hokage only makes us run after cats and dogs and makes us do menial jobs. This is totally not what I imagined. Fujin chuckled as some memories surfaced. He thought, considering that every ninja went through that, there is no way this tradition is changing. He said, don't worry Naruto, it gets better. Naruto looked at him and asked, really? Fujin nodded and said, yes. You'll only have to do such missions for a couple of years. Then Grandpa Hokage will assign you missions where you can eliminate bad bandits and save innocent people. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. He exclaimed loudly, a couple of years? He looked down with his head in his hands and muttered, I will have to chase cats and dogs, babysit kids and pull out weeds for 2 years? Fujin just grinned as he saw Naruto experiencing a nightmare in the middle of the day. He thought, I hadn't thought of this earlier. If Hiruzen or Tsunade do assign me a squad, it might be fun to make them do rank D missions for a couple of years. No, make that 3. In 3 years, I'll train them to be at least as strong as Jounins, if not elite Jounins, but only let them do rank D missions. Then I'll send that Jounin level squad into the Chunin exams. That would be a sight to see, haha. Naruto didn't know about Fujin's thoughts. If he did, he would thank the gods that he wasn't a part of his squad. When Naruto finally recovered from the horrendous news, he looked at Fujin and asked, can you teach me a strong wind jutsu? Sasuke knows the fireball jutsu and I don't want to lose to him. Fujin tilted his head and asked, you said your sensei is Kakashi, right? Naruto nodded. Fujin asked again, Kakashi Hatake? Naruto became confused but nodded again. Fujin showed a deadpan expression and asked, why are you asking me to teach you jutsus then? Naruto became even more confused and asked, what do you mean? Fujin sighed and asked, did you not do any research on him? Kakashi Hatake is a ninja famous throughout the world for knowing more than 1,000 jutsus. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, Thou. 1,000? Fujin showed a tired expression and sighed. He looked at Naruto and asked, you didn't know that? Opposite to his expression, Fujin's thoughts were very cheerful. He thought, I finally have an extremely entertaining idea. Chapter 548, Target, Kakashi. Naruto exclaimed, I had no idea that Kakashi-sensei was so cool. Suddenly he had a thought. He looked at Fujin and asked in a confused tone, but if he knows that many jutsus, why didn't he ever teach us any jutsu? I even asked him several times to teach me a cool jutsu but he never taught me anything. Fujin showed a confused expression as well and asked, he didn't? Naruto replied, he didn't. He just taught us formations and teamwork, you know. Fujin put up a thoughtful expression as he said in an unsure tone, well, teamwork and formations are important too, but why wouldn't he teach you jutsus? Fujin pretended to be in deep thought for a few seconds. Naruto didn't disturb him and waited patiently for Fujin to be done thinking. Fujin's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, ah. I got it. Naruto listened with anticipation as Fujin explained, I guess he doesn't think that you and your teammates are worthy enough to be taught his special jutsus yet. Did you do anything to prove yourself to him yet? Naruto replied unsurely, we passed his graduation test. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, your team managed to defeat Kakashi? Naruto's voice became softer as he answered, no, we didn't manage to get the bells. He passed us because we decided that our teammates were more important than orders. Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, that's good, but that's just the basic requirement to become a Genin. It can't be considered as proving your worth. Did you or your team do anything else that was impressive? Naruto crossed his arms and answered unhappily, other than that we only did lame missions and teamwork exercises. How can I prove myself while we are catching cats and dogs? Fujin's expression became very serious. He looked at Naruto and said in a strict tone, Naruto, a ninja must see underneath the underneath. I suspect that Kakashi has been giving you 3 opportunities to prove yourselves. However, since your mind is so focused on missions and training, you 3 have completely missed it. Naruto muttered, underneath the underneath? I know that, but what signs did Kakashi-sensei give us? He became confused once again. Looking at Fujin, he wondered, why do I become so confused whenever I talk with Fujin? What was underneath those lame missions? Fujin rested his right elbow on his left hand and his chin on his right hand. He put up his thinking face again and muttered, let's see. Kakashi Hatake. 3 new Genins. Easy missions. And teamwork exercises. Fujin pretended to think for a couple of minutes before his face suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, I see it now. Naruto excitedly asked, what is it? Fujin answered, it's simple really. He is teaching the 3 of you teamwork, meaning that he wants the 3 of you to work together. And, he is giving the 3 of you easy missions, meaning that you guys still have some energy to do something else while you 3 are completing the mission. Naruto's eyes widened. He said, I never thought of it this way. You are damn smart, Fujin. Fujin chuckled and continued, that something else is your opportunity to do something to prove yourself. As for what that can be, let's see. Fujin pretended to think again for half a minute before continuing, well, knowing Kakashi, you can prove yourself to him in 2 ways. Fujin raised 2 fingers as Naruto watched with more attention than the combined attention he paid during his 6 years in the academy. Fujin said, the first way is to steal the book he keeps reading. Kakashi values that book very much and it won't be easy for you 3 to do it. If you do, then you'll prove that you are worthy of being taught his special jutsus. Naruto exclaimed, his book? Immediately the memory of Kakashi reading the book while they did missions appeared in his mind. He thought, Fujin is right. Kakashi-sensei does love his book a lot. If we can take it away from him, he'll be impressed with our abilities. What's the second thing? Fujin continued, the second way is for you 3 to see what Kakashi's real face behind that mask is. Very few in the village know what he looks like behind the mask. If you 3 can do it, he'll be impressed for sure. Naruto's eyes widened again as he thought, he's right again. We don't even know what he looks like. The more Naruto thought, the more he felt that Fujin's words made complete sense. He exclaimed, I never thought of it in this manner. Fujin smiled and said, that's why he hasn't taught you his jutsus yet. Once your team begins making some progress in these aspects, he'll begin reconsidering and will eventually teach you. That said, don't tell him or even your teammates that I was the one who gave you this idea. Otherwise, he'll think that it wasn't you who looked underneath the underneath. Fujin blinked his left eye as he said the last sentence. Naruto immediately understood his message. He quickly got up and said, you are the best, Fujin. I'll prove to Kakashi-sensei that I am worthy in no time, believe it. Naruto quickly rushed out of Fujin's house. He wanted to meet up with Sasuke and Sakura and form a plan to do either of the 2 tasks. A grin formed on Fujin's face when Naruto left his house impatiently. He muttered to himself, now that should guarantee some entertainment. It's a shame that these 3 aren't strong enough to give Kakashi a nightmare, but they should cause a few headaches at least. The next time Naruto comes to meet me, I'll tell him that if he wants Hiruzen to give him a better mission, he'll have to successfully prank Hiruzen until he feels that Naruto and his team are worthy. After all, why should Kakashi have all the fun? It's a shame that I can't use these 3 to harass Shikaku or Denzo. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Oh well, I'll start sending a shadow clone to keep an eye on them from tomorrow. Wouldn't want to miss the free entertainment, hee hee. With some entertainment guaranteed, Fujin's mood improved. He divided the puppets that Sasauri donated to him. Unlike what he had said to Hiruzen, Fujin had already thoroughly researched the puppets. He didn't need any time to decide. He kept the 15 best puppets for himself and decided to give Hiruzen the remaining 49 puppets. He rested the rest of the day and visited some of his favorite restaurants in Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Naruto gathered Sakura and Sasuke together despite it being an off day. He quickly explained to them what Fujin had informed him. Both looked at him skeptically. Sakura asked, How could a ninja know 1,000 jutsus? I only know 3. Even Sasuke-kun knows less than 10. I know Kakashi-sensei is strong, but 1,000 is too much even for him. Naruto was skeptical at first as well of that information, but he trusted that Fujin wouldn't lie to him. He said, there is no doubt about that information. Kakashi-sensei knows 1,000 jutsus. Sasuke was surprised as well, but he decided against questioning whether it was accurate or not. After all, that information was irrelevant to him. What mattered was whether Kakashi would teach them. His mind was focused on the other part of Naruto's story. He muttered to himself softly, could this really be a test for us? Naruto nodded and repeated Fujin's words, a ninja must look underneath the underneath. Otherwise, why wouldn't Kakashi-sensei teach us his cool jutsus and why would he make us do lame missions? Sasuke thought, that makes sense, but since when did Naruto become so smart? Both Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke, who thought for some time. Finally, he said, well, there is no harm in trying. If this is indeed a test, then we might make him teach us more seriously. Even if it isn't, then it's not like he can make things worse for us. With Sasuke agreeing, Sakura didn't oppose and Naruto was always on board. The 3 of them decided to think of ways to accomplish either of the 2 tasks Fujin suggested. After a long discussion and creating several plans, they finally left. Walking towards his home, confusion was visible on Sasuke's face. He thought, something about this feels off. The biggest question is, since when did Naruto become so smart to look through something like this? Yet, I can't deny that his words made complete sense. I guess, we'll find out soon. Chapter 549, Focus, Fuinjutsu. Fujin completed his morning training routine before taking a small break to decide how to progress further. He analyzed, I have a feeling that I will open the gate of limit very soon. I might be able to do it this week itself. Once that is done, I'll have completed my previous training plan of training the wind domain, the flying thunder god jutsu and the 8 inner gates technique simultaneously. My wind domain is nearly perfect right now. The only improvement I can make is creating vacuum jutsus using the wind domain. Though it is possible to improve it even more, it is very difficult. It'll depend more on any inspiration I get in the future or any improvements I experience in other fields. For instance, once I become more knowledgeable about poisons, I could try to mix poisons in the wind domain. That might make me more efficient than Saga at poisoning my enemies. I have mastered the flying thunder god jutsu as well. The only thing I need to work on is increasing the range. I will be able to slowly improve that over time. So, I don't need to assign any time to training it consistently. As for the 8 inner gates technique, the gate of view is several times more difficult than opening all the first 5 inner gates. According to what Guy said, I'll need at least a couple of years to open it. And that is if I focus entirely on it. I guess the gate of view would be the most I'll be able to open until the 4th Great Ninja War, unless I decide to push the war back by a few years. Regardless, other than my usual morning physical workout routine and sparring with Guy, I don't need to focus more on this technique. That finally opens up my schedule after a long time. Ever since he had quit Anbu, Fujin had been focused on these 3 jutsus. It had been over a year since then. Though he did some other things as well, like creating the 8 trigrams divination seal, investigating Jashin, mastering the mind reading technique, learning the Rasen Shuriken and creating the Phantom Haven Society, more than 90% of the time he spent other than sleeping was on training these 3 techniques. Even for someone as disciplined and focused as Fujin, he had started to feel a sense of exhaustion. As a result, he was extremely glad to finally have reached a stage where he could stop focusing on them. Fujin continued analyzing, I can finally train something else. The 2 obvious things that I'll start focusing on soon are spirit transformation jutsu and medical ninjutsu, along with more in-depth knowledge of poisons. I am not sure how long it'll take to master the spirit transformation jutsu. I just hope that it isn't as difficult as the flying thunder god jutsu. Hopefully, the fact that I have transmigrated might help. As for the medical ninjutsu and poison, I never loved studying biology and chemistry in my previous life. Granted, it could just be because it wasn't as interesting as in this world and I couldn't get superpowers by studying it. Regardless, even if I can generate enough interest, neither of those 2 things is simple to learn. Despite being excellent academically and having the best medical ninja helping her, Sakura still needed 3 years to reach the level she did. It's not the kind of time I can afford to spend right now. Fortunately, I can use the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Considering how much Yoshi and Isamu have pestered me to become a medical ninja even after my identity as the spectral swordsman was leaked and I became a council member, I will ensure that I am the last ever student they teach. Anyway, both medical ninjutsu and spirit transformation jutsu can wait for the time being. I have been putting off improving my fuinjutsu for a long time. It's time to raise my Fuin Jutsu to the next level. Fujin looked at his palms. Immediately, the seal imprints that he had on his palm began glowing. Fuin Jutsu was something that was very crucial to Fujin's plans. In addition, he was extremely fascinated by the kind of things it could achieve. Fujin thought, even though I am a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, I am probably the one with the least expertise in seals among all the Grandmasters. When compared with someone like Saga who was already making human puppets when he was my age, I'm lacking a lot. Every seal master who becomes a Grandmaster spends a lot of time improving the existing seals and creating new ones. There is no question that even Hiruzen, Denzo and the Sanins are far superior to me in this aspect. Denzo can add his imprint to a seal, making it impossible for anyone else to remove his curse seals. Creating that arm might have needed a lot of Juinjutsu as well. Hiruzen is likely superior to Denzo in these aspects. Tsunade could create the strength of 100 seal. Orochimaru can store parts of his soul in a seal that applies on others. By comparison, my usage of Fuinjutsu is very basic. I just nullify that weakness to an extent by using a ridiculous amount of seals, deterring anyone who intends to mess with my seals. However, if Hiruzen or Denzo decide to enter my house while I'm not in the village, the seals won't be able to stop them. They'll just need a long time to do so, and they won't be able to cover up the fact that they undid my seals. However, if I improve upon my seals, then they might not be able to do that. Unfortunately, improving seals isn't something that can be done very easily. It takes years, or rather decades, to achieve that even with shadow clones. It's not something I can do in the short term. Unless I can understand what those Jashin seals do, the only way to improve rapidly is by copying what other Grandmasters have already achieved. Like I copied the properties of Denzo's curse seals to create the Phantom Seal. So, I'll only focus on two things. The first is to make the seals more usable in battle. The way to do this is simple. I need to create battlefields using seals like how Uchiha Sora did. The only change I need to make is that instead of needing half an hour to set up the battlefield, I want it to appear in an instant. These battlefields will become my hunting grounds. Other than the battlefields, the other thing to improve upon is the 8 trigrams divination seal. If I can improve it in the way I envision, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this will be very difficult. I can just hope that I can find the perfect combination before the Chunin exams begin. Fujin muttered, oh well, time to start creating a battlefield. Creating one at the same level as Uchiha Sora will be difficult to start with. I'll begin by creating a stealth-oriented battlefield. Fujin entered his basement. Immediately, 100 shadow clones appeared next to him. Without wasting any time, everyone got to work. 3 days passed. While Fujin became busy with his training again, Kakashi had a few eventful days. Lying in his bed, he had a peculiar expression as he wondered, what exactly happened with those 3? They suddenly began acting suspiciously. In the last few days, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura had all made moves on him, or rather his book and his mask. They first tried sneaking up on him, which resulted in him grabbing each one of them by the back of their necks like he was grabbing cats. When he asked what they were up to, they all made excuses. Next, they tried distracting him and taking his book. Unsurprisingly, that failed either. Since the straightforward methods didn't work, they became innovative. They began transforming into strangers and animals and running into Kakashi while he was walking in the streets. Unknown to them, Kakashi could perfectly smell their scents. As a result, they never succeeded in their attempts. Regardless, while their initial attempts had been amusing, Kakashi had started to get slightly irritated as they kept increasing the intensity. After thinking for a bit, Kakashi wondered, did someone put them up to it? But who could it be? Lord Hokage? I don't see why he would do that. Eh? It was late at night. Most of the Hidden Leaf village were asleep. Had Kakashi not been wondering about the recent events, he might have slept as well. To his surprise, someone broke into his house. Chapter 550, Kakashi's headache. For a moment, Kakashi was shocked. In his entire life, his house had never been broken into by anyone. Even when his father was disgraced and committed suicide, no one actually broke into his house. For a second, Kakashi had raised his alertness to the maximum. Just like the rest of the village, he had raised the security of his house after the root headquarters had blown up. However, that shock and alertness quickly changed into worry as he thought, how can he not know the details of the jutsu he calls his speciality? The shadow clones are good at hiding the main body as they can replicate the appearance, chakra and even the scent perfectly. If he wants to sneak into my house, shouldn't he at least do something to mask or alter his scent? Sigh, I have so much to teach him. As he was thinking, several figures snuck into his room. They were wearing black clothes along with masks to hide their identity. All of them were surprised to see Kakashi awake and staring back at them. One of them asked in surprise, Why are you still up? Another asked, and why do you wear that mask so late in the night? Kakashi watched with a deadpan expression. He decided to play along with Naruto and asked, who are you people and what are you doing in my house? One of the clones suddenly realized that and shouted, crap, change of plans. Immediately, all the clones exploded into a cloud of smoke, covering Kakashi's house in smoke. Knowing how strong Kakashi was, Naruto didn't see any point in trying to gang up on him with his clones. That would only expose him. Some distance from Kakashi's house, Naruto exclaimed, crap. He's still awake. Our plan failed. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were hiding while keeping an eye on Kakashi's house and were waiting for their signal to enter Kakashi's house when Naruto's clones failed. Sasuke asked, did he know that it was you? Naruto shook his head and said, no way. I didn't fight him as you planned. Sasuke said, good. Let's retreat. We will try again with a new plan. In the blink of an eye, the three Gainans ran away stealthily. Of course, it wasn't stealthy enough to escape Kakashi's watch. He looked at his students from a distance and thought, so even Sasuke and Sakura were involved and yet they didn't notice such a simple flaw. Sigh, I wonder how long it'll take them to realize that I can identify their scents. That said, a tired expression appeared on Kakashi's face as he complained, this is too troublesome. Will they keep bothering me like this all the time? Seeing how full of energy Naruto was, Kakashi understood that he wouldn't get any rest until he stopped them. He decided, I need to get to the root of this change. Someone is influencing this change for sure. Also, these three have too much energy. I will borrow some of Guy's tricks. That should be enough to keep them obedient. Also, Kakashi looked around but didn't feel anything odd. He opened his Sharingan and inspected his surroundings again. Yet, he didn't notice anyone. He muttered to himself, weird. I have been feeling like someone is keeping an eye on me for the past few days. Yet, I don't see anyone whenever I investigate. It shouldn't be those Gainans. They can't hide this well. Sigh, who is playing games with me? After escaping some distance away, the trio gathered together again. Naruto complained, man, this is so annoying. Why didn't Kakashi-sensei sleep yet? And, he wears his mask even when he is in bed. Sakura was surprised and muttered, it's almost as if that mask is a part of his body. Sasuke ignored their complaints and said, it was unfortunate that he didn't sleep. Now, he'll be ready if we try this again. We will have to think of another way. All three of them began thinking but couldn't come up with anything. Seeing that, Sasuke said, let's think about it on our own. We will discuss our ideas while waiting for him tomorrow. Naruto and Sakura nodded. The team finally dispersed. Uncharacteristically, Fujin was still awake. Usually, he'd be asleep by this hour, but this day he was engrossed in his training. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the new seal imprint on his palm. He was about to test it when he suddenly received a set of memories. A giggle escaped his lips as he thought, not bad. Not bad at all. Those brats broke into Kakashi's house, hee hee. I wonder what he's thinking right now. For the last few days, Fujin would always receive memories from his shadow clone that trailed Naruto and company. Those memories kept him very entertained despite training with so many clones. Fujin turned his attention back to the seal on his hand and thought, anyway, time to test this. Fujin slammed his hand on the ground. In an instant, a new seal appeared on the floor of his basement. In the blink of an eye, several dozen seals appeared at some spots in the basement. Fujin looked at his clones and dispelled all but one. The remaining clone left the basement and appeared on the floor above it. He extended his chakra field into the basement. A smile appeared on his face as he muttered, amazing. I can't sense anything inside the basement. He stopped using his chakra field and instead activated the space-time sensing technique. He realized, looks like it is useless against space-time techniques though. The seals that I know are pretty much useless against space-time techniques. Then again, I haven't run into anyone else who knows such seals either. I guess seals that restrict space-time techniques haven't been created in this world yet. Unless the Uzumaki clan or the Jashin cult knew them. If they don't, then it might be safe to say that there are none. Though that ain't necessarily a bad thing. At least no one will be able to stop my flying thunder god. The only shame is that I won't have a way to stop that broken Mengekyo ability. I guess working with Kakashi would be the only way to deal with Obito. Still, I should visit Hidden village sometime in the future to see if any secrets are still hidden in the village. Though unlikely as that village was thoroughly plundered and scavenged several times, there is still some chance considering that the very thing they specialized in was seals. Perhaps taking an Uzumaki there might help in finding the hidden stuff. Fujin's clone stopped analyzing and sent the memories back to Fujin who was waiting in the basement. On receiving the memories, Fujin thought, great, it works as I want. It seems like I can make a complete battlefield in this way. though making the seal imprint for it will be far more complicated. 3 days ago, after deciding to make a stealth battlefield, Fujin decided to get down to work. The first task that he needed to do was to create the battlefield normally. That was the easy part. Fujin and his clones brainstormed and came up with a structure of the battlefield with seals placed in the right places within a few hours. The stealth battlefield was different from the battlefield that Uchiha had created to deal with the Jashinists. The one Sora created was to trap the enemies and prevent them from running while giving Sora and his allies the initiative to attack and defend at will. However, what Fujin created focused solely on the stealth aspect. No sensor, no matter how good, would be able to detect that someone was in that battlefield as long as he didn't step into it. Only Fu Injutsu Grandmasters would be able to detect that something was off. However, it didn't have any other capabilities. Meaning, that the battlefield didn't assist Fujin in attack, defense or even in trapping the enemy. The reason why Fujin created such a simple battlefield was the second task. It was very difficult and Fujin was sure that he would be the first Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to do something like this. The difficult part was that Fujin would have to condense the entire battlefield into one small seal imprint. The seal imprints, though convenient, were traditionally used to create only one seal quickly. However, the battlefield that Fujin wanted to create had several dozen stealth seals of various types. As a result, the seal imprint he would be creating was a seal imprint that consisted of several dozen seal imprints within it. And, each of those several dozen seal imprints had to be placed at the proper place inside the main seal imprint. If Fujin made a single error in the distances between each seal, the seal imprint would fail in creating the battlefield. Most of Fujin's time was spent creating that imprint. He and his clones failed several times. However, he had managed to create it. Fujin looked at it and thought, this stealth battlefield will act as a prototype for my main battlefield. Main battlefield is kind of a boring name. I will call it the Fuin battlefield instead. Anyway, I will begin working on it tomorrow. Fujin decided to call it a night. The next day, before he could begin his training, an Anbu appeared and called Fujin into Hiruzen's office. Chapter 551, Naruto. At around 6 in the morning, Team 7 gathered in the training ground. Well, all except their sensei. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke all had a sleepy face. Naruto said, "We barely got to sleep last night. I am so sleepy." Since they had been up late at night to sneak up on Kakashi, they only got a few hours of sleep. Sakura yawned and said, "Luckily Sensei won't be here for at least another 3 hours. We can take a nap here." Sasuke didn't say anything but agreed with her. The three of them sat with their backs resting against trees and closed their eyes. "Did you come here for training or sleeping?" It had barely been a minute since the three of them closed their eyes when they heard Kakashi's voice. All three woke up in an instant. Sakura looked at Kakashi and shouted internally, of all the days, he had to come early today? Shanaro. Sasuke wondered, does he know that it was us last night? Naruto watched nervously as well. Kakashi looked at his three students and said, enough lazing around. Today, we will have a special training session. On hearing the word special training session, the eyes of the three Gainins lit up. Naruto thought, did we prove ourselves to him? Fujin was right as always. Sasuke thought, finally, we can get some real training. Naruto excitedly jumped and asked, will you teach us your special jutsus, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi said in confusion, special jutsus? Well, the training will be very special. All three of you will grow strong rapidly with it. So, we will start right away. Despite their sleep-deprived state, the three Gainins were very excited. Unfortunately, the excitement didn't last very long. Sakura's excitement died 15 seconds after Kakashi's special training session started. Sasuke's excitement died after 10 minutes while Naruto's excitement nearly lasted for half an hour. The training Kakashi put them through even surpassed the intensity of training that guy put his students through. None of them had the physiques to endure such training. When Kakashi noticed Naruto running out of gas, he said, the warm-up is over. Now, we will begin a real training. This time, none of the three Junins felt any excitement. Instead, horror was setting in. True to his words, the trio that had been harassing him for 3 days were being put through hell. While Naruto and his teammates entered hell, Fujin woke and freshened up. As usual, he sent out a shadow clone to enjoy the entertainment. Unknown to him, he had missed out on some very entertaining scenes. By the time his clone reached, all three Junins had passed out. Regardless, his mind quickly began thinking about the Fuin battlefield. He analyzed, I only used 83 seals in the stealth battlefield. And most of the seals were similar in nature. However, the Fuin battlefield will be a lot more complex. I have to make it strong enough to at least hold any non-Jinchuriki rank S ninja. If it can't do even that much, then what's the use of technique? I can already neutralize threats weaker than that even without using my wind jutsus or any forbidden jutsus. A normal barrier created with seals can't hold a rank S ninja. The barriers I integrate into Fu in battlefield will need to have the feature of strengthening with the help of my chakra. As long as I can do that, there would be no way to escape other than reverse summoning jutsu. Maybe Anoki's dust release might be able to destroy it. Susanoo could be another variable. However, the rest of the rank S ninjas will be trapped without being able to escape, giving me a chance to kill them. Oh well, I will do my physical workout and then start creating this. Fujin's bell rang. Ananbu had arrived and informed Fujin that Hiruzen had asked for his presence. Fujin followed him while wondering, did he call me to give me the scroll of spirit transformation jutsu or is he ready to move the orphans here? When Fujin reached, Hiruzen ordered his Anbu guards to leave the two of them alone. With all the seals activated, Hiruzen handed Fujin a scroll and said, the details of the spirit transformation jutsu are in there. However, be careful while practicing the jutsu. The act of releasing your soul from your body is extremely dangerous. If you make a mistake, then it can injure you. And I can't estimate the degree of the injury. Once your soul is out, your body will be vulnerable. If someone makes a move on you and damages your unprotected body, you'll die. Kato Dan, the one who created this jutsu, died in this manner during the war. Always leave sufficient shadow clones behind to take care of your body. That way, you'll be aware of the danger and might be able to make it back in time. Fujin nodded. He understood the dangers involved while learning that jutsu. However, he wasn't much worried about leaving his body vulnerable using that jutsu. After all, he knew the Flying Thunder God jutsu. His clones could escape with his body with rather ease even if someone found him. Fujin asked curiously, I will be careful. That said, can shadow clones use this technique? Hiruzen shook his head and said, no. Even though shadow clones have a part of your spirit that returns to your body after they are dispelled or destroyed, it is extremely minute. No clone can use this technique. Even if you somehow manage to utilize this technique with that little spirit, the clone will be dispelled and it will return to you forcefully. Fujin sighed and muttered, that's a shame. Anyway. He handed a few scrolls to Hiruzen and said, these have Sasaori's puppets. I decided to keep 15 for myself. The remaining 49 are here. Hiruzen nodded and took the scrolls while thinking, it is difficult for a puppet master to handle several puppets at the same time. Generally, 3 is the limit. Assuming that they need a couple as backup, these should be enough to equip the 5 I have in mind. The rest will be used to research and improve Hidden Leaf Village's knowledge of creating puppets. Normally, I'd have asked Denzo to handle this research. However, thinking about Denzo, the headaches of a few months ago resurfaced. Hiruzen decided, though I can't be sure whether Denzo had any hand in the death of the Root ninjas and the destruction of the Root headquarters, there is no doubt that a lot of things don't add up. I can't clear him so quickly just because he suffered from that incident. Not to mention, if I let him get his hands on this forbidden technique, Denzo will surely create a large number of human puppets. In the worst case, he might even use Hidden Leaf Village ninjas for this purpose and I won't be able to do much because it is very easy to keep these puppets hidden. I shouldn't allow him to get his hands on this technique unless we are at a war and in a tough spot. I will create another unit for researching such forbidden techniques. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, there is another reason that I called you here. The construction of the buildings and facilities around your house is finally completed. I am planning to move the orphans there tonight. Fujin nodded and said, sure, no issue. That said, I received a request some time ago. Hiruzen was surprised. He wondered, since when did Fujin start accepting requests? And, who was rich enough to ask for his help? He asked, what is it? Fujin smiled and said, Naruto asked whether he could move in along with other orphans. Immediately, a thoughtful expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. He thought, so he only accepts requests that involve giving me a headache. I know that he has been teaching Naruto for some time, but Naruto moving into his territory will be a political matter. Naruto was the only Jinchuriki in Hidden Leaf Village. As a result, several clans and factions in Hidden Leaf Village wanted him under their control. Considering that he was an orphan, almost every clan, including the Uchiha clan, had offered to take him under their wing. In fact, even Hiruzen wanted to take Naruto into the Sarutobi clan. So did Denzo, who wanted him in the root. Since everyone's interests clashed and everyone restricted each other, Naruto eventually ended up alone. No one had asked to take him in recent times other than Denzo. So Fujin's statement came as a surprise to Hiruzen. Hiruzen analyzed, since I am placing several orphans under him, he does have a good reason to justify Naruto moving in with them. Not to mention, he is already on good terms with him. So it will be good for Naruto. However, it will cause political clashes. It is difficult to say how the clans would see this. Denzo might even use this opportunity to say that I am trying to take control of Naruto through Fujin. The only good thing is that Fujin doesn't have an established faction yet. So others might not see it as a threat. Regardless, it will be a headache for me. Chapter 552, Warnings. Hiruzen asked, will Naruto be moving into your house? Fujin shook his head and answered, no. He just feels that he might make friends more easily with the orphans. If there is no issue on your end, then he will move in only if he gets along well with them and will be living alongside them. Hiruzen sighed internally. He makes a very strong case as usual. How will I come out looking good if I refuse Naruto the opportunity to make friends and get along with the ones who might not discriminate against him? Hiruzen asked, are you sure it'll be a good idea? Don't forget that Naruto is a Jinchuriki and hosts the nine-tailed beast. If he loses control, then the orphans and even you might be at risk. Fujin raised an eyebrow and said, if he is going to lose control, then he might as well lose control next to a rank as Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and a bunch of Enbu trainees instead of in the middle of a city where civilians live. For a second, Hiruzen was left speechless. He didn't expect to be countered so quickly and without a shred of mercy. Despite the shamelessness running through his veins, even Hiruzen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Of course, it wasn't visible on his face. In fact, even Fujin wondered, what happened to him today? Is he sick or did he fall on his head in the last 3 days? This is the first time I ever saw him say something so dumb. While Fujin loved messing with Hiruzen, it was generally because of how difficult Hiruzen made it to mess with him. As a result, he couldn't help but be surprised by the excuse Hiruzen was trying to use. Hiruzen faked a cough and said, of course. I just wanted you to be aware. Even though Lord Fourth's seal is very secure, we should always take precautions. Fujin just stared at Hiruzen, making it obvious that Hiruzen's half-assed attempt at covering up what he said wasn't working. Hiruzen added, that said, while I don't have any issue, Naruto is the village's only Jinchuriki. So his safety is of utmost importance. In addition, other council members will need to be informed as well. I will give you the answer a few days later. Fujin nodded and said, well, even though my compounds are on the outskirts of the village, safety shouldn't be a concern as I will apply seals on the compounds soon. My compounds will become one of the safest places in the village. The Anbu can continue keeping an eye on him from the shadows. If needed, one of the underground bases in the compounds could be used as an Anbu base. All the hidden mist village orphans that would be moving into his compounds were Anbu trainees. In addition, a few experienced Anbu would also be staying in his compounds to train those orphans. So it didn't make much of a difference to Fujin if a few more Anbu came in. Besides, even at such a close distance, no one would be able to spy inside his house. Fujin continued, as for the other council members, I don't see any reason why anyone would have an issue. Though if they do, just let me know. Hiruzen was surprised. He asked, oh? What will you do? Fujin smiled and replied, why would I do anything? I will just ask Naruto to prank their houses. The kid hasn't been pranking much since he graduated. Though. Fujin put up a thoughtful face and continued, I might have to discuss this with Kakashi as Naruto is his student. However, he should agree as this will be a good training for Naruto. Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a dumbfounded expression. He thought, he isn't even planning to hide the fact that he was behind Naruto creating havoc in the village. Not to mention, Naruto has learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. If he pranks now. Hiruzen immediately understood what terror Naruto could cause if he continued with his old ways. Normally, he would have stopped the person who suggested it, but he had a feeling that he would lose if he tried to debate with Fujin. He said, well, that might be a bit extreme. Anyway, don't worry. I don't think anyone will oppose it too much. I will handle it. I will see you later tonight. Fujin nodded and disappeared from the office. As he left the office, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, what a weird day. Hiruzen says something dumb, Kakashi is somehow already in the training grounds, and his 3 students are instead the ones sleeping. Did the sun rise from the west today? Or did I transmigrate into another parallel universe? While Fujin was chatting with Hiruzen, his clone had sent him the memories to inform him about the situation with Kakashi's squad. The sudden change had surprised him. He anticipated Kakashi making them wait for 6 hours instead of 3 hours due to being annoyed by them. He never imagined that Kakashi would do the opposite. Fujin decided, well, whatever. I will continue constructing the Fuin battlefield. Unlike the stealth battlefield, this will be very complicated. I will need a few days to just plan the design. The only reference I have is the battlefield Sora created. And, I will also need to consider what I should do when making improvements to the Fuin battlefield in the future. Will I just have to make a new seal imprint? Or can I somehow modify the current seal imprint? Elsewhere, Kakashi looked at his 3 students, all of whom had passed out at some point during the intense training. Sakura lasted the least with just over 30 minutes. Sasuke lasted for over 1¼ hours. Naruto lasted 30 minutes more than him. Kakashi analyzed, weird, I didn't feel anyone looking at me earlier. However, I can feel it now. That said, I still can't find who it is. There is no scent, no chakra signature, and it doesn't feel like Lord Hokage's crystal ball either. I will keep an eye on these three to check if someone is influencing them. Anyway, it looks like these three need some training to improve their stamina. Sakura's stamina is too low even for a Genin. Sasuke is better, but this isn't enough. Naruto is helped by his Uzumaki genes and the 9 tails sealed inside him. However, for someone who is aided by such factors, his stamina is quite low. This training will be the new normal for them. Since the three had slept for enough time, Kakashi woke all of them up. The 3 Genins were still extremely tired. They quickly drank some water. Kakashi said in a disappointed tone, I didn't expect that you 3 wouldn't be able to last a single training session. Kakashi shook his head, displaying his disappointment further. Sakura immediately argued, but sensei, the training was so intense. How are we supposed to keep doing it for a long time? Kakashi stared into her eyes and said, the fights between ninjas are far more intense. You will burn stamina at a much quicker rate. If you lose your focus for a moment, you'll be dead. Do you think your opponent will stop after half an hour just because you lack stamina? Sakura immediately went quiet while a frown appeared on Sasuke's face. He imagined facing Itachi and lacking the stamina to fight him. Naruto said, but sensei, I lasted the longest. Shouldn't I be fine? Kakashi looked at him and said, your main method of fighting is shadow clones. In a fight, you'll lose your stamina the quickest. It is even more important for you to improve your stamina. Kakashi's words shut him up as well. However, it was what he said next that horrified them. Forming his usual smile, Kakashi said, you 3 couldn't last your early morning training session. I hope you do better in your pre-afternoon training session, which begins now. Sakura immediately complained, but sensei, we haven't eaten anything. Naruto added, yes sensei. We can't train on empty stomachs. Kakashi maintained his smile and asked, do you think your enemies will give you lunch breaks in the middle of the war? We begin now. Also, if any of you fall asleep this time, I will be waking you up with 1,000 years of death jutsu. All 3 Genins shivered on hearing the threat. None of them wanted to experience that. Not giving them any further break, Kakashi started the next round of training, which continued until noon. All 3 got too tired at some point and couldn't continue the training, but no one dared to pass out and everyone kept a close eye on Kakashi. At noon, the trio quickly ate the lunches they had packed. Not 1 second after they were done eating, Kakashi took them to the Hokage's office to accept a mission. The exhausted kids unwillingly followed Kakashi in their half-dead states. Even Hiruzen was surprised when he saw them. He couldn't help but wonder, what did Kakashi do with them? And why are they so on guard? Lord Hokage? Hearing Kakashi, Hiruzen said, Madam Shijimi's cat has escaped again. Your mission is to catch and bring the cat back. Chapter 553, Jiraiya's dream jutsu, not the damn cat again. Naruto shouted in horror. Both Sakura and Sasuke sighed in agreement. Their bodies were already aching to the extreme. They didn't want to chase the cat around the village for hours in that state. In fact, they didn't even have any energy to do any mission. All the 3 of them wanted was to return to their homes and sleep until the next morning. Unfortunately, Kakashi didn't give them any choice. Hiruzen was surprised to see the 3 Genins accept a rank D mission without asking for difficult missions for once. Fujin received the memories from his clone and chuckled while thinking, guess Guy will be proud of Kakashi. Maybe I should inform him the next time we spar. Oh well. His expression became serious as he clenched his fists and exerted his strength. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. In one go, Fujin opened the first 3 inner gates. His skin turned red, his pupils disappeared, all the hair on his body stood up, and bulging veins appeared all over his body. At the same time, a high amount of chakra was flowing around his body. Gate of pain, open. Fujin exerted his body further and opened the 4th inner gate. True to its name, pain spread through his body as his muscles were affected. Fujin gritted his teeth and muttered, here goes nothing. Despite the pain, Fujin closed his eyes and focused on the chakra point in his abdomen. In an instant, a large amount of chakra bombarded the gate of limit. Fujin kept up the bombardment for half a minute. Despite the steady increase in the pain his muscles were feeling, the bombardment only became more fierce. The gate of limit couldn't withstand it and snapped open. In an instant, Fujin felt a massive increase in his chakra reserves. Despite the pain, he could feel that his body was far stronger. Fujin didn't move and instead just paid attention to his body. He thought, it's incredible that this body can generate so much chakra and improve my physical abilities to this extent. My chakra levels are more than 10 times what I normally have. He sighed as he analyzed further, it's a shame that this chakra is in such a berserk state. If it was calm like my normal chakra and I could use it for ninjutsu, I could have been able to injure a tailed beast. Fujin finally closed his inner gates. His breathing immediately became rougher and he felt an immense hunger. However, Fujin wasn't very concerned. He analyzed, with the gate of limit opened, I can stop training the 8 inner gates technique as well. The gate of joy is just too difficult to open. Even if I train my body with the same intensity for a few years, there is no guarantee that I will be able to open the gate of joy. Instead, it'll only get more difficult as my body grows stronger. From what Guy said, fighting against strong opponents is an important factor from here onwards. Only when in grave danger, will the body be able to put enough pressure on the gate of joy to open it. However, Fujin had a helpless expression. Unlike Guy, who was much weaker than Fujin when he opened the gate of limit, Fujin was already a fearsome rank S ninja. The number of ninjas that could threaten him and were alive could be counted with fingers. Fujin muttered to himself, the only way I could get into such a fight is if I fight with a Onoki or some of the Akatsuki members. Or maybe by using a Kuro's disguise to fight with Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Still, all of them are far more experienced than me and no weaker than me as long as I don't use the Flying Thunder God. Fujin fell into deep thought. After a couple of minutes, he decided, irrespective of whether I open the gate of joy or not, there is no harm in engaging in such battles. Though I have fought a lot for my age, the majority of my battles were against weaker ninjas from minor villages. The number of times I fought a rank S ninja is just too low. Compared to these guys who fought regularly during the Great Ninja Wars, I lack heavily in the experience department. Oh well, once the range of my Flying Thunder God Jutsu increases, I will begin finding excuses to fight them. After all, why should I refuse their help to make myself stronger? Since they aren't doing anything important, they might as well help me a bit. Having made his decision, Fujin decided to go to Akiraku to fill himself up. En route, he saw Naruto and his teammates chasing after a cat. Noticing their sluggish movements, Fujin commented, I don't think they can get up from their beds tomorrow. Even Guy isn't this brutal. Oh well, it's none of my concern. Completely ignoring the fact that he was the reason for their current state, Fujin shamelessly went into Akiraku and began treating his stomach. In his basement, 4 large sheets of paper were placed on the floor at some distance from each other. Surrounding each paper were a dozen shadow clones. While Fujin was training his body, his clones had been working on the design for the Fuin battlefield. Since the design had to be created properly, Fujin was aware that it would take some time. It didn't make any difference whether it was he who was designing the battlefield or his clones. Hence, Fujin left it all to his clones while he began focusing on the other things. After filling his stomach and returning home, Fujin opened the scroll that Hiruzen had given him. Understanding the importance of theory in this jutsu, Fujin read it carefully a few times. After a while, he sighed, Kato-dan. What an impressive talent. From what Hiruzen informed me about him, he specialized in fire, wind, earth, yin and yang release. In addition, his chakra reserves were very high as well. I wonder if this was a reason why Hiruzen didn't oppose much while giving this jutsu. It might be possible that all he did was just act so that he could get as many puppets from me as he could. After all, in terms of chakra natures, I and Dan are quite similar as Hiruzen doesn't know about my lightning style. That said, I wonder why his chakra reserves were absurdly high. Now that I think about it, he did help Tsunade recover her entire chakra including the chakra stored in her seal in the last war. Being able to fill up her seal is nuts. Does the spirit transformation jutsu help increase the chakra reserves? However, it could have also been due to the Edo Tensei. Oh well, I will wonder about it later. Coming back to the spirit transformation jutsu, it is remarkable. To be able to control the soul. A normal person, actually, even most rank S ninjas, can't even feel their soul, let alone control it freely. Just to be able to sense my soul, I will need remarkable control over yin release. By extension, my control over yang release has to be remarkable as well. Though my current yang release and yin release aren't bad, I will have to improve them significantly to just begin training this jutsu. Once they improve, I will first have to sense my soul and differentiate it from my body. The next step will be detaching it from my body, allowing me to roam freely. In this form, I will be invulnerable to normal chakra and energy. Even nature energy won't be able to harm me. Unless someone develops attacks that specifically target the soul, I won't be harmed. That said, I could still be trapped within high-level barriers. Anyway, the last step would be learning combat skills with my spirit. The basic way of attacking with spirit is by entering the enemy's body and damaging his spirit, or better, completely collapsing it. Straightforward and brutally efficient. In addition, I can also take control of my enemy's body temporarily. I can also use this technique to communicate or transfer my chakra to an ally. Another important feature is the broken passive tracking ability. If I set someone as my target, my soul will be able to find its way all the way to him even if I don't know where my target is. I wonder if this jutsu was purposefully kept away from Jiraiya. Fujin was genuinely surprised that Jiraiya didn't do everything he could to learn this jutsu. It seemed like the perfect jutsu for him. Fujin continued reading the scroll over and over to ensure that he didn't miss anything. He noted down all the doubts he had as Hiruzen would be paying a visit later in the day. The remainder of the day passed without any incident. Kakashi planned on training the kids once again after the mission was completed. However, he could see that they were completely drained. They didn't make a single move on him during the mission. As a result, he let them go home early. Later that night, Hiruzen arrived at Fujin's residence along with the orphans from Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 554, 50 Years More. Sensing a bunch of chakra signatures coming towards his house, Fujin muttered, "I guess Hiruzen is finally here." Fujin flickered outside his house. The construction around his house was completed. The 4 plots adjacent to his land, each 2,500 square meters in size, had been incorporated to create a compound and a wall had been constructed around the entire property. Fujin's house was at the centermost plot, near the front. The vacant area behind his house now had 2 buildings. One of them was the training facility. It was as good as the Anbu training facilities, though they were a bit smaller and lacked elemental training rooms. The other building was for any Anbu stationed in his compounds. The plots just to the right and left of Fujin's house had several small buildings. They were for the Hidden Mist Village orphans to live in. The last 2 plots, which were farthest from Fujin's house, were left for future expansion. In order to not leave them empty, parks and playgrounds were constructed there. Fujin thought, not bad. Though it is rather simple, it seems like Hiruzen asked the constructors to maintain consistency with my house. Instead of overshadowing my house or looking pale in comparison, they are in sync with my house, making it quite a good sight. Though, it makes my house stand out a bit. Oh well, it's not like anyone would dare intrude on my house for that reason. A few seconds later, Hiruzen appeared in front of Fujin. Behind him were a few Anbu ninjas and the 134 orphans from the Land of Water. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and nodded, indicating that it was time. Fujin looked at the kids. As he had expected, almost all of them had emotional expressions. Only a few looked around curiously. Hiruzen had already explained to them that they would be living in Fujin's compounds. Hiruzen introduced Fujin to them before the Anbu began assigning them the rooms to live in. While they were busy, Fujin asked, "Are all of them from the Land of Water? Also, how many have awakened KK Genkai and how many have bloodlines?" Hiruzen looked at Fujin and thought, so he has already connected the dots between these kids and the ones Renjiro brought back. Hiruzen wasn't surprised. It was rather easy to connect. He nodded and said, "Yes. 5 of them have unlocked KK Genkai. We have confirmed that another 14 have bloodlines. As for the rest, it is difficult to say. As you know, the Mizukage faction has been hunting everyone with KK Genkai. So, several people changed their surnames while going into hiding. It is difficult to say if some of these kids are among them. Regardless, their talent is still very high. So it isn't an issue." Fujin agreed and asked softly, "Are you planning on creating more clans in the village?" While getting slightly more than 100 talented kids who might become jounins in the future was something no village would say no to, it wasn't something that the major villages would fight for. After all, the villages receive talented kids every year. However, most of them would die even before they became jounins. Some would lose their drive and would never reach that level. So, it wasn't a big deal. However, it was a whole different thing when KK Genkai and bloodlines were involved. It presented villages with an opportunity to raise an entirely new force. In addition, it was much easier to become elite jounins if you have KK Genkai. It even made becoming rank S slightly easier. Hiruzen glared at Fujin and said, "Some things are better left unsaid. Don't talk openly about such things. But yes. Over the next half-century, we can create several new clans. It'll increase the special units that our village will have considerably." Hiruzen chuckled and added, "I will probably be long dead by then. It'll be something you guys would need to handle. Since you are the one overseeing them, you will have a major role to play." Fujin looked at Hiruzen and wondered, why does it feel like he wants me to take over the Hokage seat? Fujin looked back at the kids and replied casually, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm sure you'll still be the Hokage 50 years later. The people of Hidden Leaf Village would love to see their beloved and benevolent Lord Hokage complete a century." That immediately earned him a glare from Hiruzen. Fujin felt it, but he didn't look at him and instead just kept watching the orphans casually. He knew exactly what Hiruzen's thoughts would be. Hiruzen cursed in his mind, what the hell is the issue with this village? Why does everyone want me to continue as the Hokage? Can't I retire? He wants me to continue being Hokage until I become 120 years old? Is there a reason why only troublemakers want to become the Hokage? Hiruzen almost wanted to lash out in frustration. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Not to mention, Fujin didn't even look in his direction and instead pretended to be curious about the kids. Hiruzen could only bitterly bottle up his thoughts. He sighed internally while thinking, I failed to convince Jiraiya to take the seat. Tsunade won't accept either. Minato's batch unfortunately didn't have any other candidate. However, I am not missing my chance this time. He looked at Fujin and thought, both Fujin and Kakashi are excellent candidates. Considering how easily Fujin dealt with Saga, he isn't too far away from my level. Though he won't be able to win against me at least for a few more years, he might be able to hold back and retreat successfully from Mai and Onoki. Kakashi, unfortunately, has been lagging behind. Still, even he can be considered as a rank S ninja. At the very least, he should be able to fight against Trasa. Considering how troublesome his students are and what troubles they will attract, they might just inspire him to train a bit more seriously. I will wait for 3 more years and retire irrespective of whether someone wants to become the Hokage or not. That should be sufficient time for Kakashi's strength to become more formidable and for Fujin to gain some fame that he can actually speak about. If they are reluctant, I will use Denzo to push either of them on the seat. A slight surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face as he realized, now that I think about it, he has done a great job at hiding his biggest achievements. No one except Akatsuki knows that he was the one to kill Juzo. Similarly, no one except me knows that he was the one to steal Sasori's puppets. Even his fights against Hidden Stone's village are only known to them. As for Hidden Sand Village, once again only me and Shikaku know. Fujin felt that the way Hiruzen was staring at him had changed. He looked at him and saw a peculiar expression on Hiruzen's face. He asked, what are you thinking about? Hiruzen shook his head and said, nothing important. Fujin looked at him with a doubtful expression. Seeing that Hiruzen didn't intend to speak about it, Fujin began asking Hiruzen on how to handle the kids. While he guided a few earlier and had made arrangements for kids in Phantom Haven Society, he truly didn't have much experience in this aspect. Thankfully, Hiruzen already had a basic plan prepared. He explained it to Fujin. After explaining everything, Hiruzen concluded, in short, you don't need to do much. The Anbu I deploy will take care of their training. For other basic needs, civilians will be employed. Since you don't have any way to earn funds, the village will be handling the expenses. You only need to watch over the kids. If they have an issue that they or their teachers can't resolve, then they will be approaching you. In addition, if someone catches your eye, feel free to guide them. If you want to, you can even create and lead a squad. The only important thing is to ensure that no one knows about KK Genkai users among the kids. Even the clan leaders and other elders are oblivious to this fact. While I don't need to hide this from them, seeing how long they take to realize this will give us an idea of how long other villages will take to suspect us of having pulled something like this off. Fujin nodded. He didn't doubt the fact that other villages would be pissed on seeing Hidden Leaf Village gaining so many new KK Genkais. There was little doubt that there would be several assassination attempts on them. What Hiruzen's words implied was that Fujin would have to be the one to deter the other villages from doing something like that. However, Fujin wasn't very worried. After all, Hidden Leaf Village would be at its strongest by then. Even if things didn't happen as he remembered, Hidden Leaf Village would still be at the top in regards to rank S battle power. With the 2 Sanins, Fujin, Kakashi, Guy and Naruto, that'd be 6 rank S ninjas even without considering Denzo. That wasn't something other villages could match. Of course, Fujin couldn't say those things out loud. He nodded and said, don't worry, I will handle it. Besides, it has been some time since I butted my head against the other great villages. Anyway, show me the ones with KK Genkai and bloodline. I'd keep a closer eye on them. Hiruzen chuckled thinking about what had happened when Fujin previously butt his head against other villages and informed him about the kids who had the KK Genkai and the bloodlines. The information that Hiruzen gave him caused Fujin to be surprised. Chapter 555, Categorizing KK Genkai. 1. As Fujin had expected, there were kids from the Yuki clan among the orphans. In fact, more than half of the ones whose bloodlines had been identified were from the Yuki clan. 3 of the 5 kids with KK Genkai were from the Yuki clan as well in Tanai's style. It was the other 2 KK Genkai that surprised Fujin. Neither were native to the Land of Water. One had the Storm style while the other had the Scorch style. The KK Genkai Fujin felt that he was most likely to learn, Fujin thought, weird. Why did these two KK Genkai appear in the land of water? On second thought, it isn't too strange. After all, no matter how much a clan tries to keep their bloodline in their clan, there will always be a few in every generation who'd sleep around. Actually, it is a surprise that the genes aren't that well spread despite existing for centuries. Regardless, Denzo is undoubtedly extremely lucky to get his hands on these two. Or rather, was lucky. Guess I should be glad for his luck. It might just give me the inspiration I need. Anyway, there aren't any kids from the Sakai or the Terumi clan as I expected. After all, both their clans are still quite strong and are actively fighting against the Mizukage faction. There aren't any from the Kaguya clan either. Though there are 3 from the Hazuki clan, that clan doesn't have a KK Genkai. Their clan is famous for their secret technique, but these 3 kids don't know that secret technique. So that makes them no different from any other kid. While Fujin and Hiruzen were conversing, all the kids were assigned their rooms. 2 kids were placed in each room. As a part of Roots training, Denzo had ensured that each kid had a best friend. Hiruzen naturally knew what Denzo would have eventually done. However, even though the kids were no longer en route, Hiruzen didn't see any harm in letting the friendships continue and become stronger. If anything, it was beneficial. Seeing that everyone had settled, Hiruzen said, Fujin, I will leave the rest to you. If you have any doubts or require assistance, you can contact Hamura and Koharu. Both have more experience than me in handling such matters. Fujin looked at Hiruzen skeptically. While he didn't doubt their skills, there was no way Hiruzen would lose to either of them in these matters. Fortunately for Hiruzen, Fujin didn't mind bothering them as well. He nodded and asked, what about Naruto? Hiruzen answered, I talked with the clan leaders and the elders. They don't have an issue with him moving in here. However, as you said, only do so if he gets along with these kids. Hiruzen sighed internally as he recalled, to think that after so many years of unsuccessfully trying to put Naruto in a better place, the answer was so simple. Without Denzo's influence, it is much easier to get things done. Though Fujin was a huge factor as well. Even though most clan leaders sympathized with Naruto's situation, no clan wanted to see any other clan get a huge advantage by gaining control of the Jinchuriki. Under such circumstances, he would have normally been placed with the Hokage. However, the Sarutobi clan already had a very large influence in Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. Hiruzen occupied the Hokage seat, his elder son was the leader of Anbu and his younger son was one of the 12 guardians of the daimyo. In addition, due to the consistent wars, the Anbu forces Hiruzen controlled had grown stronger than most clans. Not to mention, Hiruzen had a deep influence inside other clans as well due to leading the village for so long. Even in such a case, they would have come up with some arrangement for Naruto. Unfortunately, with Denzo working in the background and fanning the flames, that became impossible. Without a strong ninja, like Jiraiya or Tsunade stepping in to break the impasse and taking the responsibility, the situation stayed the same despite none of the involved parties being satisfied. Hiruzen continued thinking, unlike me, Fujin doesn't have much influence. Even though he has these kids under him now and represents the highest number of ninjas in the council, his real influence isn't that high. After all, he isn't their leader and there is no blood relation between him and the others. Where his actual influence lies is his strength and abilities. Combined with the fact that the clan leaders were sympathetic about Naruto's situation, there was surprisingly no opposition from them. Hiruzen was happy with how easily this matter was resolved. He was expecting Fujin to be happy as well, but Fujin just plainly replied, that's good. I will introduce Naruto to them the next time he shows up. Hiruzen was a bit surprised but what he didn't know was that Fujin was sighing internally. Fujin thought, what a bummer. I was hoping that someone would oppose it. I could have got some entertainment in making them change their decision in a non-violent way. Sigh, I need a good fight soon. Raga, though decent, wasn't good enough. He couldn't even force me to use my wind jutsus. It's a shame that it is so difficult to get a fair fight with any rank S ninja. Seeing that Fujin wasn't saying anything, Hiruzen said farewell and left. Fujin returned to his house as well. There wasn't much for him to do. Instead, his mind began thinking about KK Genkai. Fujin had been thinking about creating a KK Genkai for a long time. As he grew increasingly stronger, he no longer felt a very strong desire towards them. However, it was still something he would love to have. Getting access to kids who knew these KK Genkai was a good opportunity for him. He analyzed, Scorch style, Storm style and Ice style. It's a shame that my talent in water manipulation is too low. Both Ice and Storm style require water manipulation. Even though I have great control over wind and lightning, these two will be extremely difficult to create, though I still have some hope towards the Storm style. On the contrary, Scorch style fits me perfectly. My talent in wind manipulation is exceptional while my fire manipulation ain't bad either. What's more, it is also one of the simpler Kekkei Genkai. When he was studying about Kekkei Genkai, Fujin had categorized them according to their complexity and how easy or difficult they would be for a normal ninja to master. The first category was the simple Kekkei Genkai. Fujin had put Scorch, Storm, Lava and Steam style. All these Kekkei Genkai were very straightforward. In fact, Fujin already had a small degree of success in 2 of these Kekkei Genkai. Scorch style just involved using fire and winds to amplify each other. Considering how compatible the 2 elements were, Fujin felt that it was probably the easiest Kekkei Genkai. Fujin could heat up winds within his wind domain using fire. Even without wind domain, he could create wind explosion spheres that were made of extremely hot winds. It was his attempt at copying Pakura's technique. Unfortunately, he fell short in a very important aspect. On the other hand, steam and lava style worked by using fire to evaporate the water and melt the rocks respectively. As for storm style, it involved manipulating lightning like it was water. With his control and with the help of the blade of the thunder spirit, Fujin could control his lightning to an extent, though it wasn't as flexible as what Darui could achieve. The second category had the slightly more sophisticated Kekkei Genkai. It included ice, explosion, wood and magnet style. Fujin understood the basic concepts of these Kekkei Genkai and knew their properties. However, what he couldn't understand was how exactly the elements would mix to create the Kekkei Genkai. For instance, ice style was a combination of water and wind. However, unlike lava style, where he could clearly explain the functions and interactions of the 2 elements, Fujin couldn't understand how exactly water and wind would need to interact to create ice. Similarly, it was difficult to calculate how wind and earth together could replicate the magnetic effect or how water and earth together could create wood. How earth and lightning, 2 very incompatible elements, work together to create explosion style was also something he couldn't figure out. For these reasons, Fujin considered these 4 Kekkei Genkai as more sophisticated as he had no idea how to begin working on them. While he did have some help in studying ice style due to that book, all it did was help Fujin eliminate some guesses as none of the methods mentioned in the book ever worked. Chapter 556, Categorizing Kekkei Genkai. The third category had the Kekkei Genkai, which seemed even more complicated and somehow had an effect on the user's body, increasing their difficulty level exponentially. Fujin included Swift style, Steel style and Arc style in this category. For Fujin, whose highest talents were in wind and lightning manipulation, Swift style should have been the easiest Kekkei Genkai to learn. However, unlike the Scorch style where Fujin had limited success, he didn't make any progress whatsoever towards Swift style. Fujin could use wind as well as lightning to increase his speed. Despite that fact, he didn't even manage to conceptualize how to merge those 2 elements and create Swift style. It was the same for Steel style and Arc style. Unlike the Swift style, Fujin didn't even know which elements were involved in creating those 2 Kekkei Genkai. The Hidden Leaf Village library wasn't much help either. Fujin did have his own estimates, but he wasn't sure. The fourth category included the Kekkei Genkai, which were impossible to replicate by anyone without the bloodline. Those included all the Sharingan and its forms, Byakugan and its forms, Ketsuryugan and Shikatsu-myaku. There was no way for Fujin to learn or create these Kekkei Genkai. He could still use the jutsus by stealing and transplanting the eyes, but he didn't see any way to replicate Shikatsu-myaku. In addition to these 4 categories, there were still a few more Kekkei Genkai about which Fujin didn't have any clear information. In fact, most of the ninja world didn't have much information about it due to how rarely they appeared. They included Typhoon style, Mud style, Ranma-Uru's Kekkei Genkai, Jugo's Kekkei Genkai, Sakin and Yukon's Kekkei Genkai, Kurama Clan's Kekkei Genkai, Crystal style and perhaps a few others. Some of these were relatively easier. For instance, Mud style could have been placed in the first category if there was more information on it, as it was very easy to explain how to create mud by combining water and earth style. Typhoon style would have been easier as well if Fujin knew which elements merged to form it. Fujin speculated that it was a combination of wind and yang release but wasn't sure. In addition, the effects of Typhoon style didn't seem too different from wind style. Fujin could already replicate its effects with his normal wind style. Crystal style would have possibly been in the second category if Fujin knew which elements were involved. By comparison, Ranma-Uru's Kekkei Genkai and Sakin and Yukon's Kekkei Genkai were much more complicated. Fujin would place them somewhere between the third and fourth categories if he knew more about them. On the other hand, Jugo's Kekkei Genkai and Kurama Clan's Kekkei Genkai were strange. Kurama Clan's Kekkei Genkai was an extreme stage of Genjutsu. Though extremely unlikely, Fujin felt that even a normal ninja who was extremely talented in Genjutsu could eventually reach that stage without needing the bloodline. Similarly, Jugo's Kekkei Genkai was just an inferior form of Senjutsu. Anyone who learned Senjutsu would be able to exceed them. So, Fujin wasn't sure whether it would be appropriate to call them KK Genkai. Fujin thought, even though I can merge fire and wind to an extent, I can only do so out of my body. It is more of a combination jutsu rather than a KK Genkai, even though I can replicate some features. A true KK Genkai should merge the elements even before they are released from the body. Though it seems the same, doing so will cause a qualitative change. After all, lava-style users directly spit out lava from their mouths instead of first melting rocks and creating lava from it. If they had to do the latter, then they would be a laughingstock in the ninja world instead of being a terror for weaker ninjas. Unfortunately, no matter how much I thought, I couldn't get that merger to happen inside my body. Luckily, I now can observe someone who can use the Scorch style. It might just be what I needed for a breakthrough in this aspect. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered, I need to meet those kids tomorrow. Let me see what those KK Genkai look like from a close distance. The next day, Fujin woke up early as usual and completed his morning training routine. He decided to not train spirit transformation jutsu that day. Instead, he created a few dozen clones who continued working on the Fuin battlefield. Meanwhile, he walked towards the training facilities where the Anbu were training the kids and silently observed everyone. A few people saw him but no one disturbed him. For the next half an hour, Fujin just observed them. A peculiar expression appeared on his face as he realized, they aren't as emotionless as I expected them to be. Or rather, many of them are just pretending to act like they are emotionless without actually being emotionless. In fact, they even have friends. Did Denzo grow soft? Fujin didn't need to think to know what the answer to that question was. He thought for a bit and soon realized what he was missing. I see. I nearly forgot about it. During the initial phase, Denzo promotes friendship between the root trainees. Only after they kill their best friend would they be considered emotionless enough to be able to become a full-fledged root ninja. Since this step wasn't completed, these kids aren't completely emotionless. Of course, they aren't completely normal either. However, that should be the result of a messed up childhood along with spending a year or more in the root. As for why they are pretending to be emotionless, that should be Root's teachings plus them trying to follow the examples of Root's instructors. Sigh, I should sponsor some therapists and maybe create a business from that. There is little doubt that it'll be one of the most lucrative businesses in this bloody world. Though I guess it'll quickly be hijacked and used to increase brainwashing. Anyway, this is rather good news. Since Root didn't completely break them, these kids should recover in time. It'll also make it easier for Naruto to influence them. I need my prankster ninja army soon to ease my boredom. Fujin suddenly flickered and appeared behind an Anbu captain who was in charge of training the kids who had KK Genkai. The startled Anbu captain, wearing a monkey mask, quickly turned around only to hear, I will take over these kids for now. Seeing Fujin standing behind him, he nodded and moved away. The 5 kids looked at Fujin curiously. Though Hiruzen had informed them about Fujin several times and introduced him last night, they had never interacted with him. They all were curious about the person the Hokage spoke so highly about. Fujin looked at them as well. Among the 5 kids, 2 were girls and the remaining 3 were boys. Their ages were in the 7 to 10 years range. Seeing them observing him, Fujin asked with a chuckle, so, will you guys introduce yourself or should I guess your names? Hearing Fujin's questions, the kids immediately began introducing themselves. I am Hikari, said a 9-year-old girl with long, flowing black hair. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she wore a cheerful smile while introducing herself. I am Takeshi, said a 9-year-old boy with messy blonde hair and sun-tanned skin, radiating a calm demeanor, his blue eyes reflecting a sense of maturity beyond his years. I am Yuji, said a 9-year-old boy with spiky white hair and dark skin. He exuded boundless energy as he constantly fidgets, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. I am Shoma, said a 7-year-old boy who looked reserved and shy. He had sleek black hair, and his fair skin hid beneath his quiet demeanor. I am Sayaka, said a 10-year-old girl who looked confident and prideful. She boasted shoulder-length black hair that framed her determined face, and her fair skin complemented her assertive personality. Fujin heard their names and thought, none of them mentioned their family names. I guess Hiruzen instructed them to do so to avoid attracting obvious suspicions. Oh well. Fujin smiled and said, good names. Lord Hokage spoke quite fondly of you 5. Follow me. I will see what you have learned so far. Fujin turned around and began walking outside as the kids followed him with curiosity. They also attracted the attention of other kids. Seeing that Fujin was leaving the training facility, the monkey-masked Anbu captain flickered next to him. He had heard what Fujin had said and became worried that Fujin might accidentally expose their abilities. He said softly, Lord Hokage advised against letting them fight in the open. Fujin nodded and said, I know, don't worry. Fujin led the 5 kids out and entered the training ground opposite his house. Fujin had long placed seals throughout the training ground. So, there was no worry about anyone other than Hiruzen spying. In addition, since he became a council member, others stopped moving through that training ground as well. The only one who would frequently visit the training ground was Naruto. However, Naruto was being put through the grinder by Kakashi. Kakashi gave his energetic students no break and put them through training of similar intensity for the second day as well. Despite their bodies being extremely sore and aching everywhere, the three Gainins dragged their feet afraid of the fearsome 1,000 years of death jutsu. So, there wasn't any chance of anyone intruding on the training ground unless Hiruzen sent a messenger. Fujin stood opposite the 5 kids and said, "Come at me with all you got. Don't hide anything, including your KK Genkai." Chapter 557, Displaying KK Genkai. Come at me with all you got. Don't hide anything, including your KK Genkai. The eyes of the 5 kids widened slightly. They were under strict orders from Hokage to not expose their KK Genkai to anyone except their trainers. They weren't sure if Fujin knew about it or not. To their surprise, he did. Being the oldest among the 5 and being the unofficial leader, Sayaka said, "Lord Hokage told us to never expose our KK Genkai. If we use it here, others might see." Fujin replied, "It's fine. You can use them when I allow you to use them. No one will see it here when I am with you. Of course, you shouldn't use it if there is someone else along with us here, but it's fine for now. Any more questions?" The 5 kids shook their heads. Fujin said, "Good. Come at me with the intention to kill. We start now." As soon as they heard Fujin shout "now," all 5 grabbed shurikens and threw at Fujin in one smooth action without any hesitation. Unlike the normal academy students and newly graduated Gainins, they didn't have any qualms about trying to kill. Fujin's right eye twitched at that sight as he muttered to himself, the time they spent in the route wasn't entirely wasted. The shurikens ripped through Fujin, or rather his after-image, which dispersed moments later. Instead, they saw him standing a few steps to his right. However, all the 5 kids had expected it. While they didn't know exactly how strong Fujin was, all of them knew that he was one of the few elite jounins in Hidden Leaf Village. Though they weren't sure how strong elite jounins were either, they knew that he would at least be stronger than their teachers. Even before the shurikens reached Fujin, 4 of them had grabbed their tando and all 5 of them rushed towards Fujin. Sayaka was taking the lead. Just behind her were Yuji, Takeshi and Hikari, who were moving together. Shuma was moving behind them. He was the only one not holding a tanto. Instead, he weaved hand seals which Fujin identified at a glance. Sayaka reached Fujin and stabbed her tanto towards his heart. However, a sword appeared in Fujin's hand and blocked the tanto. Sayaka was about to follow up with a few kicks, but her eyes widened as she was suddenly flung backwards by a few dozen meters as Fujin swung his blade. She thought in disbelief, what strength? Fujin didn't have any time to check on her as the next wave of assault reached him. Yuji attacked Fujin's neck, Takeshi attacked his legs while Hikari moved around Fujin and tried to stab him in his back. Fujin was impressed by their teamwork. He thought, not bad. At least in terms of formations and teamwork, they are far ahead of the academy kids. Even among Gainins, very few would match them. That said, this isn't exactly what I wanted to see. Fujin stepped a few steps backwards, creating distance between him and the 2 boys and not letting Hikari move behind him. He used his sword to divert her tanto and slapped her away with the flat side of his sword. In one smooth motion, he changed the direction of his sword and swung it at Yuji, who had jumped in the air. In a panic, Yuji stopped his attack and tried to defend himself. Though he saved himself, he was sent flying just like Sayaka. Despite sending Yuji flying, his sword continued its fluid motion and hit Takeshi's tanto, knocking it out of his hand. A moment later, a kick landed on Takeshi's abdomen, sending him flying for a few meters as well. At the same time, chakra began flowing through his sword. Wind style, air bullet jutsu from a very close distance, Shuma shot 4 air bullets at Fujin. To Shuma's surprise, Fujin's blade cut through the air bullets and dispersed them. He questioned in disbelief, air bullets can be cut with a sword? Suddenly, Fujin disappeared and appeared right in front of him. Shuma heard, I guess it'll be unfair to the others if you are the only one who isn't sent flying. Sorry kiddo. Before he could react, Fujin flicked his forehead, sending Shuma flying just like the others. The entire exchange was extremely quick. From the time Fujin sent Sayaka flying until he sent Shuma flying, not even a couple of seconds had passed. In fact, Sayaka landed on the ground after Shuma was sent flying. Fujin analyzed, they lack in power. But that's understandable considering their young age and the relatively low training time. After all, it should have been just over a year since Tenzo began training them. He did a damn good job for sure. Though they are lacking in power, their speed is decent. More importantly, they attacked me in a very tactical manner. A normal Chunin would have likely not survived unless he retreated immediately. While Fujin was analyzing them, the 5 kids got back to their feet. Though Fujin had sent them flying, none were injured as Fujin didn't intend to injure them. At most, there were some stinging sensations. Even so, all were shocked at how easily they were sent flying. Sayaka thought, even our instructors struggle a bit against this formation. How did he stop it so easily? Is this how strong an elite jounin is? Fujin could see the disbelief on the faces of the 5 kids. He smirked and taunted, is that all you can do? I have to admit, I expected more from you kids considering how impressed Lord Hokage was with you guys. But so far, I am disappointed. Fujin's taunt immediately had the intended effect. All 5 kids were riled up. While root ninjas generally had very good control over their emotions, these kids were trained for just a year and didn't have the same control as the veterans in root. Sayaka weaved a hand seal while cursing, this arrogant asshole. Ice style, ice sword jutsu. 2 swords made of ice formed in her hands. She shouted, attack formation 3. And rushed towards Fujin. The others got into action as well. Fujin had sent everyone flying in different directions, which helped them use their formation. Yuji and Takeshi weaved hand signs while getting in position. Meanwhile, Shama and Hikari moved farther away from Fujin in opposite directions. Fujin noticed their movements but his mind was more focused on observing the ice sword as he thought, finally some KK Genkai. He raised his sword to block the ice swords when he noticed small spikes forming on the ice swords. Ice style, ice petals jutsu. When she was a few meters away from Fujin, Sayaka swung her ice swords in his direction. Immediately, around a dozen ice darts were launched towards Fujin. Fujin instantly flickered a few meters away, dodging the ice darts. Despite dodging by a comfortable distance, Fujin felt a cold breeze due to how cold the ice darts were. He analyzed, impressive. If I had defended using iron skin jutsu, even though darts wouldn't have pierced my body, the cold itself would have damaged my body to an extent. Fujin's eyes turned from Sayaka to Yuji as Yuji fired a bolt of lightning at Fujin. Fujin flickered again but the bolt of lightning took a hard right turn and followed to his new location, forcing him to flicker again. A grin appeared on Yuji's face as he thought, you can't escape from my lightning. No one can move as fast as lightning. I will chase you until it hits you. Meanwhile, Fujin analyzed, so, this is the storm style. I did see Darue use it, but our fight was very brief. Though Yuji's power in the lightning isn't very impressive, his control is very good. Even my control over lightning is nowhere near as good as his. Fujin continued flickering. The smirks that had formed on the faces of the kids faded away. A frown formed on Sayaka's face as she wondered, I am supposed to assist Yuji with ice petals. But, how can I do so when I can't even follow his movements? We need to send him close to Takeshi. Yuji was stumped as well. He thought, even though no one can move as fast as lightning, I can't follow his movements. He flickers right when I change the direction of my lightning bolt. I won't be able to hit him at this rate. Similarly, Shama and Hikari were serious as well. According to their tactic, they would follow up if the initial attack failed. However, they couldn't even follow Fujin's movements. Even so, the kids didn't give up. Yuji continued attacking Fujin while Sayaka launched a few rounds of ice petals by estimating Fujin's location. After dodging a few times, Fujin understood their intentions and thought, they want to divert me towards Takeshi. Let's see what they are planning. Since they were unable to divert him towards Takeshi, Fujin himself went towards him. As soon as Takeshi saw Fujin coming close, he grasped his chance. Scorch style, extremely steaming murder jutsu. Chapter 558, should I train them? As soon as Fujin stepped close to Takeshi, one flaming orb formed in his hand. He threw it at Fujin. Fujin immediately felt an intense heat. At the same time, Sayaka launched another round of ice petals and Yuji diverted the lightning bolt towards Fujin once again. Fujin nonchalantly observed the 3 attacks while analyzing, so the other 2 have ice KK Genkai. Can they perform ice-style jutsus as well or can only that girl do so? Fujin's entire body suddenly became black as he used the iron skin jutsu. The flaming orb hit Fujin. He felt an intense heat from the orb. The grass and trees in the vicinity caught fire. Moments later, the lightning bolt hit him. Having an advantage over the earth style, it pierced through the iron skin and hit him. A second later, a few ice darts hit his back and pierced into it as his iron skin jutsu was weakened due to the lightning bolt. The 5 kids were surprised. Takeshi, who was the closest, wondered, how did we manage to hit him? Also, why isn't he showing any pain on his face? Shouldn't he be getting burnt and frozen at the same time? He received the answer quickly as Fujin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Immediately, they thought, a shadow clone. When did he switch with a clone? Was it when he was moving rapidly? They immediately looked around but saw no sign of Fujin. Hiding among the trees, Fujin saw the 5 kids and analyzed. Not bad. Not bad at all. The Iron Skin Jutsu isn't very effective against KK Genkai. Though it can normally resist a fire-wind combination jutsu, my clone felt a burning sensation from inside his body. If it was my actual body, my insides would have probably been cooked. Similarly, though it could have blocked the ice darts, it couldn't keep out the cold that my clone felt due to the ice. It would make movement difficult. Sigh, though their advantage isn't as broken as Naruto's, having a KK Genkai is still a massive boost for any ninja. They'll have it much easier to become an elite jounin and will have an advantage over other elite jounins due to the KK Genkai alone. That said, rank S is a whole different game. It's tough to say whether they would reach that level. Anyway, let me see whether they can do anything else. The 5 kids had gathered together since they couldn't find Fujin. Shuma was standing in the center with his eyes closed while the other 4 were standing with their backs to him and looking in every direction. Shuma muttered, "I can't sense him at all. It's as if he isn't in this training ground at all." Yuji replied, "Why would he leave us here and escape? He might be hiding. Keep sensing. You might sense him when he makes a move." Sayaka added, "He's right. Keep looking, Shuma. He might be staying just outside the range of your chakra field. Others be prepared to fight when he appears." Before she could complete her sentence, all 5 felt something and looked towards the ground. Their eyes widened as they saw 2 hands popping out of the ground. They grabbed Yuji and Shuma's legs. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Both Yuji and Shuma were forcefully dragged inside the ground, leaving only their heads above the ground. The other 3 jumped away instinctively as Fujin appeared right between them. Shuma looked shocked as he questioned, "How did he appear under me without me detecting him?" Fujin said, "Not bad, but is this all you can do?" Seeing him standing right in between them without any worry, Sayaka shouted, "Hikari, let's do it." Both Hikari and Sayaka weaved hand signs. Takeshi moved back while weaving hand signs as well. However, he was constrained as Fujin was standing next to Shuma and Yuji, who were buried helplessly. He couldn't use Scorch Release as they would be hit as well. Ice style, Ice Mirror Jutsu. 2 ice mirrors formed simultaneously, one in front of Sayaka and another in front of Hikari. Both jumped into the ice mirror, causing some of Fujin's memories to resurface. He looked at the mirrors and thought, just 1 mirror each. Haiku can create enough ice mirrors to form a dome to trap others. Still, this is a good start. There is no reason why they can't train to reach that level. Though they will need to think of a way to prevent their enemies from escaping underground. Sayaka and Hikari looked at each other and nodded. An ice sword appeared in their right hand. At the same time, they exited the ice mirrors. In fact, they were jumping into each other's ice mirrors. More importantly, their speed was phenomenal. The 2 girls intended to slice Fujin with their swords while they were in between the jumps. Unfortunately for them, Fujin was quite aware of the capabilities of the Yuki clan. Right when the girls jumped from the mirrors, a massive amount of wind blasted from his back. It hit Hikari and slowed her before blasting her behind for 100 meters. At the same time, Fujin moved forward at a speed that was considerably superior to the 2 girls. Sayaka didn't even see him and directly felt a hand on her throat. She was grabbed mid-jump and slammed into the ground. The poor girl didn't even understand what had happened. She blanked out for a few seconds while wondering, what the hell happened? Who grabbed me in between my jump and slammed me to the ground? Less than a quarter of a second after Sayaka was slammed into the ground, Takeshi heard a voice behind him, "Are you planning on doing something or will you just spectate?" Takeshi was startled. He immediately tried moving away and turning back, but he felt 2 fingers jab into the back of his neck as Fujin said in a monotonous tone, "Too slow, you are already dead." The way Fujin said it scared Takeshi. As he felt the pain in his neck, he thought for a moment that Fujin was trying to kill him and immediately held that spot. Only after a couple of seconds, he realized that Fujin only meant it figuratively. Seeing his reaction, Fujin chuckled and said, "That's plenty for today. Help your friends out and come and see me together." Takeshi nodded and went to help others. Sayaka and Hikari were fine and were just stunned due to the sudden change while Shuma and Yuji were stuck in the ground. Fujin observed them while thinking, their talents are definitely very high. Little wonder considering that all of them have awakened their respective KK Genkai. They are already stronger than a typical Geinin. They could be considered as low Chunin level, though they could win against stronger Chunins if they can surprise them with their KK Genkai. Considering their age, this is very good. If I train them properly, most of them will reach the elite Jounin level or at least close to it in 3 years. The only one doubtful is Shuma as he is much younger than the rest. Regardless, by the time of the 4th Great Ninja War, there will be at least 4 elite Jounins among them. Though very unlikely, even a rank S ninja can appear. The important question is, should I train them? Fujin was in a dilemma. Accepting students was a huge task and needed a lot of time. It was one of the main reasons why he refused to become a Jounin sensei when Hiruzen asked him. he just didn't have the time to watch after Gainins. However, it was different with these kids. They weren't Gainins. He didn't need to take them to do missions. Fujin could train them as he wished and could delegate the training to his clone while he continued his own training. In addition, he could make use of the Anbu Hiruzen had sent to take care of the boring or time-consuming training sessions. So, it wouldn't take a significant amount of his time. The only question was whether he would benefit by taking them under his wings and how much. Fujin kept thinking while Takeshi and the rest dug out Yuji and Shuma. After a couple of minutes, he sighed and thought, I had decided against getting into political conflicts after getting a seat on the council as there isn't much benefit to gain in a short time. However, I have a feeling that I will be dragged into some political battles irrespective of whether I want to or not. Chapter 559, Fujin's first official students. Fujin recalled, Denzo already tried to drag me into a political battle once. Fortunately, I could make him pay dearly. It also allowed me to make the clan leaders owe me one. That said, I can't take all the credit as there is one big factor that has given me an unfair advantage. That factor is Hiruzen. Even though he didn't do anything on the surface, Hiruzen completely supports me right now. He was the one to add me to the council and also the one to generally support my ideas even if they aren't implemented yet. Even if he doesn't say anything, there is little doubt that every council member can see that he backs me. It is the main reason why Denzo didn't go overboard and no one else is bothering me. It is also the main reason why no one else has tried to make a move against my seat or tried giving me a headache. However, if Hiruzen dies and Tsunade replaces him, then I won't have that protection. Once that happens, I will be dragged into politics slowly, one step at a time. With time, it'll only become intense. Granted that I could just take a step back as I don't have much to gain politically, but that will create a situation where others think that I am easy to push around. Not something that I want to see as it'll just keep increasing my troubles until I decide to push back. The only way to deal with it would be to make the one who makes the first move pay dearly just like Denzo. However, I can't rely on brute strength every time. After all, why would anyone engage against me in an actual fight when they know how strong I am? They will use schemes that don't involve fighting. If I use the Akuro identity again to flip the chessboard, then everyone will inevitably begin suspecting me even if they don't have any proof. After all, they aren't stupid and Denzo will connect the dots as well. So, I will have to do a political counterattack. But to do that, I will need more influence in the village. And, I need to start increasing it while Hiruzen is still alive so that I don't face heavy opposition while I try to do so. Fujin's eyes wandered on the 5 kids. He thought, since Hiruzen has given me such a gift, then I might as well take complete advantage of it. I guess the reason why he put these kids under me is the same as well. He probably realized that I wouldn't have enough influence in the future once he gave up his hat or kicked the bucket and hence, he decided to take advantage of the Denzo's situation to strengthen my influence. The 5 kids finally began walking towards Fujin. All of them were covered in dust and soil. Fujin finally made up his mind, alright, I will accept these 5 as my students. I will also increase my influence over the other orphans. They can all believe in the will of fire as much as they want. However, as long as the village isn't at risk, they have to take my side and support me. Of course, this won't be enough. After all, it'll take years for these kids to mature. I will need to increase my influence among Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas as well. Fortunately, I have just the thing to do so. The 5 kids finally reached Fujin and stood in front of him. To Fujin's surprise, there weren't any complaints in their eyes despite Fujin defeating them in such a manner. Instead, there was some admiration and respect as they understood how strong Fujin was to defeat them so comprehensively. He quickly realized, looks like having a terrible background followed by training in root and brainwashing with will of fire diminishes one's sense of unfairness. It's sort of the same as Naruto. Fujin said, not bad. I can see why Lord Hokage spoke highly about you 5. That said, there is still a lot of room for improvement. I am sure our fight made you realize that. The 5 kids nodded. Due to having KK Genkai, they were always given priority in training. They also had a few attack formations which could keep a Jounin on his toes. However, getting wrecked by Fujin made them understand that they still had a very long way ahead. Fujin said, I already saw some of your skills during the fight. Tell me which other techniques and jutsus you know. If you have some special skills, tell me those as well. Since Fujin was the one who would be responsible for them from here onwards, the 5 of them informed him about their abilities. They were pretty much in line with what Fujin had predicted. Fujin asked them several questions to get a better understanding of their abilities. His questions made them think a lot as well. The youngest, Shuma, was a sensor. Though he could create ice, he couldn't perform any ice-style jutsus. However, he could use some wind and water-style jutsus. Similarly, Sayaka and Hikari could use some wind and water style jutsus as well. Both could create ice swords and one ice mirror. Sayaka could also use the ice petals jutsu, which allowed her to fire ice darts from the ice sword or even without it. Hikari was still training that jutsu. Takeshi could create just the flaming orbs with scorch style. If someone got hit by it, the flaming orb would burn their skin and evaporate all the water inside their body, burning them inside out. In addition, he knew some fire and wind style jutsus. Quite similar to Takeshi, Yuji could only control one lightning bolt with storm style. He was working on increasing the number of lightning bolts he could control. In addition, he knew some lightning and water jutsus. In addition, all 5 kids knew the body flicker jutsu, though none of them could do so without using hand seals. They knew the 3 basic jutsus from the academy. They were decent with shurikens and kunai and could also use the tando effectively. Despite their individual strengths, both Denzo and Hiruzen seemed to have given more importance to operating together. Due to that reason, they had a few more good formations and very good teamwork. Fujin thought for a bit before muttering, "Your basics are good, but you guys are lacking in some aspects." He pretended to think very deeply. Seeing his serious expression, the 5 kids didn't disturb him. Instead, they just wondered where they were lacking. Suddenly, Fujin looked into their eyes and asked, "Do the 5 of you want to be my students? I have a feeling that you can become much stronger than what you can think about." The sudden question surprised the 5 kids. Neither of them had expected Fujin to suddenly say something like that. One moment he was discussing their abilities and pointing out their shortcomings, and the next moment he asked whether they wanted to be his students. The 5 of them exchanged glances. Even though they were initially in the route under Denzo and later looked after by Hiruzen, neither Denzo nor Hiruzen had trained the kids themselves. The ones who taught them were considerably weaker than Fujin. Not to mention, Fujin was already pointing out the inefficiencies in their training, which made them think further. That said, their minds weren't thinking entirely logically. There was an emotional aspect as well. Not too long ago, they were living an extremely difficult life in the war-torn land of water. 3 of them were orphans and had to fend off the scary world by themselves. The remaining 2 were living in extreme poverty despite having parents. And, they still remember the deaths of their parents. Of course, they were unaware that Root was behind the death of their parents instead of Hidden Mist Village, whom they blamed. However, that memory was still fresh in their minds. Even though they found a new home in Root which treated them well and later found a grandfather-like figure in Hiruzen, it was the first time someone had tried to create a personal relationship with them. Unlike Denzo, who categorically stated that they would become Root ninjas in the future, and Hiruzen, who said that they would join the Anbu in the future, Fujin didn't put any conditions or mention any expectations with his offer. Instead, he only specified that he could make them much stronger. While their young minds weren't able to process this difference, they somehow instinctively felt it. As a result, the emotional impact of his words on them was far greater than Fujin had thought of. So, be it emotionally or intellectually, accepting Fujin's offer made the most sense to them. Looking at each other, they nodded. In one voice, they answered while bowing slightly, "We will be honored to be your students." A smile formed on Fujin's face. He replied, "Good." Chapter 560, This World Still Has Some Kindness. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he just got 5 students who had a KK Genkai. Fujin couldn't help but think, until a little while ago, I didn't have contact with anyone who had a KK Genkai other than Sharingan or Byakugan. And out of the blue, I now have 6 subordinates who have KK Genkai, giving me an invaluable opportunity to observe them from a close distance. Fujin sat down on the ground with his back against a tree and said, "Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Since I am your sensei, my first task for all of you is to tell me everything about yourselves. Tell me about your life before you entered Hidden Leaf Village. Tell me everything that happened after you entered Hidden Leaf Village. Tell me who all taught you, what they taught you and when." The kids were surprised once again. Though Root rescued them and provided them with a new life, this was again the first time when someone showed interest in their past. On the contrary, both Root and Hiruzen just asked them to forget about their past and only focus on their future in Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin was the first one who showed interest in knowing who they were before they entered Hidden Leaf Village. As a result, they told him everything about their past. Fujin listened carefully without disturbing them. Undoubtedly, every one of them had a tragic backstory. And, every one of them hated the Mizukage faction with passion. All their sufferings were rooted in the action the Mizukage faction took against KK Genkai users. For the very same reason, they were also very grateful and loyal to Hidden Leaf Village. Telling their pasts to each other made them feel much closer as a team and even made them feel closer to Fujin even though Fujin didn't say anything about his past. After hearing everything, Fujin let out a long sigh. He said softly, "I never thought that all of you would have such a tragic past. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do to change the past. However, I can promise that no student of mine will suffer like you did. Always remember your past. Remember the pain and suffering you went through. Use that as fuel to train yourself. Become so strong that no one will even dare to look at you the same way those people did. Become so strong that when you become parents, your children will never suffer the same fate. A smile appeared again on Fujin's face as he added, and if there is something that you can't handle, always come to me. The kids were touched by Fujin's words. For once, Fujin's words were genuine. Though Fujin didn't have much of an emotional attachment to them, they would be his students. If others bullied them for no reason, it wouldn't look good. In addition, if someone wanted to mess with him, they could target the 5 of them because Fujin would be too strong for them to target. Not to mention, Fujin had been wanting a good fight for quite some time. He didn't mind using such opportunities to flex his muscles a bit and create some chaos. Fujin got up and said, "Take today off. Hang out with each other. No need to train today. Meet me here tomorrow at 6 in the morning. We will have our first training session." The 5 of them immediately became excited, completely oblivious to the hell that awaited them in the upcoming days. While Fujin didn't intend to be as sadistic as Kakashi or as relentless as Guy, his training schedule wouldn't lose in intensity to either of them. With time, it would only become more intense. Thankfully, his students all had pasts that he could use as fuel to ensure that they didn't run out of gas. After being dismissed, the kids returned to their rooms while Fujin stayed in the training ground. He raised his right hand and stretched his palm like he did while forming the Rasengan. Instead of Rasengan, winds began swirling in his palm, taking the shape of an orb. Soon after, the winds turned reddish. Fujin could feel the heat from them as some of the winds breezed past his body. The orb began taking a proper form. If Takeshi witnessed this scene, he would have been shocked. The flaming orb in Fujin's palm looked exactly like the extremely steaming murder jutsu. It was his KK Genkai. Fujin threw the orb at a nearby tree and it instantly caught fire. Fujin's eyes began glowing as he concentrated chakra in them to observe the damage. After observing for a few seconds, a sigh escaped his lips. Winds suddenly began blowing around the tree at a high speed and doused the fire, ensuring that the tree could live on for some more time. Fujin analyzed, "It's not the same. My combination jutsu can only cause external harm. Despite infusing more chakra, it doesn't have the same intensity as the scorch style, which can directly cause the water inside the body to evaporate. I will need to observe Takeshi properly for some time to get clues on how he does it instinctively. Perhaps then I might be able to copy it." Sigh, this is still very difficult. No wonder even the likes of Hiruzen, Orochimaru and Kakashi never managed to copy a KK Genkai. After all of them are much more talented than me in ninjutsu. Fujin wasn't in the mood to keep trying without any hope of success. He began returning to his home while thinking about the other matter, that is, increasing his influence. Fujin thought, "It's time to increase my influence in Hidden Leaf Village." Normally, it would have been quite difficult to do so. Thankfully, I will have a couple of opportunities soon. There are 2 ways of increasing my influence. The first is by displaying my martial might. This is the path the Sanins, White Fang, Minato, and Kakashi took. All have top-notch battle credentials. They are the pillars that create belief in the hearts of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas that our village is strong. Though my record isn't bad either, I can't make my achievements public, unfortunately. So others aren't sure about my capabilities as they don't know which rumors to trust and which to ignore. Fortunately, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village's attack will give me just the opportunity to do something in the light. That will establish my martial might, putting me at least at the same level as Kakashi in terms of reputation. The second way is by doing something that would benefit the ninjas in the village. One of the main reasons why Tsunade is so highly thought of in Hidden Leaf Village and throughout the ninja world is how much the medical ninjutsu in Hidden Leaf Village progressed due to her. For this reason, her influence in the village far exceeds that of Jiraiya. Had she been active inside the village, her influence might have been at the same level as Hiruzen. Hamura and Koharu have taken this path as well. After all, both are considerably behind Hiruzen and Denzo in terms of strength. However, they have an excellent reputation among the ninjas due to helping them out in one way or another. Of course, unlike Tsunade, they were able to achieve it due to decades of effort instead of brilliance in a particular field. Normally, this method would have been difficult for me to achieve. The changes to the Ninja Academy could have given me that, but that seems to have been stuck for now. Fortunately, someone handed me the perfect proposal to take care of this matter. He. Fujin couldn't help but chuckle as he realized, when I entered this world, I was always very cautious and even fearful of Denzo. Once I became strong, I even took several steps to reduce his influence. However, I seem to have misjudged him. He is so kind and benevolent, just like Hiruzen. I wonder which one of them is more benevolent? Fujin humored himself and actually thought of the answer. After a few seconds, he concluded, "No, Hiruzen is far more benevolent. He did teach me the wind vacuum technique, provided a few thousand elemental crystals, got me on the council, gave me scrolls of flying thunder god and spirit transformation jutsu, and even taught me fire and earth jutsus along with other assistants that I keep asking him regularly. Denzo, though very generous, doesn't compare with that. He only helped me improve my wind vacuum technique, gave me over 100 talented subordinates, and gave me a proposal that I could use to build my influence. Oh well, Denzo is the second most benevolent person then. He narrowly beats the Hidden Rain Village Jounin, who gifted me the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, and Saisari, who gifted me over 60 top-quality puppets. Sigh, I didn't know that so many people went out of their way to help me. I guess this world isn't entirely bad after all." Thankfully, Hiruzen, Denzo and Saisari couldn't hear Fujin's thoughts. If they could, they would have forgotten about their differences and enmities and ganged up on Fujin. Chapter 561, Confusing Naruto. Having dealt with all the issues, Fujin finally decided to start training the spirit transformation jutsu. He sent a shadow clone to Hiruzen to clear up some of the doubts he had while reading through the scroll. While waiting for the clone to send back the memories, he went through the scroll once again. Meanwhile, his remaining clones continued working on the Fuin battlefield. After the clone met with Hiruzen and discussed the doubts and sent memories back to Fujin, he began his training. The next morning, Fujin sent a shadow clone with 5% of his chakra to train his new students while he continued his training. As for their training, Fujin divided it into 2 parts for the time being. The first was the physical workout, which would happen in the morning. The training made the 5 of them understand why Fujin was so much stronger than their previous instructors. Fujin's clone replaced the training seals Denzo had given them with his own. As for the training intensity, it was slightly lower as Fujin wanted to make them get used to it. That said, it was still far more intense than what they had experienced so far. The reason for such intensity was that Fujin intended to teach them the strong fist style. Apart from its effectiveness, the main reason for it was this thought of Fujin: I could teach them either the Senju Taijutsu style or the strong fist Taijutsu style. That said, even though Renjiro said that anyone could learn it, teaching it liberally without their permission might cause some dissatisfaction. They might agree if I take permission, but they will use it to show that I owe them a favor. By comparison, Guy will be ecstatic that I taught his fighting style to more kids who are full of youth. In addition, it is more practical in a fight than the Senju Taijutsu style. More importantly, I can just dump their taijutsu training on him after they reach a certain level. Knowing him, he might see it as a gift rather than work. The second part of their training, which would happen in the afternoon, was ninjutsu. The 5 of them were already very good at ninjutsu for their age. Neither Fujin nor any of his classmates were that good. Despite that, Fujin stopped all their current training in ninjutsu. Instead, he made them focus on just one jutsu. That was the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu. Unlike Naruto, where Fujin was afraid that the future would change dramatically if Fujin made him abuse that training method, Fujin didn't have any such concerns with these kids. Their chakra was too low for them to abuse the training method beyond a certain limit, just like how it was for Fujin when he was younger. And, considering their young age and significantly lower potential than Naruto, Fujin didn't see any of them going beyond the rank S level in merely 4 years. Even with his guidance, he couldn't guarantee that they would reach rank S, let alone surpass it. That's why he decided to abuse this training tactic to its limits while training them. Life continued for a few days in this manner without any external disturbances until Naruto finally visited Fujin's house. Kakashi had finally taken some pity on the trio and given them a day off. The 3 of them never appreciated a holiday as much as they did now. Fujin opened his door to see an exhausted Naruto. He raised his eyebrow and wondered, Kakashi let them go last evening. Since when did this kid stop recovering in a day? Of course, he couldn't say that he had been spying on them. So Fujin asked in a peculiar tone, what happened to you? You look like you have just run a marathon around the world without taking a break, almost as if you'd be killed if you stopped. Naruto looked at Fujin with a look full of complaints. After all, it was his suggestions that had created this situation. He muttered, you don't know how right you are. Fujin chuckled and said, oh really? Come on in. Tell me everything. While Fujin had already seen most of the things that happened, there was no reason to refuse the amusement Naruto's ranting would bring. Naruto listed out all of his complaints against Kakashi to Fujin. To his annoyance, Fujin just chuckled every time. Finally, he added while pointing towards Fujin, you were totally wrong this time. Kakashi-sensei wasn't testing us. Instead, he is punishing us because we tried those stunts. HMPH. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, how am I wrong? Isn't he giving you your special training right now? Special my ass. All he did was torture us with physical workouts. He didn't teach us any jutsus. Instead, He keeps threatening us with the 1,000 years of death jutsu. Do you know how painful that jutsu is? Sakura-chan blames me for our current situation. Naruto complained in annoyance once again. Even for someone who had great control over his emotions, Fujin had to work extremely hard to stifle his laughter. He barely managed to control himself and put up a thoughtful expression while muttering, "Let's see." Fujin pretended to think for a couple of minutes while Naruto waited for him with some curiosity. Finally, Fujin said, "I disagree. I wasn't wrong. The only point I miscalculated was that Kakashi would take training your bodies so seriously. That said, he isn't wrong. Having a strong body is the most important thing for any ninja. Without it, you'll never become strong, let alone have any chance of becoming the Hokage. Had I been the teacher of your team, I would have started such training from day one. I guess he initially thought that you three wouldn't be able to endure such training. Your attempts to get his book and see his real face should have given him confidence that you are worthy of his training." Naruto was left speechless by Fujin's words. He immediately fell into deep thought. Could it be as he said? This time, Fujin didn't disturb him. Instead, he just watched the comical expressions Naruto kept making with a smile on his face. Naruto thought hard for a few minutes before saying, "Man. I never thought of it in this manner." Fujin nodded and said, "See. Even though it might be difficult, it is better than just doing the boring formation exercises and rank day missions, right? In a few months, you'll notice the improvements in your physique, strength, stamina and speed." Naruto agreed and said, "You are right. I didn't think of that. But, when will he teach us cool jutsus? You said he knows 1,000 jutsus, right?" Fujin put up a thoughtful expression again and said, "I am not too sure. I thought that he might teach that instead of focusing on physical training. I guess he thought that your physiques aren't good enough to depend heavily on ninjutsu just yet. Considering what you said, he wouldn't be wrong to think that. He might teach you jutsus once he thinks that your basics are strong enough. Unless..." Fujin took a pause. Naruto impatiently asked, "Unless what?" Fujin smiled mischievously and said, "Unless, this training is a test as well. If you are able to steal his book or unmask him despite undergoing such heavy training, then he might think that the three of you are ready to learn dozens of cool new special powerful jutsus." Naruto was immediately impressed. He asked excitedly, "Really?" However, his excitement quickly waned as he remembered what training he had been undergoing. They barely had the energy to do the training. In fact, none of them could live up to Kakashi's standards as none of them could actually complete the workouts. They had to do their level best to ensure that they didn't pass out. He became dejected and said, "That's impossible." Fujin chuckled and asked, "Do you think that you can become the Hokage if such simple training makes you quit?" That immediately hit Naruto's ego. He exclaimed loudly, "I will steal Kakashi-sensei's book." Believe it. While Fujin was tricking Naruto into creating more trouble for Kakashi, both of them were unaware that someone was secretly spying on Fujin's house. Some distance away from Fujin's house, Kakashi hid among the trees while watching Fujin's house even though he couldn't see anything inside it. He thought, as I expected. Someone was behind their change. That someone should be Fujin. However, why would he do something like that? Kakashi tried thinking but couldn't come up with any good reason for Fujin to do something like that. However, he had a strong hunch that Fujin was indeed the one who prompted Naruto and the rest to act. Since he couldn't think of a reason, he turned his attention back to the house and wondered, that aside, why does his house give me a weird feeling? It's as if there are many seals around that house. Kakashi, though he wasn't a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, still knew enough basics that he could be considered a seal master. He could see and identify most, if not all seals. He closed his right eye, opened his left eye and began observing Fujin's home. His eye immediately widened as much as it physically could. Chapter 562, 27,569 What in the fucking hell? Even someone as calm and composed as Kakashi was completely flabbergasted by what he witnessed. The sight was just too absurd and too horrifying. With his Sharingan, he could clearly see the seals that Fujin had placed. The entire compound was densely covered in seals. Fujin's house was the worst. It was so densely covered in seals that Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't even see the walls of his house. He cursed, "What is that? Why are there so many seals? Did he put seals on the house to protect it or did he build a house there to have something to put the seals on?" Kakashi was astonished. Every top ninja's house would be covered in seals. Even Kakashi's house had several seals. After the route was blown up, even the Jounins from the civilian background paid seal masters to secure their houses with seals. However, it was the first time that Kakashi had seen such a dense collection of seals. Normally, it would be rare to see a house in Hidden Leaf Village with more than 100 seals. Kakashi wondered, how many seals are there exactly? Since he had nothing better to do and had a Sharingan, Kakashi began counting the seals. His eyes kept getting wider as the number kept rising. His throat became dry as he realized, 27,569 seals. And a very high number of those seals are the ones that can hide other seals. So the actual number might be double that or even more. More importantly, that is just the number of seals on his house. The entire compound has a similar number of seals as well. What in the world is Fujin planning? His house and compound are more of a fortress than a house. Kakashi couldn't think of any good reason for Fujin to do something like that. He thought, since Third hasn't done anything, it's safe to say that there isn't any ill intention behind his actions. That said, I need to be very careful if I ever have to enter that compound. Also, I still need to ask why he made my students do something like that. If I don't, then I have a feeling that my days will become far more chaotic. Kakashi had seen enough for a day. He decided to leave. Fujin was unaware that Kakashi had just checked his house and left as silently as he arrived. If he knew, he would have chuckled at his reactions. By the time Kakashi left, Fujin was done talking with Naruto. He said, I nearly forgot. The kids who were supposed to move into the compound did so a few days ago. I will introduce you to a few of them. If you get along, then I will arrange for you to move into one of the buildings next to the house. Naruto was immediately excited. All his exhaustion due to Kakashi's training suddenly disappeared as he exclaimed, "Really? You're the best, Fujin." Fujin chuckled and thought, guess it was more of a mental fatigue than physical fatigue. He sent a shadow clone to call his 5 students, who arrived in a few minutes and entered his house. They immediately saw Fujin sitting with a blonde kid who looked a few years older than them. Fujin smiled and said, "Come on in, make yourselves comfortable." They entered the circular room and sat on the sofas in the room while curiously looking at Naruto. Yuji curiously asked, "Who is he?" Naruto immediately introduced himself, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will be the Hokage." Believe it. The 5 kids just stared at Naruto with a deadpan expression. None of them expected to hear something so absurd. Seeing their stares, even Naruto felt embarrassed. Fujin suddenly coughed, attracting everyone's attention. He said, "Naruto, they are my official students. Get along well with them." Naruto was surprised. He asked, "You accepted students?" Fujin nodded. He looked at his students and said, "He is Naruto. Though he isn't my student, I did guide him a bit before he graduated. So I guess, in a sense he is your senpai. Right now, he is on Kakashi Hotake's team. You can hang out with him if you want to." The kids were surprised. For starters, they didn't know that Fujin had guided others. However, what surprised them more was Naruto was being taught by Kakashi. Sayaka exclaimed, "Your sensei is Kakashi Hotake? The copy ninja. That's so cool." Her statement immediately earned a peculiar gaze from Fujin, which was felt by her. She looked at Fujin and quickly added, "You're cool as well, sensei." Meanwhile, Naruto wondered, "Copy ninja?" Fujin waved his palm dismissively as he said, "I don't care. I will be busy for the rest of the day. So, we won't be having our afternoon training session today. You can enjoy the remaining day. Naruto, if you want to teach them your pranks, that's fine. Just don't go overboard. Now shoo shoo." By the time Fujin was done speaking, all the 6 kids in his room suddenly felt a breeze. In the blink of an eye, the breeze suddenly became very strong, the doors automatically opened and all 6 were tossed out of his house. The doors shut tightly right after they were out. Naruto fell to the ground and muttered, "That was new." Naruto was one of the few who had gotten a taste of Fujin's wind domain. Fujin's students had got it as well since Fujin used it to make their training considerably tougher at times. Takeshi sighed and added, "Sensei's control over the wind is super scary." Sayaka muttered, "I still don't understand how someone can have such good control over an element." When they saw it for the first time, the 5 of them wondered whether Fujin had a Kekkei Genkai. However, none of the existing Kekkei Genkai had such a feature. Naruto didn't care about the winds and instead asked, "By the way, why did you call Kakashi-sensei the copy ninja?" That turned another glare from the 5 kids. Yuji asked, "Is Kakashi Hotake really your teacher?" Naruto nodded. Yuji looked at him like he was an idiot and asked, "So how do you not know that? It's like the most basic information available about him." Naruto ignored his look and said, "Well, I don't know. Would you guys tell me?" Hikari giggled and answered, "He can copy any jutsu after looking at it once. Everyone says that he has copied more than 1,000 jutsus in this manner. That is why he is called as the copy ninja Kakashi by enemy villages." Naruto's eyes widened. He said, "I knew that he knows over 1,000 jutsus. I didn't know he copied them. Still, that's a cool title. I want one too." Sayaka added, "Well, you're just a gain-in. Generally, only jounins get such titles. Sensei has a cool title as well." Naruto was surprised again. He asked, "Big brother Fujin also has a title?" Yuji teased him once again, "Dude, do you live under a rock?" While training in the route, they had been made to memorize the entire bingo book. They expected that other ninjas would have done so as well. To their surprise, they were wrong. Sayaka said, "Yuji, don't be mean. And yes, Sensei's title might be even cooler. He is called the Spectral Swordsman." Naruto exclaimed, "Damn. That's a cool title. What did Big Bro do to get such a cool title?" Yuji grinned and answered, "No one knows for sure. Sensei's mission record is a top secret. I guess only Lord Hokage knows. Everyone else only knows some rumors." Naruto asked, "What are the rumors?" Yuji grinned even more and added, "They say that he appears and disappears like a specter while harvesting the lives of his targets. He is so scary that the person doesn't realize that he is dead until Sensei is long gone. Some rumors say that there were two people who were walking and talking together and Sensei killed one of them. The other person didn't realize that the one who he had been talking to was dead for several minutes." The way Yuji said it made Naruto feel chills. He nervously said, "I knew Fujin was scary, but I didn't know that he was this scary." Sayaka nodded and added, "Apparently, he has killed a few hundred ninjas in this manner. It was why he was given that title. That said, until this day, no one knows whether he really is the Spectral Swordsman as there is no proof against him. As Yuji said, these are just rumors. The only thing that is true for sure is that those guys are dead." Naruto's face became slightly blue as he said, "That just makes him even more terrifying." The kids nodded. Yuji had gotten bored of teasing Naruto. He asked, "Anyway, Sensei has given us the rest of the day off. Do you know anything fun, Naruto?" Sensei said something about pranks. Immediately, a mischievous grin appeared on Naruto's face. That day, several people in Hidden Leaf Village had an extremely annoying day. A particular old man, who was peeping into a crystal ball, was experiencing a terrible headache. Once again, he was cursing his past self for the choices he made. Chapter 563, Spirit Transformation Technique. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Fujin was sitting at the center of his basement. Around him were his shadow clones, silently working on a seal that had never appeared in the ninja world. Fujin's mind was focused on his own soul completely. He made the necessary hand seals and used the jutsu Dan created decades ago. Suddenly, a white light slowly exited his body. It immediately attracted the attention of every shadow clone in the basement, who looked at their main body. The white light quickly took form and took Fujin's appearance. Fujin observed himself while thinking, "Interesting. My form is just like that of my body. There isn't even a hint of my previous life's appearance. In addition, even my soul has similar clothes as my main body, even though it's just my soul taking that form and not actual clothes. I wonder how the soul works. Does it just take the form of whatever body I am currently occupying? If so, how will it work for someone like Orochimaru who keeps changing his body? Does his soul's appearance keep changing every few years? Or has only my soul changed due to getting transmigrated? After all, how can I know what changes my soul underwent during transmigration?" Sigh, so many new questions again. Fujin stopped thinking about those questions and instead focused on his soul. He thought, "Anyway, time to test what all this technique can do. Now, who do I choose as a test subject?" Fujin's first thought was one of the orphan kids. However, on second thought, he decided against it. If something went wrong, then the one he chose be crippled or worse, dead. Fujin thought, "Normally, I'd go out and choose some bandits. I have been training this jutsu for almost a couple of months, so it won't raise any eyebrows if I head out as it has been several months since my last trip. However, this technique isn't like others. I could test something like the 8 trigrams divination seal without any worry. Unfortunately, spirit transformation jutsu has a huge chance of something going wrong. I should test it inside the village, where I can ask for Hiruzen's help quickly. Oh well, it's not like there aren't any test subjects here. That said, let me at least test the movements and other basic skills first." The most basic abilities of this form were invisibility and intangibility. Both were mentioned in the scroll. Fujin applied the techniques and his soul became invisible. He chuckled and wondered, "It works. I don't understand why Jiraiya never learnt this jutsu. It's the perfect jutsu for his research. I wonder if Tsunade and Hiruzen predicted that and decided to never give him that scroll. That should be it. Otherwise, I don't see any reason for Jiraiya to not learn this jutsu." Fujin moved towards the ceiling of the basement and thought, "Though I didn't know this jutsu earlier, some of my seals are effective against this jutsu. So, no spirit should be able to move in and out of my house. At least not with this technique." Fujin touched the ceiling. As he expected, his hand couldn't phase through. He deactivated the seals that stopped the spirits temporarily and phased through the ceiling. He quickly phased through his house and began flying above his house. A smile formed on his face as he thought, not bad at all. This feeling is great. Other than a few seals and barriers, nothing can stop me. I can even fly in this form. Not to mention, my flying speed is amazing. Fujin immediately flew around the village, while avoiding the sensitive places. No one could see his spirit. What was more impressive was the speed at which his soul could fly. It exceeded the speed of sound by several times. Fujin thought, such an incredible speed. It might even exceed Raikage's speed. And, unlike Raikage's speed, I have a feeling that I can sustain this speed for days. Only Flying Thunder God is faster as it is nearly instantaneous. TSK, no wonder Dan could dream about the Hokage's seat. Though I don't think he was as strong as Sakamo or the Sanins, this technique is incredibly fearsome. Even the third Raikage and Onoki would have been extremely wary of this jutsu. His lethality might have been just under that of Minato's lethality in the Third Great Ninja War. Having explored the speed and the intangibility, Fujin's soul returned to his body. The shadow clone sighed in relief seeing that nothing bad happened. Fujin got up and said, that's enough training for the day. Unless you're close to some sort of breakthrough, dispel yourselves. The seal Fujin was working on was extremely complicated. He didn't want to take the risk of forcefully dispelling a clone that might have a breakthrough and advance the seal further. Hearing his words, all but 3 of his shadow clones dispelled themselves. Fujin collated their memories before leaving his house. He went directly to Hidden Leaf Village's torture and interrogation department. Ibiki was pleasantly surprised to see Fujin until he recalled the scenes when Fujin had visited him the previous time. He thought, fortunately he isn't carrying a prisoner. If he did, I'd have directly diverted him towards the prisons. I don't want my office to stink of vomit and shit. Fujin was unaware of Ibiki's thoughts. He hadn't ever even thought about Mijiki after handing him to Ibiki. He warmly greeted, Ibiki-san, how have you been? Ibiki smiled and said, have been well. How about you? To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Fujin replied, doing great as well. As for my visit, I wanted to borrow some of your prisoners to test a new jutsu I have been learning. Ibiki was surprised. Though he would get such requests occasionally, they would be very rare. He asked, to what degree the injuries could be? And, what would be the chances? Fujin replied casually, if everything goes well, then there won't be any injury. If things don't go well, then that person would be crippled in the best case, dead in the worst case. I'd prefer a normal human though. Ibiki thought a bit and said, alright. I have a prisoner who was arrested for raping a minor and is supposed to be executed in a few days. You can test your technique out on him. Knowing his past, feel free to cripple him further even if everything goes well. Fujin nodded. Ibiki called a subordinate and asked him to lead Fujin to that prisoner's prison. Ibiki's subordinate led Fujin to the prison and allowed him to enter, leaving him alone with the prisoner. The prisoner was a middle-aged man and in terrible shape. Fujin could see several scars all over his body. Several of his nails were missing. Instead, some of his fingers had nails nailed in them instead of actual nails. His face was entirely swollen. The man looked at Fujin. Terror was visible in his eyes. Yet, there was also resignation. He said, get on with it. You motherfuckers can't torture me anymore. Fujin chuckled and said, as an ordinary human, you shouldn't try to estimate what a ninja can or cannot do. Several shadow clones appeared around Fujin. Fujin sat on the ground and weaved hand seals. Spirit transformation jutsu. Fujin's soul exited his body. The prisoner watched with confusion as he didn't understand why his torturer had begun meditating. He wondered, is this some new style of torture? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he instinctively felt something enter his body. He felt a chill and fear like never before. Yet, he didn't understand what was happening. What his eyes couldn't see was that Fujin's soul had already entered his body. Meanwhile, Fujin could clearly see the man's soul. He extended his arm towards the man's soul. Remembering the steps in the scroll, he began using his energy to affect the man's soul. Within a few seconds, his soul fell under Fujin's control. Fujin analyzed. Not bad. By controlling his soul, I can control his entire body. Of course, it is this easy because his soul is too weak and has almost no willpower. A rank S ninja's soul will have tremendous willpower. I might not be able to control it so easily. Even more troublesome would be someone who actually trained or strengthened his soul or knows how to use his soul. I shouldn't rely on this technique against Orochimaru. Similarly, I can't use it against a Rinnegan wielder. I am not too sure about Obito and Zetsu either. Who knows what additional techniques they know? Oh well, time to test it. Fujin quickly took control of the prisoner's body and said in a calm voice, release his restraints. One of the clones nodded and removed all the chains and cuffs. Fujin stretched the prisoner's body while analyzing. My control isn't very smooth. It's more like controlling a puppet. However, I have a feeling that the Yamanaka's secret technique is better at controlling others than his jutsu. That said, this jutsu has other specialities which the Yamanaka technique can't match. Acting on his thoughts, Fujin began suppressing the prisoner's soul. The prisoner, who had lost control of his body, suddenly felt a pain like never before. A soul-wrenching scream exited his throat. If not for the silence seals in the prison, the entire T&I department would have heard his scream. Chapter 564, Naruto's Outburst, Hidden Grass Crisis. Fujin was satisfied with his scream. He thought, this is the main killing method of this jutsu. By suppressing and destroying the soul, the victim will fall dead without any signs of injury on his or her body. If that happens in the middle of a war, armies would be scared and demoralized to see their comrades dying mysteriously in such a manner. Apart from this, there is another technique that makes one of my hard-earned jutsus kind of redundant. Fujin placed his hand on the soul. In an instant, he began reading the memories of the prisoner's soul, seeing everything that he had done in his life. He pulled his hand back while thinking, memories of just this lifetime. Does it mean that this is his first life, or does it mean that ordinarily, a soul can only have the memories of just one lifetime? Perhaps something along the lines of memories getting eradicated during the process of reincarnation. Or perhaps the memories of other lifetimes have been hidden somewhere inside the soul to such a degree that this technique can't access them. Regardless, this method is far more efficient than the Yamanaka mind reading technique. The Yamanaka's technique targets the brain. The memories one can read are only the ones that are fresh in the target's brain. Reading older and suppressed memories or memories that the target has forgotten about is extremely difficult. In addition, damaging the brain could cause the memories to disappear as well. By comparison, reading memories from the soul is extremely convenient. More importantly, it has another fearsome application. I understand why Dobairama developed the base version of this technique. It's to read the memories of the souls summoned with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin's soul sighed as the amount of respect he had for Dobairama's research and inventing abilities increased once again. He had just found the perfect solution to a problem he would have to face in the future. Having tested everything he wanted to, Fujin left the prisoner's body and returned to his own. He got up and dispelled his clones after they tied up the prisoner again. The prisoner gradually gained clarity as well. Suddenly, the prisoner felt an extreme pain coming right from his soul. He shrieked and looked at Fujin, who was walking out of the cell, with terror and asked while breathing roughly, "What did you do?" Fujin didn't turn around and disappeared from his line of sight. Only some words lingered in the air, "Just tried a new torture technique to keep you entertained. Enjoy your remaining life." Since Fujin had read all his memories, he knew exactly the kind of scum the guy was and why Ibiki had asked Fujin to torture him even though he had already been tortured to such an extent. As Fujin shut the door, the screams of the prisoner filled the cell. It'd be several hours before someone would come to check on him and realize that he had been screaming continuously for hours. Fujin analyzed, the pain he is experiencing is a little injury that I inflicted upon his soul. That said, souls are quite resilient. His injury will heal by itself in a couple of weeks. I suspect that even if I had destroyed his soul, only his physical body would die. As for his soul, it should pass into the afterlife and reform. I guess this can be considered a form of immortality in itself. The only issue is being able to retain memories from one life to another. I should try this on someone after I go out of the village to get a better picture. Busy with his thoughts, Fujin reached Ibiki's office again and asked for a few ninja prisoners to test his jutsu on. Ibiki obliged and had his subordinate guide Fujin to the ninja prisoners. One of those unfortunate prisoners was Nizuki. While Fujin was busy testing the spirit transformation jutsu, Team 7 finally grew sick of the rank day missions. They had been quiet for some time as they barely had any energy left after Kakashi's brutal training regimen. However, after more than 2 months of such training, Naruto had begun getting used to it while Sasuke was managing to complete the training as well. Sakura improved rapidly too, though she still couldn't complete it. Even so, all three Gainans had grown sick of chasing cats and dogs, babysitting kids and pulling out weeds. The day Naruto's patience finally ended was the same day Azuna was in Hidden Leaf Village. After Naruto's little outburst, Hiruzen decided to give them a rank C mission to protect Azuna. By the time Team 7 left Hidden Leaf Village, Fujin completed testing the spirit transformation jutsu on the ninjas as well. He didn't face any issue other than the fact that the ninjas had more willpower and he needed slightly more effort to suppress their souls. In addition, their suppressed souls tried taking back control of their bodies non-stop, so Fujin had to actively keep their souls suppressed. Fujin also experimented by letting their souls overcome the suppression to see whether it would have any adverse impact on him. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. At most, his soul felt a force pushing him outside their bodies, but Fujin could resist it with rather ease and suppress the soul once again. Satisfied with his experiments, Fujin returned to his house. Sitting on his sofa, Fujin analyzed, The spirit transformation jutsu can be considered as mastered. I just need some live practice. Regardless, this is another top-tier jutsu mastered, along with Wind Domain, 8 Inner Gates and Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In the last couple of months, my teleporting range has increased significantly as well. I can now teleport up to a distance of 2.3 kilometers. And, it is improving at an extremely fast rate. By the time of the invasion, my range should increase to several dozen kilometers. Hopefully, it'll exceed 100 kilometers. That would allow me to carry Karen all the way to Phantom Haven Base and return to Hidden Leaf Village within minutes. In addition, I also had my clones work on improving the control over natural lightning with the help of Kiba blades in Mount Mutki. The Fuin Battlefield Seal has been created as well. While my clones worked on controlling lightning, they also managed to infuse lightning into the raw Sengon, creating a jutsu just as destructive as Rasen Shuriken. With all this out of the way, I guess I can finally start studying medical ninjutsu and poisons. Time to find Yoshi and Isamu. I'm sure they will be delighted to hear the news. I just wonder how long they will stay delighted, hee. Fujin was about to leave his house once again when someone rang his bell. It was one of Hiruzen's Anbu guards, calling Fujin to go to the Hokage's office immediately. Fujin immediately left while wondering what had happened. The Anbu guard stayed outside while only Fujin went inside. To his surprise, Shikaku and the 2 elders were in the room as well. He wondered, for these 3 to be here. Did something happen recently? Hiruzen pushed forward a scroll that was on his desk and said, Fujin, read this and tell me your thoughts. Puzzled, Fujin just nodded and picked up the scroll. The scroll was from Hidden Grass Village, the hidden village in the Land of Grass. As he read the contents, Fujin understood why the 4 of them were together in the office. In the scroll, Hidden Grass Village stated that they are facing a grave crisis. They were facing a formidable group of rogue ninjas. Several of them were disgruntled Hidden Grass Village ninjas themselves. And they were conducting attacks on Hidden Grass Village ninjas and bases all over the Land of Grass. As a result, the village was facing heavy losses. There was even a chance that the hidden village could be attacked. And the recent losses had made them very nervous. As Fujin reached the end of the scroll, he squinted his eyes. A sly smile appeared on his face as he muttered, interesting. His smile and the amusement in his voice were immediately noticed by everyone in the room. Koharu asked, what did you find so amusing about the scroll? Fujin replied, it's the demands they have put forth. They have asked us to eliminate the rogue group. However, they have also said that they don't have any money or resources to pay us. At the same time, they are saying that if we don't help them, they might have to take drastic actions to resolve the issue. They are implying that it'll somehow negatively affect us. Considering their strength, the only thing they can do to negatively affect us is ally with Hidden Stones Village. I didn't expect that a minor village would be so aggressive while negotiating with us. Hiruzen nodded. Everyone in the room had realized the same. He said, Hidden Grass Village specializes in diplomacy. It is their greatest strength. So that threat isn't a baseless one. They do have the capability to ally with Hidden Stones Village. Of course, there are obvious issues in doing so. Hiruzen looked at Shikaku as finished speaking. Chapter 565, Fujin, the Diplomat. Understanding Hiruzen's intention, Shikaku added, though Hidden Grass Village is good at diplomacy, they can't ally easily with Hidden Stones Village as their relationship is quite bad currently. Hidden Stones Village had invaded the Land of Grass in both the Second and the Third Great Ninja Wars. Their people still remember that. Their civilians as well as ninjas hate Hidden Stones Village for causing so many deaths and putting them through hell. In addition, Hidden Stones Village had sent their Jinchuriki to the Land of Grass a couple of years ago. Their relations had deteriorated to the level it was at during the Great Wars after Rashi used the tailed beast bomb on their lands. And, these two aren't the biggest issues. The biggest issue is that Hidden Stones Village is definitely funding and assisting the rogue group that is fighting against Hidden Grass Village. Though the rogue group likely formed by itself, there is no way that they would become such a threat without Hidden Stones Village's aid. Even if Hidden Grass Village decides to overlook this fact and not raise this issue while negotiating with Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Stones Village would want both groups to coexist in the Land of Grass so that they can restrict both sides and control the Land of Grass. This will cut down Hidden Grass Village's influence considerably as the country would have 2 hidden villages instead of 1. It will also give a chance to that rogue group to create a proper army and grow without having to fight Hidden Grass Village. In the future, they wouldn't need to resort to guerrilla warfare whenever they have to fight Hidden Grass Village and could confront them head-on. So even with their good diplomacy, it is unlikely for them to get favorable terms by allying with Hidden Stones Village. Fujin nodded, agreeing with Shikaku's analysis. Hiruzen added, so in other words, this high-priority message is just Hidden Grass Village's way to coerce us to do their job for them without getting anything in return. Though Hiruzen talked plainly, Fujin could clearly see that Hiruzen wasn't pleased. He chuckled internally while thinking, it looks like they hit a nerve. That said, this scroll from Hidden Grass Village is quite ingenious. On the surface, it might seem that they are arrogantly threatening Hidden Leaf Village, a village far stronger than them, by saying that they would ally with Hidden Stones Village. However, nowhere in the scroll is this explicitly mentioned. If confronted, they can just decline it and say that this isn't what they implied and can give some other examples of what the drastic actions will be. Though it seems that they will offend Hidden Leaf Village by doing so, in truth, there isn't much Hidden Leaf Village can do. The worst we can do is ignore this scroll and decline to help, in which case Hidden Grass Village doesn't win or lose anything. The status quo will prevail. If we decide to act against them in the dark, then that will be equivalent to jumping on an axe, as that will weaken Hidden Grass Village and will allow a faction that is supported by Hidden Stones Village to take power in the Land of Grass. So, they know that we won't take such a step. Besides, even if we decide not to help, we will still be forced to help if Hidden Stones Village gets involved directly. No wonder Hiruzen is annoyed. Considering that he didn't take any advantage of the critical situation I had placed Raza in, pretty much says that he wants to avoid a major war at all costs, even though the village is no longer as weak as during the Hyuga incident. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and said, they are indeed quite good at diplomacy. Anyway, why did you call me? Are we going to war? Or do you want me to silently make a few people disappear? From Fujin's perspective, that situation wasn't difficult to handle. Neither side had any rank as ninja. If he wished to, he could eliminate leaders from both sides with relative ease. Even though Hidden Grass Village's diplomacy was good, that was contingent that Hidden Leaf Village played by the rules. Hidden Leaf Village could just install puppet leaders and take control of both forces forcefully. The only issue it would create is that other major and minor villages would become quite wary of Hidden Leaf Village. However, that was Hiruzen's headache and not Fujin's. Hiruzen smiled and said, neither. I want you to lead a diplomatic team to Hidden Grass Village and negotiate a deal with them. Whether Hidden Leaf Village goes to assist them for free, whether we demand money to do so, how much money we demand, or whether we stay out of it completely will be completely left up to you. Fujin was surprised. Though Fujin had been a part of several negotiation teams over the last couple of years, he had never taken the lead in any discussion. On the contrary, he barely participated in any discussion, valuing his words like gold. Fujin looked at the two elders. To his surprise, neither objected. He thought, it looks like Hiruzen has already made and conveyed his decision. Otherwise, both of them would have opposed doing something so reckless. Fujin thought for a bit and asked, are you sure? Hiruzen nodded while chuckling to himself, finally a moment where he isn't completely sure of himself. Oh well, the boy has got to learn someday. Might as well start today. Even if he messes up, it won't cost Hidden Leaf Village much. Fujin asked, will I be going alone or will there be any assistance? Hiruzen answered, you can take our usual diplomatic team with you. In fact, they are already preparing. In addition, Elder Hamura will join you as well. He will go with you under disguise and won't be participating in the discussions unless you explicitly ask him to. However, you should do that only as a last resort. This mission will be led by you and not him. Whatever is the result of this negotiation, it'll solely be your responsibility. Fujin nodded while thinking, I guess he really wants me to take this responsibility. Oh well, I might as well do it in the best possible way and entertain myself a bit. Besides, this is a good opportunity to build some reputation. Even though it might not be a good reputation, it might just help me keep some ambitious idiots like Katsuhiro at arm's length. Fujin said, alright. However, the combat capabilities of our diplomatic team are quite low. Add a couple of Anbu squads to my team and have them disguise themselves as diplomats. Hiruzen nodded and said, sure. What he didn't notice was that Shikaku suddenly became slightly nervous when Fujin mentioned combat capabilities. He thought, why do I get a feeling that my days will become hectic once again? Sigh, nothing good happens when this boy goes on a mission. I just hope that he doesn't do something too crazy this time. Unfortunately, Shikaku couldn't guess what the crazy thing Fujin would be doing. Hiruzen said, I have already assembled the diplomatic team. You can join them and plan out your strategy before moving out. Move out by this evening. Fujin nodded. He and Hamura began walking towards the room where the diplomatic discussions would usually be held. En route, Fujin created and dispelled a shadow clone. Hamura immediately realized. He sent a message about this meeting to his shadow clones. I wonder what they are doing. It was as Hamura had speculated. Fujin sent a message to his clones that were working on the seal, the clone who was guiding his 5 students, and a couple of clones that he had sent to the training facility to guide other orphans. Fujin had begun sending a few clones to the training facilities whenever he had some chakra to spare so that he could influence the other kids as well. The help he provided them was nowhere near what his students got. He would let Hiruzen's Anbu train them and only occasionally observe them and give some advice to help them improve further. As a result, even though the Anbu instructors did most of the work, the kids were more grateful towards Fujin as he took time from his busy schedule and council duties to guide them. Some Anbu noticed it but didn't do anything as Fujin outranked them considerably and he wasn't doing anything harmful to the kids or the village. Besides, Anbu Hiruzen had sent to train the kids were of civilian backgrounds as well because he didn't want to alert the clans about the kids having KK Genkai. So they didn't mind Fujin, who represented the civilian ninjas in the council, increasing his influence. In any case, the message Fujin sent to his clones was to inform his students that he would be out of the village for a few days and to inform the same to the Anbu captains stationed in his compound. Chapter 566, An extremely bad feeling back in the Hokage's office, Koharu asked, "Are you sure about this, Hiruzen? Even though he has done well so far, I still don't think asking him to lead such a mission is a good idea. Fighting and negotiation are two entirely different things." Hiruzen shrugged and said, "It's all right. Besides, what's the worst he can do? At max, we will have to help them eliminate that rogue faction for free. And even then, he will be doing most of the work." Hiruzen knew about Fujin's wind domain. While he wasn't entirely sure how strong it was as Fujin no longer practiced it in the open, the fact that he could steal Saisari's puppets was all Hiruzen needed to know. Even if they had to fight, he was sure Fujin would be able to take care of it without any issue. If Hidden Stone's village tried interfering, then he could deploy Jiraiya to deter them. Unlike him, the others in the room had different thoughts. Koharu wondered, why does he trust that boy so much? Even though he could kill Juzo, fighting the rogue faction is different from fighting a single ninja. It could cost us several lives. But from the way Hiruzen is speaking, it's as if he is sure that we won't lose any lives. As for Shikaku, his mind was stuck on a few words that Hiruzen spoke. They were, "What's the worst he can do?" For some reason, Shikaku had an extremely bad feeling. Fujin and Hamura entered the room. Immediately, 12 eyes looked at them. There were several papers on the round table and it looked like they had already been discussing how to handle the negotiation. On seeing the two of them, one of them said, "Elder Hamura, Counselor Fujin, it's good to have you. Elder Hamura, we wanted to ask you a few things." To his surprise, Hamura raised his palm and said, "While I will be joining the mission, I won't be participating in the discussions. Fujin will be the one leading this mission." Immediately, everyone in the room was surprised. They all assumed that Hamura would lead the mission. While they were familiar with Fujin, he barely used to participate in the missions. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. Fujin had expected such a reaction and wasn't particularly offended. In fact, he was surprised as well when Hiruzen informed him that he would be leading this mission. He chuckled to break the silence and asked, "What's with his reaction?" "Don't worry. I won't mess up too much. Let's start the meeting." His words caused some awkward smiles to appear on their faces. However, it broke the ice and they finally began the meeting as Fujin and Hamura sat down. Fujin asked, "Did you guys decide on what resources to ask in return for helping them?" One of them answered, "We haven't discussed that much yet. Considering the tone in their letter, our discussion so far was focused more towards what we should say to counter their points when they ask for help free of cost." Another added, "We were also considering letting them owe us the money so that they could repay in the future." Fujin shook his head and said, "They are facing an existential crisis. How would they pay us in the future if they were to be destroyed? Besides, they could take loans from us and ally with Hidden Stone's village later. Or threaten us asking us to forgive the loans or they would ally with Hidden Stone's village. No need to consider allowing them to owe us. Just decide on how much money to demand. If they don't have the money, decide what resources to ask for instead. Be it precious metals, chakra metal, elemental crystals or even their land." Fujin's words surprised everyone in the room, including Hamura. One of them countered, "But, that won't be right. Their message emphasizes the fact that they won't be able to pay. Focusing on which resources to demand instead of convincing them that they need to pay and giving them some options is like putting the cart before the horse." Another added, "In addition, we need to keep in mind that we have been allied for several decades. Forcing them to pay could create some resentment, undoing the decades of good work. It might also provide Hidden Stone's village with an opportunity to improve their ties with Hidden Grass village, which will increase the risk of them double-crossing us in the future." Fujin chuckled and replied, "The decades of being in an alliance didn't stop them from making a disguised threat about allying with Hidden Stone's village. Anyway, you don't need to worry. I do have a plan in mind, though I need to finalize the details. Just focus on deciding the resources first. Later, we can focus on thinking about what arguments to give when they say that they can't afford to pay. As for giving them a line of credit, there is no need. If they are serious about paying us, then their daimyo could discuss the same with the fired daimyo." As the leader of this mission, Fujin's word was the final. In addition, The way he said it implied that there was no scope for debate. They looked at Hamura but he didn't say anything. Hence, they followed his order and began deciding what to ask from them in exchange for helping them. Meanwhile, Hamura analyzed. He can use authority very well. As expected of someone who was an Anbu captain. Still, he is quite inflexible. During negotiations, being flexible is the most important. Otherwise, both sides could stay at an impasse for years. In this particular case, there wasn't any harm in letting them owe us. In fact, the negotiation should have been about how much they should owe us and what the rate of interest should be. Even Hiruzen would have done this. His inflexibility is disappointing considering how well he analyzed the meetings after Hiruzen was done negotiating. There is a big gap between his analytical and execution skills. I now see why Hiruzen wants to give him some experience in leading diplomatic missions. Fujin glanced at Hamura while paying attention to the discussion. Though Hamura didn't show any expression, Fujin could clearly feel a sense of disappointment from him. He thought, I guess he wanted me to go the normal route and provide them a line of credit. That said, he doesn't have the knowledge of the future. Not too long from now, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village will be allies. Why would it matter whether Hidden Grass Village is allied with us or them? If anything, they'll be scrambling to have closer relations with Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, it doesn't even matter whether Hidden Grass Village or the rebels are in power in the Land of Grass. It'll all be the same. As for Hidden Stones Village, Onoki won't look for a direct confrontation against Hidden Leaf Village. He wouldn't be called a fence-sitter if he jumped headfirst in an unrewarding battle. Besides, Hidden Stones Village has already lost Han to the Akatsuki. From the information Anbu gathered, Deidara seems to have gone rogue as well. He should have joined Akatsuki by now. So, Onoki will be paying a lot of attention to Akatsuki and their movements. He won't risk a battle with Hidden Leaf Village while Hidden Stones Village is the weaker side. Due to his knowledge of the future, Fujin didn't have the same considerations as Hamura and others. The group discussed what to ask from Hidden Grass Village. When they reached the final amount, Fujin said, that's too little. Even if they gave us normal missions, it would cost 25% more than this value. Increase its overall worth by 25%. Wait. Fujin took a pause before adding, actually, they are in a tough spot. And, they are asking us to deploy our forces rapidly. We should charge them a premium considering how badly they need our help. Increase it first by 25% and then increase it by 50% once more. The entire room became silent. No one had any words. Even Hamura was left speechless. Everyone just looked at each other not knowing what to say. Every single one of them was surprised by Fujin's greediness and shamelessness. Only one person smiled. It was Hiruzen who was watching through his crystal ball. He cried imaginary tears of happiness while thinking, finally, the village will benefit from his greedy nature. That said, there is no way Hidden Grass Village will agree. Though the scroll mentioned that they are in a tough spot, this isn't something that they can't handle. The only thing they truly require from us is our preparedness in case Hidden Stones Village makes a move. Though Koharu and Hamura were worried, Hiruzen was truly looking forward to how Fujin would handle the negotiations against someone who didn't particularly care for his well-being as Hiruzen did. He had to see whether Fujin's greed would work while negotiating with other villages or whether it would become an obstacle. Chapter 567, Fujin's effect in the meeting room. Everyone exchanged glances. Finally, one decided to speak up and said, Counselor Fujin, with all due respect, there is no way that they would agree. Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, it's fine. We can negotiate. As long as it is above what it would cost them normally, there is no harm in doing the deal. In fact, even if it goes slightly below it, it'll be fine considering that it is a bulk deal. Anyway, finalize the amount soon. We still need to decide on the points to use to make them understand that helping them for free is off the table. That will be the main topic during negotiations. The diplomat sighed in relief as Fujin finally showed some flexibility. They quickly finalized the normal cost and the premium cost for Hidden Grass Village to pay. The discussion quickly changed towards how to convince Hidden Grass Village to pay, how strict they should be during the negotiation and when to pull the plug in case Hidden Grass Village refused to pay under any circumstances along with some other points. After discussing all the aspects for a few hours, they finalized all the details. Fujin smiled and said, good work everyone. He turned his gaze towards the closed door. The doors automatically opened and he said, you guys can enter. 2 Anbu squads entered. They were dispatched by Hiruzen to assist Fujin. Fujin looked at them and asked, did Lord Hokage inform you about the mission? One of the Anbu captains answered, he provided us with some details. He said that we have to ensure your group's safety while you are negotiating with Hidden Grass Village. Fujin nodded and said, yes. However, all of you will follow us in disguise. You will pretend to be diplomats, but you don't need to speak during any discussions. Fujin's words confused the diplomats and Hamura once again. For the first time, Hamura said, Fujin, everyone knows who our diplomats are. While having 1 or 2 more diplomats won't be suspicious, having 8 new diplomats will easily arouse suspicion. It'll be better to have them follow us in their Anbu uniform, as Hidden Grass Village won't stop them. Fujin replied with a smile, I know it'll be suspicious, but that's fine. I want them to be suspicious. Fujin looked at 4 diplomats and pointed at them one by one and said, you 4 won't speak anything during the meeting as well. Just pay attention to the meeting, but don't speak unless I ask any of you to. The group were puzzled even more. None of the diplomats understood what Fujin's intentions were. Hamura wondered, why does it feel like he is going there to fight instead of negotiating? Even if our negotiations don't result in anything, Hidden Grass Village won't dare to attack us. What exactly is he planning? Not providing any explanation, Fujin said, we will move out in an hour. Settle your matters if you have any and return to this room in less than an hour. Everyone nodded. Some left, some stayed there. After an hour, the group left Hidden Leaf Village. They traveled the night and the following day, before waiting in one of the patrol camps the entire night. Before the sun appeared in the sky, their group entered the Land of Grass and moved towards Hidden Grass Village. A few hours later, the group reached Hidden Grass Village. They had already sent a message informing Hidden Grass Village about their arrival. As a result, the leader of Hidden Grass Village and other prominent leaders were waiting for their arrival. When the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas appeared in their sight, the face of every single person fell without any exception. Their leader cursed, damn Hidden Leaf Village. Where are the Hokage or other elders? And why is that cursed brat leading the group? Hidden Grass Village wasn't informed who'd be leading the diplomatic team. On seeing that it was the guy who was rumored to have cut down several of their ninjas, everyone became very alert. Fujin appeared in front of the leader of Hidden Grass Village and said, Ashikaga Hiroshi-san, it's good to see you once again. Ashikaga Hiroshi faked a smile and said, it's good to see you as well, Suzuki Fujin. Fujin nodded and said, let's not waste any time. Considering your current situation, let's get down to business right away. Hiroshi nodded. While he would have engaged in small talk with Hiruzen or the other 2 elders, he didn't have anything to bond with Fujin due to their vast age gap. They quickly entered the central mansion and entered the meeting room. During that time, Hiroshi properly observed everyone from Hidden Leaf Village as diplomatic team. He became even more serious as he analyzed 9 new faces. They are likely hiding their real identity using transformation jutsu. Something is off. 9 ninjas hiding themselves and sending this crazy kid instead of a normal elder. We need to be careful. The others from Hidden Grass Village noticed the same thing as well. Without saying anything, everyone became very tense. And the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and diplomats noticed how tense they were. Hamura glanced at Fujin and wondered, is this what he wanted? Making them negotiate while they are under tension. That said, it doesn't explain why they are so tense. Even when Hiruzen shows up openly with his Anbu guards, they aren't this tense. As everyone took their seats, a few servants appeared in the room carrying trays of food. However, Fujin said, let's leave the food for later and begin a discussion. His words caused the Hidden Grass Village higher-ups to frown. Hiroshi realized, he doesn't trust us. Why did Hidden Leaf Village become so suspicious of us? Even though we hinted at a lot of things in the scroll, our relationship is still very good. This isn't the Hokage's style. What they didn't notice was that the diplomats from Hidden Leaf Village's side also glanced at Fujin with eyes full of complaints. Fujin had made them run all morning without any break. They didn't complain as they would have got delicious food in Hidden Grass Village. However, Fujin denied them that as well. Though they understood the reason why Fujin did so, none of them were worried about the food being poisoned or drugged. Even if Hidden Grass Village decided to betray Hidden Leaf Village and ally with Hidden Stones Village, they would never do something like that as it'll only result in their annihilation. As for the Anbu disguised among the diplomats, none of them had any complaints. After all, they were used to such situations as compared to the diplomats who had long stopped being an active ninja. Hiroshi nodded and said, all right. He glanced at the servants who immediately left the room. Once all of the doors were shut, Fujin said, though the scroll gave some details, we are still not exactly aware of the strength and numbers of your enemy and the scale of losses you have suffered. Fill me up on it and also tell me any other details you have about the rebels. Hiroshi nodded. The person sitting to his left began explaining the details about the rogue faction which was attacking them. While Fujin was negotiating in Hidden Grass Village, another interesting clash was happening on the other side of the Land of Fire. En route to the Wave Country, Kakashi and his squad were attacked by Momoki Zabusa, the demon of the mist and the current wielder of Kubiki Ribicho. Just like in the original story, Zabuza trapped Kakashi in the water prison jutsu, putting his team in extreme danger. Zabuza's water clone had already sent both Naruto and Sasuke flying, showing them the vast difference that existed between Geinins and elite Jounins. Understanding their terrible situation, Kakashi shouted, "Everyone listen. Take Tazuna and retreat. It's a fight you can't win. If he wants to hold me in this water prison, he can't leave this place. He won't be able to hurt me through the water prison either." Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were very tense when they heard Kakashi's words. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Naruto's face as Kakashi's words stuck in his mind. He quickly got up and waved hand signs while shouting, "Sensei, are you sure he can't hurt you inside the water prison?" His sudden question surprised everyone. Kakashi thought, well, he can, but if I say that, you guys won't retreat. He quickly shouted, "Yes, he can't. Now retreat." A grin formed on Naruto's face as he said, "Good. Then I don't have to worry." Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, a few dozen shadow clones formed around Naruto. Seeing that Naruto was still intending to fight, Kakashi cursed, "Darn it. What? Is he planning that tactic? It could work. However, it is still very risky." Seeing Naruto and his clones put their hands in their ninja pouch to grab a kunai, memories of the graduation exam resurfaced in Kakashi's mind. Even so, he maintained a worried expression on his face. "Ha ha. Seeing Naruto planning on attacking him, Zabuza's water clone began laughing. His laugh immediately offended Naruto, who wondered, why is he laughing like a lunatic? Zabuza's clone said, "Apparently you don't care whether you get any oldie." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hanging around Fujin and falling prey to his sudden attacks without caring whether he was ready or not had an effect on Naruto. He didn't bother waiting for Zabuza to be done with his speech. At the same time, Naruto and each of his shadow clones launched several kunai. Each of the kunai had an explosive tag attached to them. Chapter 568, The Negotiations Start. Zabuza's clone watched as several hundred kunai with explosive tags moved towards him. He immediately weaved hand signs. Water style, water wall jutsu. Immediately a water wall appeared in front of him. Around 20% of the kunai hit the water wall and exploded. The remaining 80% moved towards Zabuza's main body, which was watching over Kakashi. The eyes of both Jounins were wide. Kakashi worriedly looked towards Zabuza and thought, I never imagined that someday I'd be hoping that my enemy keeps me protected. Luckily he is quite strong. Otherwise, I might lose a layer of my skin. Zabuza was no longer relaxed as well. He weaved hand seals with just his left hand and created a few more water clones who immediately used water wall jutsu to stop the incoming kunai. The kunai hit the water walls and exploded. Though every water wall collapsed, the explosions were stopped. Unfortunately, Zabuza and his clones were left dumbfounded as Naruto followed up with several more rounds of kunai while thinking, luckily, Fujin gave me a few hundred explosive tags. Otherwise, we would have no way of fighting against him. Seeing Naruto continuously throwing explosive tags, Sakura shouted, Naruto, be careful. Don't hurt Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Sasuke thought, this isn't enough. Though Zabuza looks under pressure, he is able to defend against the explosions. We need something more. But what? Sasuke saw another set of the water walls collapsing under another round of explosions. His eyes widened as he saw an opportunity. Meanwhile, Zabuza's water clone wondered, how many explosive tags does this damn brat have? How freaking rich is Hidden Leaf Village to give such a little brat so many explosive tags? I can't let this continue. Otherwise, Kakashi will take advantage of the situation. Even though the water prison jutsu was good at trapping people, it didn't mean that it couldn't be broken from the inside. If Naruto kept Zabuza's attention on him, Kakashi could break through even if Zabuza didn't take his hand off. After blocking the next round of explosions, the water clone moved forward at a rapid speed towards the place where Naruto's original body initially was. A few shadow clones tried to stop him but were cut apart by his large blade. He swung Kubikaribicho at Naruto, who quickly used his kunai and barely managed to block the blade. Unfortunately, the water clone quickly followed with a kick, knocking the kunai off his hand and sending him flying backwards for a few meters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on top of Naruto and said, You did well. Unfortunately, your journey ends here. Seeing Zabuza's clone about to kill Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Tazuna became very worried. To everyone's surprise, Naruto grinned and said, I said that I would become a great ninja and become the Hokage. Nothing will stop me until then. That's my ninja way. Zabuza's clone felt something odd. He immediately slashed Naruto, only for him to dissipate in a cloud of smoke. At the very instant, several explosive tags exploded right behind him, dispelling the water clone along with several of Naruto's clones. Seeing that it was just a clone, Sakura and Sasuke sighed in relief. Sakura looked in surprise while wondering, since when did Naruto become so smart and strong? Sasuke merely smirked and grabbed a couple of Fuma shurikens. He waited for a few seconds before throwing them. Under the strain of the explosions, another set of water walls collapsed. Zabuza's water clones created another set of water walls. However, before they could form, Sasuke's Fuma Shuriken moved through the area and flew straight at Zabuza. He had timed his shuriken perfectly to take advantage of the opening Naruto's explosions created. Seeing it, Naruto, who was hiding among his clones, thought, "Nice, Sasuke. I might not need to do the next step after all." Naruto and some of his clones were weaving hand signs taking advantage of the chaos created by the explosions. Zabuza grabbed the Fuma Shuriken in his left hand before noticing another Fuma Shuriken in its shadow. He jumped to avoid it as well, making Sasuke frown. Sasuke glanced towards Naruto, hoping he'd follow up. Fortunately, Naruto and his clones acted immediately. For once, they didn't shout the name of the jutsus. Wind Style, Wind Levitation Jutsu Wind Style, Projectile Control Jutsu. One of Naruto's clones took control of the Fuma Shuriken Zabuza had dodged. The Fuma Shuriken curved in the air and moved towards Zabuza again from the back, attracting his attention. As for the other clones, they controlled the pieces of broken kunai that were floating on the water by first making them levitate and then controlling them with the projectile control jutsu. Suddenly, several sharp shards of kunai began moving towards Zabuza at a high speed. His clones, who were still focused on blocking the kunai with explosive tags, and Zabuza, who was looking towards the Fuma Shuriken, were all caught off guard. Not having enough time, Zabuza let go of the water prison and flickered away. Zabuza appeared a sufficient distance away from the area overrun by explosions and shrapnels. He looked at Naruto's shadow clones in rage and began weaving hand signs while cursing, "That little runt." Unfortunately for Zabuza, Kakashi had broken free. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi dispelled his water clones and directly confronted Zabuza. Just like in the original story, Zabuza would be defeated by Kakashi before being killed by Hiku. Back in Hidden Grass Village, they informed the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas majority of the details regarding the rogue faction targeting them. Fujin analyzed. It looks like just a normal faction. Akatsuki isn't involved. Since Hidden Stones Village is supporting the rebel faction, I doubt Onoki will employ Akatsuki as they have captured Han. Even if the rebel faction employs Akatsuki, they won't directly target Hidden Grass Village as it'll draw too much attention. Not to mention, it didn't happen in the original story either. Hiroshi looked at Fujin and asked, "So, how much aid can Hidden Leaf Village provide us?" Fujin smiled and replied, "Well, that will depend on what you can afford." Hiroshi wasn't surprised. He never expected Hidden Leaf Village to help them for free without saying a word. No one in Hidden Grass Village did. Everyone in the room from their side was extremely well prepared to argue and convince Hidden Leaf Village to help them for free. Immediately, one of their leaders sighed. He put up an extremely pitiful expression and said, "As we said in our message, our finances are completely stretched thin due to the war. The rebels have killed dozens of our ninjas. Hundreds are injured. Several towns and villages have been destroyed as well. We have to relocate the people from those towns and villages and arrange for their shelter and food along with treating them as well. So, there is no way for us to pay you right now." He said it in a way to invoke maximum sympathy from the other side. Fortunately, everyone on Fujin's side was an experienced negotiator as well. None were fazed by his act. While they were sympathetic about their situation while discussing it with Fujin, there was no room for emotions during actual negotiations. One of the diplomats on Fujin's side said, "While I sympathize with your situation, we can't provide help without getting anything in return. As much as we would like to help you, do understand the situation from our side as well. We can't ask our ninjas to come and risk their lives here without getting anything in return. Every dead ninja's family has to be compensated. Similarly, everyone who gets crippled has to be paid a pension. The morale of our ninjas will be very low and they might even refuse to join if they aren't paid." Another person from the Hidden Grass Village camp argued back, "We understand your situation. However, Hidden Leaf Village is the richest village. I'm sure you can afford to bear those expenses." A second person from Fujin's side responded with a sigh, "Actually, Hidden Leaf Village's finances are spread very thin as well. Even our forces are spread thin. We have to continuously send our ninjas to the surrounding countries to deter the other major villages from doing anything to harm you. We also had to deal with many rogue ninjas from Hidden Mist Village which strained our finances further." A third person quickly added, "In fact, we sent ninjas to the Land of Grass several times as well even though you didn't pay us. Lord Hokage had even sent Kakashi Hatake, the son of the White Fang, a few months ago to deter Hidden Stones Village. Lord Hokage is magnanimous enough to not ask for any payments for those missions. So, we should discuss the payments you will need to make to get our help." He was immediately countered by another person from the Hidden Grass Village camp. The discussion went on in this manner. Neither Fujin nor Hiroshi spoke and let others do the negotiating. They just looked at each other. As time passed, Hiroshi became more suspicious as he noticed that 4 of the usual diplomats in Fujin's team weren't speaking at all. All work was done by the 8 diplomats. He wondered, is someone impersonating them? Also, Hidden Leaf Village is awfully stubborn today. We were prepared to owe them a small amount, but they haven't even brought up the matter of loans until now. For 3 hours, the two sides negotiated. Hidden Leaf Village diplomats kept attempting to start discussing how much Hidden Grass Village would have to pay to get Hidden Leaf Village's help. But Hidden Grass Village's leaders never began that discussion and instead kept arguing that Hidden Leaf Village could afford to help them for free. Finally, Fujin said, "Hiroshi-san, it doesn't seem like you guys actually want a deal." A faint smile could be seen on Fujin's face, a smile that made Hiroshi very nervous. Chapter 569, 4 Choices. Hiroshi became slightly nervous on seeing the faint smile on Fujin's lips. While Hidden Leaf Village had a good negotiating team, the negotiations usually used to be very straightforward and Hidden Leaf Village would rarely use the threat of using force as that wasn't Hiruzen's style. If Hiruzen ever wanted to use force during diplomacy, he'd send Enzo to make a move in the dark. However, there were too many suspicious things during this meeting. The first was the fact that there wasn't any elder in the diplomatic team. The second was the fact that Fujin was leading the team. The third suspicious thing was the 9 new faces. And probably the most suspicious thing was that as many as 13 members of Fujin's team hadn't said a word since the meeting began. Due to these 4 factors, Hiroshi had been on edge. He thought, even though a lot of things are very suspicious, Hidden Leaf Village has a reputation to maintain. This should just be a pressure tactic. If they wanted to make a move, they wouldn't have sent a diplomatic team here. We can't show weakness. Hiroshi replied, "We are serious, Fujin-kun. Though I feel ashamed to say this, it is true that we can't afford to pay anything right now." His words immediately attracted the attention of Hamura and the other diplomats on Fujin's team. Hamura thought, right now? It seems like he is agreeing to owe us money. Not bad. It looks like Fujin's tactic of applying pressure is a success. However, it'll only be a success if he takes a step back and accepts this offer. The leaders on Hidden Grass Village's side understood it as well. In truth, they had all decided to resist as much as they could. However, they were nervous due to those 4 points just like Hiroshi. As a result, no one opposed. Everyone's eyes were on Fujin. Fujin's smile faded away as he shook his head and responded, "That is impossible. Irrespective of the fact whether we can afford to do so or not, we aren't running a charity. Nor is this situation something you guys can't handle by yourselves. I wanted to discuss the costs for various degrees of cooperation that you might require from us. Unfortunately, you guys have done everything you can to not even begin that discussion for the last 3 hours. From the way you are going, it seems that won't change even if we negotiate for an entire week." Everyone's eyes were glued to Fujin. Though no one said anything or showed it on their face, everyone was blaming him for their current situation. After all, had he been a bit flexible, the deadlock could have been resolved. Fujin continued, "So, we will end the negotiations here. Instead, I'll present you the 4 choices that Hidden Grass Village has for the time being. I don't care which one you choose nor will I debate about it with you. You can choose whichever you want as per your free will and what you think would be the best for Hidden Grass Village." Everyone, including the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, was surprised by Fujin's words. Despite having been in several negotiations, they had rarely seen something like that. At the very least, no one had seen such a development on day 1 of negotiations. Hamura watched curiously to see what Fujin was up to. Hiroshi asked, "So, what are the 4 choices?" Fujin pulled out a scroll and passed it to Hiroshi. As Hiroshi opened it to read, Fujin raised his right arm slightly and raised his index finger. He said, "Since you guys don't want to discuss different levels of cooperation, the help we will give you will either be complete or nothing. Your first choice is to ask for our help. We will annihilate the rebel faction entirely. However, you will have to pay the cost mentioned in the scroll to get us to help you. And, the payment will have to be made before we make our move." The Hidden Grass Village leaders subconsciously rejected this choice. No one said anything and only looked at Hiroshi, whose expression became grimmer the more he read from the scroll. He looked at Fujin and asked with a hint of anger in his voice, "Is this supposed to be a joke?" Fujin plainly replied, "I am afraid not." Hiroshi replied, "This choice is unacceptable to us." Fujin replied, "Suit yourself. However, if you ask for our help at any time in the future, this will be the cost you'll have to pay for requesting our aid. It won't decrease even if you deal with some of the rebels yourselves. Anyway." Fujin raised his second finger and added, "Your second choice is to fight the rebels by yourselves. If you don't choose the first option, then Hidden Leaf Village will completely stay out of this conflict. We will only interfere if Hidden Stones Village makes a direct move against Hidden Grass Village as per our current treaty." Hiroshi nodded. This was an acceptable option to them. Hiroshi asked, "What is the third choice?" A smile appeared on Fujin's face once again as he raised his third finger. He said, Your third option is to put the disguised threat in your message to Hidden Leaf Village into action. You could betray us and ally with Hidden Stones Village, alleviating your current situation. Fujin's words shocked everyone in the room. For the first time, everyone showed their true feelings on their face. Even Hamura looked at Fujin with widened eyes wondering, what the hell is he planning? Hidden Grass Village camp became nervous as well. None of them expected Hidden Leaf Village to directly call out their threat. Before anyone could say anything, Fujin continued in a casual tone, in which case, I'll kill all of you right here right now. Those words were the last straw. Everyone in the room freaked out. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas jumped out of their seats. The Hidden Leaf Village diplomats were shaking as well. They hadn't fought against another ninja for years. None of them were ready to fight. The Anbu became very serious as well. Their job had just become 1,000 times more difficult. The one who was the most dumbfounded was Hamura. It had been decades since he retired from active duty. Even though he was still as strong as an elite jounin, he became nervous in that situation as well. He cursed, "Damn you Hiruzen. You never said that this boy was a lunatic. In my younger days, I could have fought my way out of this village. But in my current state, that will be extremely difficult. What is Fujin doing threatening them in their own village? We have only 22 ninjas, they have over a couple of thousand ninjas." As Hamura expected, most Hidden Grass Village ninjas drew out their weapons. In response, Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, except Fujin and Hamura, did so as well. However, none of them actually made any move. Instead, the Hidden Grass Village leaders began cursing aggressively. You dare to threaten us in our own village? Even though we are a minor village, Hidden Leaf Village can't look down on us. Do you think you can make it out alive if you attack us? Since when did Hidden Leaf Village become so arrogant? Several more such statements were made, making the Hidden Leaf Village diplomats very tense. However, Hamura became slightly relaxed and puzzled as he noticed two things. He thought, that's weird. Even though they are showing an aggressive front, not one of them has any intention of attacking. I can understand that they will refrain from attacking as it will bring Hidden Leaf Village's retaliation, but it is almost like they are scared of attacking. What's even more peculiar is that none of them launched any personal insults at Fujin despite his open threat. It was as Hamura observed. Not a single person had any intention of attacking. And not a single one wanted to stand out in front of Fujin. While the spectral swordsman was only a myth and a rumor in Hidden Leaf Village, no one in Hidden Grass Village had forgotten about him despite Fujin not being very active for over a year. They knew that whoever attacked first would lose their life. Even if they somehow managed to kill him eventually, none of them wanted to be a sacrifice for others. Similarly, they knew the spectral swordsman's reputation. None of them wanted to be hunted down by Fujin after the meeting ended. They had no confidence in surviving if Fujin decided to hunt them later. Sitting calmly in his chair, Fujin asked plainly, "So, should I assume that you are making this choice?" Hiroshi immediately said, "Everyone, calm down and return to your seats." He looked at Fujin and replied, "Please don't joke around. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Grass Village have been allies since the end of the First Great Ninja War. We have no intention of changing that. There wasn't any hidden threat in the scroll either. I am afraid that you might have misinterpreted it. Can you tell us what our fourth choice is?" Fujin nodded and answered in the same casual tone while raising his fourth finger, "Sure, your fourth option is to lie to me and ally with Hidden Stones Village after we leave. In that case, I'll return later and assassinate every one of you and kill every single person living in your houses." Chapter 570, Hidden Grass Village prepares for a war. The room was left speechless yet again. Even when Hidden Grass Village leaders had taken a step back, Fujin threatened them once more. It was so strange that the Hidden Grass Village leaders were confused about whether they should put up a strong face again or just sit in their chairs. In the end, no one got up. Even the Hidden Leaf Village side was weirded out by the situation. Finally, Hiroshi replied, "You can rest assured that we won't be betraying Hidden Leaf Village." Fujin nodded and said, "That's good." He smiled and added, "We would hate to see such a long-standing alliance getting broken as well." Hearing that, everyone on Hidden Grass Village's side cursed him internally. All of Fujin's actions made them think that he wanted a fight instead of a peaceful negotiation. Yet, he shamelessly claimed that he wanted to preserve their alliance. Fujin got up and said, "Let's conclude the meeting. I have already informed you what the cost would be to ask for our help. And that cost won't decrease in the future. If you change your mind in the future and decide to ask for our help, you can send a message to Lord Hokage." Seeing that Fujin was prepared to leave, Hiroshi asked, "Why not wait for some time and experience our hospitality?" As offended as he was by Fujin's attitude, he understood that he couldn't make Hidden Leaf Village too upset. In addition, if someone like Fujin stayed in Hidden Grass Village for a few days, it would send a message to the rebels and could make them tone down their aggression. It could even make Hidden Stones Village back off. Fujin understood his thoughts. However, why would he do something like that? He smiled and replied, "Some other day for sure, Hiroshi-san. I have to return to the village quickly. The world is too tumultuous right now. I'm sure you understand it the best." Hiroshi sighed and said, "That's a shame. Alright, we will show you our hospitality some other day." Fujin nodded and turned around. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas got up and followed him. Within a few minutes, the group left Hidden Grass Village. Back in the meeting room, there was a total silence. Seeing that no one was leaving the room, the ninjas, who were overlooking the security, assumed that they wanted to discuss among themselves and closed the door. As soon as the door closed, curses were heard inside the room. "That fucking bastard. Hidden Leaf Village crossed all limits today. That brat is too damn arrogant. I wish I could cut him down right in this room. How dare they treat us in this manner? Hiroshi-sama. We need to make Hidden Leaf Village pay for humiliating us in our own village." Hiroshi looked at the person who said that and asked, "What do you recommend we do?" That man went silent. However, one impatient youngster replied, "Let's carry out that threat and ally with Hidden Stones Village. We will prepare a trap for Suzuki Fujin with their help and eliminate him when he tries to carry out his threat." Hiroshi shook his head and said, "Don't forget that the ones supporting the rebels are Hidden Stones Village. If we try to negotiate with them now, we will be in a weaker position. They will force us to accept the existence of the rebel faction and might also use us as cannon fodder in the next Great War. It might spell our doom." An old man added, "Besides, even with Hidden Stones Village's help, there is no guarantee that we will be able to kill Suzuki Fujin. His bounty was actually put up by Hidden Stones Village. In addition, the rumors about him being the spectral swordsman also came from Hidden Stones Village. For the Sushi Kage to put up such a large bounty, Hidden Stones Village should have suffered heavily at his hands. And that something can't be his fight against Arashi, as Hidden Stones Village put the bounty several months later. From my sources in the Land of Waterfall, some Hidden Leaf Village Anbu ninjas had clashed with some Hidden Stones Village ninjas in that country. My sources said that even Kitsuchi was involved. I believe that Anbu unit was led by Suzuki Fujin. And that clash should have caused heavy losses to Hidden Stones Village despite Kitsuchi's presence. Considering that Suzuki Fujin is still alive and well, Hidden Stones Village has failed to do anything to him even after placing that huge bounty. If we ally with Hidden Stones Village and fail to kill him, our ninjas will suffer heavily. And that isn't even considering what will happen if he doesn't make a direct move on our village and instead begins hunting down our ninjas after they leave the village. The losses we are facing right now will be nothing compared to what we will face then." His wise words made the room calm down. Though they were still angry at Fujin, they understood that acting rashly could spell their doom. One person sighed and said, "This doesn't feel good. Despite being insulted in such a manner, all we can do is swallow our pride and endure the humiliation." Hiroshi said, "There is no choice. This is the reason why we focus on diplomacy. Even though we have experienced a peaceful decade, don't forget the difference in strength between us and the major villages. That said, not everything that happened in this meeting was bad. While we messed up a bit by threatening Hidden Leaf Village in this way, we now have a clear picture of their attitude." He took a pause and looked at everyone in the room before continuing. "Their stance can be explained in 3 points. Firstly, they won't help us in dealing with the rebels for free. Instead, they will charge us a premium for saving us. If we fall into a difficult position in the future, we could request their help even though it'll cost us an arm. However, that is better than losing the entire body. Secondly, they will help us if Hidden Stones Village attacks us directly. In that case, it will become an all-out war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village. Things might even escalate further. In the worst case, the Fourth Great Ninja War might start. However, I don't think either Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Stones Village want that to happen. So, things might not escalate much. Thirdly, if we ally with Hidden Stones Village, then Hidden Leaf Village will go all out to target us. Even with Hidden Stones Village's help, that isn't something we can endure. We can't consider this option unless Hidden Leaf Village takes heavy losses and becomes much weaker." Everyone in the room nodded. The old man, who spoke earlier, said, "Though his words were humiliating and we were refused any free or cheap help, the situation isn't bad. We can deal with the rebels ourselves. So we don't need to consider whatever Hidden Leaf Village wants to charge us for help. It's just that our losses will be significant." Hiroshi nodded and added, "Yes. But since we don't need to worry about Hidden Stones Village's interference, we can finally stop being on the defensive and begin our counterattack. I want to see how much unity they show once their losses start mounting." He got up and looked at everyone in the room. Making eye contact with everyone, he said, "I know that none of us have deployed all our forces until today due to our worries. However, from this moment onwards, we will be focusing entirely on this war. No more holding back. It's time to eliminate those fucking traitors. Hiroshi's words had the intended effect. Everyone in the room began making plans for their counterattack. As the Hidden Leaf Village group left Hidden Grass Village, Hamura looked at Fujin. By that moment, he had analyzed everything that had happened in the meeting. He thought, the spectral swordsman. I almost forgot that he was called that when he was in the Anbu. I never imagined that he would have such a deterrence effect in the minor villages. None of them had any intention of fighting him. Even though they tried to hide their emotions, fear was visible even in Hiroshi's eyes when Fujin said that he would hunt them down later. It seems that Koharu and I underestimated his reputation. However, Hiruzen should know it very well. Is this the reason why he insisted upon training him to become an instructor? The others from Hidden Leaf Village had their thoughts as well. The ones from Anbu had worked with Fujin earlier. As a result, they weren't too surprised with the effect he had. However, seeing the Hidden Grass Village leadership being so afraid of him increased their respect for him. As for the diplomats, they were still full of complaints. They suffered several panic attacks once Fujin started speaking. One of them asked, "Did we need to be so harsh? It could hurt their ego and push them towards Hidden Stones Village. Due to your open threat, they might even do so in the dark." Fujin replied, "If they want to do so in the dark, then there was nothing stopping them earlier either. It's better to just deter them right now instead of hoping that our goodwill moves them." Besides. Chapter 571, Changing Hidden Leaf Village as Image. Fujin took a pause of half a minute as they continued moving forward. Even Hamura became curious to know what Fujin was intending to say. His eyes widened when he finally heard Fujin's words. Fujin continued, "Besides, which village has helped out another village in such a huge matter for free? Their demand was completely unreasonable in the first place. And the tone of their letter implied that Hidden Leaf Village was weak. It's not surprising for other villages to think that. After all, we suffered innumerable losses post the Third Great Ninja War. The Kyubi assault and the Uchiha massacre caused grave losses to our combat power. On the other hand, our diplomatic potential took a great hit due to the Hyuga incident. Even though we were recovering, the recent massive attack in the middle of our village where we failed to even identify the culprit caused another blow to Hidden Leaf Village's image. These losses have changed the perception that other villages had towards Hidden Leaf Village and might make them think that it is easy to push us around. While we can't stop them from thinking in this manner, it is important to let them know how bad the consequences will be if they act while thinking along those lines." Fujin's words surprised the diplomats and Hamura. All of them were aware that Hidden Leaf Village's diplomatic powers had waned drastically after Minato's death. They had to keep it in mind while negotiating. It was after a long time that someone had negotiated like Hidden Leaf Village was still the strongest village. Even so, not everyone agreed with his viewpoint. One of the diplomats immediately argued, "While I understand your point of view, it is the truth that we are no longer as strong as we once were. Even though Lord Hokage has done a lot, we are still far from our peak strength. If we go to war with Hidden Stones Village now, we will be in a very difficult spot." Fujin chuckled and said, "True. But that is if we go to war with Hidden Stones Village. Don't worry, it was the first thing I considered when Lord Hokage gave me this mission. There is no chance that Hidden Stones Village would act unless we show that we are weak." Some of the diplomats agreed with Fujin's confidence due to Onoki's reputation. Some were still doubtful but didn't say anything as there wasn't any point in doing so. Fujin had already threatened Hidden Grass Village and there was nothing anyone could do to reverse that. If anything went wrong, Fujin would be the one to shoulder the responsibility. Only Hamura was stuck in deep thought as he analyzed Fujin's words. After thinking for a while, he muttered to himself, "I now see what you were aiming for, Hiruzen. You wanted to use him to change Hidden Leaf Village's perception in the eyes of other countries. From a gentle and patient image that we were forced to project to a fierce one, indicating that our weak phase has already passed. As long as this matter plays out properly, Fujin will become the face of our negotiation team whenever we have to make tough decisions. He is already a rank S ninja. Once he grows older and stronger, he could even negotiate with other Kages on equal grounds." Hamura glanced towards Fujin and couldn't help but wonder, "Are you planning to raise him as your next successor, Hiruzen?" Hamura didn't voice out his thoughts. The group continued their journey towards Hidden Leaf Village. In the Land of Waves, Kakashi's eyes snapped open and he immediately sat upright, scaring Naruto and Sakura who were trying to peek under his mask. Kakashi didn't pay any attention to their antics and thought, "What's this odd feeling? I know that Zabuza is dead. But I can't shake the feeling that I've overlooked something. Something big." Kakashi's brain went into overdrive as he recalled and analyzed his clash against Zabuza. Very soon, he realized the peculiarities in the Hunternin's actions. He quickly speculated, Zabuza is most probably still alive. His words shocked everyone in the room. He explained to them his analysis causing Naruto, Sakura and Tazuna to freak out. They only calmed down after Kakashi informed them that Zabuza wouldn't be able to move around for over a week. Or rather, the other two calmed down. Naruto, on the other hand, became excited at the prospect of facing Zabuza once again. Kakashi informed the group that they would prepare, which made Sakura inquire how he would do so when he couldn't even move due to having overused his Sharingan. Kakashi answered, "I can't move much, but you three can. I will conduct a special training session for you three to prepare you for the battle." Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura shivered on hearing Kakashi's words. They were still very fearful of the training Kakashi was putting them through. And now he was saying that the training session would be even more special. Sakura complained, "Sensei, we won't be able to fight if our bodies are aching and we don't have any energy." At the same time, her inner self cursed, "Do you want to kill me, old man? Why don't you know the difference between training and torture?" Naruto and Sasuke didn't say anything but silently agreed with her. Kakashi looked at the trio and said, "Don't worry, you three will like this training." The three Gainans doubted their sensei's words. Unfortunately, they didn't have any other option and could only hope that it was true. None of them wanted to face Zabuza when every single muscle in their body was aching. The next morning, Team 7 had assembled in the woods near Izuna's house. Naruto asked, half in excitement and half in fear, "Sensei, what will our special training be?" Kakashi explained, "We don't have a lot of time to train. So, I can't teach you something entirely new. Hence, we will focus on increasing your chakra control. We will do so by climbing trees." Sakura wondered, climbing trees? How will that be training? At the same time, Naruto's eyes widened, climbing trees? Does he mean the same exercise that Fujin taught me? Kakashi observed Naruto's reaction and thought, Fujin seems to have already taught Naruto this. I have seen him walk a bit on walls while chasing that cat. However, his chakra control is still quite bad. I guess I'll teach him water walking. Kakashi said, "This won't be normal tree climbing. You'll do it without using your hands. Watch and learn." In front of the three Gainans, Kakashi walked up a tree, causing Sakura and Sasuke to be surprised. On the other hand, Naruto felt excited as he already knew it. Sakura asked, "But Kakashi-sensei, how will climbing trees in this way make us stronger?" Kakashi explained to the trio about chakra control and also informed them about how it could help them build their stamina. Naruto listened carefully as well as he didn't know about it either, as Fujin didn't bother wasting his time doing something as meaningless as teaching theory to Naruto. Naruto realized, so this is why Fujin made me learn this and water walking. Kakashi added, "The only way you can learn this is by doing it. Use the kunai blades to mark your progress." Naruto didn't bother picking a kunai and instead claimed loudly, "I already know this, Kakashi-sensei." His words surprised Sakura and Sasuke. Though Naruto had used this skill at times, he had used it for extremely short durations as none of the ranked D missions required that skill in particular. As a result, neither of them had noticed it. Naruto immediately ran up the tree and said, "See, I told you. Big brother Fujin already taught me this when I was in the academy." Hee hee. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised once again. Neither expected Naruto to do something that would look so cool. Sakura's inner self shouted, "Since when did Naruto become this cool? Even my Sasuke-kun seems a bit upset." Meanwhile, Sasuke frowned and asked softly, "Who is this Fujin that he keeps talking about every time?" Though Naruto mentioned Fujin's name several times, neither Sakura nor Sasuke had paid much attention to him. It was only when he learned that Fujin had taught Naruto this technique that Sasuke became interested in knowing about him. Sakura looked at Sasuke and said, "I am not sure. I never heard anyone other than Naruto speaking about him." Hearing their words, Naruto, who was now standing upside down on a branch, said loudly, "Fujin is an extremely strong and cool ninja, believe it." Both just stared at Naruto with a deadpan expression. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle as Naruto spoke about Fujin while not giving any information. Chapter 572, Who is Fujin? Kakashi got down from the tree while saying, "Suzuki Fujin. He is one of the few elite jounins in Hidden Leaf Village, the same rank as me. He isn't particularly famous as most of the missions he did were undercover missions. However, there is no doubt that he is one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Sakura, you in particular need to know about him as he is the one who represents the civilian ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village as council. If you face any political issues, then he is the one you need to approach." Sakura and Sasuke were surprised. Sakura's inner self screamed, "What the hell is going on? First, we learn how impressive the old Hokage is. Then Zabuza said how cool Kakashi-sensei is. And now even the person Naruto always keeps talking about is so strong? Why is everyone so impressive?" Even Naruto was surprised. He thought, "Man, I thought that his title was cool. But I didn't know that he was one of the strongest ninjas in the world." Kakashi chuckled on seeing their reactions and asked, "You guys know that Zabuza is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, right?" All 3 nodded. Kakashi continued, "While there is no question about his strength, Zabuza could become a 7 ninja swordsman of the mist only when he was given the Kubikiribicho blade. And, the only reason why he could get that blade was because Fujin killed the previous wielder of Kubikiribicho, who was as strong as Zabuza." The 3 Gainins were stunned once again. For a moment, Naruto didn't control his chakra properly and lost his footing. Luckily, he flipped in the air and landed on his feet. He looked at Kakashi and exclaimed, "No way. Big brother Fujin killed someone who was as strong as Zabuza." Meanwhile, Sasuke clenched his fists and thought, "So Naruto has been getting the help of someone that strong? No wonder his strength has increased so rapidly. I need to get stronger faster as well." Kakashi noticed Sasuke's emotions and thought, "Good. This should motivate him to work harder." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "He did. But that is a secret that very few in Hidden Leaf Village know. So, never speak about it." The 3 Gainins nodded. Kakashi said, "Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. Sasuke and Sakura, try climbing the tree. Naruto, come here." Sakura and Sasuke immediately began trying while Naruto walked over to Kakashi. Kakashi said, "Since you have already learned this, I'll teach you another trick. It's a more advanced application of chakra control. Instead of climbing on trees, you'll walk on water." Naruto immediately replied, "I know that exercise too, sensei. I can walk and run on water with ease." Kakashi wasn't very surprised. Since Fujin had taught him one exercise, it wasn't far-fetched for him to have taught the other one as well. The only reason why Kakashi was surprised at all was that Naruto's chakra control despite knowing these 2 exercises was lacking. Kakashi sighed internally while thinking, "Fujin. He keeps making my job more difficult. What do I teach Naruto now?" As he thought of Fujin, Kakashi couldn't help but think about his meeting with Fujin. A few weeks ago, Fujin had just gone through his morning workout and was about to return to his house when he suddenly stopped and said, "Kakashi." What a pleasant surprise. A couple of trees away from Fujin, Kakashi was reading his book with his back resting against a tree. Hearing Fujin's voice, he closed his book while saying, "Your senses are sharp as always." Fujin chuckled and said, "It's not every day that someone visits the training ground while reading porn. Anyway, what's up?" Unsurprisingly, there wasn't even a hint of embarrassment on Kakashi's face on being called out. He replied, "Nothing much. I just noticed some interesting changes in my students recently. I was wondering whether you knew anything about it." Kakashi stared directly into Fujin's eyes as he asked the question. However, Fujin didn't show any signs and instead feigned ignorance perfectly and asked in a confused tone, "What changes?" Kakashi thought, "Looks like he has mastered the art of poker face. I shouldn't be surprised considering how he fooled those bounty hunters." Kakashi answered, "Well, they suddenly began trying to unmask me and steal my books. Since you are close to Naruto, did you notice anything strange or did he tell the reason behind him doing so?" Kakashi gave his famous eye smile while talking with Fujin. Even so, his eyes were scrutinizing every muscle movement that Fujin made. Thankfully, having to deal with the likes of Hiruzen and Shikaku on a regular basis had made Fujin just enough shameless to not show anything. Instead, he just chuckled and said, "Hey, they do that? That's cute. It looks like they really like their sensei. I suppose they wanted to impress you. Was that the only weird thing?" Even though Fujin didn't give away anything, Kakashi cursed internally, it was him for sure. There is no doubt about it. All my instincts say that he is enjoying the situation. The one spying on us might be him as well. Though I can't be too certain about it. However, he is undoubtedly the one behind their irregular behavior. Even though Fujin's act was good, he couldn't do anything about the instincts of an experienced ninja. That said, he didn't particularly care about it either. After all, even if Kakashi got irrefutable proof to blame Fujin, what could he do? Complain to Hiruzen? Knowing Fujin's tendencies, Hiruzen might not even raise this matter with Fujin. The only thing he could do was make the lives of his students hell. However, why would Fujin care about that? If Kakashi's sense of smell wasn't as good as it was, his clones would have grabbed some popcorn to enjoy their training sessions. Kakashi understood as well. He just wanted to confirm a few things. Since he wouldn't get anything else from Fujin in this matter, he said, "Yeah, that's probably it. I was definitely impressed. Anyway, Naruto speaks quite often about you." Fujin thought, he'd better. "Apart from Phantom Haven, I have spent the highest amount of my money and time on him." He smirked and said, "That's good to hear. He speaks quite highly of you and your special taijutsu as well." Kakashi immediately understood what Fujin implied. He smiled once again and said, "I didn't know he thought so highly of my taijutsu. Anyway, I saw that you have taught him quite a few wind jutsus. Does he have an affinity to wind nature manipulation? Fujin shrugged again and said, no idea. I never checked his affinity. Kakashi looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression and asked, why did you teach him wind jutsus then? Fujin replied, those are just Renki jutsus. Anyone can learn them. Besides, these jutsus went perfectly with his prankful nature. I felt that it might be a good way to motivate him to train. Considering how well he has progressed, I wasn't wrong. Kakashi kept staring at Fujin while thinking, why do I feel like he only did that to cause chaos through his pranks? He said, alright. Can you tell me what you taught him regarding wind style? I'll have to plan his training accordingly. Fujin nodded and informed Kakashi about the same. Kakashi had already figured out most of it. The only thing that surprised him was the fact that he had made Naruto complete the leaf-cutting exercise. Kakashi replied, I see. So he already has the basics down. That should make my work easier. Anyway, I'll see you around. I have to continue the training of my cute students. Fujin chuckled and said, enjoy. Kakashi's figure disappeared from the training ground. A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, I didn't expect him to connect the dots so quickly. His instincts are quite good. Oh well, Naruto should get used to that training routine in a month or two. I'll manipulate him to create more trouble for Kakashi then. For now, he can continue teaching those 5 how to prank. Kakashi, who was moving towards his team, sighed and thought, such a troublesome fellow. Even though he didn't show any peculiarities, I got a feeling that he wanted to see me in trouble. Did the third put him up to this? Or is he still fond of causing trouble like he was when he asked the third for chakra metal swords? Even though it had been some time since Kakashi met Fujin, he still wasn't sure of the answer nor could he find Fujin's motives. Well, sensei? Can you teach me some cool jutsus like Sasuke's fireball? Naruto grew impatient as Kakashi didn't say anything for a few seconds. Kakashi was about to answer when they heard, this is easier than I thought. The voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kakashi, Naruto and Sasuke all saw Sakura sitting on the branch of a tree. Sasuke frowned as it meant that he was the only one who couldn't do so. Meanwhile, Naruto thought, so quickly? I needed more than a week to do it properly. Even so, Naruto cheered for her while Kakashi praised her chakra control while teasing, it looks like there is just one of you who can't do this exercise then. Sasuke's frown intensified but he didn't say anything and continued training. Kakashi asked Sakura to keep training as well and said, Naruto, follow me. Chapter 573, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Kakashi and Naruto moved around 100 meters deeper into the woods before Kakashi stopped moving. Naruto asked curiously, what are we doing here, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi said, I'll be teaching you a special jutsu. Naruto immediately became excited and exclaimed while jumping in joy, really? Yahoo! Which special jutsu will you teach me, sensei? Kakashi sighed at Naruto's antics and said, calm down, Naruto. Before I teach you, run your chakra through this piece of paper. Kakashi handed Naruto a chakra paper. Naruto was confused but followed his instructions. As soon as his chakra flowed through the paper split into 2, surprising Naruto. Kakashi thought, it looks like Fujin's decision wasn't entirely random. Naruto asked in surprise, how did that happen? Kakashi explained, this is the chakra paper. It is used to find out your nature affinity. Naruto asked in a confused tone, nature affinity? What's that? Kakashi slowly explained to Naruto the basics of nature manipulation and how chakra paper reacts to each affinity. It took a few tries and a huge portion of Kakashi's patience, but Naruto finally understood. He said, so my affinity is wind manipulation. That's why the paper split. Does that mean the paper will begin burning if Sasuke tries it? Kakashi answered, not necessarily. Naruto became confused once again and asked, what do you mean? Doesn't he have an affinity for fire manipulation? Kakashi said, you don't need to have an affinity to be able to perform the jutsus of that particular nature. Even though you have an affinity for wind manipulation, you can learn jutsus of other natures as well. It's just that you'll have a harder time doing so. The chakra paper only shows your strongest affinity. For you, it is wind. For Sasuke, it might not be fire. Kakashi thought, from his chakra, I have a feeling that Sasuke is the same type as me. Even though he didn't say so, I guess Fujin had the same feeling with Naruto, which is probably why he decided to teach Naruto wind jutsus. Naruto spoke with a confused expression, I don't understand. But whatever. Can you teach me the jutsu now, sensei? Kakashi nodded and said, sure. The jutsu I'll be teaching you is called the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. It is a very strong wind-style jutsu. Listen carefully. Since Fujin had already built up Naruto's basics, Kakashi decided to teach Naruto a jutsu that he could use more effectively in battle. While he could have decided against teaching Naruto and just let him protect Izuna, like he would soon do with Sakura, he decided against it knowing that Naruto would annoy him constantly the entire time. He carefully explained everything to Naruto and even demonstrated it once despite the state of his body. Naruto immediately began practicing it. Kakashi looked at him and wondered, will he manage to learn this jutsu in a week's time? While Team 7 trained while awaiting their rematch with Zabuza, Fujin's group returned to the village in the evening. Fujin said, I and Elder Hamura will report the mission to Lord Hokage. The rest of you can return to your homes. The group nodded and dispersed. Fujin and Hamura continued forward and entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen was pleasantly surprised to see them. He said, you two are back early. Did the negotiations go well? Fujin smiled and answered, it went as I had expected. I don't think they will be asking for help considering that their opponent is considerably weaker. On the off chance that they can't defeat them, then we can earn a fortune. As for allying with Hidden Stone's village, I don't think they will do anything that foolish. Fujin's reply intrigued Hiruzen. He wondered, what exactly happened there? Maybe I should have disguised myself and gone with him as well. From Hamura's reaction, whatever happened there sure seems interesting. Hiruzen said, that sounds good. What exactly happened during the negotiations? Fujin nodded and gave a rundown. Initially, Hiruzen was pleased with how the interaction had gone. Fujin's insistence on not doing anything for free and not taking the initiative to allow them to owe him was something he had anticipated even before he assigned Fujin that mission. Apart from his reputation as the spectral swordsman, it was the main reason he chose Fujin to lead the negotiations. However, when Fujin informed him about the 4 choices he presented to Hidden Grass Village, sweat appeared on his face. He was left speechless. He cursed, what the hell? Why does it feel like he was actually wanting a fight instead of negotiating? Even Sensei was never this overbearing. If he had an issue, he would just assassinate everyone he had an issue with, leaving no survivors or witnesses. Heck, even Denzo has never threatened an ally so openly. While threatening during negotiations wasn't anything new and Hiruzen himself had employed that option several times, he had never threatened an ally directly. Hiruzen would generally utilize the danger that other major villages posed along with a long list of rank S ninjas from Hidden Leaf Village to disguise his threats as compassion and reminders. Hiruzen's eyes wandered towards his old friend, whose face was full of complaints. He immediately understood why Hamura was angry at him. In Hiruzen's defense, he hadn't anticipated Fujin escalating the issue to such an extent. Fortunately or unfortunately, Fujin's threat had achieved the results he desired. So, Hiruzen couldn't even educate him and ask him to tone down his aggression slightly. He could only say, I am glad that the negotiations went well. Prepare the mission report and hand it to me. Fujin replied, I could, but considering that Elder Hamura traveled such a long distance to ensure that I didn't mess up at the negotiations and also observed everyone properly, I believe that it is only fair for Elder Hamura to have this honor. As Fujin was speaking, he turned his eyes from Hiruzen to Hamura. Hamura, who was still thinking about how to eat Hiruzen's head for sending someone so reckless to lead such a mission, was caught off guard. For a moment, he didn't know how to react on hearing the sudden praise. Before he could gather his thoughts, Fujin bowed slightly and said, thank you for your guidance, Elder Hamura. I'll leave the mission report to you. See you later, Grandpa. Not waiting for anyone's response, Fujin disappeared from the room, leaving the 2 old men alone. With a few flickers, Fujin arrived at his house and muttered to himself, creating a mission report for a negotiation mission is a pain in the ass. It takes several days to complete even with the help of the diplomats. Though I can have my clones work on it, why should I waste them on such a pointless task when there is someone more experienced to take care of it? Back in the office, both Hiruzen and Hamura were left speechless. Given their experience, both could see the lack of sincerity in Fujin's gratitude. He had just dumped the work on Hamura and escaped. As someone who had gotten used to dumping his work on others, Hamura felt that he had returned half a century into the past. Hiruzen was the one to gather his thoughts first. He said with a smile on his face, in that case, I'll be waiting for your report, old friend. Hamura immediately cursed, old friend my ass. Why didn't you tell me that this boy is such a lunatic? He is even worse than Denzo. Denzo would have ensured that Hidden Grass Village was surrounded by 1,000 root ninjas before even thinking about making such a threat. Instead, I nearly suffered a heart attack due to this boy. What would have happened if they didn't stay calm and attacked us instead? Do you think these old bones could have endured such an attack? Hiruzen knew that there was no point in debating with Hamura as there wasn't any way he'd win. He instead chuckled and said, but everything worked out well, didn't it? I have to admit that even I underestimated how much he is feared though. When he was active in the Anbu, all the minor villages were terrified of him. I didn't imagine that terror would still exist to such a degree. Hearing Hiruzen's words made Hamura think about the reactions of the Hidden Grass village leaders. He said, I didn't know that his reputation was so fearsome back when he was active either. You should have seen their reaction when Fujin mentioned their third choice. Even Hiroshi's eyes showed fear. It was as if he was certain that he would die if a battle broke out. Which missions was Fujin exactly a part of when he was in the Anbu? And how many of the rumors regarding him are true? Hiruzen replied, most of his missions were assassination and elimination missions. With how efficient he was, he gained a reputation very quickly. That said, there is no record of his mission reports. We burned it a long time ago. It'll create a lot of diplomatic issues if they ever come out. As for the rumors, there is not much point in paying attention to them. They are exaggerated as always. Chapter 574, The Compassionate Elders. As for the rumors, there is not much point in paying attention to them. They are exaggerated as always. Hamura was annoyed by Hiruzen's response. Even though it seemed like Hiruzen answered his queries, in truth, Hiruzen didn't give him any details. Understanding that Hiruzen didn't intend to leak details about Fujin's past and abilities, Hamura didn't push and instead said, by the way, when we were returning, Fujin said something that was very intriguing. I didn't expect someone as young as him to have such thoughts. Hiruzen was surprised. Fujin hadn't mentioned anything that had happened after the meeting was over. He asked, what did he say? Hamura informed Hiruzen about Fujin's words to the diplomats when they questioned his methods. It caused Hiruzen to fall into a deep thought. Hamura asked, what are you thinking? Hiruzen sighed and said, it looks like the next generation isn't fond of my conservative methods. Though I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering that they grew up on stories of how strong Hidden Leaf Village once was and the mighty warriors we produced but only got to experience a weak Hidden Leaf Village. Hamura nodded and said, in terms of approach, he is more similar to a young Denzo than you. Hiruzen agreed and said, that said, a bit of aggression isn't bad. Hidden Leaf Village has been passive ever since Minato's death. Though I and Denzo schemed quite a bit, all our work was done in the dark. With youngsters like Fujin and Kakashi stepping up, there is no harm in loosening up a bit and flexing our muscles. It might just be a good deterrent. Hamura shook his head and replied, a bit of aggression will be good. However, being overbearing will have the opposite effect. Even though Hidden Leaf Village's strength has recovered to a great extent, we are no longer as strong as we were during the Second and the Third Great Ninja Wars when we could take on all four great villages at the same time. Both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village are as strong as us and have an advantage in terms of numbers. They only lack in terms of rank as ninjas. When the next Great War takes place, we can't take on both of them at the same time. If Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Mist Village were to help them, we would collapse for sure and might be forced to give up the majority of our lands or even the village. Fortunately, the current situation is favorable for us. Hidden Sand Village is very weak. All their old rank S ninjas have retired or died. Apart from the Kusagakure, they don't have any rank S ninja. And, Hidden Mist Village is in ruins due to their civil war. Considering their weak strength, both will be wary of Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village's strength, worrying that they will be the next if we fall. We can use that fear to ally with these two countries. As long as we do that, we won't be at risk of confronting Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village by ourselves. However, if Fujin deals with the two of them just as aggressively, then there's no chance of making a lasting alliance. Hamura's expression became serious as he continued, Hiruzen, I can see that you are planning on grooming him to become a Hokage candidate. However, you should wait for him to become more mature. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village's future will be in danger. Becoming a Kage requires not only strength but also wit and willingness to scheme in the shadows. Hamura's concerns weren't unfounded. Even though Hidden Leaf Village had an advantage in rank S ninjas, in a large war, a single ninja had limited ability. Of course, that was unless someone like Hashirama or Madara, who could solo even the great villages, appeared. It was the reason why Minato was so feared and became the Hokage so easily despite the village having so many ambitious ninjas. Though not at the same level as those two monsters, killing 1,000 ninjas by himself had a great psychological impact on every single village. A few rounds and Minato alone could destroy half of their armies. No village could afford such losses. Had Hamura known that Fujin had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu or knew about the degree to which Fujin could control winds, Hamura might not have said what he did. Hiruzen replied, you are forgetting that he is still only 16. We were very hot-headed and reckless back then as well. As for scheming in the darkness, Fujin isn't a slouch either. I guess he just felt that a direct approach was more convenient in this particular case. Hiruzen still remembered the stunt Fujin had pulled off in Hidden Sand Village. It was something that he never anticipated. As far as scheming in the dark went, it was one of the most brilliant ploys Hiruzen had seen. Even Denzo would have considered it as one of his best achievements had he been the one to do it. And Fujin had done so when he was just 13. So, Hiruzen didn't doubt Fujin's scheming ability at all. He continued, as for his wit, I am sure I don't need to say anything about it to you. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as Hamura understood what he was implying. He became slightly embarrassed on recalling that Fujin had dumped a rather time-consuming task on him and escaped before allowing him a response just a few minutes ago. He would be stuck with that work for more than a week. Hamura replied, I am not saying that he is a bad choice, just that he'll need to show a lot more maturity for us to consider him over Kakashi. Hiruzen nodded and said, that's true. However, we can worry about them later. Unless Jiraiya or Tsunade returns to accept the responsibility, I'll hang on until either of them is ready. Hamura nodded. That was all he wanted to hear. The two discussed some more stuff before Hamura left. The next day, Fujin completed his morning routine and freshened up while thinking, my clones didn't find Naruto or the others inside the village. I guess they finally went to the land of Wave. I wonder if there will be any changes. Fujin didn't particularly care about Zabuza or the sword. Neither was very useful for him. The only one he thought of was Hiku. He sighed and thought, a shame that he is very loyal to Zabuza. Otherwise, he would have been a great subordinate to look after Phantom Haven. Oh well, nothing I could do. Zabuza probably recruited him even before I graduated. The same as Kimimaro, another great option if not for his disease. Anyway, the next council meeting will be in 3 days. It's time to make my move. Since Fujin had decided to increase his influence in the village and make his position in the council unmovable, he had made up his mind to do something very impactful. He created a shadow clone and sent him to the office. Just when the clone left the house, an Anbu captain, wearing the monkey mask, approached him and called out, Fujin, I have something to discuss. The clone stopped and looked at him. Ever since Fujin took over the training of the 5 kids with Kekkai Genji, the Anbu captain had become free. As a result, he was put in charge of handling the things inside Fujin's compound, other than his house. The clone asked, what's the issue? Monkey answered, we are facing some shortage in training equipment. In addition, I feel that a particular facility should be added to our training building. It will help the trainees a lot. There is also some damaged equipment that needs to be replaced. Monkey listed a few more things that were needed. One thing Fujin had learned over the last couple of months was that managing a compound with over 100 people was no joke. If trained Anbu ninjas weren't assisting him, that would have been a full-time job. Even with Hiruzen's arrangements, there was still a lot he needed to do. It had increased his respect for the clan leaders. Thankfully, he had a way out. After listening to Monkey, Fujin's clone replied, these will assist the kids a lot. I agree, we should make these changes. Visit Elder Koharu and inform her about the situation. Ask her to get these done as soon as she can. It'll be best if everything is done within 3 days. Despite wearing a mask, Fujin's clone could observe that Monkey was feeling awkward. He said, with all due respect, I don't think we should trouble the elders for such small issues. The last time I went to Elder Koharu, she was looking extremely annoyed. In the last couple of months, Monkey had visited Koharu 5 times. The first couple of times, she didn't mind. The next couple of times, he could sense that she was annoyed. The last time, she directly scolded him for coming to her with such small issues. Fujin's clone became extremely serious and replied, don't view our respected elders through the same lens as other officials. Unlike them, who only have those jobs because they are afraid of risking their lives, Elder Koharu and Elder Hamura do it because of their compassion and love for the younger generation. Nothing makes them happier than seeing the young kids grow. Even though they might act like they are annoyed, in truth, they are happy that they get to guide the youngsters. It's just that they don't show it on their face. However, having worked closely with them on the council, I can guarantee this. So, you don't need to be concerned. Just ask her. If she acts unwilling, just tell her that I requested it so that the kids can train in the best possible environment. Despite Fujin's seriousness, Monkey was very skeptical. He thought, I'm afraid he has the wrong impression of the elders. It didn't look like she was acting at all. But, despite what he thought, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Fujin's instructions and went to see Koharu. Chapter 575, Best Pals? Seeing the Anbu captain leave, Fujin's clone smirked and thought, Hamura will be busy with the mission report for some time. I guess I'll just continue annoying Koharu. Thanks to the image she created, she can't even say no without taking a significant hit to her reputation. He flickered a few times and reached his office. Yasushi and Haruma were slightly surprised to see Fujin arrive so early. Fujin's clone took his seat and said, bring all the files that appeared in the last couple of weeks. Also, send a messenger to call Katsuhiro. Ask him to see me immediately and bring the proposal with him. Yasushi was surprised but then nodded and got to work immediately. While he did so, Monkey reached Koharu and informed her about what he needed. He even mentioned that all that needed to be done in 3 days. With an annoyed expression, Koharu scolded, "Boy, how many times do I have to tell you to not bother me for such small matters? I already told you to approach the other officials. Do you think I am free to attend every small matter?" Monkey got a bit nervous. However, he recalled Fujin's words and thought, she acted just like he anticipated. Now, is this just an act or is she really annoyed? Sigh, I don't get paid enough for such a risky job. He bowed slightly and replied, "I apologize, Elder Koharu. However, Suzuki Fujin instructed me to make this request to you. He said that only if you take care of this will the kids get the best possible environment to train and become stronger." Hearing his name, Koharu was annoyed even more. She cursed, "That brat. He is purposefully annoying me. From what I know, he didn't approach Hamura even once. It must be because I was the one to speak against him. Unfortunately, declining his requests isn't easy. If the issue blows up, I could lose my hard-earned reputation over a small matter, just like Denzo." Both Koharu and Hamura were informed by Denzo about the injustice he had suffered. Both were shocked by how such a small matter had blown up. It had made the two of them look at Fujin in a different light. It was also one of the factors why Hamura tried to dig up on his past and didn't argue when Hiruzen said that Fujin could scheme in the dark as well. In the end, Koharu said in an unpleasant tone, "I'll look into it. However, ask him to not bother me again for such small tasks." Monkey was surprised. He exclaimed internally, "She accepted? I was sure that she would decline. Could Fujin be right? Could it be that this was really an act?" He immediately gathered his thoughts and said, "Thank you, Elder." He was still confused but decided to get the job done first. Katsuhiro entered the Hokage building and walked towards Fujin's office. En route, several eyes noticed him. He ignored them and reached Fujin's office. Even before he could knock, he heard, "Come in." He entered the office and saw Fujin's clone going through several files. To his surprise, the clone closed the files and set them aside. Generally, the clone would make him wait until he was done reading the files he was going through. It was the first time Fujin's clone had given him any priority. Fujin's clone looked at Katsuhiro and asked, "Have you made the corrections to the proposal?" Katsuhiro answered, "I made the changes you suggested and made some changes of my own." He handed Fujin's clone the file. Without saying anything, the clone began going through the proposal. Several times, disappointment appeared on the clone's face. It was visible to everyone in the room, including Katsuhiro. Katsuhiro gritted his teeth in rage while trying to control his anger. He cursed internally, "This demonic brat. How much will he humiliate me? This is the 8th time I have visited him and the 6th time I made changes to the proposal. Don't tell me he will tell me to make changes again. The council meeting is in a few days. If we miss it, then I won't be able to put forth this proposal for several months again. Why doesn't he just admit that he doesn't want to pass this proposal and let me take this credit?" The past couple of months had been extremely irritating and humiliating for Katsuhiro. It was so bad that he began suffering from high blood pressure. Initially, Fujin had planned on using bureaucracy to keep pushing the proposal for a couple of years by using the tactic of denying Katsuhiro opportunities to meet with him and making him redo the proposal whenever he couldn't avoid a meeting. However, after he had a change of heart and decided to increase his political weight while Hiruzen was still in charge, he decided to make Katsuhiro go through the years-long process in a couple of months. As a result, the old elite jounin was in mental agony. He often regretted listening to Denzo and picking up a fight with Fujin. Fujin's clone sighed and muttered, "I'm disappointed in you, Katsuhiro-san. This is your 7th attempt. Why is the proposal still so full of mistakes?" The way he spoke, everyone could easily feel the vast disappointment in his voice. Katsuhiro gritted his teeth hard and did his best to not lose his composure. He didn't want to show to everyone that Fujin had gotten under his skin. At the same time, Yasushi and Haruma were also doing their best. They had an even harder time controlling their laughter. Luckily for Katsuhiro, they somehow managed to do so. Katsuhiro asked as calmly as he could, "What are the mistakes?" "I'll fix them again." Fujin's clone shook his head and replied, "The council meeting is in a few days. If I let you continue making the proposal, who knows when it'll be good enough to be put forth. I'll take care of it. You can leave." Katsuhiro was surprised by his sudden statement. He expected Fujin to continue using his delaying tactics. He never imagined that Fujin's clone would do the opposite. He should have been pleased by this development. Unfortunately, the joy was all sucked out since Fujin's clone hadn't given up the opportunity to insult him once again. Katsuhiro controlled his anger while thinking, "I was afraid that he'd keep pushing the proposal ahead. Looks like I was wrong. If he puts forth the proposal in the next council meeting, I can have a chance to lay a claim to his seat. I'll endure for now. He'll quickly realize what a grave mistake he has made. He said, "Alright. I'll leave it to you then." Fujin's clone nodded without even looking at him. He didn't need to think much to know what Katsuhiro was thinking. However, Fujin didn't really see him as a threat. Any annoyance would come from the other council members. At best, Katsuhiro would be used as a tool like how Denzo tried. Even if Fujin eliminated him, they could just use someone else instead. So, he wasn't interested in spending any more time on Katsuhiro. Giving him sleepless nights and high blood pressure was enough punishment for aiming at Fujin's seat. As Katsuhiro exited Fujin's office, he heard some soft voices. "Look, it's Katsuhiro-sama." He visited Counselor Suzuki Fujin's office again. Yeah, he has been visiting here a lot. In the last 2 months, this is his 6th visit. I wonder why he visits him so often. I wonder about it as well. It's almost like they are best pals. No way, he is like 30 years older than the counselor, haha. A few similar comments were passed by others. Fujin had become famous inside the building for showing up so rarely. Hence, whenever he appeared to work, it would gain everyone's attention. Some out of genuine interest, others out of jealousy. After all, who wouldn't like to work just once every 1 or 2 weeks? And every time Fujin visited his office, Katsuhiro would show up. Quite a few eyes had noticed it and had become interested. Several speculations flew as to why Katsuhiro visited him every single time. Katsuhiro gritted his teeth and continued moving while ignoring the small talk of others. He cursed, "Best pals? I'd fucking kill him if I could do it and get away with it." Thankfully, no one knows what exactly happened inside the office. I'll just need to ensure that his 2 assistants stay quiet. Back in the office, Fujin's clone finished reading the proposal Katsuhiro had sent. He chuckled while thinking, "Not a bad proposal, it is pretty much perfect. I just need to make slight changes to it so that I can include the clans as well. This way, even if they aren't happy with this, they still won't be offended as their ninjas will benefit as well. While they won't benefit as much as civilian ninjas, the clans can't complain as everyone gets the same benefits." Chapter 576, a shortcut. Sitting in his basement, Fujin was looking at the proposal in front of him. He had figured out what changes he should be making to the proposal. However, he faced an issue when he started incorporating the changes into the proposal. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "I now see why Tsunoda hated paperwork so much. The changes I plan to make aren't a lot, but putting it on paper will take more than a day to complete." No wonder Katsuhiro was that angry. "I thought it was just due to the passive humiliating comments I kept passing, but now I guess that a good part of that anger was due to working on this proposal 7 times. I don't even want to imagine how torturous that would be for someone who never worked in the Hokage building before." Fujin shook his head and got up. He created a few shadow clones and left the work to them. While he would still need to endure the headaches, at least he wouldn't be wasting his time. The new shadow clones began working on the proposal while the remaining shadow clones kept working on the seal. While they worked, Fujin left his house and looked towards the building to his right. Winds suddenly picked up pace and began moving towards the building at a high speed. Takeshi was relaxing in his room, going through one of the books he had taken from the library. Suddenly, he felt something and got on his feet with his alertness raised to the max as he muttered, "This chakra and the breeze." In Takeshi's closed room, Winds suddenly took the form of a person. He watched with a surprised look as the Winds transformed into a clone of Fujin and wondered, "Holy hell! How can Winds do something like this? Why is Sensei's wind style cooler than my scorch style?" He asked, "Sensei, is that you?" Fujin's wind clone looked at Takeshi and said, "Meet me in the training ground immediately." The clone quickly dispersed into the wind. In a few seconds, the air in his room calmed down. Takeshi muttered, "That was cool and freaky at the same time." He quickly left his room and ran to the training ground opposite the compounds, where he saw Fujin sitting on a stump. He stopped right in front of Fujin and asked, "Sensei, are we beginning our training?" Fujin replied, "Sort of. I'm a bit busy with council duties. We will begin the regular training in a few days after the council meeting is over. I called you here because I mastered an interesting jutsu recently. I wanted to see if I could use it to teach you more efficiently. If it works, then it might be very helpful for you and a bit helpful to your teammates." Takeshi became confused. He asked, "Why will it be only a bit helpful to the others and very helpful to me?" Fujin answered, "It's because Scorch style is a fusion of fire and wind style, which are my strongest affinities as well. I don't have much expertise in water and lightning style. So they will have limited help. Anyways, you'll understand once we try." Takeshi nodded. Fujin said, "Sit down and calm your mind. For what I am planning, you need to be as calm as you can be. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to implement." Takeshi became even more curious. He sat down on the ground and began meditating. Fujin thought, luckily, he is the most calm one from his group. Now, let's see if this will work. Even though this jutsu has a lot of other uses and benefits, it was this ability that pushed me to ask for it from Hiruzen. I'll later try it with Ranmaru as well, though I'll have to do something about the seals I placed on him. While he was thinking, several shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. A couple stayed next to Fujin while the rest flickered in different directions and hid themselves. They would ensure that no one disturbs Fujin. The seals Fujin had placed in the training ground were activated as well. Even Hiruzen wouldn't be able to spy on the training ground until he deactivated the seals. After a few minutes, Takeshi opened his eyes and said, "I am calm, sensei." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. Now, don't resist." Fujin waved a few hand signs. Takeshi's eyes widened as he noticed something leave Fujin's body. He wondered, is that Sensei's soul? Did Sensei master Kato-dan's speciality? Isn't that a forbidden jutsu? Fujin's soul looked at him and said, "Calm yourself, Takeshi. And yes, this is spirit transformation jutsu, the jutsu Kato-dan created. Now, don't resist." After saying so, Fujin's soul entered Takeshi's body. Takeshi felt slight unease and became uncomfortable but didn't feel anything else. Suddenly, he heard a voice directly inside his head, "With the spirit transformation jutsu, I can freely enter the bodies of other ninjas. I can take control of their bodies and even suppress or destroy their souls. In this training, I'll be utilizing the first aspect. By taking control of your body, I'll use a jutsu that I have mastered but you haven't. You will pay full attention to your body and the way your chakra gets manipulated and have your body memorize it so that you can do so instinctively. If it works like how I envisioned it, then you'll be able to master those techniques to a great extent within a few minutes. If not, then that'll be unfortunate. Your training will continue as usual. Did you understand? No need to speak. Just think of the answer and I'll know." To say Takeshi was shocked was an understatement. He could only think, "Yes, sensei. I understand. I never imagined that the spirit transformation jutsu could be used in such a manner." Fujin Soul chuckled and said, "There are several ways to use every jutsu. It just depends on how creative you can get and how good your control over the jutsu is. Always remember this when you train in the future. Especially for your Scorch style. Scorch style is as flexible as Wind style while being more destructive than Fire style. How you can use it will only be limited by your imagination. You already know how Pakura from Hidden Sand Village could use it. However, don't restrict yourself to her fighting style or my fighting style. Create your own style. If you succeed in doing so, then you will most likely become a rank S ninja in the future. Otherwise, an elite jounin will be the max you could reach even with my guidance." Takeshi noted down Fujin's words in his heart. He would never forget such advice and thought, "I understand, sensei. I will create my own fighting style with Scorch style." Fujin's soul said, "Good. First, display me your current jutsu so that I can get a hang of how you mold chakra inside your body. Then I could replicate it while using my jutsus." Takeshi replied, "Alright, sensei." He got up. While the two of them conversed, Fujin's clones had moved his main body away. Without a soul, Fujin's main body couldn't move. It needed to be protected by his clones. It was why he had increased the security in the training ground. If someone actually attacked the training ground, the clones could buy enough time for his soul to return to his main body. Even if that couldn't be done, the clones could just teleport with the main body into his house. Fujin wasn't worried about anyone breaking into his house. Takeshi asked, "Which jutsus should I use, sensei?" Fujin replied, "Use Great Breakthrough, Great Fireball and Extremely Steaming Murder jutsus." Takeshi nodded and began weaving his hand signs. Wind style, Great Breakthrough jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball jutsu. Scorch style, Extremely Steaming Murder jutsu. One by one, Takeshi displayed all the three jutsus. Fujin didn't care about the first two jutsu. It was the third one where all his attention was focused on. With his soul inside Takeshi's body, Fujin could feel how Takeshi's chakra was being molded as if it was his own. Fujin thought, so that's how fire and wind chakra fused to form Scorch Kekkai Genkai. As I calculated, the fusion has to happen inside my body. Otherwise, it can't be considered a Kekkai Genkai and will only be a combination jutsu. Still, even though I can feel it clearly, replicating this will still be difficult. The only good thing is that I now have a reference point. I might succeed in copying Scorch Kekkai Genkai with some practice. Chapter 577, Raza's Troubles. Everything Fujin had said until that point, though true, was completely bullshit. The real reason why Fujin used this technique was to get a better hang of Takeshi's Scorch style. Apart from being able to study his soul, this was the main reason why Fujin wanted this jutsu and willingly traded top-quality human puppets with Hiruzen to get it. Of course, Fujin wasn't completely sure of its effectiveness. After all, if learning Kekkai Genkai was that easy, Then Dan would have unlocked several Kekkai Genkai and would have likely been far stronger than the Sanins. However, that wasn't the case. On the contrary, he hadn't mastered any Kekkai Genkai. Nor had Orochimaru, who could use a more advanced jutsu. What should I do now? Since Fujin didn't reply, Takeshi became doubtful. Fujin's soul answered, "It looks like I underestimated the difficulty of influencing your chakra and molding it properly. I will need to observe your chakra network for far longer. Continue using extremely steaming murder jutsu." "Alright." Takeshi replied and continued creating more flaming orbs. Fujin just carefully observed. While he had seen the process and got some clues by observing the first time, he was still quite far away from understanding how to fuse it properly. As he had expected, even though experiencing it in this manner was extremely helpful, he couldn't learn it in an instant. Fujin thought, oh well. Even though it isn't instantaneous, I have a feeling that I'll master Scorch Kekkai Genkai sooner or later. After all, I can always refer to him if I ever face any issues or have doubts. After using the jutsu 5 times, Takeshi's breathing became heavy. He said, "My chakra is running low. I can't use this jutsu again." Fujin's soul replied, "Don't worry. Continue doing it." Fujin's soul placed his palm on Takeshi's soul and transferred some of his chakra to him. In the blink of an eye, Takeshi's chakra reserves became full once again. Takeshi's eyes widened. He asked, "Spirit transformation jutsu can do this as well?" Fujin's soul chuckled and said, "Yup. Don't tell others though. Depending too much on others at this age isn't a good thing." Takeshi nodded. Fujin thought, well, it's not like I'd ever transfer chakra even if someone asks. A shame that this jutsu doesn't allow me to absorb chakra. If I could, I'd have definitely made some chakra batteries. I could even issue missions for that purpose. Perhaps the lazy ninjas would have accepted for making some easy money. Takeshi ran out of chakra once again and was again refilled by Fujin. Fujin's soul thought, that said, I'm not at my full chakra level either. 70% of my chakra is with my clones. Fortunately, his chakra reserves are much lower than mine. I can refill it a few times. Then, I'll give him the reward. I'll only give him one jutsu at a time. That way, I will have reasons to keep doing this. Fujin refilled his chakra reserves 4 times when he felt that he wouldn't learn anything more from just observing him. He immediately had another idea. He said, alright, I have got a hang of it now. Relax, I'll take over your body. Don't resist. Takeshi replied, alright. He mentally prepared himself. A second later, Fujin took full control of Takeshi's body and said, feel how the chakra moves in your body. This will be an important jutsu for you. He began weaving hand signs and softly said, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet jutsu. He took a deep breath and shot a fire dragon from his mouth. The dragon, instead of moving forward, began revolving around Takeshi. Fujin's soul instructed, while fire dragon flame bullet is generally an attacking jutsu, for you, it'll be an amazing defensive jutsu. Takeshi thought for a bit and asked, how? Fujin's soul answered, it's simple. After learning the fire dragon jutsu, you have to create a scorch dragon jutsu by using fire dragon as a base. And, you need to have amazing control over it. Once you succeed in creating it, improve your control over it and manipulate it in such a way that it can coil around you. When you succeed, very few ninjas will be able to fight you at close range. Most would be long dead before they make it through the dragon. Takeshi's eyes sparkled as he imagined how strong the defense would be. While it won't protect him against long and medium-range jutsus, it would be extremely effective against the ones who didn't have such options. As for the ones that stay at a distance, he could just run into them. Fujin's soul exited his body and said, now that I have shown you how to do it, try to replicate the process and master the fire dragon flame bullet jutsu. You can approach me if you face any issues. I have refilled your chakra reserves again. So, you can practice it right away. When you master it and begin attempting to create the Scorch Dragon Jutsu, find me. I'll guide you to ensure that you don't make any mistakes or do something hazardous for yourself or others. Takeshi immediately replied, I will. Thank you, sensei. Takeshi was indeed very grateful. He never imagined that someone would go to such lengths to help him become stronger. Needless to say, Fujin's kind act had created quite an impression on his young mind. Fujin's soul nodded and said, I'll be waiting. He immediately disappeared and flew into his own body. Takeshi turned his gaze towards him. Fujin smiled before he and his clones disappeared. The seals in the training ground that blocked Hiruzen's crystal ball were deactivated as well. Takeshi continued practicing while Fujin returned to his house. En route, he tried to replicate how the fusion happened inside Takeshi's body. He tried a few times but ultimately didn't succeed. Fujin analyzed, it looks like it won't be that easy. That said, it was very helpful. I can feel that I have progressed quite a bit within a few minutes. If I were to try it by myself, I'd have needed several months or even years to reach this step. I'll experiment with it again later. The next time, I will try to use Scorch style while I am in control of his body. Experiencing how to do it through him will be much better than just observing. Regardless, if I learn it, what should I do? Should I use it with Fujin identity? Though Scorch style won't make me much stronger normally, it might give a huge boost to my wind domain. On the other hand, it might help me raise Shiden Identity's combat power to rank S. He thought for a bit before deciding, oh well, no need to think too much. I'll just use it with the identity that is forced to use it first. After all, Shiden is supposed to stay hidden and not fight. While Fujin was working on growing both his strength and influence, a particular individual was very annoyed due to Fujin's actions despite being over 1,000 kilometers away from him. In truth, he wasn't aware that Fujin was the one behind the incident that troubled him. In Hidden Sand Village, Baki was in Raza's office. Only the two of them were present in the office. Raza asked, is there any update? Baki shook his head and answered, no. We have exhausted all means of trying to find them or create contact with them. Unfortunately, nothing has succeeded. Our spies in Hidden Valley Village got hands on a lot of their secret information as well. However, there is no mention of them. It's as if they have vanished entirely. Baki paused for a few seconds before continuing. It has been nearly 3 months since Yamakawa town was attacked. Since that day, we have completely lost contact with the ninjas stationed there. We can only assume that they were killed along with the Yamakawa family. The killers probably took their bodies with them. A frown appeared on Raza's face. He cursed. Those ninjas included an elite jounin and a Fuinjutsu grandmaster. Unless we recover their bodies, we can't assume their deaths. It's too costly for the village to face such losses just before our plan is put into action. Not to mention, reports claim that the town was attacked by puppets. It has worsened our relationship with Hidden Valley Village. Since I didn't send anyone, it can only mean that it was someone else. I had my spies collect information in the other hidden village to see if someone suddenly began training a large number of puppeteers. However, no village has done so. It could only mean that it was Saisari. Raza's words were full of hatred. Yamakawa was the perfect town to station his ninjas in. However, that town was completely ruined due to Saisari's actions. Not only were his losses grave, but the town had also become a hub for Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, increasing the difficulty in moving secretly for Hidden Sand Village. Chapter 578, 6 Ninjas to Watch Out For. Baki pointed out, but Lord Kazekage, there are still some inconsistencies, due to which I'm not sure if it was Saisari. The reports say that nearly 100 puppets were involved in the attack. A single puppeteer can't control so many puppets. It was why we suspected involvement of other villages. Raza replied, it doesn't have to be him alone. It has been 13 years since he went rogue. He could have accepted some students and taught them our secret technique. I have confirmed with Orochimaru that Saisari is in Akatsuki. He has also trained a lot of spies. So it isn't far-fetched for him to have trained some underlings. Baki's mood became heavy on hearing Raza's speculations. He asked, what do we do now, Lord? Raza thought for a long time to decide what his next step should be. Baki waited patiently while thinking as well. Finally, Raza said, Saisari has to be eliminated. He is too big of a danger to be left alive. However, now is not the time. We can't divide our forces to find and fight him. For now, we will focus on crushing Hidden Leaf Village. That is more important for our village. Since Yamakawa town has been destroyed and Hidden Valley Village is hostile towards us, we can't use their towns to hide our forces. If we do so, Hidden Leaf Village might become suspicious as well and make better preparations. We will only move small squads to the Land of Rivers a few days before the war begins. They will sneak into the Land of Fire and stealthily travel to Hidden Leaf Village a few days before I reach Hidden Leaf Village. When the signal is given, they will use reverse summoning to summon our elites for a quick and deadly attack on Hidden Leaf Village. Baki thought for a bit and nodded. That was the only option they had left. Raza looked at him and said, you should begin preparing as well. As planned, you will be leading Gar's squad for the Chunin exams. Your squad will be our vanguard and also our secret weapon. Only with Shukaku can we buy enough time and avoid being swamped by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. It's time to inform and prepare the kids. Call them here. Baki nodded and left. A few minutes later, he returned with Raza's children. Temari and Kankuro became a bit nervous upon seeing Raza's serious expression. As for Gaara, he didn't care. Raza said, listen to what I say very carefully. Raza informed his children that Hidden Sand Village would soon be attacking Hidden Leaf Village. He informed them about the plans that they needed to know. Temari and Kankuro were shocked when they heard Raza order Gaara to let Shukaku lose when the signal was given. They wanted to protest, But one look from Raza made them eat their words. Raza said, "That's all you need to know. I will emphasize this once again. Nothing that we discussed in this room should get out. Remember your roles properly. The future of the village will depend on whether you can do your job properly. If you fail, we will be surrounded by thousands of Hidden Leaf village ninjas without any reinforcements to help us." Temari and Kankuro were terrified upon imagining that scene. Both gulped nervously. On the other hand, Gara was excited to kill more people and let Mother drink more blood. He didn't care how many enemies he'd be facing. Raza handed his kids a book and said, "This book has a list of Hidden Leaf village's elite jounins. Memorize all of them, especially the first 6 ones. Every single one of them is extremely dangerous and will pose a great threat to our plan. If you meet them in Hidden Leaf village, act naturally. Once the war begins, be careful of them. They might be able to even stop Shukaku's rampage." This time, even Gara was shocked. In Hidden Sand village, there was just one person who could stop Shukaku. It was their father, the Kusagakure. However, Hidden Leaf village had as many as 6. Temari opened the book while her brothers peeked into the book. The person on the first page was none other than Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. While they read his details, Baki said, at his peak, the 3rd Hokage was nearly unstoppable. It had caused others to call him the god of shinobi. Fortunately, he is much older now and has grown weaker. The trio read his information before turning the page. The one on the second page was Shimura Denzo. Baki gave a short introduction of him as well and mentioned his injuries and the fact that he needed a walking stick to walk around. He did the same for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were on the 3rd and 4th pages respectively, while mentioning that neither of those two stayed in the village. Temari and Kankuro wondered, what the hell is up with this village? Their Kage is an old man who should have long retired. There is another old man who is handicapped but still is said to have a lot of power in the village. But the 2 Sanins, who are at their prime, don't stay in the village. The 2 couldn't make any sense of the information and even doubted whether it was true. However, considering that it was their father who had given them the information, the 2 didn't have any choice but to believe it. On the 5th page was the image of a silver-haired ninja who covered his left eye with his headband. While they read his information, Baki said, he is Kakashi Hatake, also known as the Copy Ninja. With his Sharingan, he has copied over 1,000 jutsus, which earned him his title. He was also the student of the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash. With his Sharingan, there is a chance that he could influence Shukaku, which makes him very dangerous for our plan. During the assault, I and others will ensure that he stays away from Gara. The 3 kids nodded before turning the page once again. Their eyes landed on a picture. The person in the picture didn't look unique like the 5 that preceded him. On first look, he looked like any other young man. However, there was one distinct feature that caught the eye of the trio. It was his eyes. They were as dark as the very abyss itself. Their eyes moved from his eyes to his face. At first glance, his face, though handsome, was unremarkable. It was a face that would easily blend into the crowd. However, on closer inspection, they noticed subtle symmetries. His jawline was very well defined and his complexion was fair but held a hint of tan, which was a result of spending long hours training outside. His hair was spiky black and seemed to be waving in the winds while his expression was that of indifference. Everything combined together very well to give him quite a unique charm. As for his body, it was a testament to discipline and training. His arms showed how toned his body was, showcasing the countless hours spent training. They weren't bulky by any means, but the muscles were clearly visible to the Kazekage's children. He wore Hidden Leaf Village's headband on his forehead and was wearing the standard jounin vest. The shirt underneath as well as his pants were black in color. On his forearms were bracers and his hands were covered in fingerless gloves with metal plates covering the back of his hands. After seeing his appearance properly, the 3 of them began reading his details. Baki spoke once again, he is Suzuki Fujin. He is just a bit older than you guys and gained fame a year ago when the 3rd Tsuchikage announced that he was the spectral swordsman. Even though he is very young, he is still extremely strong. He specializes in wind jutsus and can even use the wind vacuum technique that Lord Second created. He is well known for his blinding speed and assassination skills. In addition, he is also a Fu in Jutsu Grandmaster, which could give him some means to deal with Shukaku. The trio was surprised. Kankuro said, seriously? He's just a couple of years older than me. Raza ignored his elder son and looked at Gara while saying, we also suspect that he was the one to injure you and kill Susumu. If he attacks you for some reason, always ensure that your sand is defending you. Gara's eyes widened. The memory of him bleeding resurfaced in his brain. At the same time, Temari exclaimed, wait a minute. Uncle Susumu died 2.5 years ago. Do you mean to say that he killed Uncle Susumu and injured Gara when he was just 13 years old? Chapter 579, Delusion shock could be heard in Temari's voice. Kankuro was shocked as well. A minute ago he was wondering whether he'd be as strong as Fujin when he turned 16. However, he soon discovered that he was far inferior to a younger Fujin. Temari had similar thoughts as well, considering that Fujin was just a year older than her. To their surprise, Raza didn't say anything and just nodded. Baki said, "Well, we only suspect it is him. We aren't entirely sure as he never used any vacuum jutsus during the fights. However, if what the Sushi Kage said is true, then it was most likely him." Baki's words weren't reassuring. While they had relaxed after learning that 2 of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest ninjas weren't in the village and 2 more were old and past their prime, hearing about Kakashi and Fujin made Temari and Kankuro nervous. Raza could see it and said, "You don't need to worry about these ninjas. I'll be making arrangements to deal with them. I'm just informing you so that you 3 don't engage with them. There are still other names in the book. Though they aren't as strong as these 6, they have the elite Jounin rank as well. Go through them as well." Temari and Kankuro nodded. The 3 of them looked through the remaining names. There were over a dozen ninjas, which included the likes of Guy, Asuma, Renjiro, Katsuhiro, the clan leaders and others. Once they were done reading, Raza said, "The success of this plan is critical for the prosperity of Hidden Sand Village. Keep that in mind and train seriously for the next few months. All 3 of you should qualify for the last round of the Chunin exam." Temari and Kankuro nodded while Gaara went back to being indifferent. The 3 of them left Raza's office. Once the door closed, Kankuro said, "Man, Hidden Leaf Village is scary. Their 13-year-olds can attack Gaara and kill Uncle Susumu." Temari corrected him, "It was just one ninja. Others should be ordinary. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village would have conquered the entire world by now." Kankuro replied, "Yes, you are right. But still, that's scary. Gaara, how did he injure?" "Shut up." Gaara, whose memories of that day had resurfaced, unleashed his bloodlust, scaring both Temari and Kankuro. With a crazy expression on his face, Gaara exclaimed, "Next time, I'll kill him." The bloodlust Gaara was oozing quietened his siblings. Not wanting to provoke him, they silently went away from him. Back in the office, Baki asked with uncertainty, "Do we really have plans to deal with all of them? Even though the Hokage is old, he should still be extremely strong. If one of the Sanins appeared, then we would lose our advantage. If both appeared, we would be at a disadvantage. Stopping Kakashi and Fujin will be a challenge as well. I can stop one of them, but the other will likely cut through our ninjas and stop Shukaku." Raza replied, "I'm aware. Don't worry. Though he didn't tell me why, Orochimaru is certain that Tsunade won't return. He is also certain that Denzo won't participate in the defense unless we attack his root headquarters. Jiraiya will most likely return, but we can handle him and Hiruzen, as I'll have Orochimaru assisting me." For Fujin, Orochimaru said that he has a capable subordinate from the Kaguya clan. He'll be responsible for stopping the boy. "I'll be inspecting that Kaguya clan ninja before we start our plan." Orochimaru said that he'll be having one of his subordinates face Kakashi as well. "Only if he fails, you'll have to ensure that Kakashi doesn't use his Sharingan on Shukaku. Even though we will be outnumbered, we'll gain the upper hand by taking advantage of Shukaku's rampage. In addition, we will force them to disperse their forces by attacking with Orochimaru's snake summons from all directions." Baki calmed slightly after hearing Raza's preparations. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 was aware of the fact that they hadn't considered a ninja who was on par with both Fujin and Kakashi. Not to mention, they were completely in the dark regarding Orochimaru's real intentions or the fact that Hidden Leaf Village had got wind of their intentions. A couple of days later in Hidden Leaf Village, the leaders had assembled in the council room. Most leaders were slightly confused. Under normal circumstances, the council meeting should have been conducted around 3 months later because it had been just 3 months since their previous meeting. While council meetings could be called impromptu in emergency situations like when the root headquarters was blown up or when Fujin was inducted into the council, nothing of that sort had happened in recent times. Even though the village was tense post the explosion, nothing happened after Denzo's political power was stripped away. The village was very peaceful. As such, everyone was curious. Only Fujin had an idea while Shikaku was aware of the real reason why this meeting was being conducted. Hiruzen was the last one to enter the room. He took his seat and said, "Let's begin the meeting." Since Hiruzen didn't say anything, the meeting began normally. Everyone informed Hiruzen about their status. Reports about border patrol were shared. Any incidents that stood out were reported. The trading and agriculture statistics as well as the number of bandit attacks were discussed. When the discussion on the routine things was finished, Aburame Shibi asked, "Is there any follow-up on the attack that took place inside our village a few months ago?" Since the civilian council members were present as well, Shibi didn't take Root's name. The civilian council members became curious as they had been kept out of the loop. Hiruzen shook his head and answered, after taking the precautions and increasing surveillance, no attack has taken place inside the village. I have kept an eye on the other villages as well. However, the ones who we were suspecting haven't made any suspicious moves. There is just one village that is acting suspiciously, a village none of us suspected. Hiruzen's words intrigued the room. Inoichi asked, which village is acting suspiciously? Hiruzen replied, Hidden Sand Village. It is also the reason why I called for an early council meeting. Hiruzen's words surprised most of the people in the room. Senju Hiromasa sighed, of all the people, the suspect has to be the one major village allied with us. Others had grim expressions as well. The alliance between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village was an important deterrent against Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village. Without it, Hidden Leaf Village could be attacked by 2 or 3 villages and would be stretched extremely thin. The losses they would suffer in such a situation would be horrendous. Except for Fujin, everyone in the room was worried. Hiruzen continued, this is related to the incident in Yamakawa town we just discussed. We discovered a part of the deep scheme that they are plotting. Tsume said, the town that Hidden Sand Village attacked? What was the reason behind their attack? Hiruzen replied, that attack wasn't conducted by Hidden Sand Village. The eyes of the people in the room widened. Every piece of evidence in the town pointed towards Hidden Sand Village. In fact, Hidden Leaf Village had officially reported to Hidden Valley Village that Hidden Sand Village was the one to attack the town and slaughter the Yamakawa family. Yet, Hiruzen said the opposite. Koharu looked at Hiruzen and asked, did we set them up or was it someone else? Hiruzen answered, it is deeper than that. Even though Hidden Sand Village wasn't behind the attack, it was a ninja from Hidden Sand Village. The attack was conducted by Sasauri of the Red Sand. I'm not aware why he attacked the town or why he eliminated the Yamakawa family, but we discovered something interesting from their mansion. Underneath the mansion, a secret hideout was constructed. The hideout contained the dead bodies of more than 20 Hidden Sand Village ninjas. Those bodies also included an elite jounin and a Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster. Their deaths happened at the same time as the attack. We read the memories of the head of the Yamakawa family to understand what exactly happened. We discovered that he had entered into an agreement with Hidden Sand Village to allow their ninjas to hide under his mansion. We read the memories of the Hidden Sand Village ninjas as well. Unfortunately, they didn't know much. The only important thing we discovered was that they were planning to hide several hundred ninjas inside the town. The entire room became silent. Everyone who wasn't already aware was shocked. There were 2 main reasons for the shock. The first was that a Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster had died. Every village treasured them. The death of a Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster was even more rare than the death of a rank S ninja. The second reason for the shock was the location of Yamakawa town. It was located right at the border of the Land of Fire. Having several hundred ninjas so close would mean that Hidden Sand Village could launch a surprise attack while giving Hidden Leaf Village very little time to react. Chapter 580, Shikaku's brilliance damned Hidden Sand Village. Their intentions are nefarious. Tsume cursed. If not for the incident, Hidden Leaf Village would be completely oblivious to Hidden Sand Village's schemes. It could have resulted in a catastrophe for Hidden Leaf Village if they failed to act appropriately. Of course, not everyone thought so. The remaining clan leaders and elders looked at Hiruzen, trying to gauge his reaction. There were some inconsistencies in his story. Hamura thought, there is more to this story. It seems like Hiruzen was already aware of Hidden Sand Village building a hideout there. The ninjas we sent after Hidden Valley Village's request only reached a couple of days after the incident. By then, most of the memories would have dissipated. Not to mention, Hidden Valley Village sent ninjas before us. They would have discovered Hidden Sand Village ninjas' bodies before our ninjas reached there. The only way for things to develop this way would be if some Hidden Leaf Village ninjas sneaked into the town right after the attack had taken place. However, that would only happen if Hiruzen was suspicious and sent someone there beforehand. The squads he sent should have witnessed the attack and likely took advantage of the situation. Since Fujin had asked Hiruzen not to expose the fact that he was the one in the Yamakawa town who confronted Sasauri, Hiruzen changed the story slightly. However, the experienced ninjas quickly understood how the events had happened. Only the civilians were clueless. Shikaku added, to make matters worse, Hidden Sand Village seems to be preparing for something. Their village has been closed off for a few months, making contacting the spies very difficult. Even though we aren't sure, we need to be prepared to deal with any stunts they might try to pull. We have to deal with whatever they throw at us swiftly and with minimal losses. Otherwise, things can become ugly very quickly. Hiruzen said, thankfully, the civil war in Hidden Mist Village is still at a very high intensity. Hidden Clouds Village won't do anything until that civil war ends. As for Anoki, he won't start a war by himself. Regardless, what Shikaku said is correct. We will need to deal with their schemes quickly. If possible, we will still need to find a way to maintain our alliance after dealing with their scheme or come to a new agreement after defeating them. We will need to do that before the civil war in Hidden Mist Village ends. For the first time, Fujin was surprised. He thought, seeing his attitude, it's no wonder Hidden Leaf Village let Hidden Sand Village off so lightly after the war. While I can understand that Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village are as strong as us, it's not like they don't have any enmity between themselves. Is there a need to be so passive? Fujin wasn't on board with staying so passive. After all, what if Hidden Sand Village didn't follow the agreement once a war broke out? If Raza hadn't died and continued being the Kusagakure, he'd definitely take advantage of such a moment. That said, Fujin didn't speak up despite not agreeing with Hiruzen's methods. After all, it didn't have much to do with him. He already knew the future. He knew that there wouldn't be any war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Stones Village. And he knew that Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village would be very strong allies once Gaara took over. Of course, that was assuming Gaara still becomes the Kusagakure. Inoichi asked, do you have any speculations about what their scheme might be? Shikaku answered, we have very little information as of now. So it is hard to say anything for sure. I did calculate several actions I could have taken if I were the Kusagakure, but I failed to come up with any plans where they would confront us and not end up suffering. The only instance where they would benefit is if they ally with another major village. However, Hidden Mist Village is embroiled in civil war while Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village haven't made any movements. Our spies haven't informed us of anything happening in those villages either. So, it is difficult to say. With that option out of the way, there are only two other strategies through which they could benefit. However, both are extremely risky and not something I would have done. The first is making a sudden attack on the land of fire. Using the element of surprise, they can eliminate our patrol units and capture some of our land. If they succeeded in catching us by surprise, then we would need some time to respond. They could use that time to entice Hidden Clouds Village into making a move against us, forcing us to fight on two fronts. However, this plan hinges on whether Hidden Clouds Village would respond in time or not. If they don't, then Hidden Sand Village will suffer heavily. The second strategy is to do something during the Chunin exams. It could be a sudden attack with elite troops. Or it could also be an attempt on Lord Hokage's life. The only problem is that they would be surrounded by Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas and would have to endure our assault, making it extremely risky unless they were planning on sacrificing their lives. Regardless, we need to be careful when they visit during the Chunin exams. Everyone thought for a bit and nodded. No one could think of any other possibility. Even Fujin was impressed as Shikaku had guessed Raza's strategy despite having so little information. He thought, apart from guessing Orochimaru's involvement, he has guessed everything. I wonder what Raza would think if he knew, he. Choza said, since they were creating a hideout in Yamakawa town, they could have also tried to do so in other towns that are along our border. We need to check the land of river properly. Hiruzen replied, they haven't. I suspected the same thing and sent Jiraiya to investigate. He didn't find any such hideout in other towns. I have even dispatched several Anbu squads to check whether they created any other hideouts along the border. We didn't discover anything. I believe that Yamakawa town was their first attempt and since it resulted in such losses, they haven't tried it again. Even so, I'll continue investigating. Since Jiraiya was involved, no one suspected the information. Only Fujin thought, ugh. I hope Hiruzen doesn't send them to investigate deeper into the Land of Rain. Though the Anbu ninjas won't be able to detect it due to my seals, Jiraiya will immediately feel something off if he gets close enough. Though even if he does find it, I doubt he'd attack them. However, he'll report it to Hiruzen, which would make it difficult for me to move. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, Hiruzen said, we will maintain our high alertness. Since we have been maintaining it since the attack, it won't raise any suspicions and won't show Hidden Sand Village that we are aware of their schemes. We will keep it that way and catch them off guard. Start increasing the preparedness of your respective clans. Everyone will need to act immediately if Hidden Sand Village dares to make a move. Our counterattack has to be swift and deadly. The losses we inflict on them have to deter anyone else from having similar thoughts. If they dare to invade our territories, then we will dispatch an army within hours and will attack them within 24 hours. Even before any other village thinks of moving, we will force Hidden Sand Village to retreat not only from the Land of Fire but also from the Land of Rivers. If they make a move during the Chunin exams, I'll kill Raza myself. You guys will ensure that no Hidden Sand Village ninja inside Hidden Leaf Village is able to leave in one piece. Despite being veterans of several wars and quite old, Hiruzen's words raised the morale of everyone in the room. Even Fujin was slightly impressed and thought, now that's more like it. Almost makes me wish that they invade the Land of Fire. It's been a while since I have fought unrestrained. Hiruzen looked around the room and asked, does anyone have anything else to discuss? He wasn't expecting anyone to reply as the village had been peaceful. To his surprise, Fujin took the initiative to speak for once. Even Shikaku was surprised as Fujin said, I have a proposal that will be helpful for our village. Considering what you said, it might probably be the best time to implement this. Fujin activated the storage seal on his bracer and withdrew a few files. Looking at more than a dozen files in front of Fujin, Shikaku wondered, since when did this troublemaker start working? Chapter 581, Guidance Hall. Everyone looked at the files Fujin had placed on the desk with curiosity. Fujin said, some time ago, Katsuhiro had come to me with a proposal. Even though his proposal had a lot of flaws, it pointed out an important flaw in our current system and also gave quite an ingenious solution. Shikaku squinted his eyes and thought, Katsuhiro? That elite jounin who has been frequently visiting his office? Others in the council knew about his visits to Fujin's office as well. It wasn't something that could be hidden. Besides, Fujin didn't particularly care about it. One of the civilian members thought, Katsuhiro was working with him on a proposal. Why did he keep dropping hints that he wanted Fujin's seat if that's what he was doing? Fujin continued, the issue he pointed out was that ninjas who belong to ninja clans get guided by their seniors. Considering the varying specialities of everyone, they can get help in any area they want to. However, civilian ninjas don't have the same opportunity. Even though the jutsus are available in the library, without a proper teacher, learning the jutsus isn't easy. When one tries by himself, then mistakes can occur and injuries can happen. Even though everyone is assigned a sensei while graduating from the academy, a majority of the senseis are just ordinary chunins who aren't that knowledgeable. Even if a jounin is assigned as the sensei, he or she won't know everything. Not to mention, once their sensei dies in battle, they no longer have anyone they could ask for guidance. Everyone in the room subconsciously nodded. What Fujin said was true. Even so, most of the clan leaders raised their guard slightly. They still remembered the changes Fujin had recommended for the academy. Hiruzen had started implementing some of Fujin's recommendations. And now, Fujin was proposing something that would reduce the difference between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas even further. Though Fujin noticed it, he ignored it and continued, Katsuhiro came up with an ingenious solution to solve this issue. He suggested that we make a guidance hall in the center of the village. The basic idea is that civilian ninjas can put up requests in the guidance hall for the jutsus or techniques for which they need guidance. For instance, if someone wants to practice Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu, he or she can put up the request in the guidance hall. If a veteran civilian ninja who has mastered that jutsu wants to teach it to that ninja, then he can do so. Of course, doing it on a one-by-one basis will not be feasible. So, the guidance hall will be responsible for gathering all the requests and collating them. That way, a veteran can guide multiple youngsters at the same time. If it is implemented properly, then we could help a large number of chunins become jounins. Hiruzen was surprised. He immediately thought, not a bad idea. I had been thinking about this issue for some time as well. Unfortunately, I couldn't come up with anything. That said, there are some major flaws. As Hiruzen expected, Hayashi said, while it sounds good on paper, creating a guidance hall in the center of the village is unfeasible. The cost that will be required to move the shops and other buildings currently there would be enormous. Inoichi added, that's right. It might be worth several years of our budget. While the idea is good, such costs aren't something we can afford. The civilian council members immediately began calculating how they could argue against them. However, to everyone's surprise, Fujin nodded and said, that's true. In fact, it's not just about the cost. Creating the guidance hall there will also cause Hidden Leaf Village to lose an excellent opportunity. It is one of the major flaws that were in Katsuhiro's proposal. Actually. Fujin suddenly stopped talking and let out a sigh of exhaustion. Hiruzen's eyes immediately twitched as everyone in the room glanced at him. He cursed, this brat. Why is he sighing exactly like I do? I worked hard for decades and my hair turned gray before I began using it. You think you can use it after working on just one proposal? Katsuhiro's proposal had too many flaws. It was too idealistic as well for it to work properly. I had to work hard for weeks to fix all the flaws. I almost gave up a few times but continued remembering how much it would benefit the village. Every single word Fujin spoke showed how exhausted he was. While speaking, his elbows were resting on the table and his shoulders and head drooped to further emphasize his exhaustion. Thankfully, Katsuhiro wasn't in the council room. If he was, he wouldn't have been able to restrain himself from lashing out. Needless to say, no one bought Fujin's little act. However, no one could speak it out loud either. A few almost wanted to chuckle on seeing how Hiruzen was staring at him but managed to hold themselves back. Shikaku asked, what opportunity would we have lost? Fujin replied, I'll come back to it later. One of the major issues in his proposal was that there was no incentive for veteran ninjas to help the young ninjas out. While we can easily say that they should do it out of compassion, what was stopping them from doing that until now? Even though the guidance hall will provide a platform, it will still result in very limited involvement from them. In order to overcome this flaw, I decided to change the nature of the guidance hall. Now, while youngsters can go and put in requests for the jutsus they want to learn, we will also allow veteran ninjas to make an offer about the jutsus they are willing to teach. In order to incentivize them, they'll be allowed to put a price for which they will guide the youngsters. Another way of looking at this can be that veteran ninjas can treat these like missions while the youngsters will be their clients. Since the main method of earning money is completing missions, it can create a virtuous cycle. The youngsters will be more motivated to take and complete missions as they can use the money they earn to take their guidance, master new jutsus and strengthen themselves. On the other hand, veteran ninjas who have semi-retired can contribute to the village in a risk-free manner. Guiding youngsters will also help them stay in shape and could reignite the fire in some of them. Of course, certain checks have to be put in place to ensure that no one misuses the system. Every veteran trainer who wants to teach has to first prove that they can perform the jutsus he or she wants to teach properly and have adequate knowledge of the same. This task can be left to the Anbu to ensure that there is no monkey business. We will also need to maintain a feedback system where we can ask the youngsters how effective the guidance was. We could go a step further and inspect how well they can perform the jutsu. That could allow us to rate the ninjas who guide the youngsters, allowing them to choose the appropriate guide, and will also motivate the veteran ninjas to give their best. The techniques that they teach will have to be monitored as well. I'm sure we can all agree that secret techniques and forbidden jutsus shouldn't be taught through the guidance hall. In addition, we will also have to put limits on the amount of money they charge and the number of youngsters they can teach at the same time. This will ensure that no one gets too greedy. After all, the guidance hall is for guiding the youngsters and not to make a fortune. Fujin's words made all the ninjas in the room fall into thought. Some were trying to find any flaws in his idea. After a couple of minutes, everyone in the room was left impressed. There was nothing they could pick out. Unlike Katsuhiro, Fujin's idea was flawless. Of course, that didn't mean that he would have everyone's support. Hiruzen said, "That is very well thought. I agree with these methods. Continue." Fujin nodded and said, "The second major flaw is restricting the guidance hall to just civilian ninjas. While it is true that currently civilian ninjas don't get much guidance, that's no reason to keep the clan ninjas out. While the clans represented by the people in this room are relatively well off, there are several clans that are too small due to the losses they took in previous wars. They will benefit from the guidance hall as well. Even the larger clans can benefit. For example." Fujin gazed towards Hayashi and continued, "I have never met any Hyuga clan ninja who knows any taijutsu other than Gentle Fist. So if any Hyuga clan youngster wanted to pursue any other form of taijutsu, then the guidance hall would be a great help." Since Hayashi was the first one to speak, Fujin decided to target him. He continued, "Besides, there could be other things that ninjas in your respective clans don't know. Or even if they know, they might not know it as well as someone who has devoted a long time to mastering that particular technique. So, even the ninjas from your clans can benefit. That's why I changed the proposal to make the guidance hall open to every Hidden Leaf Village ninja irrespective of their background." Chapter 582, A New Economic Center. Fujin's words caused the clan leaders to lower their guard slightly. Just like the changes he recommended to the academy, Fujin hadn't excluded the clans from his proposal. Even so, there was no doubt that his proposal would benefit the civilian ninjas a lot more. It would contribute a lot to decreasing the gap between clan and civilian ninjas. It would decrease the political power the clans held with time. Shikaku thought, "Not bad. He has included us as well. Due to this, rejecting this proposal would cause resentment to form among our ninjas against us. After all, this proposal would help them as well. Not to mention the thousands of civilian ninjas who will resent us for blocking this proposal. Unless there is a major flaw, Fujin's proposal can't be stopped." Seeing that no one was saying anything, Fujin continued, "As for the opportunity, it is rather simple. If the guidance hall is successful, it'll result in several ninjas visiting there on a daily basis. It might become the second most busy building in the village after the Hokage's building. Though creating such a building in the center of the village might be the first idea for everyone's convenience, it will cause us to lose a good opportunity. Right now, the village is very crowded. More and more houses are being constructed on the outskirts on a daily basis. However, every major economic activity happens near the center of the village, forcing everyone to try to get a home closer to the center of the village. We can use the guidance hall to create a new economic center in the village. Instead of the center, the guidance hall will be constructed on the outskirts of the village, at a place where there is nothing around. Since a lot of people will visit it daily, it'll provide the village with an opportunity to create another economic center around the guidance hall. New shops and businesses can open up around it. Once these activities reach a certain level, residential places can also be constructed close to the guidance hall so that people can stay there. It'll relieve the pressure on the village as the people who work there will choose to live around there. I'm sure all of you have got the idea. All of you should know more about economics than me. It was as Fujin had said. Everyone in the room had already begun imagining ways to increase the income of their respective clans and families by expanding their businesses to the guidance hall. Combined with the fact that their ninjas would benefit as well and that stopping this proposal would be very difficult, everyone began thinking about the maximum amount of benefits they could gain instead of thinking about ways to stop the proposal. Fujin sighed internally while thinking, it's all about the benefits. Oh well, I can't complain either, as that'd be rather hypocritical of me. Hamura asked, did you choose the location of the guidance hall? Fujin nodded and opened one of the files to a page that had the map of the village and pointed towards a marking he had made. As soon as he did so, a strange expression appeared on everyone's face. That included Hiruzen as well. He looked towards Fujin and wondered, since when did this kid become so selfless? Is he scheming something? Did he do something in the dark that'll benefit him somehow? The other clan leaders looked at him as well. Inoichi thought, I was sure that he would put the guidance hall close to his new compounds. That way, the prices of his compound would have skyrocketed. It would also increase his influence tremendously as everyone would be reminded that it was he who started the guidance hall whenever they saw his compound. It would also allow the civilian ninjas to approach him more easily. However, why did he choose a location that is almost at the other end of the village? That doesn't make any sense. Hayashi wondered, there haven't been any major transactions in the village recently. Has he bought lands close to that area through proxies? That could help him earn a lot. Shibi decided, we need to properly inspect the land around the site first. It'll be a good opportunity to get a lot of profits. It wouldn't do good if only one person or force gains from it. Every single person in the room had similar thoughts. As someone who proposed it, it was a no-brainer that Fujin should have taken advantage of it. However, there was nothing to see in the open. As a result, they began wondering whether Fujin had played any hands in the dark. Seeing their expressions, Fujin could easily anticipate their thoughts. He thought, even though making it close to my house can increase the value of my land, what use is that to me? If anything, it'll make future expansion more difficult as everyone will rush to buy all available land. It'll also attract a lot of crowds close to my place, allowing perfect cover for others to spy on my compound. It'll be troublesome. As for earning money, I could have used this opportunity to earn a few 100 million or perhaps even over 1 billion ryo. However, I don't really need any money. There are so many nice gentlemen in this world who are extremely willing to aid me whenever I need help. They can easily donate a few billion ryo to my just cause and willingly work hard if I need more. So why should I even bother competing with the clans? That said, since they weren't on board with my noble idea until I shared benefits, you guys shouldn't dream about earning money through my idea either. Fujin's eyes moved towards Hiruzen, who immediately noticed it. Hiruzen immediately got on guard while thinking, my suspicions were right. That's the look he gives me whenever he wants to ask for something unreasonable. What is he going to ask this time? Having dealt with Fujin for years, Hiruzen was very sensitive towards any changes in his mood and expression. Thankfully for him, this time his instincts were wrong. Instead, Fujin had a rather great gift for him. In the council room, everyone was left thoroughly confused by Fujin's choice. Each one had their own speculations based on their personalities and their impression of Fujin and were calculating how their respective forces could get an advantage. Seeing everyone in deep thought, Fujin said, well, that's all I have to say. Read the proposals and let me know if there are any errors or if something can be improved. He pushed the files in front of him towards the other council members. A file appeared in front of each council member. Everyone opened the files and began going through it. Needless to say, there weren't any flaws in the proposal. Katsuhiro had modified the proposal 7 times. All errors had been removed by him. Fujin had several of his clones inspect the proposal as well to ensure that he hadn't missed anything after he made the changes. In a few minutes, everyone had roughly read through the proposal and noted the important points. Koharu said, you have done a great job, Fujin. We will inspect the proposal and put it to vote in a week. Everyone subconsciously agreed with her. However, before anyone could do so in words, Fujin asked, why wait a week? Koharu answered, this is something that will have a great impact on the village. We can't afford to make any mistakes here. A week will be needed for everyone to go through the proposal and ensure that everything is right. It will also provide an opportunity for newer ideas that could be incorporated into the proposal. Fujin replied, there is no reason why everyone can't read through the proposal properly right now. If there are any changes that are recommended, We could conduct another meeting to make the changes. However, we should vote on finalizing this proposal before this meeting ends. Fujin's insistence on getting the voting done right then surprised the room again. Seeing his behavior, everyone in the room, including Hiruzen and Shikaku, thought, looks like he has made arrangements to earn a fortune. Senju Masa shook his head while thinking, while it is good to get gains for yourself, you should learn to share the pie with everyone. Otherwise, everyone will oppose you. In the end, you might not get anything. Not wanting everyone to gang up on Fujin, Hiruzen said, Fujin, there is no need to rush through such things. A proposal like this has to be properly analyzed. Fujin replied, while I understand that, the reason I'm pushing for it to be done now is due to the nature of this proposal, or rather the economic and financial aspect of it. Once the site of the guidance hall is made public, the prices of land around that site will skyrocket. Most of the landowners will refuse to sell and will wait for it to inflate due to the demand. It might increase the cost of this proposal significantly. And, it will definitely slow down the economic development that should happen around the guidance hall. Once again, the entire room was surprised. What had been just on their minds had been spoken by none other than Fujin. Even Hiruzen was lost for words and wondered what exactly Fujin was thinking. Fujin activated another seal on his bracer and another file appeared in front of him. Everyone curiously looked towards it and wondered what it contained. Chapter 583, Hiruzen's Joy. As everyone was looking at the new file, Fujin said, this file consists of the land deeds to all the open lands at the chosen location and around it. I represented the village and made deals with every landowner in and around that area in the last couple of days. The prices agreed upon are as per current land rates and only Lord Hokage's signature is left to complete these dealings. If this proposal is voted on and agreed upon in this meeting, then we could complete these deals today as well before the details are leaked to the public. It'll help us save a lot of money. It can even help us raise money by selling the land in the future at the right time, striking a proper balance between profits for the village and development around the guidance hall. If we don't and these guys come to know of my proposal, then they will want to renege on my terms as the deals won't be finalized until the council approves of the proposal for obvious reasons. Silence engulfed the council room once again. This time, it was absolute silence. Every single one was staring at Fujin with a stunned expression. Fujin had done something that not a single one of them had thought of. Except for one person, everyone looked at Fujin as if he had just snatched the food from their hands, just as they were about to eat it. The fact that Fujin was the one to put the food in their hand didn't make it any easier to digest. As for the only person who wasn't thinking that he was looking at Fujin with his eyes full of disbelief. Hiruzen still couldn't believe it. He thought, is that real? Did he just do that? Did Fujin do something that would actually benefit me? Having always been on the losing end due to Fujin's antics, Hiruzen couldn't believe that it was real. Even when he had some gains, he'd be forced to compensate in some other manner. For instance, when he won 120 million ryo by betting on Fujin in the Chunin exam, Fujin immediately made him get the swords he wanted and also made him spend several weeks teaching the wind vacuum technique to Fujin. However, just now, Fujin had given him something that could allow the village to gain hundreds of millions of ryo with little effort. Seeing that Fujin didn't suddenly say something that would cost him a kidney, Hiruzen almost wanted to cry tears of joy. He thought, finally. My years of investment and hard work have paid off. First the puppets and now this. I don't remember the last time I was so happy. Even though Fujin noticed that Hiruzen was pleased, he didn't know how pleased Hiruzen was. If he could read Hiruzen's thoughts, he would have definitely tried his luck and asked for the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Hiruzen's blissful state was broken when one of the civilian council members said, I think it'll be better if we wait until. He was mercilessly cut off by Hiruzen who said, you are right, Fujin. You have done a great job. We will analyze the proposal right now. The meeting will end only after we have voted. If any corrections are needed, we will make them later. The civilian council member who was speaking just looked awkwardly at Hiruzen. He wanted to speak before Hiruzen did, but never expected to be cut off so harshly and be completely ignored. Everyone else who planned on taking advantage of the situation just sighed and gave up. Trying to take away benefits from Fujin and trying to do the same against Hiruzen were two completely different things. Since Fujin had handed everything to Hiruzen on a silver platter, there was no way Hiruzen would share it with anyone else. Of course, it was the village that would be gaining and not the Sarutobi clan. Hence, no one tried to argue any further and just began reading the proposal thoroughly while lost in their own thoughts. The civilian council member who had opened his mouth cursed, this dumb kid. Why did he give everything to the village? Couldn't he have just claimed some benefits and left the rest for us? Wouldn't everyone be happy then? At the same time, Senju Hiromasa wondered, did he do so due to his naivety? Or did he do this intentionally? But why would he refuse to curry favor with everyone in the council? everyone would have been grateful to him for the opportunity. Then again, we already owe him a favor for taking down Denzo. Shikaku, who was the one who knew Fujin most clearly out of anyone in the room other than Hiruzen, analyzed, no, Fujin isn't naive. Currying favor with everyone else would have been more beneficial for him than just giving all benefits to the Hokage. After all, the Sarutobi clan would have benefited as well. Seeing Hokage's eyes, I'd say he didn't expect it either. So, he didn't influence Fujin to do this. I guess that just leaves two possibilities. I know that Hokage has been helping him with his training. The wind vacuum technique which he is known for comes from him as well. It might be his way of thanking him. Or, Shikaku glanced at Fujin and thought, or he felt that the council members who he gave such a chance wouldn't be thankful. Instead, several could have acted together to get as many benefits as they could, leaving him with very little. It could have also resulted in others seeing him as a soft target when political plays were concerned. After all, he has no experience in these matters. From that perspective, his move is near perfect. After all, he has made a major contribution to the village, be it economically or militarily. Once the news spreads, almost every ninja in the village will be grateful to him, though I guess Katsuhiro deserves some credit as well. Now that I think about it, his involvement is quite surprising. I didn't ever see him as the type of guy who would come up with something like this. Hiruzen had a similar thought. Even though he was joyous due to Fujin's gift, what had given him joy wasn't the money Hidden Leaf Village would earn, but rather the fact that it was Fujin doing something beneficial for him. While thinking about that, he inevitably thought about Katsuhiro and soon felt the same as Shikaku. Hiruzen wondered, that's right, I almost overlooked this. Since when did Katsuhiro begin coming up with such good ideas? In the 40 years he has been a ninja, he has never given any such suggestions. Hiruzen immediately became suspicious. Soon, his eyes widened before going back to normal size. He thought, I nearly forgot. The Anbu ninjas I had placed to keep an eye on Root reported Katsuhiro visiting Root a couple of times after Denzo was removed from the council. If he is involved with Denzo, then it might be possible that this idea came from Denzo and not Katsuhiro. That is far more plausible. However, why would Denzo make Katsuhiro help Fujin after what happened? Knowing his old friend, Hiruzen immediately smelled a scheme. Thoughts ran through his mind. In just a couple of minutes and while he was going through the proposal, he figured out most of Denzo's plan. He glanced towards Fujin and thought, this was a trap. A trap for Fujin. Denzo likely expected him to steal credit. Even if he didn't, the proposal would have made the clan leaders see Fujin as a threat. However, Fujin didn't steal the credit. Seeing his nature, that wasn't surprising. There are a lot of things that he can take credit for, but he instead prefers to keep them a secret. And thanks to the changes he made to Katsuhiro's proposal, the clan leaders don't see it as much of a threat as they would have otherwise. Fujin avoided one trap due to his nature and nullified another due to his diligence. That's a relief. However, he is oblivious to these schemes. For Denzo to do something like this, it'll only mean one thing. He wants to replace Fujin with Katsuhiro on the council. If my guess is right, he will now try to give the credit for the proposal to Katsuhiro, making the ninjas grateful to him instead of Fujin. That might give him just enough capital to threaten Fujin's seat. Humphrey, I'll strike first. Let me see what you'll try then, Denzo. Even though Hiruzen's guesses were accurate, he didn't know that Denzo had stopped supporting Katsuhiro after the incident, as he wouldn't be able to use the council to make a comeback. Katsuhiro was planning on progressing the plan by himself. As a result, Katsuhiro would soon find himself competing against a Hiruzen who thought that he was facing Denzo. Not to mention, Fujin was unaware of the fact that Hiruzen had connected the dots. Nor was he aware of whether Denzo was still helping Katsuhiro or not. Hence, he had his own plans which he would be putting into motion very soon after the meeting ended. Katsuhiro, who had just spent 2 miserable months being forced to correct the proposal again and again, was unaware of the misery that still awaited him. Chapter 584, Reward Fujin? The council went through the proposal carefully, inspecting every single point and seeing whether they could find any flaws or any scope for improvements that might help them delay the proposal a bit. Unfortunately for them, there were no flaws, and making any improvements would require a lot of time to ponder. It wasn't something they could come up with on the spot. In around an hour, everyone had gone through the proposal a couple of times. Seeing that everyone was done reading, Hiruzen asked, does anyone have anything to add to it? No one said anything. Hiruzen looked around once before saying, in that case, let's put it to vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. After Denzo was removed from the council, the number of people in the council had gone back to 16, as it was before Fujin became a part of the council. It meant that if there was a tie, Hiruzen would get an additional vote for the tiebreaker. In addition, the clan leaders only had 7 out of the 16 seats, meaning that they were in the minority. 9 votes would be needed to fail the proposal. As the one who put forth the proposal, Fujin raised his hand. Hiruzen raised his hand as well, as the idea was extremely beneficial for the village no matter how he looked at it. Koharu and Hamura supported it for the same reason and raised their hands. Apart from these 4, there were 5 civilian council members. Each of them was bitter that Fujin had taken away a chance to earn millions from them. However, the proposal was for the benefit of the civilian population, as even the ones who weren't ninjas wanted their children to become one. If they dared to vote against it, they would be booted out of the council within days. None of them dared to risk that, and all 5 raised their hands. Among the clan leaders, Sunjuhiro Masa was the first one to raise his hand. In fact, he was even quicker than the elders and raised it alongside Fujin and Hiruzen. He was the only clan leader who didn't have any reservations about Fujin's proposal and would have wholeheartedly lobbied for it if Fujin didn't have enough support. Shikaku and Choza didn't particularly care much about the proposal and raised their hands as well. The remaining 4 clan leaders had reservations, but seeing that voting against them would be pointless, they raised their hands as well. As a result, Fujin's first official proposal was unanimously passed. Hiruzen smiled and said, "A unanimous vote after a long time. I suppose that shows how important the guidance hall will be for our village. Great work, Fujin. I'm glad that we decided to induct you into the council." Fujin nodded while commenting, "Of course you are, you old fox. What's the use of words? Just ask me what reward I would like." Since joining the council, Fujin had gotten rid of Denzo's influence and gave 2 ways to strengthen our village. He also gave a nice little boost to the village's finances and economy. Any leader would be pleased. Unfortunately for Fujin, Hiruzen had become too smart to say anything in regards to that. He turned his eyes back to the council and said, "I have checked the loan deeds as well. They are properly documented and priced. I will sign them now. The construction of the guidance hall will begin immediately. The funds will be assigned within a couple of days and this project will be given the highest priority." Everyone agreed. Hiruzen signed the land deeds. Since no one had any other proposal, the meeting finally ended and everyone dispersed. Hiruzen returned to his office. Even though he had signed the papers, he still had some work to do, such as actually paying the ones who were selling the land. He quickly got to work and dispatched his subordinates to bring them to the office while he ran the numbers. After analyzing everything, a smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. He thought, the village will need to spend around 60 million ryo to purchase the land. Building the hall and some surrounding infrastructure will require another 40 to 50 million ryo. However, the village will earn at least 300 million ryo by reselling the lands at the appropriate time. If I want to be aggressive and time them appropriately, then it could even exceed 1.2 billion ryo. That said, there is no need to do so. It's more beneficial for the village to focus on economic activity. In time, the returns would be much higher due to that. Not to mention, the people will be more happy. Hiruzen let out a sigh of satisfaction while thinking, I didn't think that greedy brat would give me such a nice gift. I was almost tempted to let him choose a reward. Thankfully, I managed to resist the urge after remembering what happened every time I said those words. Considering his current level, he'll likely directly ask for the scroll of the forbidden seals. However, it is better if he doesn't come into contact with unethical jutsus just yet. I don't want to repeat the same mistake I made with Orochimaru. I'll wait till Fujin matures sufficiently before allowing him access to jutsus like Hado Tensei. It'll ensure that he doesn't get influenced by them at a young age. While Hiruzen had been quite liberal in teaching Fujin jutsus so far, he was adamant against teaching Fujin any jutsus that could lead him down the dark path. He decided to wait until a few wars took place and see how the wars would impact his personality before deciding whether to allow him access to such jutsus. Hiruzen thought, even though I can't reward him directly, it doesn't mean that I can't do anything for him. A clone appeared next to Hiruzen and immediately disappeared from the office. He entered the Anbu headquarters under the office and entered Eagle's office. Eagle was surprised to see his father so suddenly and asked, did something happen? Hiruzen's clone answered, well, nothing very serious. Anyway, listen carefully. Hiruzen's clone informed him about the guidance hall proposal that Fujin had proposed and explained to them all its features and advantages. Eagle was surprised to hear everything. He said, I never have heard of anything like this. This will be very helpful to the village. Even beyond increasing the strength of the youngsters, it'll also improve the relationship between the younger and the older generation. The benefits will be endless. Hiruzen's clone nodded and said, I know. That is why the proposal was accepted unanimously. However, there is a hidden play. I need you to take care of it. Eagle's expression became peculiar upon hearing that Hiruzen wanted to suppress Katsuhiro, from whom the idea had originated. He became serious after hearing a possible link between him and Denzo, and what Hiruzen speculated was Denzo's plan to replace Fujin with Katsuhiro. He sighed and said, Elder Denzo never gives up, does he? I understand. I'll ensure that the village knows the truth. Hiruzen's clone smiled and said, good. I'll leave it to you. He dispelled himself. Eagle immediately got to work. He summoned some of his most trusted subordinates and informed them about the situation. A few minutes later, a couple of dozen Anbu ninjas exited the base and mixed into the common people under disguise. As Hiruzen had expected, Katsuhiro was doing the same. Right after the meeting ended, he met up with one of the civilian council members and asked him about the details of the meeting. The council member looked at him peculiarly while wondering why he was so enthusiastic about the meeting and the proposal. Even though Fujin had given him the credit for the idea, he had also said a lot of other things. Even so, he informed Katsuhiro about everything that had happened. His expression became ugly after hearing how Fujin described his proposal. He almost vomited blood when he heard that Fujin worked hard for a couple of weeks to correct his proposal. His rage increased his blood pressure once again. Even so, he was surprised when he heard about the changes Fujin had made to the proposal. Especially the financial aspect, it was something he had completely overlooked. He thought, I underestimated this boy. Even though the basic idea of guidance hall came from Denzo, the number of changes he has made almost makes this look like a new proposal. Even though he mentioned my name, he will get the main credit. How did he even do all this in just 2 days? Was he just messing with me? He shook his head and decided, it doesn't matter. I will make him pay. Even if the council gives you credit, what matters is what the people think. Even though opening the guidance hall to the clans increased its chances of being accepted, it also gives me a weapon against you. I'll completely ruin your reputation. That would put enough pressure on the Hokage and the council to appoint me to the council. Chapter 585, The Power of Words. Katsuhiro left the council member's house and got to work. He created 8 shadow clones who used transformation jutsu and mixed with the public to improve his reputation while ruining Fujin's reputation. His clones got into action a few minutes before Eagle dispatched the Anbu ninjas. What neither Katsuhiro nor Hiruzen knew was that Fujin was the very first one to act. Not even 5 minutes had passed since the meeting ended when Fujin created and dispatched 20 shadow clones. They had begun spreading the rumors long before Hiruzen or Katsuhiro made their moves. A few Anbu entered the marketplace while disguised as old men. They began buying some groceries before a couple of them accidentally ran into each other. They enthusiastically greeted each other before one of them said, "Did you hear what happened in today's council meeting?" Though the Anbu wasn't too loud, his words were clearly heard by everyone nearby. They became curious as the council meeting included the most influential people in the village and generally made all the big decisions. The other Anbu asked curiously, "I didn't. What happened? And why are you so happy?" The first Anbu said, "You won't believe it. Suzuki Fujin, the youngest member of our council, put forth a proposal to create a guidance hall inside the village. In the guidance hall, youngsters will be able to get guidance from experienced ninjas when they try to learn a new jutsu. It'll be a great help for the ninjas who are from a civilian background. My grandson became a ninja a few years ago. He used to complain about how kids from the clans are stronger than him as their seniors help them while he is weaker because we can't help him. Now, he will get the same help as them. You should tell it to your granddaughter as well. It'll be very helpful for her as well." The other Anbu exclaimed happily, "Wow! She'll be jumping for joy on hearing this." She was complaining about the same as well. "I had some reservations when someone so young was selected to represent the civilian ninjas, but I now see why Lord Hokage chose him. To think that a 16-year-old youngster would come up with something like this." The people around them heard their words and were surprised. Some of them had children or relatives who were ninjas or aspired to be one. A couple of them were ninjas themselves. The first Anbu said, "Well, from what I heard, the basic idea had come from Katsuhiro. He is an elite jounin. However, his idea was very crude and unrealistic. It also excluded the clan ninjas. The council wouldn't have accepted such a proposal. Fujin worked day and night for a couple of months to make the proposal good enough. I heard that he hadn't slept for days and looked very tired with giant bags under his eyes during the council meeting. However, he improved it so much that his proposal was accepted unanimously by the council. That hasn't happened in years." The second Anbu replied, "That's even more impressive. Anyone can come up with ideas, but only a true leader can realize their potential and put them into action." The first Anbu agreed, "I know, right? I heard that he even argued against the elders and the clan leaders to get the proposal accepted immediately so that the civilian ninjas wouldn't have to wait. We are lucky that the one selected to represent us can fight against such formidable people for us." A third old man joined the conversation and exclaimed in surprise, "He confronted the clan leaders and elders for us? Damn. I wish I could hear that conversation. We are blessed to have such a leader." Similar conversations were happening all throughout the village. All the details of the proposal were leaked to the village. They even mentioned how even the clan ninjas would benefit, causing them to feel thankful towards Fujin as well. At the same time, they minimized Katsuhiro's contribution to the proposal, almost making him look like Fujin's subordinate. Of course, Fujin's clones weren't that polite. They openly demeaned Katsuhiro and his unrealistic proposal. Hiruzen didn't do so because that would mean that others with good ideas wouldn't come forward. However, Fujin had no such qualms. Why would he increase his workload? As such, Katsuhiro's reputation took a major dive wherever his clones passed through. Katsuhiro's clones did the opposite and tried to improve his reputation while being brutal on Fujin. They used the fact that Fujin had also included clan ninjas to say that Fujin wasn't acting solely towards the benefit of the civilian ninjas and ruined Katsuhiro's original proposal. Hence, he should be removed from the seat and his seat should be given to someone like Katsuhiro who thought only of the civilian ninjas. Even though he managed to influence a few people, they were in the minority as there were 5 times more people campaigning against him. When the people debated among themselves in their respective circles, they were quickly explained how the proposal wouldn't have passed otherwise as clan leaders would have opposed them. Even if it had passed, the clan ninjas wouldn't guide anyone in the guidance hall, which would be a lost opportunity. As such, even without Fujin and Hiruzen's interference, the ones who were influenced by Katsuhiro's clones changed their stance and gave credit to Fujin. When Katsuhiro heard about what the common people in Hidden Leaf Village were talking about, veins bulged and pulsed on his forehead, throbbing with every surge of anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, causing them to bleed. Hearing something like that after spending months on the proposal was just too torturous for him. He barely managed to control his rage and continued walking forward. He had barely taken a few steps ahead when 2 young ninjas passing by him talked among themselves. Man. Fujin-san is so cool. He can even force the clan leaders and elders to support his proposal. By comparison, Katsuhiro is kind of lame. I don't know why some people think that Fujin-san should have kept the clan ninjas out of the proposal. After all, they fight with us as well. Katsuhiro was stupid to suggest that. The 2 of them were just normal chunins. Neither of them intended to rile up Katsuhiro. In fact, they hadn't even seen him and didn't even know what he looked like. Even so, their words caused Katsuhiro's blood pressure to rise so much that he vomited blood and fell unconscious in the middle of the road. Hearing a thud, several people looked towards him. They immediately rushed to help him out. Luckily, the crowd had a medical ninja who immediately stepped forward. She identified and inspected him. The medical ninja was first worried as an elite jounin had fallen unconscious in the middle of the road. She was afraid that a formidable enemy had infiltrated into the village once again. However, a peculiar expression appeared on her face after she inspected Katsuhiro. She thought, this is so weird. There isn't a single wound on his body. It doesn't seem like he was poisoned either. However, his blood pressure is abnormally high. Did he fall unconscious due to high blood pressure? Can elite jounins even suffer from blood pressure? She suppressed her curiosity and immediately took Katsuhiro to the hospital. While Katsuhiro was being treated in the hospital, Yamanaka-fu entered Denzo's office and said, "We received a scroll from Tiger." He handed Denzo the scroll. Denzo opened it and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He thought, so they finally put forth the proposal. However, the proposal has been modified almost entirely. It won't offend the clans much, something my proposal was intended to do. Even though Fujin didn't steal the credit for the idea from Katsuhiro, he ended up stealing all the credit without putting himself at risk. Denzo analyzed for a few seconds before concluding, this looks like Hiruzen's work. Even though the boy is smart and suspicious, he shouldn't be able to make the proposal this good. Especially the financial aspect, it was something I intended to exploit while using Katsuhiro. If he did, he wouldn't have foolishly given all the benefits to the village. That is something only Hiruzen would do. Fujin must have approached Hiruzen at some point and talked about this proposal. Hiruzen saw through my scheme as Katsuhiro kept visiting me even when Hiruzen had increased the surveillance around my labs. The modifications should be a result of that. Sigh, Katsuhiro turned out to be a complete disappointment. Denzo burned the scroll and stopped thinking about it. Without being in the council, there wasn't much he could do. Not to mention, Hiruzen had been watching him like a hawk. He was worried that Hiruzen might actually carry out his threat if he tried to interfere. More than half of his base was still missing due to the ridiculous lightning attack. He didn't want to see what was left being burned down by an unstoppable fire. With Katsuhiro hospitalized and Denzo staying out of the matter, Fujin's clones and the Anbu spread the rumors unrestricted for a couple of days until the rumors began spreading by themselves. Hiruzen allotted the budget for the guidance hall and its construction officially began. After hearing about Katsuhiro, he also made an official announcement, giving Katsuhiro some credit but giving Fujin most of the credit for the proposal. Fujin continued with his training while guiding his students. A couple more days passed. In the land of Wave, Team 7 readied themselves to face Zabuza once again. Meanwhile, Fujin had an unexpected visitor. He opened the door and said, "It's been a while, Hoka. Come in." Chapter 586, Hoka's Worry. Hoka entered Fujin's house while saying, "Yeah, it really has been a while. It's been over 6 months since our last get-together. Our get-togethers have been getting less frequent lately." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, though it's not exactly a surprise. All of us get missions constantly from the village. Sensei was sent to the southern base on the border of the land of Tea a couple of months ago. Who knows when he'll return?" Hoka looked at Fujin and asked, "You didn't hear? Sensei was recalled a few days ago. He's back in the village." Fujin showed slight surprise and said, "Eh? Really?" Hoka nodded and answered, "Yes. A lot of the Jounins who were deployed along the borders were recalled. Sensei was one of them." Fujin thought for a bit before realizing, I see. Hiruzen and Shikaku must be worried about a possible Hidden Sand Village surprise attack on our borders. They probably recalled the Jounins and above to ensure that higher-level combat capabilities wouldn't be impacted. It'll also allow us to mount a swifter and more powerful counterattack. In addition, they'll also be able to help out if Hidden Sand Village attacks during the Chunin exams. I guess Shikaku made this move." Hoka entered the circular room, where they used to hang around whenever they visited Fujin's house, and asked with a chuckle, "Do you still keep snacks?" Fujin asked in a deadpan tone, "You still eat snacks like a kid?" Hoka awkwardly complained, "Hey, we are still just 16. Don't treat us like old men." Fujin chuckled and replied, "Well, if you behave that way, it makes it hard to think of you as anything but a kid." Ha ha ha. Fujin broke into laughter. Hoka sighed and sat down on the sofa while muttering, "It looks like your sense of humor hasn't improved much." Fujin replied with a grin, "You can't improve something that is already perfect? Anyway, snacks are still in their usual place. Treat yourself." Hoka raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, "I thought you said that only kids eat them." Fujin nodded and replied, "Yup, my students eat them. They are still kids. Didn't think you'd still be into it, but I suppose there isn't a reason for me to say no." Hoka was surprised. He grabbed a packet of chips while asking, "You have students?" Fujin nodded and grabbed a packet as well, showing that he was just messing with Hoka. He informed him about the 5 orphans he was guiding. Of course, he left out the part of them having KK Genkai or them being from Hidden Mist Village. He also mentioned Naruto. Hoka said, "That's interesting. I didn't think Lord Hokage would give you so much responsibility. Still, that sounds cool. I came across a genius in my clan as well. His name is Neji." Fujin was surprised to hear Hoka mention him. He replied, Guy's student. I have seen him a few times as well." Guy was praising his talent as well. The two chatted for a while, catching up on each other's progress. After around half an hour, both sat silently. Fujin could see that Hoka wanted to talk about something, but was hesitating for some reason. He decided to give him time to gather his thoughts. After some time of indecision, Hoka sighed and said, "Actually, I have a reason for visiting you. I need your help. However, it is a very complicated and sensitive matter. I'm not sure if I should involve you." Fujin replied, "I can see that. Anyway, what's the matter? As long as it is a secret that can't be said, there is no reason to hesitate. If the request is too much, I'll just say no." Fujin shrugged as he finished speaking. Hoka replied, "Well, it isn't exactly a secret. That said, I'll want you to keep what I say next between us two only. Even Sensei shouldn't know about it." Fujin nodded and replied, "Sure. What's the issue?" Hoka sighed and removed his Hidden Leaf Village headband, displaying his caged bird seal to Fujin. Fujin immediately realized, so he's come for that? Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. As Fujin expected, Hoka said, "I haven't displayed my full power for some time. If I did, I'm sure I would be considered an elite Jounin for sure. Even Lord Hokage might promote me. However, I'm worried that the main family will see a 16-year-old elite Jounin as a threat. If they do, then they might kill me without even allowing me an opportunity to defend myself. This danger will amplify even more if I become a rank S ninja. I came to you since you are a grandmaster in Fuin Jutsu. Can you remove this curse seal?" Fujin went silent. His expression became very serious. He had only casually mentioned that he would say no if the request was too much. He didn't expect Hoka to put forth such a request. After analyzing for a couple of minutes, Fujin asked, "Is that really such a danger?" "From what I know, the Hyuga main family has never used the caged bird seal to kill anyone ever since the Hidden Leaf Village ninja was established. They only used it to kill the Hyuga ninjas who were captured alive by the enemy." What Fujin said was true. Even though the caged bird seal existed and was a constant reminder to the branch family that they couldn't disobey the main family, The main family had never used to kill anyone casually. The most extreme cases would be the way Hayashi restricted Hizashi. Most Hyuga didn't actually view it as a threat as much as Neji did. Neji had seen his father getting tortured by the seal at a very young age, which had created a significant impact on his young mind. It was amplified further after his father's death. Hoka never had any such issues. Which is why Fujin hadn't expected such a request. Hoka nodded and said, "That is true. However, I can't be sure if they eliminated someone in the dark. After all, many geniuses from my clan died during the previous Great Wars. Though it is possible that all were genuine casualties of the war, I just can't help but think, what if things aren't as they look on the surface? That is why I am having thoughts of removing the seal." This time, Fujin didn't try to convince Hoka against doing so. After all, Hoka's concerns were valid. Had Fujin transmigrated into a Hyuga clan member, he would have surely done everything he could to remove that seal. Even if the person who controlled the seal was kind, who would feel comfortable with someone else being able to control their life and death? At least, Fujin wasn't. If he couldn't find a way to remove the seal, Fujin would have even thought of finding a way to eliminate everyone who could control the seal, making it useless. Even though Hoka had become concerned, his thoughts weren't as radical and extreme as Fujin's. Fujin replied, "I understand." He looked into Hoka's eyes and said, "That said, I hope you know that it might cause you to confront the Hyuga clan. If Hayashi tries to use that caged bird seal in the future and it doesn't work, he'll know that you have tampered with it. I'm not sure what would happen then, as there is no precedent for this, but there will be a political fallout for sure. Not to mention, he can still target your parents to keep you in check." Hoka nodded and said, "I have thought of it. It worries me as well. It will have severe political consequences. That is why I approached you. If he is going to use it at some point in the future, even if I don't give him a reason to, then that's all the more reason for me to get rid of the seal. Even if he wants to target my parents, he won't dare to do so as long as I'm alive and stronger than him." A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he realized the hidden meaning behind Hoka's words. He chuckled and said, "I see. You want me to help you handle the political fallout that will happen if he discovers it. No wonder you approached me now. Looks like I was wrong in calling you a kid. Since when did you become so good at scheming?" A smile appeared on Hoka's face as well. He said, "I didn't expect that you'll see through it at a glance. As expected of someone who was inducted into the council by Lord Hokage. You should leave your house sometime and go and hear what everyone is saying about you. The entire village is discussing you and the way you stood up to the elders and the clan leaders." The reason why Hoka approached Fujin now and not earlier was because of how much reputation Fujin had gained in the past few days. The stories of his bravery and the rumors of the spectral swordsman were flowing all through the village. Hence, even if Hayashi wanted to act against Hoka, he would have to consider Fujin's reaction, as the two were teammates. Hoka could use that as leverage to come to an understanding. Fujin looked at Hoka and thought, "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. As a ninja, having this level of deceit and cunning is to be expected. That said, I wonder what he would think if he knew that I was the one to spread those stories in the first place." Hoka asked again, "So, can you remove the seal?" Chapter 587, Suspicion. "So, can you remove the seal?" Hearing Hoka's question, Fujin became quiet once again. Hoka didn't disturb him, as he could see that Fujin was in deep thought. After a couple of minutes, disappointment appeared on Hoka's face as Fujin shook his head. Fujin answered, "Don't get me wrong. I'll help you, but don't get your hopes too high. Even though I'm a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, I have become one very recently. I lack both experience and skill when compared to the older grandmasters. The Byakugan is something every village covets. There is no doubt that other villages would have done everything they could to get their hands on it. Yet, there hasn't been any instance where enemy grandmasters lifted the caged bird seal and stole the Byakugan. So, you are asking me to do something that the grandmasters in Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village haven't been able to do for decades. In addition, there isn't any record of the seal being cracked before the formation of the hidden villages either. It is a seal that hasn't been cracked for centuries. More importantly, my priority will be ensuring that I don't make a mistake that could cripple or kill you while removing the seal, as it'll be pointless if either of it happens. This makes the task even more difficult. So, I can't guarantee that I'll succeed in removing the seal." Hoka sighed in relief on hearing Fujin's words. He, of course, knew of the difficulty in doing so. So, he wasn't worried whether Fujin would succeed or not. He just hoped that Fujin would give it a try, as that was the only way he could have some hope. He had already tried learning Fuinjutsu but had found it extremely difficult to comprehend. Considering the sensitive nature of the task, he couldn't risk approaching any other grandmaster. So, Fujin was his only choice. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Fujin. I appreciate it. I know how difficult it is and I won't pester you to keep working on it. Fujin nodded. That was what he wanted to hear. Hoka continued, that said, I have one piece of information for you. There was someone who successfully undid the seal and stole a Byakugan. It happened in Kiri. Their lead Jauna now has one Byakugan. Fujin replied, I know of him and even met him during a mission. However, his example isn't something I can follow for you. After all, the Hyuga from whom they extracted the Byakugan is dead. And that's not exactly an option for me, is it? Hoka immediately had an awkward expression. He replied, you are right. Fujin added, besides, there are too many things that aren't clear in Ao's case. Whatever method they used shouldn't be foolproof. For starters, why did they take only a single eye? Were they unable to save the other or did something else happen? The anomaly that sticks out the most is why they haven't tried it again. After all, they don't care whether the Hyuga ninjas live or not. Why didn't they harvest one eye from every Hyuga they captured? They could have implanted it into other ninjas like Ao and raised a strong unit. However, there isn't a second case like Ao in Kiri. Is there an issue? A weird expression appeared on Hoka's face as Fujin was talking. Hoka shook his head and answered, nothing. I just found it strange how casually you mentioned that. It's as if Byakugan was a commodity. Fujin shrugged and replied, that's all of that the other villages think of it. You might find it offensive, but unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about it. Anyway, let me observe the caged bird seal. Stay still. Hoka followed his instructions as Fujin's eyes began glowing. As Fujin continued observing the caged bird seal, a frown appeared on his face. He analyzed, I was expecting the seal to be somewhat like Denzo's seal and my phantom. That way, no one will be able to remove the seal without having access to the right imprint. However, this is something else. Fujin raised his arm, placed his right palm on Hoka's forehead and said, if you feel any pain at all, inform me immediately. Don't delay for even 1 second. Hoka replied, alright. Fujin gently inserted some chakra into Hoka's head like one would while using the mystical palm. It was an application of medical ninjutsu to inspect internal injuries. As he inspected the seal, Fujin got a headache. He stopped inspecting and muttered, this seal is crazy. I haven't seen anything like this before. Hoka asked, what do you mean? Fujin replied, the seal is connected with too many nerves in your head. If anyone messes with it, it'll activate immediately, killing you and destroying your eyes in the blink of an eye. Don't allow anyone else to inspect and work on your seal. If even a slight mistake happens, it can be deadly. Sweat appeared on Hoka's face as he realized how deadly the seal was. His expression became grim. Fujin thought, even though my and Denzo's seals have a similar feature, our seals are connected to just a couple of important nerves, allowing us to do the job. However, the caged bird seal is at an entirely different level. Which lunatic created a seal that could connect with so many nerves? The more nerves the seal affects, the more complicated the seal is. A minute mistake could result in death. I wonder how many died while they were experimenting to create the seal. No wonder no one could remove this seal without destroying the eyes. The one who got out the Byakugan might have been extremely lucky. Still, whoever was the lunatic who created the seal, he should be a genius. This seal might be of the same level as the ones used by Jashians. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened temporarily as he wondered, wait a minute. Lunatics. High level of Fuinjutsu. Sacrifices. Don't tell me the Hyuga who created this seal was a follower of Jashin. With the help of a bishop, creating such a seal isn't an impossibility. After all, if Hyuga had such high expertise in Fuinjutsu, it doesn't make sense for them to not be known for Fuinjutsu like the Uzumaki clan. Why did all their advancement stop with the caged bird seal? Hoka noticed Fujin's eyes widening momentarily and his expression becoming even more serious. He nervously asked, did you discover a problem? Fujin answered, yeah, but it isn't something that'll help you. I was just wondering how the Hyuga clan came up with such a seal. This seal is too advanced and is probably the most complicated seal in Hidden Leaf Village. And we are currently the most advanced village in terms of Fuinjutsu. If the Hyuga clan could create a seal like the caged bird seal centuries ago, you guys should have been well known for your Fuinjutsu prowess as well. However, I don't think I have ever heard anyone talking about Hyuga's Fuinjutsu prowess even once. Don't you find that odd? Hoka thought for a bit and nodded. He said, now that I think about it, Hayashi-sama isn't a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. We do have one grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, but he is from the branch family. And, he still has the caged bird seal on him. Do you think something fishy had happened? Fujin nodded and replied, yeah. Unfortunately, it happened way too far in history. Any records related to it would have long been destroyed by the main family. In fact, I doubt Hayashi even knows anything about the seal apart from how to apply it and how to trigger it. If he was creating it from scratch or could remove it, he'd be a grandmaster as well. Hoka agreed with Fujin's analysis. As much as he wanted to go back to the past and kill the one who created the seal, he knew it was impossible. Besides, the seal was very useful during the Warring Era. Without it, there was a chance that the Hyuga clan would have been wiped out. He asked, "So, what are the chances of removing this seal?" Chapter 588, Medical Ninjutsu. Fujin answered, "I won't lie to you. It is very difficult. Most grandmasters will be stumped on how to handle the seal. And that's just the first problem. See this." Fujin grabbed a scroll and a pen and placed it on the table. He began drawing the caged bird seal. Hoka was surprised when Fujin began drawing how the seal connected to the nerves in his head. Fujin said, "It is just a rough drawing. I'm not that good at biology yet, but you should get the basic idea. In order to remove the seal, the person attempting it should be both a grandmaster in Fu Ninjutsu and a top-tier medical ninja to ensure that there isn't a single mess-up. I suppose that should give you an idea." Hoka replied dejectedly, "That's almost impossible. Does that mean only someone like Lady Tsunade can have a chance?" Fujin nodded while thinking, "And Orochimaru, though he isn't an option either." Hoka continued, "But she hasn't been in the village for over a decade. Not to mention, she might report me to Hayashi-sama instead of helping me. I can't risk asking her." Fujin chuckled and said, "Pretty much. Fortunately, you are in luck." Hoka asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, "I was planning to pursue medical ninjutsu more seriously. If you had arrived a couple of days later, you might not have been able to find me here at this time of the day." Hoka was surprised. This time, it was a pleasant surprise. He was about to express his joy when he suddenly stopped and became serious once again. He said, "Fujin, are you telling the truth or are you planning to pursue it just to help me? If it's the latter, then you don't need to do it. You are already busy with the council duties along with missions. And your skills are already too varied with you focusing on ninjutsu, taijutsu and fu ninjutsu. Focusing on something as complicated as medical ninjutsu while trying to work on my seal will eat into too much of your time. It'll burden you too much." Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, "Since when did you become so thoughtful?" "That said, you don't need to worry. I won't exactly be wasting time while working on your seal. In Fu Ninjutsu, becoming a grandmaster is the highest you can achieve. However, no grandmaster is satisfied by it. We want to reach the level beyond irrespective of whether it exists or not. Researching that seal might help me take a few steps forward. As for medical ninjutsu, as I said, I intended to learn it either way. It is related to one of the jutsus I learned recently. It was actually my first thought when you asked for my help. However, seeing how complex the seal is, it wouldn't work." Hoka became curious. He asked, "Which jutsu could have been helpful?" Fujin replied, "Spirit transformation jutsu." Unlike the flying thunder god, Fujin didn't intend to keep this technique a secret. In fact, he had already used it in the T&I department in front of Takeshi. So, it was only a matter of time before others knew of it as well. Hoka asked, "What jutsu is that?" With a deadpan expression, Fujin asked, "Seriously? Even my 9-year-old student knew about it." Hoka blushed in embarrassment and asked, "Well, what does it do?" Fujin sighed and answered, "It allows you to control your soul and fly around as a spirit. I can use it to remove your soul from your body, which would keep your soul safe even if the seal is activated. Unfortunately, the seal is very thorough. If your soul leaves your body, the seal will trigger and destroy your eyes and your brain. So even though your soul will be safe, your body will be dead. Without a body, you'll die pretty soon as well." Hoka was surprised to hear that such a magical ninjutsu existed and that Fujin knew it. However, understanding that it won't be of much use to him decreased his interest in it. He said, "That sounds like a great jutsu. A shame that it won't help me." He sighed before a determined expression appeared on his face. He said, "Thank you, Fujin. I'm not sure what I would have done without your help." Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't do anything stupid until I am able to remove the seal." On second thought, don't do anything stupid even if I succeed in removing the seal." A smile appeared on Hoka's face. He asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Fujin shook his head and said, "It'd be helpful if you were a grandmaster as well or an expert in medical ninjutsu. However, that will need years or even decades assuming you have some talent in it. Just keep doing what you are, keep your strength hidden and become stronger without letting anyone know about it. If possible, show interest in the history of your clan but make it seem natural and don't attract any suspicion. If you can find out anything about how the seal was created, then it could be helpful for me. However, ensure that you don't fall into any trap. Take several months to establish that you have a newfound interest in it and only then slowly approach any centuries-old records." Hoka nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." The two chatted for some more time about lighter things before Hoka got up to leave. Fujin said, if you are forced to reveal your strength and notice some strangeness in Hayashi's behavior, start hanging more around me. Though my reputation is quite high, it isn't high enough to interfere in the Hyuga clan's internal matters yet. However, he'll have some reservations to act against you if he feels that I will investigate your death. Hoka nodded and said, I will. Good luck with medical ninjutsu. He left. Fujin saw him leaving and thought, well, if he does, I can dump the kids' taijutsu training on him. Though they are weak right now, training taijutsu with a clone will become difficult as their strength increases. It'll also teach them how to fight while hiding their Kekkai Genkai. Fujin stopped thinking about it and left his house as well. He flickered a few times and reached the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Ameki, who was working at the reception desk as usual, was startled as Fujin suddenly appeared in front of her and asked, is Yamanaka Yoshi or Isamu in the hospital? She immediately recognized Fujin and replied, yes, they must be in their office. They don't have any serious cases assigned. Fujin thanked her and disappeared once again. She sighed and muttered to herself, that's cool. I didn't think he'd become a council member when he came here to study mystical palm jutsu. Yoshi was enjoying his tea when he suddenly felt a presence behind him. He immediately became alert and turned around. His eyes immediately landed on Fujin. He complained, stop startling me every time you show up. I almost spilled my tea. Fujin asked in a deadpan tone, I arrived as quietly as I could. Why are you getting startled? Yoshi said in annoyance, that's what startles everyone. Stop flickering in the hospital. Anyway, why are you here? Fujin sighed and said, I was here to accept your offer. I expected you to be a bit more excited. I guess I'll ask Lord Hokage to arrange for someone else to guide me. Yoshi's eyes widened. He cursed, you brat. After making me beg for years, you think I'll allow you to just run to someone else? HMPH, as if I'll let you. Fujin's left eyebrow twitched as he asked, are you angry or happy? Make up your mind. Even though it seemed like Yoshi was scolding Fujin, a smile could be seen on his face. He replied, who said humans can't feel both emotions at the same time. Ever since he had taught mystical palm jutsu to Fujin, Yoshi had always pestered him to pursue medical ninjutsu. Even though Hiruzen had said that Fujin wasn't as talented as he thought and explained that Fujin could master the mystical palm jutsu so quickly because he was good at yin and yang release, it didn't change Yoshi's mind as that was equally good. However, Fujin never agreed to his pestering as he had an extremely busy schedule and couldn't divide his time any further. As a result, all of Yoshi's attempts were futile. He had almost given up when Fujin suddenly showed up today. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, why did you suddenly change your mind? Fujin tilted his head and asked, when did I change my mind? I told you that I was too busy with other stuff. My schedule opened up just a few days ago. Yoshi looked at Fujin with an unconvinced expression and wondered, was he really telling the truth? Oh well, it doesn't matter. He's still 16. That's not too old to start learning medical ninjutsu. I just hope that he doesn't get discouraged by the amount of books he'll have to memorize. Young ninjas don't like to do boring things like that. Chapter 589, Chakra Pathways. Yoshi finished his cup of tea and got up. He said, I hope you know that you'll have to memorize a lot of books in order to learn medical ninjutsu. Fujin sighed and answered, yes. That was a big reason why I didn't try to do it when I was busy. Yoshi nodded and said, alright. Come with me. He led Fujin to the library inside the hospital while saying, I'll personally guide you to ensure that you get the best guidance and become a very capable medical ninja. In addition, I'll ask Isamu and a few other experienced medical nins to guide you as well in some aspects. Fujin nodded. He had expected as much considering how much Yoshi had pestered him. They reached the library. Yoshi immediately grabbed half a dozen thick books, placed them on the table in front of Fujin and said, these books have the basics of the human body. Even though we taught you a bit while teaching you the mystical palm jutsu, you'll be learning everything in far more depth. Fujin looked at the books and asked, it's cool if I take them and any other books in the library with me, right? Yoshi nodded and said, you should. I'll discuss with Isamu to come up with a schedule for you. Fujin nodded while thinking, good luck trying to stick to any schedule. He said, alright. I'll see you later then. Yoshi nodded and said, just come find me in my office. If I'm not here, you can visit my home as well. Fujin smiled and said, I will. Yoshi felt that Fujin's smile was slightly strange, but he didn't think much of it. The pitiful old man was completely unaware of how crazy the next couple of months would be for him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the same experience as Hiruzen, or he would have raised his guard several times. He left the library to share the good news with Isamu. Meanwhile, Fujin stayed in the library and grabbed 6 more sets of those books and stored them in a storage scroll before returning to his home. In his basement, 72 shadow clones were working on a new seal. He immediately said, "Other the ones who are close to a breakthrough, dispel yourselves." 70 shadow clones dispersed themselves. Fujin planned, "I can't stop working on the seal. It is far more important than medical ninjutsu. However, there is no need to have too many clones working on the seal, as that is rather redundant. I'll have 30 clones work on the seal and have 40 to go through the medical books. That won't leave me with much chakra, but I guess I can still continue experimenting with fusing the fire and wind elements. If I run low on chakra, then I will focus on physical training." Having made his decision, Fujin created shadow clones and assigned them the work. The clones working on the seal continued as usual. As for the ones reading the medical books, they had additional tasks. The first was obviously to get the knowledge. The second was to recreate the books through his own understanding. Fujin planned to place the books he wrote in the library of the Phantom Haven Society. The main reason why Fujin created that organization was information. Now, his second goal was to make the organization extremely advanced in medical ninjutsu. Unlike what every member of the Phantom Haven Society thought, Fujin had no interest in their individual strengths for the time being. Of course, creating a team that was excellent at medical ninjutsu and good at research was easier said than done and would take a long time. Luckily, Fujin wasn't bothered by the time required, as he knew that he had no hopes of creating a good medic unit before the Fourth Great Ninja War. Fujin got busy with his new schedule. In the Land of Wave, Team 7 faced Zabuza and Hiku. Even though Naruto had learned the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and other wind jutsus and was quite creative with them, they weren't at a high enough level to make much of an impact against Hiku's Ice Kekkai Genkai. In the end, Sasuke got heavily injured, resulting in Naruto releasing Kurama's chakra for the first time and defeating Hiku. He still was unable to kill Hiku, who sacrificed his life to save Zabuza and give him a chance. Unfortunately, even with that opening, Zabuza wasn't a match for Kakashi and was defeated almost immediately following Hiku's death. Like in the original story, he killed Gato for disrespecting Hiku's dead body, before joining Hiku in the afterlife. Team 7 waited for another week for the bridge to be completed before starting their return journey. During this time, Fujin's clones were done with the 6 books. Not only that, they had written 6 books of their own based on their understanding of the knowledge in the books. Fujin stored the books from the library back in the scroll while storing the books he had written in a different scroll. As he did so, he thought with a sigh, "Biology is as tedious to learn as I remember. This won't be fun like Fuinjutsu. That said, it isn't something I should skip. I was reluctant to study this due to how difficult it would be, but just these 6 books taught me so much about human biology. Even though the basic human body in this world is quite similar, the existence of the chakra network brings about a qualitative change. Of course, it also makes biology even more complicated. There is an entirely different branch of biology that focuses just on chakra pathways. Just like the blood vessels in our body, the chakra network is enmeshed within the body, connecting to each and every cell. Apart from the ones who have weird biologies, the chakra in every ninja's body travels through these chakra pathways. It's eerily similar to the meridians in the cultivation novels I read in my previous world. Almost makes me wonder if the chakra pathways can be strengthened or widened to increase the quantity of chakra in my body or to allow me to use it more freely. Fujin stored the scrolls while thinking. After a couple of minutes, he chuckled, "I shouldn't count on something like that. There isn't any known record of someone doing something like this. Even though Tsunade could store her chakra, she did it with the help of Fuinjutsu and not with just her medical knowledge. So, I'll be starting entirely new research. Who knows how many decades of work will be needed to complete it. Besides, even though there are similarities, they end with the chakra pathways. Unlike the power system in cultivation novels, there is no such thing as a danchin in this world. And, even though everyone speaks about chakra reserves, there aren't any chakra storage tanks or reservoirs in our body, as chakra isn't exactly stored in the body in the form of chakra. Instead, it is continuously produced by the body depending on the person's needs. And this is done with the help of the chakra network as well. Since the chakra network is connected with each and every cell in the body, it is able to draw out the physical energy in each cell. It transfers this physical energy and spiritual energy to the organs inside our body. These organs, along with doing their normal functions, are also responsible for combining physical and spiritual energy into chakra. Under normal circumstances, the amount of physical energy that gets drawn out is very negligible. When a ninja tries to use chakra for something, only then does it extract more physical and spiritual energy. This is also the reason why exhausting all chakra results in coma or death. It is because all the physical energy in the ninja's body is consumed. In addition, if the chakra is created but the ninja decides against using it, which happens quite frequently with the shadow clones, the chakra just gets converted back into physical and spiritual energy with negligible losses for creating and deconstructing the chakra. This nature of chakra is also why the amount of chakra in a ninja's body is directly related to his physical energy and spiritual energy. Even if one is lacking, then the amount of chakra they can create will be severely restricted. Of course, that is unless one is born with a special physique, like the Uzumakis, or have their physiques tempered by the tailed beasts sealed inside them or other methods. In those cases, the physical and spiritual energy of the ninjas improves at a rapid rate. So, even if I manage to widen or strengthen my chakra pathways, it won't help me to increase my chakra reserves. Instead, the only advantage might be that they will be able to extract physical energy fractions of seconds quicker and supercharge my jutsus more quickly. On second thought, that's not a bad buff at all. Especially while dealing with ninjas who move too quickly. Perhaps I'll ask Phantom Haven's future research team to work on this after all. Fujin stretched his body and muttered to himself, regardless, learning medical ninjutsu will likely bring me some surprises. Though it might not be very useful before the Fourth Great Ninja War, it might be the most important thing for me once I become old. There is no harm in working on it for a few months and building a good base right now. It'll also help me create a bond with Tsunade rather easily. Even if that doesn't happen, I can just bribe her to teach me the stuff that is beyond Yoshi. Now then, I hope Yoshi has created a good training plan for me and got a lot of good help. With a smirk on his face, Fujin disappeared from his house. Chapter 590, Headaches. Sitting in his office inside Hidden Leaf Village's hospital, Yoshi grumbled, "Where is that insensitive kid? He came to me to ask for guidance but hasn't shown up for a week." Osamu sighed and said, "I told you that you shouldn't have started by giving the books. That bores anyone who wants to learn medical ninjutsu and they become reluctant to continue learning." However, Yoshi argued back, "And I already said that if someone can't read 6 books, then they have no business in being a medical ninja. They'll need to read dozens of books and thousands of papers to be an acceptable medical ninja." Osamu sighed again and said, "It's about generating interest, Yoshi-sensei. Once we generate enough interest, they can read even 100 books to satisfy their curiosity. If not..." "What curiosity?" Osamu was stunned and immediately turned around. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching him from the back. Fortunately for Yoshi, he was looking at Osamu and hence noticed Fujin suddenly appearing behind Osamu. Osamu relaxed slightly seeing that Fujin was the one behind him. Yet, he couldn't help but curse, "This brat. How the hell does he keep sneaking on me?" It was important to remember that even though they were medical ninjas, both Yoshi and Osamu were jounins. They weren't special jounins like many other medical ninjas who could get that rank due to their expertise in medical ninjutsu, but proper jounins who could compete equally against jounins who fight on the front lines. In addition, both had lived through 2 wars. So, they weren't lacking in experience or survival instincts. Yet, Fujin kept sneaking behind them successfully. Fujin smiled and said, "It's good to see you here, Osamu-sensei. Yoshi-sensei, shall we move to the next step?" Osamu grumbled, "Fujin, one of these days you are going to give me a heart attack." Fujin chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, you're still very young and healthy. If something does happen, I'll quickly bring you to Yoshi-sensei." Apostrophe. Osamu was left speechless. Yoshi ignored their interaction and asked in annoyance, "What next step? You didn't show up for over a week after I gave you the books." Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Didn't you ask me to read and understand those books? It took me some time. Is a week too slow to understand them?" Yoshi and Osamu's eyes widened. Yoshi said, "You were just supposed to read them. I would have taught the contents inside it to you. Also, did you go through the 6 books and understand them in a week?" Neither Osamu nor Yoshi believed Fujin's words. Each of the 6 books he was given had over 2,000 pages. It wasn't something that could be read in a week, let alone understood. Yoshi had planned to teach everything inside those books to Fujin in 4 to 5 months. To their shock, Fujin nodded and said, "Yup, I just kept the books back in the library." "What's next?" Yoshi and Osamu were left speechless by his reply. Needless to say, they still didn't believe it. Yoshi quickly asked Fujin a few questions, which Fujin answered promptly. The more he asked, the more he was stunned. Osamu joined in and asked a couple of questions as well, but Fujin answered those as well. Yoshi and Osamu glanced at each other, shock visible in their eyes. Fujin chuckled internally at their expressions while thinking, "Shadow clone rocks as usual. With 42 shadow clones, I have effectively spent 42 weeks reading those books. Of course, it won't be as effective as one person spending 42 weeks reading the books as 7 clones had to read the same books, causing an overlap. However, it is still probably equivalent to one person studying the books for around 15 to 20 weeks. No wonder they are so shocked. Oh well, they will learn about it very soon. Luckily for me, both are jounins with a decent amount of chakra." With no option but to believe Fujin, Yoshi said, "Alright, let's move to the next step." The 6 books you have gone through have given you a basic understanding of human physiology. Your next topic will be learning human anatomy. We will dissect a dead body and study what you have read practically. Fujin nodded. In his previous life, he would have been extremely reluctant and nauseated to try something like this. However, in this life, Fujin had already done a few experiments on dead bodies. He had even studied the heads of root ninjas to learn Idenzo's seals. Not to mention, the number of bodies he cut open during his missions had long exceeded 1,000. The 2 of them led Fujin to the anatomy lab, where they generally taught other trainees. However, since it was an odd hour, there weren't any trainees in the lab. The trio entered the room and just saw a middle-aged medical ninja who was responsible for supervising the lab. Yoshi looked at him and said, "Hideaki, meet Fujin. He is the one I was talking about." Hideaki looked at Fujin and thought, so he is the genius Yoshi-sensei kept bragging about. Sigh, I thought he was kidding when he said that he was bringing a council member to teach. Then again, he did pass a brilliant proposal. I'm looking forward to the guidance hall's construction. Hideaki approached them and chuckled, I was sure you were joking. Good to meet you, council member Fujin. Fujin smiled and said, I'm just a student here. No need for any formalities. Hideaki nodded and thought, not bad. I always thought that he'd be far more arrogant. He looked at Yoshi and asked, are you planning to give him an introduction to human anatomy? Yoshi shook his head and answered, no, we are beginning anatomy studies. A weird expression appeared on Hideaki's face as he wondered, didn't he start teaching him just a week ago? It's too early to start with anatomy. Despite his reservations, he didn't say anything as Yoshi was far more experienced than him. He thought that Yoshi would have his reasons for doing so. The anatomy lab had 30 tables. Each table had a dead body on it along with a few tools to study the body. Yoshi led Fujin towards one and began explaining. After an hour-long explanation, he displayed how to dissect the body and said, now, you try. Suddenly, Fujin asked, you can use the multi-shadow clone jutsu, right? Yoshi and the other 2 were confused. Yoshi nodded and said, yes, why are you asking? Fujin smiled and said, learning just by myself will take a lot of time. He looked at Hideaki and asked, the lab doesn't lack dead bodies, right? Hideaki nodded, still confused about Fujin's intentions. Regardless, they didn't lack any dead bodies. After all, too many missions involved killing. Several missions involved bringing back the dead bodies, which would be donated to the hospital. In addition, storing dead bodies was extremely easy in this world. As a result, the hospital had several hundred dead bodies stored in scrolls. Fujin continued, that's great. In that case, let's work on all 30 bodies at the same time. It'll help speed up the learning process considerably. In the blink of an eye, smoke covered the entire room. As it faded away, 30 Fujins could be seen in the lab, one standing at each desk. In an instant, Yoshi and Isamu understood how Fujin managed to go through the books within 7 days. Isamu muttered in disbelief, did you use shadow clones to study the physiology books within 7 days? Hideaki, who was hearing it for the first time, looked at Fujin with a shocked expression and thought, what the hell? He completed the introductory books in a week? Even with shadow clones, that should be extremely difficult. Not to mention. Fujin nonchalantly replied, more or less. Anyway, let's continue. Yoshi ignored his words and said with a solemn expression, Fujin, using shadow clones for training is a bad idea. The memories that are transferred back to you create a strain on your brain. You must have felt the headaches. Even if you want to use shadow clones to help you, you should have all clones work on the same thing. Otherwise, it can cause trauma. Fujin nodded. Having been using the shadow clone technique since the academy, he had long gotten used to the headaches. Even though he was worried about any side effects it might cause initially, the worries disappeared when no medical ninja said that there was anything wrong with him. He just needed to have adequate rest and sleep for the headaches to go away. With time, Fujin stopped making his clones work on just one thing and allowed different clones to work on different tasks. While getting several kinds of memories would cause even more headaches, Fujin's brain had become used to handling such chaotic memories as well. That said, he still dispelled the clones working on the same tasks at a time to reduce the headaches. So, Fujin wasn't as concerned as Yoshi regarding this drawback of multi-shadow clone jutsu. Chapter 591, What the hell happened? To the surprise of the experienced medical ninjas, Fujin said, I'm aware of the drawbacks. Don't worry, I do take proper precautions. For some reason, all 3 medical ninjas doubted Fujin's words. However, they understood that it wasn't their role to instruct Fujin. After all, even though he was a junior, he was ranked higher than them as an elite jounin. Not to mention, he was a council member as well. Yoshi said, as long as you're aware, it's fine. However, do take care of yourself. This jutsu is forbidden for a reason. If you take it lightly, The jutsu will burn you in more than one way. Fujin nodded and replied, I will. Yoshi said, good. You can dispel 2/3 of your clones. Unlike you, I'm not young enough to maintain 30 shadow clones for a long time. Fujin immediately looked at Isamu and Hideaki and asked, you two can maintain 9 clones each, right? The three of them were left speechless once again. There was no hesitation or doubt in Fujin's voice. He didn't even take a second to think after Yoshi asked him to dispel 20 shadow clones. Instead, he acted as if it was the most natural thing. Both Isamu and Hideaki nodded involuntarily. Fujin smiled and said, that's great, let's start. Lost for words, the three of them created shadow clones and began guiding Fujin and his clones after discussing among themselves what each one of them would teach Fujin. Despite having been teaching medical ninjutsu to young trainees for decades, it was their first time doing something like this. For the next 8 hours, they continued teaching Fujin without a break, before finally calling it a day. Fujin thanked the three of them and left the lab after confirming that they would meet again the next morning. As soon as Fujin left, the three of them collapsed into chairs and their breathing became rough. Hideaki asked, what the hell happened today? Isamu echoed his question and asked, why exactly did we create shadow clones to teach Fujin? I don't think I have ever created 9 shadow clones at the same time, let alone maintain them for 8 hours. Yoshi scoffed, you two are still a decade younger than me. What would you know about how many headaches I'm getting? He paused for a minute, thinking about what exactly happened in the last 8 hours. Finally, he grumbled, I was too enthusiastic to teach him. We got sucked into that kid's pace. We didn't even realize what he was asking from us. Not to mention, we already promised to keep teaching him in this manner. The 3 senior medical ninjas looked at each other helplessly. While they had been hot-blooded and enthusiastic during their younger years, they had long passed that phase. In a peaceful time, they had gotten used to playing with the trainees to have fun. Hideaki, in particular, enjoyed seeing the reactions of the young trainees when they had to dissect dead bodies. He would actively try to put the trainees out of their comfort zone. Meanwhile, Yoshi and Isamu partook in pranks like making young trainees think of happy thoughts while learning mystical palm jutsu along with other things. However, there was never an instance where the trainees turned the tables around and made them feel helpless apart from Fujin reverse pranking Yoshi. Isamu sighed and said, we underestimated him. Hideaki sighed as well and said, I'll have to keep this lab off limits for the trainees for the next few days as we'll be guiding Fujin all the time. Still, he is quite ridiculous. Didn't you two notice something strange? Yoshi and Isamu were too tired to think of anything. Yoshi asked, what are you talking about? We taught everything as we had planned. In fact, we taught more than we had initially discussed. What was strange? Hideaki answered with a serious expression, the fact that we could teach everything as planned and more is extremely strange. When did we ever manage to teach everything we wanted to with the trainees learning everything properly? Yoshi and Isamu's eyes widened. Everything else that had happened made them overlook that aspect. Hideaki continued, not to mention, Fujin and his 29 shadow clones all never lost their focus. Even when he dispelled them, he didn't seem to be under any strain despite having more than thrice the number of shadow clones as us. It means. Yoshi completed his sentence, it means that he has used this tactic so many times that he has long gotten used to its side effects. Shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Isamu muttered, no wonder he has achieved so much at such a young age. No wonder Lord Hokage looks at him so favorably and gave him a seat on the council. With such a hardworking nature and ability to stay focused for hours, there is no telling how much stronger he'll become. The three of them exchanged eye glances. This time, along with shock, there was some excitement in their eyes. Yoshi said with excitement in his voice, Lord Third Hokage. He is still as excellent as always. He has kept such a talent hidden from everyone. With the 2 Sanins refusing to take center stage, everyone believes that Kakashi Hatake will be the one to lead Hidden Leaf Village in the future. As the son of White Fang, the student of the 4th Hokage and with excellent strength and leadership qualities, he ticks all the boxes. However, no one knows that Suzuki Fujin might be his equal in strength. Even if he isn't yet, it is only a matter of time with such dedication. After all, he is 10 years younger than Kakashi. With 2 rank-S ninjas from this generation, Hidden Leaf Village will continue being strong. Having realized it, the 3 of them forgot their tiredness and headaches and became very excited. It was thrilling news. Isamu said, it looks like the rumors about the spectral swordsman are true. His combat strength must be phenomenal. Not to mention, his clones could inspect the entire village. So, his chakra reserves must be very high as well. In addition, he is also a Fu in Jutsu Grandmaster. Even though I knew his talent, I was a bit suspicious and thought that Lord Hokage wanted to increase his reputation. It looks like we were wrong. Hideaki nodded. Seeing their expressions, Yoshi immediately said, While this is great news, don't tell it to anyone. Lord Third must have his reasons for not making this information public. We shouldn't spoil his plans. Osamu and Hideaki nodded in agreement. What the three of them didn't know was that Hiruzen had long wanted to increase Fujin's reputation and had taken every opportunity he could to increase Fujin's reputation. Unfortunately for him, most of Fujin's achievements couldn't be made public. As a result, he was far more famous in the enemy villages and organizations than in Hidden Leaf Village. If not for the fact that Onoki placed a bounty on him, Hiruzen put him on the council and tasked him to inspect the entire village, the majority of the Hidden Leaf Village would probably not even know that someone called Fujin existed. If Hiruzen knew that the three of them had realized Fujin's potential, he would have encouraged them to spread the information instead of keeping it a secret among them. Yoshi smiled seeing that the two of them agreed. He thought, even though we shouldn't spread the information, I need to inform Inoichi. The Yamanaka clan should have good relations with him. At the very least, we shouldn't be at odds with him. Suddenly, a few knocks were heard on the door of the lab. Yoshi looked at it and said, "Come in." Two girls entered the room. They were his assistants, Hyuga Ami and Kurama Asuka. They approached Yoshi and said, "You are finally free, sensei." Yoshi asked, "Did something happen?" Ami nodded and said, "Yes, you are supposed to teach the next batch the mystical palm jutsu tomorrow. They want to confirm your availability." Yoshi replied, "I'll be busy tomorrow. Ask the management to arrange someone else tomorrow." Having realized Fujin's potential, he didn't want to focus on anything else for the time being. Asuka showed a difficult expression and explained, "Sensei, all the senior medical ninjas are busy. They can't arrange anyone else so quickly." Yoshi waved his hand dismissively and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll be busy for a few days or weeks. So will be Osamu, Hideaki and the anatomy lab. Ask the management to handle things accordingly. They can arrange another teacher temporarily or push back the training session." The two girls were helpless against Yoshi's stubbornness. Having worked under him for years, the two understood that they wouldn't be able to change his mind and took their leave. Even though the management of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital wouldn't be pleased, they knew that there wasn't anything they could do against someone like Yoshi. If anything, they were afraid that he might retire due to his old age. The management decided to ignore their antics and delayed the new batch by a few days. However, when the situation didn't change for over a couple of weeks, they had to inform Hiruzen about their behavior. Hiruzen was about to leave when he got their report. He read it with a confused expression while thinking, "That's weird. Since when did Yoshi start saying no to teaching youngsters? Isn't he usually very enthusiastic about teaching them? I can't have someone as dedicated as him slack off or retire." From the report, Hiruzen understood that the three of them had been occupying the anatomy lab, denying others access to it. He activated his chakra field to sense whether the three of them were still there. On sensing them, Hiruzen disappeared from his office. In a couple of seconds, he appeared outside the anatomy lab. Without knocking, he opened the door and entered. The sudden intrusion attracted the attention of the three senior medical ninjas. They were surprised to see Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen was even more surprised at seeing their appearances. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell happened? Chapter 592, Avoiding the Plague. The three senior medical ninjas looked in terrible shape. Large bags could be seen under their eyes. It looked like they hadn't slept for years. Tiredness could be seen all over their body. It was as if they had just been to war and healed 1,000 ninjas. Hiruzen couldn't help but be stunned by their state. Before he could ask anything, the three of them stood up through a lot of effort and respectfully asked, "Lord Hokage, why are you here?" Hiruzen replied, "Forget about me, what happened to you guys? Why do you look so tired?" Hearing his questions, the three of them sighed. After realizing Fujin's potential, the three ignored their tiredness and began teaching him wholeheartedly. Their enthusiasm lasted exactly 2 days before they realized that they couldn't keep up with Fujin. Unfortunately, it was too late to back away by then. They were ashamed to tell Fujin to slow down and take it easy. Hence, they resorted to dropping subtle hints about the same. Unfortunately for them, Fujin seemed to be completely oblivious to any hints they dropped. Instead, he pushed them even more. Yoshi grumbled, "Kids these days. They have no respect for the elders." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in confusion. Osamu added, "I feel like he is doing this intentionally as revenge for all the time we pestered him to become a medical ninja." Hideaki looked at him and asked, "I didn't do that. So why is he making me suffer? Besides, no one can be so oblivious. He is definitely doing it intentionally." A few question marks in Hiruzen's head. He didn't understand what they were talking about. However, he felt something very familiar with the situation. He asked, "Could you stop beating around the bush and explain why you three are so tired?" Yoshi sighed again and explained, "We had been pestering Fujin to take medical ninjutsu seriously since the day we approached you. He finally accepted our offer 3 weeks ago. We began teaching him about human anatomy a couple of weeks ago. He requested us to use shadow clones to teach him so that he can learn it more quickly. Since then, we have been teaching him for more than 12 hours daily, with each of us creating 9 shadow clones. We thought that he'd slow down eventually. However, he has been pushing us to teach him even faster. And we have been unable to convince him to take it slow. A shiver passed through Hiruzen's spine as he realized, no wonder I was getting a familiar sensation. The 3 senior medical ninjas looked at Hiruzen with hope in their eyes. They hoped that their mighty and wise Hokage would be able to provide them with a method to get off the back of the tiger they had unknowingly climbed. Unfortunately for them, all they got was a look full of pity as Hiruzen turned around and said, "I see. It's good to see you make such efforts to train our next generation and pass the will of fire to them. Good luck. I'll ensure that the hospital management won't bother you." The 3 of them watched Hiruzen's back with wide eyes. Isamu tried calling out, "Lord Hokage." However, even before a word exited his mouth, Hiruzen had disappeared from the room. He had no interest in poking his nose in Fujin's business. If anything, Hiruzen was glad and thanked the gods that Fujin wasn't present in the lab when he visited. Otherwise, Fujin might have asked him to send a few clones too. He returned to the office and thought, even with shadow clones, learning medical ninjutsu will take several months. Fujin shouldn't have the energy to do anything else during this time. Besides, that boy becomes incredibly focused when he is learning new skills. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he realized, it looks like I'll be safe from any ludicrous requests for a few months. If Yoshi, Isamu and Hideaki were to hear Hiruzen's thoughts, his godlike image in their hearts would crumble. In fact, it was already very shaky after he escaped instead of helping them. Isamu exclaimed, "How could Lord Hokage abandon us in this difficult situation? And, how could he not understand our real thoughts? Has everyone become oblivious all of a sudden?" Hideaki replied, "Oblivious? I swear I could see a hint of pity in his eyes. He didn't leave because he was oblivious. He left because he is aware of that troublesome kid." Yoshi agreed, "Yeah, though it was momentarily, his expression showed that he probably guided Fujin the same way and regretted it." Isamu looked at the 2 of them and asked helplessly, "What do we do then?" Hideaki wasn't sure what to say. Yoshi helplessly answered, "What can we do? If even Lord Hokage couldn't stop him, how can we make him take it easy? Not to mention, Lord Hokage asked us to keep teaching him. We just need to be careful next time." The 3 looked at each other before letting out another long sigh in unison. The number of times they sighed in the last 2 weeks exceeded the times they sighed in a year before Fujin visited them. During these 2 weeks, another interesting development which involved Fujin, had happened in Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto Uzumaki, the sole Jinchuriki in Hidden Leaf Village, had moved into Fujin's compounds. Even though the elders and clan leaders had agreed earlier, they paid close attention to this development as Fujin's reputation had increased a lot since the time they had given their agreement due to the proposal of the guidance hall. They took note of Fujin's increasing political influence but didn't do anything else. However, there was one person who was fuming at this development. It was Denzo, who wanted to get his hands on Naruto for a long time. Hiruzen and the other clan leaders always opposed it, and yet, they hadn't objected to Fujin taking Naruto under his wings. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone he could complain to as Hiruzen refused to entertain him on this topic. As a matter of fact, Hiruzen hadn't even asked for his opinion since he was no longer a part of the council. Denzo could only ignore this matter and build his strength for the time silently while waiting for the time when he could make a move again. Yoshi, Isamu and Hideaki continued teaching Fujin the human anatomy for another week until he had grasped all the basics. All 3 breathed a sigh of relief when they were finally done. Isamu thought, finally. The torture is over. The next step is pathology and toxicology. He'll need to go through the books first. We will finally have a couple of weeks of rest. I'm going to go home and sleep for an entire week. I don't care what my wife and children think. At the same time, Hideaki was crying rivers of joy mentally while thinking, it's finally over. I only teach anatomy. I don't care what else Isamu and Yoshi-sensei promised to teach him. It has nothing to do with me. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, why are you all sighing? Let's move on to the next topic. The 3 looked begrudgingly at Fujin, who continued maintaining an innocent smile. The smile had become a nightmare for the 3 of them. They dreamt about it every night for the past few nights. Yoshi said, Fujin, you are done with basic human physiology and human anatomy. The next part is pathology and toxicology. For these topics, you need to know the theory first. I will give you the books. You can come back and visit me once you are done reading and understanding them. Once Fujin became busy reading the books, the 3 of them could rest. It was the reason why they were relieved. However, a frown appeared on Fujin's face. He said, Sensei, I could learn physiology books by myself as they were only the basics, and you two had already taught me a lot of that stuff while teaching me the mystical palm jutsu. I won't be able to learn pathology and toxicology so easily. And I'll have several doubts as well." The trio were stunned by Fujin's reply. They couldn't help but think, will you only be happy when we die due to overworking? However, after thinking for a bit longer, they understood that Fujin was right. Those topics were far more complicated. Needing help was natural. Yoshi's mind quickly thought of a plan and said, "You are right, Fujin. I was planning to conduct daily classes for you. We'll clear all your doubts and guide you with the difficult topics. However, I overlooked an important point. You have just learned anatomy and physiology. Not to mention, you used shadow clones to learn them very quickly. If you start learning something else so quickly, you'll jumble everything and become confused. Hence, you shouldn't study anything new for at least a week. Revise what you have learned so far for a week. Come visit me when you think you have revised enough any time after a week has passed. I'll hand you the books then." Chapter 593, Guidance Hall. Fujin looked at Yoshi suspiciously. The three senior medical ninjas immediately became tense. They quickly began thinking of all possible reasons they could give to convince Fujin to take the break in case he insisted on continuing the training. Unlike his expression, Fujin was laughing in his mind. He thought, it looks like not everyone is as shameless as Hiruzen. He would have long escaped after telling me not to approach him for a week. Then again, these guys aren't as fast as him. So who can say for sure? To the relief of the three senior medical ninjas, Fujin replied, "Alright, I'll revise what I have learned so far for a week. I'll see you later. Thank you for teaching me about human anatomy." Fujin disappeared from the room. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the floor. Isamu said, "Finally. I can take a break. I haven't even been able to sleep for 3 weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I see his smile and hear his voice pushing me to teach him more." Yoshi and Hideaki agreed. They went through the same. Hideaki caught his breath and stood up. He looked at Yoshi and said respectfully, "I only promised you that I'd guide Fujin in anatomy. I have completed my promise. Please don't find me again in the future and ask other experienced ninjas to teach that demon. I won't be telling them anything related to him." As soon as he was done speaking, he turned around and ran out of the room. Yoshi cursed under his breath, this brat. Despite having guided Hideaki when he was young, Yoshi knew he couldn't share his misery with him anymore. Instead, he said, "He is right. I'll ask other experienced medical ninjas to help us. That way, our workload will be reduced." Isamu replied, "Yeah, you should. Why should others be spared from this hell? However, I'm not sure if it'll reduce our workload." Yoshi immediately turned his head towards Isamu and asked, "What do you mean?" Isamu answered, "I'm afraid that he'll just create more shadow clones." Pain could be heard in Isamu's pitiful voice. It could also be seen on Yoshi's face, who was lost for words. Time continued flowing. As he had said, Fujin gave Yoshi a week's break. Unfortunately, the three of them still experienced nightmares every night and woke up with sweat flowing down their foreheads. During this time, Takeshi managed to master the jutsus Fujin had taught him. He decided to take the next step and create a new Scorch-style jutsu. Fujin used the opportunity to enter his body again with the spirit transformation jutsu and performed Scorch jutsus, which Takeshi already knew. It allowed him to become much more familiar with Scorch style, and understand better how wind and fire chakra are fused inside the body. He took a step closer to learning Scorch style, but still couldn't do it. However, he wasn't very worried, as he could feel that it was only a matter of time before he took the last step. Fujin also used the break to take a mission and make a quick visit to the Phantom Haven Society to ensure that everything was moving smoothly. The Phantom Haven Society had recruited 2 more batches of young children but were only able to recruit 3 experienced ninjas. None of them caught Fujin's eye. He applied the Phantom seal on them and gave a speech about the Phantom Will before focusing on the information network. Thanks to the funds he had provided, the Phantom Haven Society had built a preliminary information network. It was only active in the Land of Rivers, but they were in the process of expanding it further. Fujin instructed them to not expand into the Land of Rain and instead provided them intel on how they should expand into the Land of Fire and the Land of Winds. Fujin had been very active in those areas, so his information would result in them making quick progress. After returning from the mission, Fujin continued studying medical ninjutsu. Yoshi had dragged in another 5 senior medical ninjas whom he had taught in the past. Unaware of the situation, they happily agreed to help Fujin as they wanted to take the opportunity to build a connection with a council member and a promising ninja. Needless to say, each one of them regretted and cursed Yoshi, Isamu and Hideaki in their minds. However, they didn't slack off and Fujin progressed at a fast speed. As Isamu speculated, Fujin used more clones. So, No one was spared, but Fujin quickly learned about pathology and toxicology. He particularly paid a lot of attention to toxicology as he was quite interested in poisons. After spending a few weeks exploiting the senior medical ninjas, Fujin had gathered enough knowledge for them to allow him to diagnose the patients who visited the hospital. On that day, every medical ninja who taught Fujin had a long party and drank all night. Around the same time, the guidance hall was finally constructed. Every civilian ninja was excited to hear that news. Understanding its significance in terms of both strengthening the ninjas and the economic benefits it'll bring, Hiruzen decided to make it a big event and decided to inaugurate the guidance hall personally. As the one who had made the proposal, Fujin was invited as well. Early in the morning, Fujin flickered and reached the location. He noticed Hiruzen observing the hall and flickered next to him. Without looking at him, Hiruzen said, "You are finally here, Fujin." Fujin nodded while looking at the guidance hall and said, "Not bad at all. I didn't think you'd get something so grand constructed so quickly. Did you call me here just to see the hall?" Hiruzen chuckled and said, "It was your proposal after all. Come, let's check it out. See if everything is to your liking." He began walking. Fujin chuckled as well and followed him. Stepping through the towering gates of the guidance hall, Hiruzen and Fujin were greeted by a sprawling courtyard paved with polished stone. Lush greenery lined the pathways, punctuated by carefully tended gardens bursting with vibrant blooms. Away from the hustle and bustle of the village, it resembled a serene oasis not unlike the vast forests that surrounded Hidden Leaf Village. As they walked, both Fujin and Hiruzen felt a sense of calmness and peace. It was a state of mind that was perfect for training. It was so perfect that Hiruzen momentarily became worried that Fujin might kickstart the guidance hall by asking for his guidance right then and there. To his relief, Fujin didn't ask for anything. At the heart of the courtyard stood the main building of the guidance hall, a majestic structure crafted from the finest timber and stone. Its sweeping rooflines soared skyward, adorned with ornate eaves and intricate wooden carvings that spoke of craftsmanship generations in the making. Fujin sighed at the sight and muttered, "You should have informed me about such fine craftsmen back when I was building my house." Hiruzen smiled on hearing Fujin's words, thinking that Fujin was praising the art. However, on hearing what he said next, Hiruzen almost dripped. Fujin continued, "The way they have constructed the hall maximizes the space where we can inscribe seals. If my house was constructed in this manner, I could easily place twice the number of seals on it." Hiruzen looked at Fujin with disbelief and wondered, how many seals does he want to inscribe on that damned house? "I don't think there is anyone in this world who can count the seals on his house. And that probably includes this boy as well." Fujin ignored his reaction and they entered the guidance hall. The design on the inside was just as captivating as the designs on the outside. Fujin and Hiruzen inspected the arrangements made inside the hall for doing its main job. The main hall was extremely spacious and could easily accommodate a few hundred ninjas. At the end of the hall was a wide office with windows. Employees would sit there and accept requests from the youngsters who wanted someone to guide them for any jutsus. The office behind the windows would have people who would assign the youngsters to appropriate guides. There were several spacious rooms on the two sides of the hall as well. One of them was to keep a record of the veteran ninjas who were willing to guide youngsters and the jutsus they were willing to teach. The remaining rooms served other purposes. One of those rooms was for the Anbu that Hiruzen was planning to station there. He had planned to station 2 Anbu squads permanently at the guidance hall. In addition, several more Anbu squads were arranged to inspect the ninjas who wanted to guide the youngsters. Fujin and Hiruzen inspected everything and didn't have any complaints. Hiruzen teasingly asked, "Do you want to register as a guide? I'm sure everyone would want to learn wind style jutsus from you." Fujin imitated Hiruzen's sigh of exhaustion and said, "I have my hands full guiding nearly 150 kids. Besides, I'm only 16 years old. People are doubtful of my capabilities. However, if you register, I'm sure everyone will come to learn from the professor." With a smirk on his face, Fujin added, "I'll be sure to be the first one to ask for your guidance, Grandpa." This time, Hiruzen sighed and said, "As a Hokage, I'm very busy to sign up as a guide here. The guidance hall needed a lot of my attention. It has just finished and now I'll be busy with the Chunin exams." Hiruzen became serious and looked at Fujin. He said, "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the Chunin exams." Chapter 594, The Greatest Idiot. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the Chunin exams." Fujin was surprised to hear Hiruzen talk about it. After the previous council meeting, they hadn't discussed Hidden Sand Village again. He wondered, did he get more information on Hidden Sand Village's movements to be so alert all of a sudden? Or did Jiraiya notice Orochimaru's movements? Fujin paid close attention as Hiruzen continued, "You know the 3 stages of the Chunin exams, right?" Fujin nodded. It wasn't something he would forget easily. Hiruzen continued, I want you to be the proctor for the second phase. Fujin was surprised. He never expected Hiruzen to put forth such a request. Hiruzen could see the surprise on Fujin's face as well. What he didn't know was that it was a happy surprise for Fujin. Of course, Fujin had no intention of showing his real emotions and asked in a confused tone, "Why? Didn't Anko take over clan leader Tsume's job? Did something happen?" Hiruzen replied, "Nothing has happened yet. It's just that I have a feeling that something strange will happen during the Chunin exams. As for what that is, I have no idea. My Anbu couldn't find any clues that could answer my unease. Nothing should happen during the first phase as all the sensei will be close by. Similarly, I'll be looking over the third phase personally. Only the second phase is where we won't be able to keep an eye on everything properly. If anyone has ill intentions, they will make a move during that phase. Considering that the children of most clan leaders might take part in the upcoming Chunin exams, I don't want to leave it to chance. With you overlooking the second phase, it'll deter anyone who has any nefarious plans. Especially if it is Hidden Sand Village." Hiruzen knew that Hidden Sand Village would have connected the dots by now. Even though Raza was a bit slow, Fujin's reputation outside Hidden Lee Village was too high for anyone to overlook him. If Fujin was the proctor, then Hiruzen believed that Hidden Sand Village wouldn't try anything unless someone like Raza or Chio could somehow sneak into the Forest of Death without being detected. Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's reason and thought, to feel unease about a future calamity. That's very impressive. I wonder if that is something that develops with experience. That said, he couldn't guess that his source of unease was his former student and not Hidden Sand Village. Regardless, this is very good for me. I'll be able to recruit Karen with ease. I'll also be able to monitor if there are any changes to the original story due to my involvement. At least, Team 7's fight against Orochimaru should be different, though I don't think it'll affect the end result. I might also get a hint about what plans Orochimaru has made for me. Well? Hiruzen broke Fujin's chain of thoughts. Fujin nodded and answered, "All right. I'll be the proctor. It shouldn't be an issue." Hiruzen said, "Good. I'll have Anko help you out. You can make some changes to the exam format if you want, but don't make it very complicated. Alternatively, you can just let Anko run the show in the background while you show your face and appear to be in charge." Fujin replied, "Sure." Why would Fujin complain when Hiruzen did everything he could to lessen his workload? He just nodded happily. With the talk done, Hiruzen began interacting with others in the guidance hall. A few hours later, it was time for the guidance hall to be inaugurated. Since Hiruzen had decided to make it a big event, he invited a lot of people. Several hundred veteran ninjas appeared in the courtyard. Thousands of young ninjas appeared as well despite not getting any official invite. They stayed away from the courtyard, watching the inauguration from a distance. As a result, the guidance hall was completely surrounded by them and their excited chatter filled the air. A few minutes before the inauguration, the elders and the clan leaders arrived. No one wanted to miss such an event. Despite so many famous personalities in the guidance hall, the one who was discussed the most was Fujin, as he was the one who got the proposal passed. Katsuhiro also became a topic for discussion. Some people tried to look for him but couldn't find him. Due to the rumors Fujin's clones mercilessly spread, his blood pressure issues worsened and he even developed more heart conditions. He decided to stay away from the inauguration, worried that his blood pressure might get out of control once again. Needless to say, the one who was the most pleased wasn't Fujin, but rather Hiruzen. He thought, "I am glad I decided to make it a huge event instead of keeping the celebrations subdued. Fujin is finally becoming more reputed in the village. All we need now is a small battle where he can establish his martial might and become someone who others can look up to just like Kakashi. Once that is done, I can start planning my retirement." Though keeping the celebrations subdued might have kept the information from enemy villages for a bit longer, it wouldn't have made much difference in the long run. After all, the guidance hall isn't something we can keep hidden. Everyone would know about it in a month. By comparison, this gain is much better. The inauguration ceremony was a hit. It would become the talk of the village for several days. As soon as the ceremony was over, several veteran ninjas began registering themselves as the guide. Fujin wasn't interested in any further process. He snuck away when no one was paying attention and returned home. Only Hiruzen noticed Fujin leaving from the corner of his eye and thought, "Looks like he isn't a fan of such gatherings." Fujin appeared in front of his house and stretched his neck while walking inside and thinking, "Man, that was boring. I can't recall the last time I participated in any gathering. Come to think of it, I don't think I have participated in any in this life. The ones I did while in Anbu usually involved killing someone." Fujin. Sensei. Before he could enter his home, Naruto and Fujin's 5 students came running towards him. He turned his head to look at them. Naruto was at the forefront. He stopped in front of Fujin and asked, "Fujin, did you hear about the new guidance hall?" It's so cool. Anyone can go there and learn jutsus. Fujin nodded and asked, yeah, what of it? Naruto immediately said, I will visit there and learn a lot of cool jutsus. That'll show Sasuke who is the better ninja. And Sakura will finally see that I'm much better than Sasuke. Sayaka said, Sensei, we were planning to this. She stopped speaking after looking at Fujin's expression. However, the one who was the most bothered by Fujin's expression was Naruto. Fujin was looking at him like he was the greatest idiot in the entire world. He awkwardly asked, why are you looking at me like this? Instead of answering, Fujin asked him in return, why do you think I am? Naruto became annoyed and said, hey. I'm a ninja now. I even fought against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Don't keep treating me like an idiot. Fujin taunted, are you sure you are a ninja? Show me one ninja who has a sensei who can use 1,000 jutsus and still plans to spend money to learn from ninjas who are much less talented than him? Naruto was dumbfounded by Fujin's reply. His eyes grew wide and he held his head in shame and shouted, I didn't think of that. Fujin's students looked at him with pity. Fujin hadn't held back any words. Before Naruto could recover, Fujin grabbed him by the back of his neck and lifted him like a cat. Eh? What are you doing? What's this wind? Fujin's students watched as Naruto was engulfed in some kind of wind. All 6 of them heard, go find Kakashi and pester him to teach you jutsus instead of doing something so foolish. With a flick of his wrist, Fujin sent Naruto flying in the air. Fujin's students saw Naruto flying through the sky while hearing his shocked screams. Several people in Hidden Leaf Village looked above as they heard a scream. They were shocked to see Naruto flying over their heads. While the village was busy with talks of the guidance hall, a silver-haired ninja was standing silently in front of the memorial stone. Suddenly, he heard a scream and turned around. Confusion appeared on his face as he muttered, what the hell? Seconds later, Naruto fell in front of him. The winds surrounding him cushioned his fall and immediately dissipated. Even so, the poor boy was scared due to the unexpected drip. To his surprise, he saw Kakashi in front of him and asked, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi asked, Naruto, how did you come flying here? Naruto didn't register his question and instead recalled Fujin's words. He quickly ran towards Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, please teach me more cool jutsus. Kakashi watched with a deadpan expression as Naruto ignored his question and began pestering him non-stop. Back at Fujin's house, his students asked with a stunned expression, what was that? Fujin casually replied, a new jutsu that I came up with. It's quite handy for throwing others away. Now, which one of you wanted to learn at the guidance hall with empty pockets? I'll help you get there in no time. Immediately, all his 5 students shook their heads. While it seemed fun, none of them wanted to be sent flying like Naruto. Fujin replied, good. Get back to your training. Chapter 595, Anko's annoyance. For the next week, almost all ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village were discussing the guidance hall. Several veteran ninjas who were enthusiastic to teach the younger generation signed up. At the same time, nearly every young ninja from the civilian background expressed interest in getting their guidance. It wasn't just Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who were trying to get into the guidance hall. Spies placed by the other villages wanted to know everything about the guidance hall as well. One of those spies had successfully managed to secure guidance under a jounin. Even though nothing could be seen on his face, Kabuto was extremely serious internally. He wondered, Hidden Leaf Village made such a huge move just before Orochimaru-sama would make his move. It's almost like they are preparing for a war. Could it be that our plans have been leaked? But how? Kabuto analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, if they knew about our plans, then they wouldn't have made such a show and would have instead prepared in the dark. There was no reason to make the youngsters pay to get guidance. Instead, they should have just guided talented ninjas secretly and we wouldn't have known. Still, this is a very good method. Now, several hundred ninjas will master 1 or 2 additional jutsus by the time our invasion starts. Their strength will be slightly higher than what we calculated initially. This makes matters more complicated considering how outnumbered we will be. Sigh, all will depend on whether Orochimaru-sama is able to kill the 3rd Hokage quickly enough. Once the high-level battle is won, the numerical disadvantage will be meaningless. He adjusted his spectacles while looking around and thinking, Suzuki Fujin. There is very little information available about him. Even though everyone in the village is discussing him, the normal ninjas don't know anything about him. Everything about him is just a rumor. Even I thought that it was just Hidden Leaf Village's tactic of raising his reputation. To think that he is someone who killed Juzo and escaped from Kisame. If Orochimaru-sama hadn't informed me, I'd have been completely oblivious to his real strength as well. We will have to treat him as someone at the same level as Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. Considering that he specializes in eliminating weaker ninjas at a rapid speed, he can't be left unchecked during the war. Under normal circumstances, it'd have been best if we eliminated him before the war began. However, Kabuto gulped his saliva as sweat rolled down from his forehead. Seeing his expression, the Jounin asked, "Kid, are you understanding? If you have any doubts, ask me." Kabuto immediately asked a random doubt related to the jutsu the Jounin was teaching them. The Jounin didn't find anything odd and cleared his doubt. As for the reason for Kabuto's reaction, it was rather simple. After understanding Fujin's threat, Kabuto immediately gathered all information related to Fujin. He was already aware that Fujin lived on the outskirts of the village. It created some ideas in his mind, making him wonder whether he or Orochimaru could sneak attack Fujin in his house and eliminate him before Hiruzen could react. As a result, he went to check Fujin's house and casually passed by his compound pretending that he was going somewhere. What he witnessed made him decide on the spot to never go anywhere close to Fujin's house. It still gave him the creeps whenever he recalled that sight. As the Jounin went back to explaining, Kabuto thought, which lunatic inscribed tens of thousands of seals on that little compound? I initially thought that it was a trap. However, no one is blind enough to walk into that trap. Whoever inscribed those seals is definitely a lunatic. Even if I and Orochimaru attacked his house, he'll easily be able to stall us until the reinforcements arrive. As for the one whom Kabuto was cursing, he was currently in Hiruzen's office along with 3 other ninjas. Hiruzen looked at Fujin, Ibiki, Anko and Hayate and said, "The next Chunin exams will start soon. Ibiki, you'll be the proctor of the first round. Fujin, you'll be the proctor of the second round. Anko will assist you. Hayate, you'll be the proctor of the last round. Any questions?" All the ninjas shook their heads. Hiruzen had already informed Anko about his decision to make Fujin the proctor for this particular exam. On hearing his reasoning, she didn't have any complaints. She was also interested in seeing the one who everyone was talking about lately. Hiruzen said, "Good. You can discuss among yourselves how to conduct the exams. If you want to make any changes to the schedule, let me know within the next 3 days." Everyone nodded and left. As they exited Hiruzen's office, Ibiki looked at Fujin meaningfully and said, "I didn't expect that you'd be assigned as a proctor, Fujin. Is your training completed?" Fujin chuckled and said, "It's good to see you again as well, Ibiki. I guess a little vacation won't hurt. Right, Anko?" A tick mark appeared on her forehead as Fujin's remark implied that he didn't intend to do much work and would treat the 5 days as a vacation. She muttered, "For someone who recently made such a huge change, I expected you to come up with something innovative for the Chunin exams as well." Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, "That's too much work for too little returns. You can't compare it with the guidance hall. Besides, if I made any changes, I doubt anyone would reach the 3rd round. Poor Hayate might lose his job." Hayate coughed as he looked at Fujin and thought, "So he was Yuzhou Zanbu captain. She still speaks very highly of him." He replied, "It's fine. I'll settle for a sword fight with you if that happens." Fujin looked at Hayate with a deadpan expression and replied, "I was kidding. Do you think Lord Hokage would allow no one to qualify for the last round? The last round is pretty much why the Chunin exams are conducted." Hayate coughed awkwardly and replied, "I was kidding as well." Fujin replied with a teasing tone, "Sure didn't sound like it. Anyway, are you planning any radical changes to your round, Ibiki?" Ibiki replied, "Nothing that'll affect the schedule. You can plan accordingly." Fujin said, "Alright, I'll see you later then." Fujin looked at Anko and said with a chuckle, "I'll be in your care then, Anko." More tick marks appeared on Anko's forehead as she said, "Follow me. I'll show you everything about the second round." The 2 of them flickered towards the forest of death. En route, Anko asked, "Are you really not planning to make any changes?" Fujin replied, "Yup. If you want to make any, feel free to do so. The exam will be just like how it was conducted the previous year. The only difference will be that I'll be addressing the Gainins." Anko muttered, "What a bummer. I was hoping to see something interesting." Fujin replied with a deadpan expression, "Don't get your hopes up high for no reason. Besides, how much fun can you even have from the Gainins? Send a couple of your snakes and enjoy their reactions to pass the time." Anko immediately replied, "I did that last time. It became boring after a few hours." Fujin chuckled and replied, "I should have guessed." They reached the central tower in the Forest of Death. Anko said, "As you know, this will be our base for the exam. I'll first introduce you to all the instructors here and show you all the arrangements." Fujin nodded and followed. Anko first called everyone in the tower together and introduced them to Fujin. Fujin already knew most of them as it hadn't been too long since he took the exam. There were only a few new faces. Of course, even if he remembered their faces, he didn't remember any of their names nor knew their abilities. After meeting everyone, Anko brought Fujin to the monitoring room. There were several displays in that room. Anko said, "There are several security cameras placed in the forest. We can use them to monitor the situation. Of course, this is still very limited. The beasts in the forest regularly break them and any ninja can easily avoid or destroy them without arousing any suspicions. The only cameras you can count on are the ones in the building. Fujin replied. I didn't expect that there would be cameras in the forest. But yeah, even Gainins would avoid them. It is sort of pointless. Only someone who is very cocky will arouse suspicion. Anko chuckled and said, you don't know how many ninjas become cocky. Fujin shrugged and replied, it's hard to say when they die too soon. Fujin's reply immediately made Anko recall the rumors about Fujin. She turned around and looked at him, only to find Fujin staring at her. Seeing where his gaze was, a tick mark appeared on her forehead once again. Chapter 596, Anbu Captain. Seeing Fujin's gaze, Anko became annoyed once again. She snorted and said, first, you refused to make any innovative changes to the Chunin exams. And now, you are acting like a pervert. Aren't you too young for this? After hearing all the rumors about Fujin, Anko was very curious about him. She had asked several people in her friend circle about him as his name kept coming up in conversations. However, no one knew much about him. Only Ibiki seemed to know a few things but he didn't say much. Unfortunately, she had only been disappointed due to her sky-high expectations. Fujin raised his right eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Sanko's eyes while saying, pervert. I'm not the one wearing a metal mesh and showing off. Besides, I was looking at the back of your neck. Or more specifically, that little tattoo. Anko was annoyed by his first sentence but was soon surprised. She wondered, he is looking at my curse seal? But why? Wait, didn't the rumors also say that he is a grandmaster? Fujin rested his right elbow on his left palm and massaged his chin with his right hand, making him appear to be in deep thought. His gaze returned to her neck as he continued, I initially thought it was just some sort of tattoo. However, on looking closely, it looks like an incredibly high-level seal. And from the dark aura it gives, it definitely doesn't look like something that is beneficial for you. I wonder what it is. His gaze turned back to her eyes as he said, as for your last question, I'm 16, not 6. Grow up. Had it been his first life, Fujin would have definitely mentioned that her age was 50% higher than his, implying that she was too old. Thankfully, the experience of 2 lifetimes had made him smart enough to not make meaningless statements like that and needlessly invoke a lady's wrath. Unlike Fujin, Anko's emotions were a mess. Even after a few seconds, she couldn't make up her mind as to what to think. She cursed, this brat. Why is he so difficult to talk to? First, he implies that I'm a pervert. Then, he expresses concern about the curse seal. And finally, he says that he is 16 and not 6, implying that he is of the age to do something like that. Seriously, what the hell is up with this kid? The normally outspoken and brash Anko was lost for words. Fortunately for her, there wasn't anyone else in the room apart from Fujin to witness her in that state. Meanwhile, Fujin wondered, why does it look like she is going to experience a seizure? I asked her a rather simple question. Fujin asked again, well, what is that seal? Can I take a look at it? Fujin's question snapped Anko out of her complex thoughts. She shook her head and covered the seal while saying, no. It is a memory of the past. Lord Hokage and Jiraiya-sama have sealed the seal. So, it isn't a worry. To her surprise, Fujin looked to be in deep thought once again. After a few seconds, he muttered, a seal that even Grandpa and the Toad Sage couldn't remove and had to resort to sealing. Now I'm even more curious about its origin. He looked back at Anko and said, I have been studying quite a few weird seals lately. If you want to remove the seal, perhaps I can have a look at it. Who knows if you might get lucky. Despite Fujin's kind offer, Anko shook her head and answered, sorry. Some other time. Fujin sighed and replied, well, your choice. Let me know if you change your mind sometime in the future. Anyway, what else is left to learn about the second round? He thought, looks like she is uncomfortable talking about the curse seal. Understandable. Still, it's a shame that I can't study Orochimaru's curse seal. Oh well, there will be more opportunities in the future even if she doesn't agree. Anko was thankful that Fujin changed the subject. She quickly began informing him about the usual protocols. After explaining everything, she added, even though the forest of death can cause some deaths, we have to ensure that the deaths aren't too high. If too many die, then other villages will refuse to send their talented Gainins to Chunin exams. In addition, they might target our Gainins when they visit their villages for Chunin exams. While we don't need to do anything initially, if too many die, then we will need to act in the dark to prevent more deaths. Fujin was surprised and muttered, eh? That's surprising. But on second thought, it makes sense. Even more so this year when there are so many children of the clan leaders. Anko smirked and said, yes. They'll all be in your care, Proctor. Fujin just sighed like Hiruzen and said, I guess so. I'll be counting on you to ensure that everything is fine. I'll see you later, Anko. Fujin turned around and disappeared from the tower, leaving a shocked Anko. She muttered in disbelief, did he push that work onto me as well? Fortunately or unfortunately, there was no one to listen to her. Unlike his fake sigh, Fujin wasn't worried. After all, he knew the future. As he flickered towards his house, he thought, if I want to, I can just sit back and enjoy the show. Orochimaru won't attack the tower and no one of importance will die. That said, that would be a waste of a good opportunity. And opportunities like these are hard to come by. Fujin landed in front of his house. To his surprise, he saw two ninjas who wore Anbu masks sitting in front of his door. Both immediately looked towards Fujin. Fujin chuckled and said, well, now that's a pleasant surprise. Were you finally promoted? The two immediately got up and removed their masks. With a smile on his face, the first guy nodded and said, yup. Though I guess I need to be thankful to you for pulling the strings from behind. Fujin replied, I wouldn't have pulled the strings if you weren't ready. So congrats. You should be proud of becoming an Anbu captain at just 16. Not many have achieved that and almost all who did became elite jounins later. The second guy also smiled and said, it's good to see you again after a long time, Fujin. Fujin nodded and said, nice to see you after as well, Tatsuya. Come on in. It's been a while since either of you visited. The two nodded and entered. Both were rather old acquaintances of Fujin. The one who became an Anbu captain was Handa Bunjiro, an orphan whom Fujin had guided when he was still in the academy and later joined Fujin's Anbu squad. The other person was Yuzuki Tatsuya, someone who grew up in the same orphanage as Fujin. He had joined the Anbu as well, though he was still some distance away from becoming an Anbu captain. Fujin had been very impressed with Bunjiro's talent and work ethic. He was surprised to see him enter the Anbu just 2 years after he graduated. And now, he managed to become an Anbu captain in less than 3 years after becoming an Anbu. Even though Fujin had interfered and asked Eagle to give Bunjiro the promotion mission earlier than he would have normally, Bunjiro's progress was still very fast. After all, the fact that Bunjiro had completed the promotion mission successfully proved his ability. As they sat on the sofa, Bunjiro said, I might have become an Anbu captain, but I still can't compare with you, Captain. You became a council member and are now taking care of so many orphans. If we had an environment like this growing up, we would have aced the academy. Tatsuya chuckled and asked, are you forgetting that we still aced the graduation exams? Otherwise, we wouldn't have been assigned to sensei. Bunjiro replied, I almost forgot. But you know what I mean. You have seen how good these kids are. As expected of you, Captain. Tatsuya nodded. The orphans in Fujin's compound were abnormally good. Fujin just looked at them and wondered how Denzo would react if he learned that all the credit for his hard work of finding talented children, making them orphans, kidnapping them and training them to build strong basics was being given to me. Though Fujin didn't think Denzo would show much of a reaction, he could imagine how offended Denzo would be internally. He replied, I didn't do much. The kids are just too talented. Anyway, I'm sure you two are curious why I asked you two to come here after Bunjiro gets promoted, right? The two immediately nodded. Fujin hadn't given them any explanation so far. They just followed his instructions as they owed and respected him a lot. Chapter 597, Playing Hot Potato. Fujin said, well, I have a request for you two. It's a rather simple one, but at the same time, it could be huge depending on how you see it. Tatsuya and Bunjiro were intrigued. They listened carefully to his words. A few months ago, when Fujin realized that he would have to increase his prestige in Hidden Leaf Village to avoid any political troubles if something happened to Hiruzen, Fujin had two options. The one he chose to act on was the proposal of the guidance hall. It had been as successful as Fujin had hoped. The other option Fujin had was to create a faction equivalent to the clans in Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen had already laid a foundation for Fujin by giving him talented orphans who were trained by the root and were being trained to join the Anbu. However, Fujin lacked the mid and high-level combat that the clans had. Most major clans had around a dozen jounins, a few dozen chunins, over 100 gainins and 1 to 3 elite jounins. Fujin could match the highest level of combat, but he had no one at jounin level. The Hidden Mist Village orphans could all be considered as gainins thanks to the training by root and Anbu. Only a handful like some of Fujin's students could barely be considered as chunins. However, they had zero battle experience. When Fujin had thought about recruiting high-level ninjas, the first name that came to his mind wasn't Renjiro or Hoka, two elite jounin-level ninjas whom Fujin was very close to. Instead, it was Bunjiro. The reason for this was rather simple. Both Renjiro and Hoka had their respective clans. They couldn't look after the orphans in Fujin's compounds. Hoka deciding to remove the seal had given Fujin an opportunity to recruit him, But that was a recent development and there was still some time for that to happen. Even others whom Fujin could ask for a favor like Toru, Hana, Ken, Tsuyoshi and Fumito were all from the clans. The only one who wasn't was Yujou. However, she wasn't someone whom he could call either for this purpose. As a result, Banjiro and, by extension, Tatsuya were his only options. Though both were quite good for their age and did well beyond what Fujin imagined they would achieve when he had helped them on a whim, it was not enough to create anything comparable to a clan's high-level force. That was why Fujin focused more on the guidance hall while silently making arrangements with the Anbu commander to ensure that Banjiro wouldn't have to wait for several years before being allowed to take the promotion mission. Fujin continued, I have been looking to have someone help me with the orphans. It was why I pushed Eagle to allow you to take the promotion mission and made him station you here. Banjiro became confused. He asked, what do you mean? Won't we help you here from now onwards as we will be stationed here? Fujin shook his head and answered, that's not the same. Even though Lord Hokage has arranged for several Anbu squads to stay here, they aren't orphans and have their own families. So, they don't understand it exactly. What I want from you two is to move into the compounds permanently. Or well, at least until you two decide to start your respective families. This way, I won't have to be worried about something happening here when I'm out of the village. Banjiro and Tatsuya's eyes widened. They realized that Fujin wanted them to move from the rooms they were assigned by the academy to the rooms in his compound. That was different as compared to the other Anbu who stayed there temporarily and worked in shifts. Even so, both nodded immediately with a smile and excitement on their faces. Banjiro said, I'll be honored to stay here. Tatsuya added, same here. It'll be rather fun to guide the young ones here. Fujin smiled as well and said, good. There are several living quarters in the compounds. Feel free to choose the ones you like the most. Both nodded. They talked for some time to catch up on recent events in their lives before leaving to choose the rooms to move into. While Fujin was recruiting the first official ninjas to his compounds, a couple of ninjas were busy in a training ground. A young blonde ninja weaved hand signs and grabbed a couple of shurikens while shouting, wind style, gale palm jutsu. He threw the shurikens on the target in front of him. Wind appeared behind the shurikens making them fly towards the target at several times their speed. However, he still muttered, man. That's still not as fast as Kakashi-sensei. It looks like it may take a while. Naruto stopped practicing and began running towards Kakashi who was observing his training from some distance away. As he ran, he shouted, Kakashi-sensei, I have mastered the Gale Palm Jutsu. Please teach me another one. Kakashi's right eye twitched as he sighed and wondered in sadness, why did I agree to teach him and spend all my time with him? I haven't been able to read my favorite Gakka Paradise as much as I want for the last week. That day, when Fujin threw Naruto at Kakashi, Naruto bothered Kakashi endlessly until Kakashi relented and agreed. He decided to teach Naruto the Gale Palm Jutsu as it went well with Naruto's current skill set. Unfortunately for him, Naruto, whose nature had subtly changed due to Fujin's influence, had become persistent in asking Kakashi's guidance. Kakashi-sensei? Which jutsu should I learn next? Naruto asked again as he reached Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and said, Naruto, you still haven't mastered the Gale Palm Jutsu. Your mastery is nowhere near my level. It is more important for you to master the jutsus you know than to know more jutsus. Naruto looked at Kakashi suspiciously and argued, but sensei, you know 1,000 jutsus. Knowing that Naruto would continue bothering him, Kakashi explained, I know 1,000 jutsus because I could copy them with my Sharingan. If you try to copy me and learn too many jutsus, then you'll never become a strong ninja and you'll never be able to become the Hokage. For now, you have learned enough jutsus. Focus on improving your body flicker, great breakthrough and Gale Palm jutsus. Only after you completely master these jutsus should you start learning new jutsus. Naruto was still suspicious, but he didn't have any good points to argue against Kakashi's logic. He said in a dejected tone, alright, sensei. I will work on these jutsus. What Kakashi didn't say and only thought was, even though he doesn't have a Sharingan, he has a ridiculous amount of chakra. If I tell him the shadow clone trick, he'll be able to master the jutsus very quickly. Unfortunately, Naruto has no self-control. If I tell him about it, he'll use it until he develops some mental issues. There is also the threat of 9 tails sealed within him. Not to mention, if I tell him that trick, he'll bother me relentlessly for years until I teach him 1,000 jutsus. Kakashi didn't dare to tell Naruto about that trick. The current Naruto wasn't mature enough to use it responsibly. However, there was one thing that he planned on telling Naruto. He continued, also. As Kakashi spoke, he recalled the events of the day when Naruto came flying at him. After an endless pestering, Kakashi began teaching him. While Naruto was practicing, Kakashi asked curiously, by the way, how did you come flying here, Naruto? Naruto became embarrassed and flustered on hearing that question. He answered while looking away, Fujin threw me. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and asked, threw you? Why? Naruto replied with even more embarrassment, I was planning to visit the guidance hall and told him. He scolded me for thinking about that when I have a sensei who knows 1,000 jutsus much better than anyone teaching there and threw me over here. Since Fujin hadn't asked Naruto to keep it a secret this time, he didn't. A deadpan expression appeared on Kakashi's face as he thought, I knew it. That bastard hates to see me be happy. Back to the present, Kakashi continued, also, wind style isn't my expertise. Even though I can use those jutsus, I am not very good at them. That's why I said that you should be able to perform them at least as well as I can. Naruto was surprised. He asked in a stunned expression, you call that being not very good? He thought, that's unbelievable. Kakashi-sensei's winjutsus are several times stronger than mine. Kakashi nodded and said, you are still new at learning them. In a year or two, you'll realize it. So, I can't guide you much. A smile appeared on Kakashi's face as he quickly added, fortunately, our village has someone who is probably the best at wind style in the world. Chapter 598, The Best Wind Ninja. Fortunately, our village has someone who is probably the best at wind style in the world. Naruto immediately became excited and exclaimed, really? Who is it? Kakashi continued smiling and said, it's none other than Fujin. What? Big brother Fujin is the best at wind style in the entire world. To say Naruto was shocked was an understatement. Until a few months ago, he didn't even know that Fujin had a cool nickname. And now suddenly, Kakashi dropped this bomb. Kakashi just nodded and coolly said, yes, he is. At the same time, Kakashi thought, though that is more due to the fact that there are no strong wind users in the world as Hidden Sand Village themselves are heavily lacking in this aspect. If Fujin is ignored, then the next best ones will be Elder Denzo and Lord Hokage. By comparison, the Raikage specializes in lightning style, and is very strong. For earth style, it is difficult for anyone to compete with the Tsuchikage. For fire style, Lord Hokage could probably set fire to the entire Land of Fire while the Land of Water has several formidable ninjas who specialize in water style. Of course, there is no reason to tell Naruto this. Naruto thought, I didn't know Big Brother Fujin was so good. No wonder he decided to teach me winjutsus. Now that I think about it, he can do some crazy things with wind. I still remember how he could restrain me with just a snap of his fingers. Seeing Naruto in thought, Kakashi coaxed, for now, focus on mastering those 3 jutsus. Once you master them, you can ask Fujin to teach you more winjutsus. Wait. Kakashi pretended to be in deep thought. Naruto paid attention carefully. Suddenly, Kakashi said, you know, now that I have thought about it more, I think it'll be better for you to go to him as soon as you can and ask for his guidance. He might know some jutsus that are more suitable for you. It'll save some time. Excitement appeared in Naruto's eyes. He immediately said, alright. I'll go ask him, believe it. Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, Naruto began running. Kakashi looked at his back and muttered, now that's more like it. I should have done this on the very first day. It would be fun to see Fujin's reaction when Naruto approaches him. Unfortunately, his house gives me creeps. I won't be able to spy in secret. With Naruto gone, Kakashi opened his book and walked away while reading it. A few minutes later, Kakashi had become quite engrossed in that book when he suddenly felt something. He looked behind him. His right eye widened as he saw Naruto flying towards him once again while shouting, Kakashi-sensei. Wait. Seconds later, Naruto crashed in front of Kakashi. He quickly got up as Kakashi asked, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to ask for his guidance? With a grin on his face, Naruto answered, I did. He praised me saying that I'm learning the right jutsus and added that I'm on the right track. He told me to master those 3 jutsus as well and told me to use Gale Palm Jutsu and Projectile Control Jutsu together so that others won't be able to dodge my weapons easily. Kakashi nodded and said, that makes sense. Still, why are you here? Naruto's grin disappeared and he looked to be in a bit of panic. He hurriedly said, Big Brother Fujin pointed out a fatal flaw. He said that even though I am on the right track with Winjutsu, a ninja shouldn't focus entirely on one element. He said that Winjutsus are weak against Fire Jutsus. So Sasuke will always defeat me as he knows Fire Jutsus. To counter Fire Jutsus, Fujin said that I should learn a Water or Earth Jutsu. Fujin said that you are much better at Earth and Water style than him and that you are one of the best in the world. However, Fujin said that I can only learn one more jutsu at the same time. So, please teach me one defensive Water or Earth Jutsu, sensei. I will learn it and beat Sasuke. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. He cursed, "That shameless brat. This is the worst excuse I have ever heard. Couldn't he teach Naruto Earth Wall? How do I send him away now? Also, how does he know about my location?" The last time was understandable as I felt a chakra field scanning me and I hadn't masked my chakra. But this time, I hid my chakra signature. So how did he know? Did he plant a seal on me? Or did Lord Hokage lend him that crystal? Even though Kakashi's plan was good, what he didn't know was that Fujin had already anticipated this move when he decided to manipulate Naruto into pestering Kakashi. If anything, he was surprised that Kakashi took so long. As a result, Fujin had already prepared a long list of reasons to send Naruto back to Kakashi. He had just used the first one. While someone like Kakashi could argue against Fujin's reasons, Naruto couldn't. On the contrary, Fujin knew exactly what to say to convince Naruto. Of course, Fujin didn't intend to completely abandon Naruto. He planned to teach him a very overpowered trick that would be very suitable for him. However, it wasn't the right time yet. "Sensei?" Naruto's call snapped Kakashi out of his thoughts. Kakashi immediately replied, "Naruto, learning 4 jutsus at the same time at your age isn't good." "For N." Naruto cut him off and argued, but Fujin said that it'll be fine. Kakashi showed a serious expression and said, "Even though I sent you to take his guidance, don't forget that I'm your sensei. Even mastering 3 jutsus at a time isn't a very good idea, let alone 4. Focus on mastering those 3 jutsus. If you pester me again, we will stop ninjutsu training and go back to physical training." Naruto immediately shivered on recalling Kakashi's deadly training regime. He didn't want to go through it again. He quickly said, "Alright sensei. I'll master them in no time, believe it." He quickly ran away. Kakashi let out a tired sigh and muttered to himself, "Suzuki Fujin. I underestimated him. Anyway, it looks like my decision to send these 3 to the Chunin exams is correct. If they pass and become Chunins, they won't be my responsibility officially. Though if they don't..." Kakashi had a terrible headache. He quickly began making plans to send Naruto back to Fujin somehow. Back in Fujin's compound, his 5 students were standing on a balcony while looking towards the sky. Hikari muttered, "Will Naruto be alright?" Sensei sent him flying for the second time. This time, the 5 of them weren't next to Naruto when Fujin sent him flying. Instead, they were just doing their own things when they heard his scream and looked at the skies. Yuji giggled and said, "He should be fine. He said earlier that the fall didn't hurt him due to the winds. However, his scream was hilarious. I want to hear 'not again' once more. Hee hee hee." Sayaka placed her hand on Yuji's shoulder and said with a smirk, "If you continue being mischievous, Sensei might throw you next." Immediately, Yuji became nervous and said, "Hey, I don't create any trouble, like Naruto. I'm smart enough to know that I shouldn't annoy Sensei. Besides, what's up with Sensei's wind style? It is so different from any other ninja's wind style." Takeshi nodded and said, "Yes. It almost feels like a KK Genkai. However, Sensei said that he doesn't have any KK Genkai. No one else says that Sensei has a KK Genkai either." Sayaka added, "I was intrigued as well. That's why I did some digging." Her words immediately gained the attention of the remaining kids. As the eldest and the one who led their small squad, her words held slightly more weight than others. Hikari quickly asked, "What did you find?" Sayaka said, "It's difficult to find anything concrete. Instead, I looked at other top-tier ninjas. I discovered that nearly all top-level ninjas can use nature manipulation in a way that almost makes it seem like a KK Genkai. For instance, the 3rd Sushi Kage can fly using Earth style. He can also make other objects heavier and lighter with Earth style. The 4th Raikage can create an armor of lightning with lightning style. Apparently, no attack can pierce through that armor and he can move at the speed of lightning. So, Sensei's wind style may have reached a similar level. That is why it is so different as compared to our and Anbu instructor's wind style." Yuji exclaimed in surprise, "You mean that our sensei is at the same level as the Raikage and Sushi Kage?" Sayaka answered, "I can't say for sure. The only thing I can say is that Sensei's wind style is likely at that level. In a way, it is actually cooler than KK Genkai as it is far more versatile and rare. As for whether he can fight against them, it's hard to say for someone like me." Sayaka's explanation made sense. The 4 kids nodded. Even though they weren't sure, their respect for Fujin increased by a few levels. Chapter 599, How long will you keep playing? Thanks to Kakashi's warning, Naruto no longer bothered him and focused on mastering the 3 jutsus. Of course, that didn't mean that Kakashi was completely free. He still had to lead Team 7 on their missions. With Naruto and Sasuke becoming increasingly competitive, his days weren't peaceful by any means. It was quite a contrast from Fujin, who had relieved himself from nearly every duty and focused on his training. Even in his absence, his students focused on mastering their jutsus earnestly. In one of the many training grounds in Hidden Leaf Village, loud sounds were constantly being heard. Even the ground shook frequently, as if an earthquake had hit the training ground. If someone passed by, they would think that some sort of calamity was happening. If they were to check, they'd be shocked to see that all the sounds and shaking were happening due to clashes of fists and legs. Standing some distance away, Tenten sighed and said, "Every time I see them fighting, I find it hard to believe that ninjas can fight in this manner. If it was me, my hands and legs would long be injured." Lee nodded and said, "They are even more fierce today." As expected of Guy-sensei and Fujin-san. Naji added, "It looks like they aren't holding back this time." Unlike a year ago, Guy's students could now follow Fujin's and Guy's movements. In the training ground, Fujin's and Guy's fists clashed once again before they retreated. Both their breathing was heavy. Guy said, "Not bad. You are very enthusiastic today, Fujin. Your stamina with the strong fist style is several times higher than when you first used it." As expected as someone so youthful. Fujin thought, "Yeah, but looks like forcing him to open the gates with just my taijutsu is still impossible." "Oh well, that's not a surprise." Fujin chuckled and said, "I haven't been in a good fight for some time." "Guy, how many gates can you open without putting much of a strain on your body?" Guy was surprised by Fujin's question. It was the first time Fujin had asked something like that. It also was the first time when Fujin had pushed him this much despite them having sparred so many times. He wondered, is he preparing for something? Guy answered, 5. If I open the 6th, I'll need to rest for some time. Fujin replied, "That's impressive. Lord Hokage recently gave me a task and I don't want to be caught lacking. Are you fine with taking a spar notch higher?" Guy grinned and said, "Of course, let your youth explode." Fujin grinned as well and said, "I won't be holding back." At the very next moment, a huge blast of wind was launched behind Fujin. Naji, Lee and Tenten, who were standing some distance behind Fujin, were caught off guard and hit by the high-speed winds. All were launched behind for a few meters but managed to land on their feet. Lee cursed, "What the hell was that?" Needless to say, the most surprised one was Guy. Even before the winds hit his students, Fujin's fist was right in front of his face. He barely managed to block the punch with his arms but was sent flying due to Fujin's momentum. Guy quickly flipped in the air and landed on a tree before jumping back on the ground. As for the tree, it broke into two due to his force. Despite being hit, Guy had a grin on his face as he thought, so this is Fujin's real speed? As expected of someone who specializes in wind style. It's the same speed as mine when I open the gate of life. How exciting. I can't lag behind. Gate of opening, open. Fujin looked at Guy opening 3 gates in a row and thought with a grin on his face, now, this should be a good warm-up for Orochimaru. Grinning, the two raised the intensity of their spar several-fold. Guy's students, whose confidence had grown by leaps and bounds as they were able to see Fujin and Guy's fight clearly, were left dumbfounded as they could no longer follow them. Lee observed carefully and realized, even with the gate of life, Guy-sensei is faster and stronger than I am when I open my gate of limit. Also, how is Fujin-san so fast despite not opening any gates? What is that strange wind that he keeps blasting? Unless I open my inner gates, I won't be able to see their movements. With the winds Fujin was randomly blasting, the trio decided to create a larger distance and moved away. 15 minutes later, Fujin and Guy finally stopped. Both their breathing was heavy and both had several minor injuries on their body. Guy said, "That's very impressive, Fujin." "As expected of you." Fujin replied, "You are the one to talk. I don't think there was anyone in the history of this world who could sustain 8 inner gates for so long. I run out of gas in a few minutes." Guy grinned without replying and closed his inner gates. He was about to say when he heard a bird sound and looked above. He said, "Looks like it's time. I'll catch up with you later, Fujin." Fujin took a deep breath and said, "It's fine." With a smile on his face, he added, "Good luck to your students in the Chunin exams." Guy was surprised that Fujin knew about it. He wondered, is the task he spoke about related to the exam? He nodded and left after addressing his students quickly. Fujin disappeared from the training ground as well while thinking, the exams will begin in a week from now. I need to be in my best shape. I haven't had a good fight since I fought Raga. That said, at my level, getting a good fight is a very rare event. I doubt Orochimaru fought with anyone after his little clash with Itachi either. Oh well, this spar with Guy should be enough warm-up. I'll train for another week until the exam begins. As Fujin returned home, another interesting event occurred in Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto and Sakura, who had just returned from their mission, met with Konohamaru's gang. As in the original story, Sakura beat both of them up when Konohamaru asked whether she was Naruto's girlfriend and Naruto agreed. Holding the bump on his head, Konohamaru said, "I don't even think she's human. Did you see how wide her forehead is?" Unfortunately for him, he hadn't bothered lowering his voice. Sakura, who was walking away, froze. She mechanically turned around, with an expression that terrified the four of them. All four began running away as she chased after them. The chase didn't last for long as Konohamaru ran into Kankuro. While Hiruzen held a meeting with the senses, Kankuro held up Konohamaru. To rescue him, Naruto moved forward, but Kankuro used a chakra thread to make Naruto slip. As he fell, Naruto thought, "What the hell? My foot froze." That's similar to Big Brother Fujin's wind style. Despite the chakra thread, Naruto managed to control himself and didn't entirely fall. He quickly regained his balance and shouted, "Hey, you in the black pig suit. Release him now and I'll go easy on you." Unfortunately, that earned him a scolding from Sakura. While she held him, Kankuro threatened to kill Konohamaru and went for a punch. Realizing that it wouldn't be good, Naruto weaved hand seals while cursing, "Bastard." Temari recognized the hand seals and thought, "Not good." She quickly grabbed her fan. Not wanting to accidentally injure Konohamaru, Naruto didn't throw any weapon and instead just sent a small blast of wind towards Kankuro with Gale Palm Jutsu. However, Temari opened her fan and used it to cover Kankuro, blocking Naruto's attack. The wind blast caused Temari to move behind slightly and made her, Kankuro and Konohamaru feel a breeze. At the same time, a stone hit Kankuro's wrist, stopping his punch and forcing him to let Konohamaru go. Like in the original story, Kankuro tried to fight with Sasuke until Gaara appeared and threatened him. The only difference was that Konohamaru wasn't that disappointed in Naruto and others didn't look down on Naruto. Especially Temari, who was surprised to see a Winjutsu being used. At the same time, Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma gave their approval for their Geinins to take part in the Chunin exams. Iruka opposed it but was shut down ruthlessly by Kakashi. A week later, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke met outside the academy, ready to participate in the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, two individuals were playing a game of shogi in a tower that was at the center of a deadly forest. One of them was young, the other was middle-aged with a few scars on his face showing his experience. A lady, with dango sticks in her hand, scolded in annoyance, "How long will you keep playing? The Geinin should be gathering right now." Chapter 600, Cold Winds. "How long are you going to keep playing?" Anko asked in annoyance. She had been pestering Fujin to accompany her to the academy since the morning. However, Fujin had shown no signs of getting up. Instead, he just made a move. Renjiro made his move as well and asked with a chuckle, "What's the rush, Anko-chan? There's still a couple of hours before the first round will be done." Sitting next to him, Hoka added, "Yeah. Calm down, Anko. You have been restless since the morning." Since Fujin had nothing to do, he had asked Renjiro and Hoka to accompany him to the tower in the Forest of Death. He just mentioned Hiruzen's worries and since neither of them had anything to do, they agreed. As a result, Anko was outnumbered 3-1, making her feel frustrated. She said with a flustered expression, "You. Alright, keep playing. Humphrey." She began walking away when Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Anko. I have already made the arrangements." Anko was surprised. She wondered, he has been sitting here for the last few hours. What arrangements did he make? Unable to figure it out, she asked, "What arrangements?" Fujin smirked and said, "Pretty cool ones." The other three in the room stared at him with a deadpan expression. However, Fujin showed no intention of explaining anything. Finally, Anko's shoulders drooped as she slumped into a chair and exclaimed tiredly, "I give up." Fujin chuckled once again and continued focusing on the game while chatting with Renjiro and Hoka. Over at the academy, things changed slightly due to Fujin's influence. Luckily, they weren't too drastic. The largest change he had caused was undoubtedly to Team 7. Naruto was considerably stronger by this time than in the original story. He knew several Winjutsus and had better control over his chakra. His confidence was higher as well. In addition, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were all considerably stronger physically as Kakashi had made their training significantly more difficult. Due to his increased confidence, Naruto didn't challenge Lee when Lee challenged Sasuke. Sasuke fared better in his fight but still got defeated humiliatingly and would have been thrashed if Guy's summon didn't stop the fight. The trio met my Guy for the first time as well and were shocked due to his eyebrows and speed. Their interactions after entering the exam hall were more or less the same. They caught up with their old classmates before meeting Kabuto, who gave them some information about the Chunin exams. He also gave them details on a few strong participants like Rock Lee and Kara. Eventually, he was attacked by the squad from Hidden Sound before Ibiki appeared in the room and began the exam. Ibiki's exam was the same. The first part required the participants to copy smartly. Even though Naruto had become slightly more intelligent, he still couldn't figure out the meaning behind the test and refused to copy Hinata's answers due to fear of being caught and eliminated from the exam. While the exam was underway, Fujin looked towards the clock and muttered, "It's almost time." Anko's ears perked up hearing his words. She got up and asked, finally, "If we leave now, we might still be able to make it to the academy in time." Fujin nodded and said, "Why don't you move ahead, Anko? I'll meet you outside the Forest of Death." Fujin's words confused her. Having interacted with Fujin for the past few days, Anko had realized that Fujin was quite eccentric. She suspiciously asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Just what I said. Why are you hesitating?" She continued looking at Fujin suspiciously, but he didn't give her any hints. She began walking while cursing under her breath, "If you don't come soon, I swear that I'll make Hokage-sama change the proctor in the middle of the exam." Her words were just loud enough so that the three of them could hear. She left quickly. Renjiro and Hoka looked at Fujin, who nonchalantly continued playing the game. Neither understood what he was up to and Fujin didn't bother explaining. Finally, Hoka couldn't take it and asked, "What game are you playing?" Fujin looked at him curiously, pointed towards the board and answered, "Shogi." "Is there an issue with your eyes?" Hoka snorted in annoyance and asked, "Do you want to annoy everyone?" "You know what I mean. Why aren't you following her?" Renjiro added, "I know it is only a temporary appointment, but you shouldn't take it so lightly. The old man must have a reason to make you the proctor. It wouldn't be good if something happens and you aren't present." Fujin looked at Hoka and replied, "I don't know. It's kinda fun to annoy others, haha." He turned his gaze towards Renjiro and said, "Don't worry, I have truly made the arrangements. If anyone intends to create trouble, then he or she will be very sorry. Unless it is a rank S ninja, of course." Seeing Fujin's confidence, Renjiro said, "It's fine as long as you have the confidence." The two of them continued playing. Meanwhile, Hoka wondered, what arrangements did he make? He activated his Byakugan, but couldn't find anything in the tower or the forest. Anko traveled through the Forest of Death while still cursing Fujin. She muttered, "This brat. Why do I feel that he still hasn't left the tower? Why did Lord Hokage appoint such a brat as the proctor? Did he even pass the guidance hall proposal or did he just get the credit? I can't make any sense of his actions." She exited the Forest of Death and landed in the area where they would later distribute the scrolls to the participants. Not even a second had passed when she heard, "You should train more seriously, Anko. I have been waiting here for you forever." Anko was surprised. She turned around and saw Fujin sitting in a chair with a book in his hands as if he were on vacation. She exclaimed in surprise, "How did you get here before me? I didn't sense anyone passing by me." Fujin raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "That's all of the more reason for you to train more seriously." Anko was dumbfounded by his response. Seconds later, she became irritated and cursed internally, "What the fuck? I can swear that no one passed by me. I don't care what reputation he has as the spectral swordsman, no one can sneak past me so easily. Also, if he ran past me, why doesn't he look tired? There isn't even a drop of sweat on his body." The more she thought, the more irritated she became. Knowing she'd be teased by Fujin if she asked about it, she changed the subject and said, "Whatever, let's go to the academy." Fujin raised his eyebrow again and asked, "Why?" Growing increasingly irritated, Anko asked aggressively, "What do you mean why? Who'll inform them to come here?" Fujin waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Hey, I'm not running to them. It's more fun to see them come running here." Fujin suddenly disappeared from the chair and appeared very close to Anko, who was growing increasingly annoyed. Anko was surprised as she noticed Fujin observing her very carefully. She asked, "What?" Before she could complete her question, Fujin asked with worry on his face, "Are you fine, Anko? I didn't notice it earlier, but you have been looking flustered and agitated all day. Even your cheeks are slightly red. Should I examine you? I'm a trainee medical ninja." Fujin's fake worry once again annoyed Anko. She cursed, "This fucking brat. I want to beat him up so damn much." She snorted and turned around, moving away from Fujin, who just chuckled in response and went back to his chair. Back in the academy, Ibiki put forth the rules of the last question. Hearing that they would never be allowed to take the Chunin exam if they failed to get the answer right, many quit. Only 78 Gainins were left when Naruto had his little outburst, which raised the confidence of the remaining participants. Ibiki looked at the remaining participants and announced, "Good call. So, everyone who is still here. You've just passed the first exam." Ibiki's announcement shocked every participant still in the room. They quickly asked their queries as Ibiki patiently explained the reasoning behind the test and gave them valuable lessons. With a smile on his face, Ibiki ended by saying, "Part 1 of the Chunin selection exam is now concluded. I'll pray you fight the good fight. Needless to say, everyone was pleased to hear Ibuki's explanation, none more so than Naruto. A smile was present on the faces of all 78 participants when they suddenly felt a chill. Even the examiners keeping an eye on the Gainins felt a chill. Except for Ibuki, who guessed accurately, every one of them became alert. Naruto muttered, how did it get so cold all of a sudden and what's this wind? Next to him, Hinata shivered slightly due to the cold. Sasuke had a frown on his face as he wondered, what is this chakra I am feeling? Even Gaara was surprised as he wondered, what is this chakra? Why am I getting such a dangerous feeling from it? Temari, Kankuro, Lee and others in the room wondered the same thing and prepared themselves. No one in the room had ever experienced such a chakra. Even the Chunin examiners got up. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan and was immediately shocked. He wondered, what the hell? This chakra has invaded the entire room. A ninja wearing the hidden grass headband became amused and looked at the front of the room as he thought, such a high-quality yin and wind chakra. Interesting. At the place where he was looking, the winds began flowing and taking a form. Chapter 601, a mini-test. In the exam hall, everyone's attention was attracted by what was happening in front of Ibuki. Sakura asked in fear, what is that? How can winds move like that? She wondered if it was a Genjutsu and tried disrupting her chakra. However, the scene in front of her didn't change. The other Gainins as well as the Chunins in the room had the same question. None of them had seen winds doing anything close to what they were witnessing. They tried disrupting their chakras well to ensure that they weren't in a Genjutsu. There were only 4 people in the room who had different thoughts. Ibuki looked at the winds in front of him and thought, that's quite a show he has planned. Did Anko put him up to this? Still, isn't his control over the wind a bit too ridiculous? I don't think anyone in the land of wind can do something like this. Gaara carefully observed the winds and noticed, the winds are moving just like my sand. Orochimaru looked at the winds and analyzed, marvelous. I have never seen such a high degree of control over the wind. In addition, a high amount of yin chakra is mixed in the winds, making everyone feel a chill and making it seem like the room temperature has dropped. Interesting. To think that you'd put him as the proctor of the next round, sensei. Do you already know about my plans? No matter, this boy was causing me headaches. This is a good opportunity to eliminate him before the war begins. And the last person who had some clue about what was happening had a peculiar expression on his face. Naruto looked at the winds and muttered softly, don't tell me it is Big Brother Fujin. He wondered whether he should call Fujin out. However, he shivered and thought, let it be. I don't want to be thrown into the sky again. Naruto chose to keep his mouth shut. In front of the room, the winds took the form of a human-shaped figure wearing a large cloak who was floating in the air. The only human-like features that could be seen were 2 glowing eyes. Those glowing eyes scanned the room for a few moments before everyone in the room heard a whisper, 26 squads. The second part of the Chunin exams begins now. The squads who have passed the first round go to training ground 44. If anyone doesn't make it there in 15 minutes, then your entire squad will be disqualified. You are allowed to ask for anyone's help, but if anyone fights or causes any destruction or chaos in the village, then your entire squad will be disqualified and handed to Ibuki. Your time starts now. The human-like figure dispersed into winds after passing the message. Within a few seconds, the breeze inside the room and the chill everyone was feeling disappeared. The entire room was stunned. No one expected an order to be given in such a manner. The impact it had was far greater than Ibuki's entrance. Suddenly, everyone came to their senses and the Gainins quickly began reacting. Kiba exclaimed, shit. What was that? Since when could winds speak? Many others had the same reply. Shino appeared next to him and replied, it's probably the proctor of our second exam. Anyway, we don't have time to waste. Let's get together with Hinata and move. Someone from the Hidden Rain complained, this is so unfair. The Hidden Leaf ninjas get an unfair advantage. They know where the training grounds are in their village. However, standing next to him, his teammate said, why bother crying? Can't we just follow them to the training ground? The ninja who complained immediately felt stupid. The ones who had taken the exam earlier knew about the location of the training ground. They immediately began moving. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke gathered together. Naruto immediately asked, do either of you know where the training ground 44 is? Both shook their heads. Naruto panicked and asked, what do we do now? Should we follow them as well? Both Sakura and Sasuke looked at him like he was an idiot. He immediately became flustered and asked, why are you looking at me like this? Sakura answered, didn't you hear that figure? We can ask for help. Let's just ask Kakashi-sensei. We won't need to worry about anyone leading us astray. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, that's right. Let's find Kakashi-sensei quickly. They quickly rushed outside along with a few other Geinin squads and found Kakashi along with other senses. The Geinins quickly approached their senses and asked them about the location of the training ground 44. The senses were surprised to hear about the mini-test. Kakashi wondered, who is the proctor for the second exam? For such a change to be made. Kakashi quickly informed his students about the location. Sakura asked, Sensei, do you know about anyone who can become wind? Kakashi was surprised by her question. He asked, what do you mean? Sakura informed him about what happened in the exam hall after Ribiki's test was over. Kakashi was surprised again and analyzed, that sounds like a wind clone. But a wind clone looks like the user. Also, it can't reduce temperature. Who could do something like that? Fujin's face appeared in Kakashi's head as he recalled the scene of Naruto flying towards him. However, he wasn't sure. Seeing Kakashi in thought, Sasuke said, we don't have time right now, Sakura. We will leave now, sensei. Kakashi nodded as the Geinins left. He sent a shadow clone behind them to ensure that they went in the right direction. As the Geinins left, the senses were left alone once again. Asuma asked, who could control winds to such a degree? Kurenai shook her head and answered, I don't think it was winds. It sounded more like a Ganjutsu. I guess it might be someone from the Kurama clan. What do you think, Kakashi? Kakashi replied, it's difficult to say. I sent a shadow clone behind them. So, we will know soon. Asuma and Kurenai nodded. The 78 Geinins continued rushing through Hidden Leaf Village until they reached the outskirts. Anko was in the minicamp when she noticed some people moving towards them in a rush. Fujin had his space-time sensing technique active the entire time. So, he knew all about their movements. Anko moved front and realized, the Geinins are rushing here? She looked towards Fujin and thought, so he wasn't lying. However, what arrangements did he make? Did he ask Hibiki to send them here? But that would be so boring. Also, why are they rushing here with such speed? Anko became curious about what Fujin had done. Unfortunately, he didn't even pay any attention towards the Geinins who were rushing here and instead kept reading the book he was holding. She looked away in annoyance and muttered, continue acting mysterious. The Geinins who had taken the exam previously were the first ones to reach the Forest of Death. Behind them were the Geinins who followed them. The last ones were the new Geinins who asked for their senses for information. As Fujin expected, everyone made it comfortably within the time limit. Gaara, Kankuro and Temari were surprised to see Fujin. They recalled his appearance and information told to them in their father's office. Lee, whose squad reached the Forest of Death at the 11th minute, noticed Fujin and said, look, Fujin is there. Neji and Tenten noticed him as well. Tenten wondered, is he one of the examiners? Neji replied, could be. Or perhaps he could be the proctor. Even though they had seen Fujin fight with Guy, they had only seen Fujin using taijutsu. The last spar was the first time when they saw Fujin use wind style. And even then, Fujin mostly used winds to enhance his own speed and used non-lethal attacks like infinite breakthrough jutsu. He didn't use his wind domain, vacuum jutsus or even attacks like blades of wind jutsu since they would have forced Guy to open more inner gates. Hence, they couldn't connect the winds to Fujin like Naruto could. Soon after them, Naruto's squad reached close to the Forest of Death. As they were running, Naruto saw Fujin immediately and said, crap. It is Big Brother Fujin. Sakura and Sasuke immediately heard him. Sakura asked, the one you always keep talking about? Where is he? Naruto pointed towards Fujin and said, him, the one reading a book. He should be the proctor of our next round. Sasuke looked at Fujin and thought, so, he is the one who taught Naruto winjutsus and how to climb a tree. Still, how could he control winds like that? From Kakashi's expression, I don't think even he could do anything like that. First might Guy and now him. How many strong ninjas are there? Having seen Guy's speed and Fujin's application of wind, Sasuke felt a lot more pressure. Naruto warned nervously, don't annoy him. He can throw you across the village with a flick of his wrists. He can be very scary. Sakura looked at Naruto and thought with surprise, so there is someone who even Naruto is scared of. But what does he mean by that? No one can throw someone across the village, right? Around a minute after Naruto's squad reached, Karen's squad from Hidden Grass Village reached the Forest of Death. They were the last ones to arrive. Fujin closed his book and got up. His movements were immediately noticed by the Geinins as they had seen other examiners frequently looking at Fujin earlier. Fujin walked in front of the Geinins and said with a sly smile on his face, I am Suzuki Fujin, the proctor of the second round of the Chunin selection exam. The arena for this round will be the training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Chapter 602, Missed Opportunity. Hearing the name Forest of Death, every Geinin turned their attention to the forest behind Fujin. Many gulped nervously, noticing the humongous trees and the darkness within. On the other hand, there were a few maniacal laughs. Sakura looked at it and said nervously, "It looks like a creepy place." She looked at Fujin and thought, "It's a good thing that Naruto is close with the proctor, though I'm not sure whether he'll help us during the exam." Temari was looking at Fujin as well, but her mind wasn't on the forest of death. Instead, she thought, the ninja who controlled the winds in the exam hall should be him. They were right. His mastery over wind style is better than anyone from Hidden Sand Village. Even Father and Baki-sensei's wind style isn't as good as his. Still, how did he do that? And why were the winds so cold? As someone who focused on wind style, Temari became very interested in Fujin's control over the wind. Unfortunately, she wasn't in a position to ask him. Fujin continued, "The second round will be a survival test. It means that you can die in this round. Similarly, you can kill others if you wish to. If any of you aren't willing to risk your life, you can turn around and leave." Fujin looked around. Needless to say, no one did so. Fujin nodded and said, "Good. Hand them the papers." A couple of examiners came forward, each holding a set of papers. They began distributing the papers. Fujin said, "You'll receive 2 sets of papers. The first one is a consent form. All of you have to sign it so that we won't be liable for any injuries you might suffer or your deaths. The second is the topography of the training ground. As you can see, the training ground is circular with a radius of 10 kilometers, a river flowing through it and a tower at the center. Remember it properly, as you will be disqualified if you step out of this training ground for any reason during this round." The Gainans listened carefully and properly observed the map. Standing next to Fujin, Anko had a frown on her face. She looked at the Gainans in confusion. Why is everyone so obedient and looking at him with such respect? Having proctored the exam a couple of times, Anko knew how arrogant the Gainans were. It was why she resorted to taking actions that created an impact on them to keep them in line. However, Fujin had been chilling in his chair and then chatted casually with everyone. Yet, no one dared to pass any odd comment. Anko looked at him and wondered, is this also a part of one of his arrangements? Or did Ibiki put the Gainans in line? She couldn't be sure. Fujin completed explaining the training grounds and answered a few queries before saying, "Now, about what the exam will be." Fujin took out 2 scrolls and explained, "This is a scroll of heaven and this one is a scroll of earth. 13 teams will be given a scroll of heaven while the remaining will be given a scroll of earth. In order to pass this round, your squad needs to collect both scrolls and bring them to the tower at the center. However, if any of your teammates die during this round, then your entire squad will be disqualified. In addition, if anyone opens either of the scrolls during the exam, your squad will be disqualified no matter to which squad that scroll was initially assigned." Hearing Fujin's words, Sakura said, "In other words, at least half of us, the 13 teams whose scrolls have been stolen, will fail." Fujin replied, "More or less, though that is an unrealistic situation as well. Anyway, the time limit is 5 days. If you still want to participate, hand in your consent forms and collect a scroll. Each team will enter the training ground from a different entry point, which will be assigned while you collect the scrolls." 5 days? What are we supposed to eat for food? Choji exclaimed in surprise. Fujin turned around and replied with a chuckle, "Your choice. If you have food with you, you can eat that. Else, you can eat the plants, insects and animals in the forest, though look out for the poisonous ones. If you somehow run out of those, then you can even eat each other. Whatever suits your taste. Anyway, try to stay alive. It'll be troublesome if too many of you die." The nonchalant manner in which Fujin spoke those words gave most of the Gainans a creep. Naruto muttered to himself, "I knew Fujin was scary, but I didn't know he was this scary." Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto, wondering whether he was the same Fujin that Naruto always spoke so highly about. Fujin returned to his chair and looked at the participants once again. More specifically, his eyes landed on Gaara and Orochimaru's disguise. He thought, TSK. If it wasn't such an important event and the participants weren't so high profile, I could have had so much fun. Instead of letting them go through different gates, I could have just thrown everyone randomly inside the forest. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? I could have even thrown the teammates far from each other, making the Chunin exams completely chaotic. With everyone knowing the transformation jutsu, it would have been a Herculean task just to find the right teammates, he. The only drawback would be that such an exam would have been extremely difficult. I doubt whether anyone could pass. Fujin chuckled at the thought before concluding his thoughts, oh well, it's probably for the best. If I showed off that skill too much, these bastards might give me the task during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Even though it is fun, I don't want it to be a job. With the rules explained, Fujin took a backseat. Anko handled the remaining work. Within a few minutes, everyone handed in their scrolls and were handed the scrolls secretly. With all formalities done, Fujin lazily said without getting up from his chair, "Follow your examiners to your respective gates. When the signal sounds in half an hour, the exam will begin." With those words, everyone dispersed. Half an hour later, the signal sounded and the Gainans rushed in. Anko approached Fujin and said, "You could at least pretend to be interested." Fujin chuckled and replied, "I'm plenty interested, Anko. I was just looking for the suspicious fellows. A couple of them really stand out. It looks like this round will be very interesting." Anko was surprised. She asked, "You noticed suspicious Gainans?" "Who?" Fujin replied, "The bloodthirsty squad from Kusa and the squad from Hidden Sand Village. That kid carrying the gourd is especially dangerous. Don't engage him in a battle. Anyway, it's just a suspicion. Let me see if they'll actually dare to make a move." Anko recalled the faces Fujin mentioned. Knowing the reason why Hiruzen had appointed Fujin as the proctor, she had carefully observed the Gainans as well. Before she could say anything, Fujin spoke again, "I'll leave the formalities here to you. Meet me in the tower once everything is taken care of." Immediately, Fujin dispersed in a cloud of smoke. Anko's eyes twitched as she realized he was a shadow clone. No wonder there wasn't a drop of sweat or a speck of dust on him. That brat fooled me. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized, wait. Don't tell me he sent a clone to the academy as well. No wonder those brats were so alert against him. I need to ask Hibiki what he did. Anko snapped out of her thoughts as she heard a loud scream. She looked towards the forest and said with a smirk, "Well, that was fast." As in the original story, Kurenai's squad eliminated a squad very early. And Naruto had an urge to urinate. So, he went away from the squad after getting punched by Sakura. He was peacefully doing his business when suddenly Sasuke appeared behind him. Naruto was surprised. He looked at him and asked, "Why did you come here? Do you want to take a leak as we?" "What the hell, Sasuke?" The poor guy hadn't even completed his business when he suddenly had to duck down to avoid a blow, nearly planting his face in his own urine. Not wanting to give up such a good opening, Sasuke threw several kunai at Naruto, who had jumped away and was busy closing his pants. Naruto barely managed to avoid them, but his eyes widened as he saw that one of the kunai, which landed right in front of him, had a paper bomb which was burning. He exclaimed, "Well, fuck me," while hurriedly moving backwards and weaving hand seals. The paper bomb exploded, but before the impact could reach Naruto, he used a great breakthrough jutsu to blow everything away. He sighed in relief and muttered, "Barely safe." Now, which bastard was pretending to be Sasuke? "I'll beat him, you." Naruto's words were stuck in his throat as he heard a voice behind him, "One false move and I'll kill you. Now, hand over the scroll." Chapter 603, Orochimaru's suicide? Naruto glanced behind him and wondered, who was this joker? Naruto saw a Genin wearing a rebreather and a yellow jumpsuit. Since his disguise hadn't been as effective as he had envisioned, Obaro had dropped his transformation jutsu. In addition, since Naruto performed much better than he speculated, he thought that Naruto might have the scroll. However, before Obaro could do anything, he jumped behind as several shurikens attacked him. Hearing the sound of an explosion and due to the winds generated by Naruto's jutsu, Sasuke and Sakura were alerted. They didn't waste any time and quickly came to reinforce Naruto. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura, Obaro analyzed, that blonde kid is tougher than he looks. Others might be stronger as well. I should have come here with my teammates instead of trying to conceal my presence. Not wanting to take any undue risks, he escaped. Sasuke appeared beside Naruto and asked, "What the hell happened here, Naruto?" Naruto immediately replied, "He disguised as you and tried to sneak attack me when I was taking a leak. I'm gonna beat that joker if I see him again, believe it." Sasuke immediately thought, terrible. We will need to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. Or we could all end up dead. While Sasuke was thinking of countermeasures, Sakura got angry and smacked Naruto on the head once again while shouting, "Close your pants properly, Naruto." Naruto immediately did so while complaining, "Hey, don't blame me. That bastard didn't even let me take a leak in peace." Sasuke ignored their antics and said, "Remember this, if we get separated again, we can't trust each other blindly. Otherwise, it can get much worse than they just did." Sakura asked, "But, what can we do?" Sasuke said, "The safest thing for us to have is a secret password. That way, we'll know. No matter who they look like or how they sound, if one of us gets that wrong, they're an enemy." Naruto and Sakura nodded. Sasuke continued, "Listen very carefully, I'll say it only once. It's a poem called Ninki." Sasuke recited a long and complicated poem. Sakura memorized it right away. However, Naruto couldn't do so. He asked in a deadpan tone, "And you expect me to remember that? How?" Naruto tried changing the password to something easier but wasn't paid any attention to by either of his teammates. Sasuke grabbed the scroll and said, "I'll keep the scroll with me." A second later, the three Gainins were hit by a powerful wind current. Naruto cursed in surprise. "What the hell?" Sasuke exclaimed, "A new enemy. Stay on guard." Even though the three Gainins raised their guard, they weren't able to take the attack head-on and were blown away. After the attack passed, Sasuke took cover under the vegetation in the area and stayed hidden until he saw Sakura. Sakura was about to approach him when he stopped her and asked for the password. She nodded and recited the Ninki accurately. Sasuke replied, "Good. Are you guys alright?" Naruto appeared as well. He was walking towards them when Sasuke said, "Not so fast, Naruto. The password." "Right, Ninki." Naruto maintained his goofy grin and recited, "We thrive in the chaos of the enemy tide. Quiet shinobi don't need dens to hide. Our only concern is to watch and wait until the enemy lowers the gate." Sasuke smirked on hearing that while Sakura sighed in relief. However, to the surprise of both Sakura and Naruto, Sasuke threw a kunai at Naruto. The attack was so sudden that Naruto barely managed to dodge the kunai and fell over as he did so. Sakura quickly asked, "What are you doing, Sasuke?" Naruto got the password right. Sasuke didn't reply and just stared at Naruto. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke was released around Naruto, attracting Sakura's attention. They heard a mature voice, "Well done." The smoke cleared and a tall ninja wearing a large hat and hidden grass village headband appeared in front of them. He asked, "What gave me away?" Sasuke replied, "I knew you were underground, eavesdropping on everything we said. That's why I chose this kind of password." He smirked and added, "The real Naruto would never manage to memorize it." "Gotcha, imposter." The Kusagakure replied, "I see. This is going to be more fun than I thought." Some distance away, Naruto was lying upside down. The winds had specifically targeted him, sending him quite a distance away from his teammates. He cursed, first that fake Sasuke and now this winjutsu. He began getting up while wondering, where did Sakura and that bonehead Sasuke go? His eyes suddenly widened as a large shadow was cast on him. He exclaimed, "It's huge." A gigantic snake, several times the largest snake Naruto had ever seen, appeared in front of him. The snake dived underground and tried sneaking behind him while trying to wrap him with its tail. Due to his surprise, Naruto was slightly slow to react. However, he quickly realized and made a hand seal thinking, "Shit. It's trying to eat me." Body flicker jutsu. Just before the snake could coil around him, Naruto disappeared. He appeared on top of the tree and muttered while making new hand seals, "What's up with this forest? Fujin didn't warn us about something like this." Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 7 shadow clones appeared next to Naruto. The snake noticed it and quickly stretched its body upwards, aiming to swallow Naruto and his clones. Unfortunately for it, Naruto and his clones just threw kunai with paper bombs attached inside its wide mouth and dispersed. Seconds later, Naruto exploded all the bombs, blowing the snake into smithereens and bathing nearby trees in its blood. While he did so, his teammates began fighting a Kusagakure, who was in fact a fearsome rank S ninja in disguise. Unfortunately, they had no idea. Even if they did, there wasn't much they could do about it. Just like in the original story, Orochimaru used a Genjutsu mixed with his bloodlust to frighten and paralyze Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke stabbed his own thigh and used the pain to break out of it before escaping. He hid along with Sakura before being sneak attacked by a gigantic snake as well. Even though he killed it, Orochimaru appeared from within the snake, spooking him and Sakura. Orochimaru immediately went on the attack but was stopped by the shurikens Naruto threw who reached their position. Some distance away from the 4 of them, a figure could be seen standing with his back resting against a tree. None of them knew that he was aware of their battle. He sighed and thought, "TSK, that disrespectful snake. He is making a mess even though I'm the one in charge of the exam. Oh well, since he's planning to weaken himself even further, why should I bother stopping him? Plant a dozen more curse seals. I'll see what countermeasures you have prepared for me after you divide your soul even more." Even though Fujin considered Orochimaru a formidable ninja and someone extremely difficult to kill, he didn't actually view Orochimaru as a threat. In the original story, after being weakened by Hiruzen's last strike, his prowess weakened a lot and he was later killed by Sasuke. So, Fujin didn't bother putting a stop to his plans. Even though he could prevent Orochimaru from putting the cursed seal on Sasuke right then, it wouldn't mean much in the long term as Orochimaru could just do so later. If anything, interfering right then could create changes that Fujin wouldn't like to see. For instance, Sasuke would spend most of his time with Kakashi after the second round was over. If Orochimaru decided to act at that time, there was a chance that Kakashi might die prematurely, something Fujin would loathe to see due to the ripple effect it would have on the future. Even if Kakashi somehow managed to hold off Orochimaru while protecting Sasuke, Orochimaru had the option of applying his seal to some other Uchiha kid. And it wasn't feasible to expect another Uchiha to kill Orochimaru as Sasuke did. In that case, Orochimaru would survive with Uchiha body with unknown strength and ridiculous goals. He could affect major events in the future. Fujin didn't want to calculate all that. The only thing he saw was that it wasn't beneficial to him in any way. If he interfered, then he would only bring Orochimaru more benefits. In fact, from Fujin's perspective, interfering now was equivalent to stopping Orochimaru from committing suicide. For those reasons, he didn't bother helping Kakashi's students. Fujin looked in the direction of the battle and thought, even though I don't want to interfere, I need to ensure that Naruto and Sakura stay alive. He might not do anything to Naruto due to his status, but Sakura is just an ordinary genin right now. However, she'll be quite significant in the future, be it her prowess or the emotional impact her death might have on Naruto. Anyway, the good thing is that Orochimaru wants to see Sasuke fight in higher rounds. Not to mention, she won't bother him much. So, he shouldn't kill her. Otherwise, saving her from such a distance will be rather difficult even with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Chapter 604, Terrified Sakura. 1, 2, 3. All of them are as dead as stone Buddhas. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Outside the Forest of Death, a squad of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas found 3 dead bodies. Kotetsu, who was inspecting their bodies, scratched the back of his head and sighed, "What bad news? We have just started the exam and have already faced a problem." He instructed, "Report this to council member Fujin or Lady Anko who are conducting the second exam." The 2 ninjas immediately disappeared. Nothing goes better with dango rice dumplings than oshiroko bean soup. As soon as I'm done with my lunch, I'll get to the tower and see what he is up to. Anko was eating peacefully when one of the ninjas reached and shouted, "Terrible news, Lady Anko." He informed Anko about the dead bodies and led her to them. As soon as she arrived, her eyes widened and fear was visible on her face. Kotetsu said, "Judging from their belongings and papers, they are all shinobi from Hidden Grass Village and were registered to take part in the Chunin exams. And, as you can see, their facial features are completely gone. Their faces are as smooth as though they have been melted away." With horror on her face, Anko analyzed, "There is no doubt about it. It's his technique. But why would he meddle in this? Show me the photos from the dead shinobi's ID." Anko ordered. They quickly handed her the IDs. She looked at the pictures and thought, so, this is the face he stole. Incredible. How did Fujin know that something was off about it? However, he'll be in great danger if Orochimaru attacks the tower. Anko shouted, "This is awful. You 3. Report what's happened to Lord Hokage. Ask him to deploy additional ambush squads to the forest. If possible, ask him to come as well, but ask him to be careful of any traps. I'm going after the imposters." Anko hurriedly left towards the Forest of Death. The 3 ninjas didn't waste time either and rushed towards the Hokage building. Back in the forest, the fight between the Gainans and Orochimaru wasn't much different. Even though the Gainans were stronger than their canon counterparts, it didn't have any impact against Orochimaru. The only effect it had was that Orochimaru was more impressed with Sasuke. Realizing that they couldn't win, Sasuke tried giving up the scroll in order to avoid the fight, but Naruto didn't allow that to happen and got angry at Sasuke instead. His rage allowed some of Nine Tails' chakra to leak, impressing Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru still caught him and used the 5 elements seal to cut off his access to Nine Tails' chakra. Following Naruto's defeat, Sasuke put up a valiant effort and managed to burn Orochimaru's mask, but ultimately didn't do any real damage to him. Watching from a long distance away, Fujin shook his head and muttered to himself, "Well, that's a shame. I expected Sakura to join the fight as well instead of just cheering Sasuke due to Kakashi's training. I guess only Tsunade can make her useful." Fujin squinted his eyes and decided, "Anyway, it's time. Hiruzen will eat my head if I don't do anything and let him run amok." Orochimaru was done chatting with Sasuke. He extended his neck and bit his neck, planting the curse seal on Sasuke. Due to his Genjutsu, neither Sasuke nor Sakura could move. "I look forward to seeing you again, Sasuke." In the coup. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes widened as he sensed danger. He quickly moved his elongated neck like a snake to avoid the incoming attack. To Sasuke and Sakura's surprise, 6 cuts opened up on Orochimaru's neck and began spilling blood like a fountain. However, he had avoided critical hits and wasn't beheaded. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru quickly retracted his neck and looked to his left. Fujin's figure became visible. He looked at Orochimaru while thinking, "Though I decided against killing you due to the difficulty involved, it's hard to resist if you provide me with such a nice opening. I wonder if his skin shedding would still work after being beheaded." Still, the sneak attack failed. I might have had better success if I used a stronger jutsu, but he would have sensed the chakra fluctuations much earlier and the result would still have been the same. The only way I could have slashed his neck for sure would have been by using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. However, using it when I'm not guaranteed to kill him will be a massive waste. Since Orochimaru had applied his seal on Sasuke, Fujin no longer had any worries about impacting the future negatively, as now Orochimaru was sure to die at Sasuke's hands and not interfere with other major events. As a result, he made his move. There were two, or rather three main reasons for this. The first one was that the opportunities to fight a rank S ninja were just too rare. Fujin didn't want to miss out on fighting against someone like Orochimaru. The second reason was the fact that Fujin had already planted tens of thousands of Flying Thunder God marks in the Forest of Death. As a result, he wasn't worried about dying. In the worst case, he could escape easily. In addition, he could also use them to kill him if the opportunity presented itself. The third and the most important reason was Orochimaru himself. In Fujin's eyes, Orochimaru was a walking treasure chest. Even though killing Orochimaru would have a massive impact on the future and could change it in ways that Fujin couldn't predict, Fujin felt that the gains would be worth the loss if he could read Orochimaru's memories and get access to his knowledge. In fact, if killing him wasn't so damn difficult, Fujin would have gone all out to ensure that he died in these vast forests irrespective of the cost. Unfortunately, Fujin knew that killing Orochimaru was nigh impossible. So, he didn't want to expose skills like Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Suddenly, Sasuke collapsed to his knees as he couldn't endure the pain. Sakura hadn't seen Fujin yet and shouted at Orochimaru, "What did you do to Sasuke?" Orochimaru nonchalantly answered without even looking at her, "Just a little something to remember me by." He smirked and said, "I didn't expect to be hunted by the legendary spectral swordsman here." The legendary spectral swordsman? Orochimaru's words surprised Sakura. She looked where he was looking and saw Fujin standing there. Seeing the proctor, she immediately became relieved and was about to call him out when Sasuke suddenly began screaming due to the unbearable pain he was under and squeezed her hands too tightly. She said worriedly, "Hang on, Sasuke," and shouted, "Proctor." He put a strange mark on Sasuke's neck. Unfortunately for her, Fujin didn't pay any attention to her and instead said, "You crashed into my exam and are still surprised? Sigh, I'd be impressed if I didn't just find out that one of the legendary Sanins was bullying Geinin kids. Is this how much you have fallen, Orochimaru?" Sakura wondered, first the legendary spectral swordsman and now legendary Sanins? What's up with all these cool names? Orochimaru chuckled in surprise and asked, "I didn't expect you to be much of a talker. Do you want to appeal to my conscience?" Fujin didn't bother answering that and instead looked at Sakura and asked, "Girl, are you injured as well?" Sakura immediately answered, "No. But Sasuke is in pain. And, he knocked out Naruto as we." Before she could complete her sentence, Fujin disappeared from her sight before suddenly appearing next to her. To her surprise, he was carrying Naruto and dropped him next to her and the wailing Sasuke. Orochimaru looked at his speed and analyzed, "Not bad. His speed is spectacular for his age. I can see why Juzo fell and how he could escape from Kisame." Without looking at her, Fujin said, "The battle that'll take place here will be too destructive for you to witness. Hold both of them very tightly. Their lives are in your hands." Sakura was confused but followed his instructions properly, hearing the seriousness in his voice. Sasuke was still in pain while Naruto was still unconscious. She held both of them tightly when she heard, "Good." To her surprise, Fujin picked her up by the back of her neck. A strange wind surrounded her and her teammates. She shouted in shock as Fujin sent them flying backwards parallel to the ground with a flick of his wrists. However, even before the shock had passed, her eyes grew wide as she sensed two terrifying chakras. To her horror, the entire area where they were initially at was blown up by horrifying winds. The massive trees were uprooted and cut. Moments later, the entire thing was set ablaze. Terrified, she thought, what the hell was that? Even Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza's chakras weren't this horrible. And what was that terrifying wind and fire? Could ninjutsu be that strong? Chapter 605, A Kind Donation. Sakura was horrified by what she was seeing and feeling. Even though she had witnessed Kakashi and Zabuza's battle, they had primarily relied on water jutsus and had used the stronger jutsus much later in the battle. However, Fujin and Orochimaru had started with deadly supercharged attacks. Despite being far away, she could still feel the heat of the flames and was afraid that she, Sasuke and Naruto would be cut up just like the massive trees. Luckily, she was soon sent flying long enough that she couldn't see anything. However, the terror in her mind would take a long time to reduce. She crashed nearly a couple of kilometers away from where Fujin and Orochimaru had entered into a fight. Due to the winds, none of the three were harmed. In addition, Fujin had thrown them in a spot where there weren't any other squads nearby while still keeping them close to Shikamaru's and Neji's squads, allowing them an opportunity to rest and ensuring that those two squads would be able to reinforce them later on so that the events wouldn't be too different from the original story. Needless to say, he would send a shadow clone later to ensure that none of them died due to his interference. As soon as she landed, Sakura thought, Naruto wasn't kidding. He can really throw someone very far enough. If he had thrown me towards the sky instead of parallel to the ground, we might have reached the academy. Still, what is this jutsu? I couldn't resist those strange winds at all. However, those strange winds kept us safe as well and prevented any injury to us when we landed. How can such a magical jutsu exist? I don't think even Kakashi-sensei knows anything like this. Sakura's surprise wasn't unfounded. The jutsu used concepts of wind domain and assassin's rush jutsu. Since Fujin was the creator of the wind domain, no one else could use this method yet. Suddenly, Sasuke groaned due to the pain. Sakura snapped out of her thoughts hearing Sasuke's groan. Due to the pain from the curse seal, he passed out. A determined expression appeared on Sakura's face as she decided to protect her teammates by herself. She muttered, "It's all up to me now. This time, I'll protect them and keep them safe." In the tower, Renjiro was still playing shogi with Fujin while Hoka was watching their game. Suddenly, the three of them sensed something and looked outside the window. Each of them got up and walked onto the balcony. They saw a large amount of smoke rising from the forest a few kilometers away. What horrible chakra! I am not even a sensor and I can still feel the clash of the jutsus all the way over here. Hoka took a deep breath and exclaimed. He activated his Byakugan but the fight was happening too far for him to see anything other than the smoke and the fire. Renjiro frowned and said, "This feeling. It almost feels like Orochimaru." Renjiro had worked with Orochimaru and even served under his command during the previous wars. So, he was quick to connect it to him. However, his expression became grim as he knew just how terrible Orochimaru was. He was someone Renjiro never wanted to fight. He gazed at Fujin and said, "You have gotten quite strong. I didn't even sense that I had been playing with a shadow clone all this time. Was your main body patrolling the forests all along?" Fujin's clone replied, "Yes. These dense forests are a good place to set up traps and an ambush without alerting anyone. I wanted to ensure that there were none set up earlier. Anyway, now's not the time to be impressed." Hokage's intuition was accurate, but who would have thought that such a horrible ninja would interfere? Renjiro nodded and said, "It's a good thing that he appointed you as the proctor and that you called us here. Otherwise, too many would have died before any reinforcements came. With the three of us, we might be able to hold him back. Captain. Intense chakras have been detected towards the southwest. A massive fire has broken out. We suspect that ninjas other than the Gainins have entered the training ground and have entered into a conflict." Since he had felt something was off, Hiruzen had deployed a few ambush squads in the Forest of Death. The squad deployed in the tower was led by none other than one of Fujin's former subordinates, Yamanaka Fumito. He quickly informed Fujin when he sensed something off. Fujin's clone nodded and instructed, "I can see that. Don't worry, one of them is my main body." Fumito was surprised. He exclaimed, "So you already have it under control? That's good." To his surprise, Fujin's clone shook his head and said, "Nothing is good right now. Avoid that area and rush to the Hokage building. Ask Lord Hokage to make his way to this training ground immediately." Fumito was surprised by Fujin's instruction. He didn't expect that Fujin would get the Hokage involved. To his shock, Fujin continued, "Tell him that Orochimaru, one of the three Sanins, has interfered in the exam and attacked some Gainins." Behind his mask, terror appeared on Fumito's face. Unlike Naruto's generation, he clearly knew how strong Orochimaru was. He muttered, "Why is Orochimaru here? Why are you still here? Leave immediately." Fujin's clone said, sensing that he hadn't moved. Fumito didn't tarry any longer and disappeared. Fujin's clone continued, "It seems like he was after Kakashi's squad for some reason. Anyway, you two don't need to get involved for the time being. I can handle Orochimaru." "Nonsense. That's one of the legendary Sanins. And undoubtedly the most dangerous one. I won't even be able to escape against him. Don't underestimate him." Renjiro immediately scolded Fujin. However, Fujin's clone just shook his head and said, "We still don't know what his goal is. Nor do we know whether he has any help. In case he plans to attack this tower, I'll need you two to help as I can't fight much. As for underestimating him, don't worry. I'll never do that. That said, he won't be able to defeat my main body easily. Even if he does, I can escape easily. So, I'm not in any danger." Renjiro and Hoka were surprised by his confidence. Both immediately recalled how good Fujin was at escaping and their worries eased slightly. On the other side of the Forest of Death, Anko had just entered to find Orochimaru when she suddenly felt the clash of two strong jutsus and noticed the smoke. She immediately jumped to the top of a tree. Her eyes widened as she observed, that's definitely Orochimaru's chakra. However, who was forcing him to go to this extent? Immediately, a face appeared in her mind. She immediately rushed towards the location while thinking, I hope that brat isn't fighting him. Orochimaru is in a whole different league. It'll be a shame if he were to die here. At the very moment that Fujin sent Sakura flying, Fujin attacked Orochimaru with a supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Orochimaru responded by using a supercharged flame dragon bullet jutsu to take advantage of the winds. However, his flames were blown back by the supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Of course, that wasn't enough to harm him. In fact, Orochimaru wasn't even surprised and had expected as much. The attack was just to test Fujin's ability. His laughter could be heard, ha ha ha, not bad at all. No wonder Juzo died at your hands. As he laughed, he pulled out the sword of Kusanagi from his mouth and swung it to his left. It clashed with Fujin's sword. Wind chakra flowed through both blades. Fujin realized, what a good sword. Even though my chakra is sharper, his blade is much better than mine. I wonder if he'd make a kind donation like his former Akatsuki partner. Unfortunately, Orochimaru didn't seem as kind-hearted as Saga. That said, Fujin had just met him. So he couldn't be entirely sure? Who could say if Orochimaru would have a change of heart later and give Fujin the greatest gift in this world? Greater than even what Hiruzen did for him. Chapter 606, How did Fujin defeat Jiraiya? Fujin's and Orochimaru's swords clashed hundreds of times within the blink of an eye. Neither of them could get an advantage over the other and the two rank S ninjas pulled back. Fujin said, that isn't common knowledge, which means that you should be an Akatsuki as well. Sigh, I didn't expect that one of the legendary Senins had fallen to the level of becoming a mercenary. What a shame.